2:38. Some cannot endure cheese, out of a secret antipathy, or to see a roasted duck, which to others is a delightsome meat. The last exception is necessity, poverty, want, hunger, which drives men many times to do that which otherwise they are loath, cannot endure, and thankfully to accept of it, as beverage in ships, and in sieges of great cities, to feed on dogs, cats, rats, and men themselves. 3 outlaws in Hector Boethius, being driven to their shifts, did eat raw flesh, and flesh of such fowl as they could catch, in one of the Hebrides for some few months. These things do mitigate or disannul that which hath been said of melancholy meats, and make it more tolerable. But to such as are wealthy, live plenteously, at ease, may take their choice, and refrain if they will, these viands are to be forborne, if they be inclined to, or suspect melancholy, as they tender their healths, otherwise if they be intemperate, or disordered in their diet, at their peril be it. Commone amat, ave iti cave. He who advises is your friend. Farewell, and to your health attend. Subsect. For. Retention and evacuation a cause, and how. Of retention and evacuation, there be divers kinds, which are either concomitant, assisting, or sole causes many times of melancholy. Galen reduceth defect and abundance to this head, others, all that is separated, or remains. Costiveness. In the first rank of these, I may well reckon up costiveness, and keeping in of our ordinary excrements, which as it often causeth other diseases, so this of melancholy in particular. Celsus, lib 1. Cap. 3, saith, it produceth inflammation of the head, dullness, cloudiness, headache, and Prosper Calenus, lib. De atrobile, will have it distemper not the organ only, but the mind itself by troubling of it, and sometimes it is a sole cause of madness, as you may read in the first book of Sckenkius's Medicinal Observations. A young merchant going to Nordelling fair in Germany, for 10 days' space never went a stool, at his return he was grievously melancholy, thinking that he was robbed, and would not be persuaded but that all his money was gone. His friends thought he had some philtrum given him, but Nelius, a physician, being sent for, found his costiveness alone to be the cause, and thereupon gave him a clyster, by which he was speedily recovered. Trincavellius, consult. 35, lib. 1, saith as much of a melancholy lawyer, to whom he administered physic, and Rodericus of Fonseca, consult. 85, Tom. 2, of a patient of his, that for 8 days was bound, and therefore melancholy affected. Other retentions and evacuations there are, not simply necessary, but at some times, as Fernelius accounts them, path. Lib 1. Cap. 15, as suppression of hemorrhoids, monthly issues in women, bleeding at nose, immoderate or no use at all of venous, or any other ordinary issues, detention of hemorrhoids, or monthly issues, villanovanus brevier. Lib 1. Cap. 18, Arculanus, cap. 16, in 9. Rhasis, Vittorius Faventinus, pract. Mag. Tract. 2, cap. 15, Brule, and put for ordinary causes. Fuchsius, L. 2. Sect. 5, c. 30, goes farther, and saith, that many men unseasonably cured of the hemorrhoids have been corrupted with melancholy, seeking to avoid Scylla, they fall into Charybdis. Galen, L. de Hum. Commen. 3, add text. 26, illustrates this by an example of Lucius Marcius, whom he cured of madness, contracted by this means, and Sckenkius hath 2 other instances of 2 melancholy in mad women, so caused from the suppression of their months. The same may be said of bleeding at the nose, if it be suddenly stopped, and have been formerly used, as Villanovanus urgeth, and Fuchsius, lib 2. Sect. 5, cap. 33, stiffly maintains, that without great danger, such an issue may not be stayed. Venus omitted produceth like effects. Matthiolus, Epist. 5, L. Penult, avoucheth of his knowledge, that some through bashfulness abstained from venery, and thereupon became very heavy and dull. And some others that were very timorous, melancholy, and beyond all measure sad. Oribasius, Med. Collect. L. 6. C. 37, speaks of some, that if they do not use carnal copulation, are continually troubled with heaviness and headache. And some in the same case by intermission of it. Not use of it hurts many, Arculanus, c. 6. In 9. Rhasis, et Magninus, part 3, cap. 5, think, because it sends up poison vapors to the brain and heart. And so doth Galen himself hold, that if this natural sea be overlong kept, in some parties, it turns to poison. Hieronymus Mercurialis, in his chapter of melancholy, cites it for an especial cause of this malady, priapismus, satyriasis, and Heliabas, 5. The c. 36, reckons up this and many other diseases. Villanovanus Brevier. L. 1. c. 18, saith, he knew many monks and widows grievously troubled with melancholy, and that from this sole cause. Lodovicus Mercatus, L. 2. De mulierum effect. Cap. 4, and Rodericus a Castro, de morbis mulier. L. 2. c. 3, treat largely of this subject, and will have it produce a peculiar kind of melancholy in stale maids, nuns, and widows, ob suppressionem mentium eti venerum omissum, timidi, mosti anxii, vericundi, suspiciosci, langentis, conciliae in opes. Cum summa vitae eti rerum meliorum desperation, and they are melancholy in the highest degree, and all for want of husbands. Aelianus Montaltus, cap. 37, de melanchol, confirms as much out of Galen, so doth Wierus, Christophorus of Vega de Art. Medlib 3. c. 14, relates many such examples of men and women, that he had seen so melancholy. Felix Plater in the first book of his Observations, tells a story of an ancient gentleman in Alsatia, that married a young wife, and was not able to pay his debts in that kind for a long time together, by reason of his several infirmities, but she, because of this inhibition of Venus, fell into a horrible fury, and desired every one that came to see her, by words, looks, and gestures, to have to do with her, and Bernardus Paternus, a physician, saith, he knew a good honest godly priest, that because he would neither willingly marry, nor make use of the stews, fell into grievous melancholy fits. Hildesheim, Spissel. 2, hath such another example of an Italian melancholy priest, in a consultation had anno 1580. Jason Pratensis gives instance in a married man, that from his wife's death abstaining, after marriage, became exceedingly melancholy, Rodericus a Fonseca in a young man so misaffected, Tom. 2, consult. 85. To these you may add, if you please, that conceited tale of a Jew, so visited in like sort, and so cured, out of Poggius Florentinus, intemperate Venus is all but as bad in the other extreme. Galen, L. 6. De Mortis Popular. Sect. 5, text. 26, reckons up melancholy amongst those diseases which are exasperated by venery, so doth Avicenna, 2, 3, c. 11. Oribasius, Loc Cit. Ficinus, lib 2. De Sanitate Tuenda. Marsilius Cognatus, Montaltus, cap. 27, Guianerius, tract. 3, cap. 2. Magninus, cap. 5, part. 3, gives the reason, because it infrigidates and dries up the body, consumes the spirits, and would therefore have all such as are cold and dry to take heed of and to avoid it as a mortal enemy. Jacanus in 9 Races, cap. 15, ascribes the same cause, and instanceth in a patient of his, that married a young wife in a hot summer, and so dried himself with chamber work, that he became in short space from melancholy, mad. He cured him by moistening remedies. The like example I find in Laelius of Fontugubinus, consult. 129, of a gentleman of Venice, that upon the same occasion was first melancholy, afterwards mad. Read in him the story at large. Any other evacuation stopped will cause it, as well as these above named, be it bile, ulcer, issue, and Hercules de Saxonia, lib 1. C. 16, and Gordonius, verify this out of their experience. They saw one wounded in the head who as long as the sore was open, lucida habuit mentis intervalla, was well, but when it was stopped, redite melancholia, his melancholy fit seized on him again. Artificial evacuations are much like in effect, as hot houses, baths, bloodletting, purging, unseasonably and immoderately used. Baths dry too much, if used in excess, be they natural or artificial, and offend extreme hot, or cold. One dries, the other refrigerates overmuch. Montanus, Consul. 137, saith, they overheat the liver. Jo. Struthius, Stigmat. Artis. L. 4. C. 9, contends, that if one stay longer than ordinary at the bath, go in too oft, or at unseasonable times, he putrefies the humours in his body. To this purpose writes Magninus, L. 3. C. 5. Guianerius, Tract. 15, c. 21, utterly disallows all hot baths in melancholy adust. I saw, saith he, a man that laboured of the gout, who to be freed of this malady came to the bath, and was instantly cured of his disease, but got another worse, and that was madness. But this judgment varies as the humour doth, in hot or cold, baths may be good for one melancholy man, bad for another, that which will cure it in this party, may cause it in a second, phlebotomy. Phlebotomy, many times neglected, may do much harm to the body, when there is a manifest redundance of bad humours, and melancholy blood. And when these humours heat and boil, if this be not used in time, the parties affected, so inflamed, are in great danger to be mad. But if it be unadvisedly, importunely, immoderately used, it doth as much harm by refrigerating the body, dulling the spirits, and consuming them, as Jo. Curio in his 10th chapter well reprehends, such kind of letting blood doth more hurt than good, the humours rage much more than they did before, and is so far from avoiding melancholy, that it increaseth it, and weakeneth the sight. Prosper Calenus observes as much of all phlebotomy, except they keep a very good diet after it. Yea, and as Leonardus Jacanus speaks out of his own experience, the blood is much blacker to many men after their letting of blood than it was at first. For this cause belike Sallust. Salvinianus, L. 2. C. 1, will admit or hear of no bloodletting at all in this disease, except it be manifest it proceed from blood. He was, it appears, by his own words in that place, master of an hospital of mad men, and found by long experience that this kind of evacuation, either in head, arm, or any other part, did more harm than good. To this opinion of his, Felix Plater is quite opposite, though some wink at, disallow and quite contradict all phlebotomy in melancholy, yet by long experience I have found innumerable so saved, after they had been 20, nay, 60 times let blood, and to live happily after it. It was an ordinary thing of old, in Galen's time, to take at once from such men 6 pounds of blood, which now we dare scarce take in ounces, said Viderant Medici. Great books are written of this subject. Purging upward and downward, in abundance of bad humours omitted, may be for the worst, so likewise as in the precedent, if overmuch, too frequent or violent, it weakeneth their strength, saith Fuchsius, L. 2. Sect. 2c. 17, or if they be strong or able to endure physic, yet it brings them to an ill habit, they make their bodies no better than apothecaries' shops, this and such like infirmities must needs follow. Subsect. V. Bad air, a cause of melancholy. Air is a cause of great moment, in producing this, or any other disease, being that it is still taken into our bodies by respiration, and our more inner parts. If it be impure and foggy, it dejects the spirits, and causeth diseases by infection of the heart, as Paulus hath it, lib 1. c. 49. Avicenna, lib 1. Gal. de San. Tuenda. Mercurialis, Montaltus, and c. Fernelius saith, a thick air thickeneth the blood and humours. Lemnius reckons up two main things most profitable, and most pernicious to our bodies. Air and diet, and this peculiar disease, nothing sooner causeth, Gilbertus holds, than the air wherein we breathe and live. Such as is the air, such be our spirits, and as our spirits, such are our humours. It offends commonly if it be too hot and dry, thick, fuliginous, cloudy, blustering, or a tempestuous air. Bodine in his 5th book, De Republican Cap. 1:5, of his Method of History, proves that hot countries are most troubled with melancholy, and that there are therefore in Spain, Africa, and Asia Minor, great numbers of mad men, insomuch that they are compelled in all cities of note to build peculiar hospitals for them. Leo Afer, lib 3. De Fessa Herb, Ortelius and Zuinger, confirm as much. They are ordinarily so choleric in their speeches, that scarce 2 words pass without railing or chiding in common talk, and often quarrelling in their streets. Gordonius will have every man take notice of it. Note this, saith he, that in hot countries it is far more familiar than in cold. Although this we have now said be not continually so, for as Acosta truly saith, under the equator itself, is a most temperate habitation, wholesome air, a paradise of pleasure, the leaves ever green, cooling showers. But it holds in such as are intemperately hot, as Johannes a Megan found in Cyprus, others in Malta, Apulia, and the Holy Land, where at some seasons of the year is nothing but dust, their rivers dried up, the air scorching hot, and earth inflamed. Insomuch that many pilgrims going barefoot for devotion's sake, from Joppa to Jerusalem upon the hot sands, often run mad, or else quite overwhelmed with sand, profundis arenes, as in many parts of Africa, Arabia Deserta, Bactriana, now Sharasan. When the west wind blows involudi arenes transuntis nicanter. Hercules de Saxonia, a professor in Venice, gives this cause why so many Venetian women are melancholy, quod Dio sub sol degant, they tarry too long in the sun. Montanus, Consul. 21, amongst other causes assigns this. Why that Jew his patient was mad, quod tam multum exposut esse calori edi frigori, he exposed himself so much to heat and cold, and for that reason in Venice, there is little stirring in those brick-paved streets in summer about noon. They are most part then asleep, as they are likewise in the great Mogul's countries, and all over the East Indies. At Aden in Arabia, as Lodovicus Vertimanus relates in his travels, they keep their markets in the night, to avoid extremity of heat, and in Ormus, like cattle in a pasture, people of all sorts lie up to the chin in water all day long. At Braga in Portugal, Burgos in Castile, Messina in Sicily, all over Spain and Italy, their streets are most part narrow, to avoid the sunbeams. The Turks wear great turbans ad fugandos solis radios, to refract the sunbeams. And much inconvenience that hot air of Bantam in Java yields to our men, that sojourn there for traffic, where it is so hot, that they that are sick of the pox, lie commonly bleaching in the sun, to dry up their sores. Such a complaint I read of those isles of Cape Verde, 14 degrees from the equator, they do mal audire, one calls them the unhealthiest clime of the world, for fluxes, fevers, frenzies, calentures, which commonly seize on seafaring men that touch at them, and all by reason of a hot distemperature of the air. The hardiest men are offended with this heat, and stiffest clowns cannot resist it, as Constantine affirms, Agricult. L. 2. C. 45. They that are naturally born in such air, may not endure it, as Niger records of some part of Mesopotamia, now called Diarbekka, quibustum in locis sivienti estui adio subjecta est, ut plerac animalia fervor solici celi extinguitur. 'Tis so hot there in some places, that men of the country in cattle are killed with it. And Atrachomius of Arabia Felix, by reason of myrrh, frankincense, and hot spices there growing, the air is so obnoxious to their brains, that the very inhabitants at some times cannot abide it, much less weaklings and strangers. Amatus Lusitanus, sent one. Curate. 45. Reports of a young maid, that was one Vincent a courier's daughter, some 13 years of age, that would wash her hair in the heat of the day, in July, and so let it dry in the sun, to make it yellow. But by that means tarrying too long in the heat, she inflamed her head, and made herself mad. Cold air in the other extreme is almost as bad as hot, and so doth Montaltus esteem of it, c. 11, if it be dry withal. In those northern countries, the people are therefore generally dull, heavy, and many witches, which, as I have before quoted, Saxo Grammaticus, Olus, Baptista Porta ascribe to melancholy. But these cold climes are more subject to natural melancholy, not this artificial, which is cold and dry, for which cause Mercurius Britannicus belike puts melancholy men to inhabit just under the pole. The worst of the three is a thick, cloudy, misty, foggy air, or such as come from fens, moorish grounds, lakes, muck hills, draughts, sinks, where any carcasses, or carrion lies, or from whence any stinking fulsome smell comes. Galen, Avicenna. Mercurialis, new and old physicians, hold that such air is unwholesome, and engenders melancholy, plagues, and what not. Alexandretta, an haven town in the Mediterranean Sea, St. John Delaware Aloha, an haven in Nova Hispania, are much condemned for a bad air, so are Durazzo in Albania, Lithuania, Dithmarsh, Pomptini Paluds in Italy, the territories about Pisa, Ferrara. And Romney Marsh with us, the hundreds in Essex, the fens in Lincolnshire. Cardan, de Rerum Varietate, L. 17, c. 96, finds fault with the sight of those rich, and most populous cities in the Low Countries, as Bruges, Ghent, Amsterdam, Leiden, Utrecht, and the air is bad, and so at Stockholm in Sweden. Regium in Italy, Salisbury with us, Hull and Lynn, they may be commodious for navigation, this new kind of fortification, and many other good necessary uses, but are they so wholesome? Old Rome hath descended from the hills to the valley, 'tis the site of most of our new cities, and held best to build in plains, to take the opportunity of rivers. Leander Albertus pleads hard for the air and site of Venice, though the black Moorish lands appear at every low water, the sea, fire, and smoke, as he thinks, qualify the air. And some suppose, that a thick foggy air helps the memory, as in them of Pisa in Italy, and our Camden, out of Plato, commends the site of Cambridge, because it is so near the fens. But let the site of such places be as it may, how can they be excused that have a delicious seat, a pleasant air, and all that nature can afford, and yet through their own nastiness, and sluttishness, immonde and sordid manner of life, suffer their air to putrefy, and themselves to be chalked up? Many cities in Turkey do mail audire in this kind, Constantinople itself, where commonly carrion lies in the street. Some find the same fault in Spain, even in Madrid, the king's seat, a most excellent air, a pleasant sight. But the inhabitants are slovens, and the streets uncleanly kept. A troublesome tempestuous air is as bad as impure, rough and foul weather, impetuous winds, cloudy dark days, as it is commonly with us. Colum visu fidem, Polydore calls it a filthy sky, etiam quo facile generantur nubes. As Tully's brother Quintus wrote to him in Rome, being then questor in Britain. In a thick and cloudy air, saith Lemnius, men are tetric, sad, and peevish, and if the western winds blow, and that there be a calm, or a fair sunshine day, there is a kind of alacrity in men's minds. It cheers up men and beasts, but if it be a turbulent, rough, cloudy, stormy weather, men are sad, lumpish, and much dejected, angry, waspish, dull, and melancholy. This was Virgil's experiment of old. Verum ubi tempestas, edi celi mobilis humor. Mutavir vices, edi Jupiter humidus austro. Vertuntur species animorum, e pector motus. Concipient alios. But when the face of heaven changed is to tempests, rain. From season fair. Our minds are altered, and in our breasts forthwith some new conceits appear. And who is not weatherwise against such and such conjunctions of planets? Moved in foul weather, dull and heavy in such tempestuous seasons? Gelidum contrastat Aquarius annum, the time requires, and the autumn breeds it. Winter is like unto it, ugly, foul, squalid, the air works on all men, more or less, but especially on such as are melancholy, or inclined to it, as Lemnius holds, they are most moved with it, and those which are already mad, rave downright, either in, or against a tempest. Besides, the devil many times takes his opportunity of such storms, and when the humours by the air be stirred, he goes in with them, exagitates our spirits, and vexeth our souls. As the sea waves, so are the spirits and humours in our bodies tossed with tempestuous winds and storms. To such as are melancholy therefore, Montanus, Consul 24, will have tempestuous and rough air to be avoided, and Consul 27, all night air, and would not have them to walk abroad, but in a pleasant day. Lemnius, L. 3. C. 3, discommends the south and eastern winds, commends the north. Montanus, Consul 31, will not any windows to be opened in the night. Consul 229. Et Consul 230, he discommends especially the south wind, and nocturnal air, so doth Plutarch. The night and darkness makes men sad, the like do all subterranean vaults, dark houses in caves and rocks, desert places cause melancholy in an instant. Especially such as have not been used to it, or otherwise accustomed. Read more of air in Hippocrates, Aetius, L. 3. AC, 171. Add 175. Oribasius. AC, 1. Add 21. Avicen. L. 1. Can. Fun. 2. Doc. 2. Fun. 1. C. 123 to the 12, and C. Subsect. 6. Immoderate exercise a cause, and how. Solitariness, idleness. Nothing so good but it may be abused, nothing better than exercise, if opportunely used, for the preservation of the body, nothing so bad if it be unseasonable, violent, or overmuch. Fernelius out of Galen, Path. Lib 1. C. 16, saith, that much exercise and weariness consumes the spirits and substance, refrigerates the body. And such humours which nature would have otherwise concocted and expelled, it stirs up and makes them rage, which being so enraged, diversely affect and trouble the body and mind. So doth it, if it be unseasonably used, upon a full stomach, or when the body is full of crudities, which Fuchsius so much inveighs against, Lib 2. Instit. Sector 2. C. 4. Giving that for a cause, why schoolboys in Germany are so often scabbed, because they use exercise presently after meats. Byerus puts in a caveat against such exercise, because it corrupts the meat in the stomach, and carries the same juice raw, and as yet undigested, into the veins, saith Lemnius, which there putrefies and confounds the animal spirits. Crato, Consul 21, L. 2, protests against all such exercise after meat, as being the greatest enemy to concoction that may be, and cause of corruption of humours, which produce this, and many other diseases. Not without good reason then doth Sallust. Salvianus, L. 2. C. 1, and Leonardus Jacanus, in 9. Rhasis, Mercurialis, Arcubanus, and many other, set down immoderate exercise as a most forcible cause of melancholy. Opposite to exercise is idleness, the badge of gentry, or want of exercise, the bane of body and mind, the nurse of naughtiness, stepmother of discipline, the chief author of all mischief, one of the 7 deadly sins. And a sole cause of this and many other maladies, the devil's cushion, as Gualter calls it, his pillow and chief reposal. For the mind can never rest, but still meditates on one thing or other, except it be occupied about some honest business, of his own accord it rusheth into melancholy. As too much and violent exercise offends on the one side, so doth an idle life on the other, saith Crato, it fills the body full of phlegm, gross humours, and all manner of obstructions, rheums, catarrhs, and Rhasis, Kant. Lib 1. Tract 9, accounts of it as the greatest cause of melancholy. I have often seen, saith he, that idleness begets this humour more than anything else. Montaltus, c. 1, seconds him out of his experience, they that are idle are far more subject to melancholy than such as are conversant or employed about any office or business. Plutarch reckons up idleness for a sole cause of the sickness of the soul, there are they, saith he, troubled in mind, that have no other cause but this. Homer, Iliad. 1, brings in Achilles eating of his own heart in his idleness, because he might not fight. Mercurialis, Consul. 86, for a melancholy young man urgeth, it as a chief cause, why was he melancholy? Because idle. Nothing begets it sooner, increaseth and continueth it oftener than idleness. A disease familiar to all idle persons, an inseparable companion to such as live at ease, pingue otio desidios agents, a life out of action, and have no calling or ordinary employment to busy themselves about, that have small occasions. And though they have, such is their laziness, dullness, they will not compose themselves to do aught, they cannot abide work, though it be necessary, easy as to dress themselves, write a letter, or the like. Yet as he that is benumbed with cold sits still shaking, that might relieve himself with a little exercise or stirring, do they complain, but will not use the facile and ready means to do themselves good, and so are still tormented with melancholy. Especially if they have been formerly brought up to business, or to keep much company, and upon a sudden come to lead a sedentary life, it crucifies their souls, and seizeth on them in an instant. For whilst they are any ways employed, in action, discourse, about any business, sport or recreation, or in company to their liking, they are very well, but if alone or idle, tormented instantly again. One day's solitariness, 1 hour sometimes, doth them more harm, than a week's physic, labour, and company can do good. Melancholy seizeth on them forthwith being alone, and is such a torture, that as wise Seneca well saith, malo mihi male quam malitur esse, I had rather be sick than idle. This idleness is either of body or mind. That of body is nothing but a kind of benumbing laziness, intermitting exercise, which, if we may believe Fernelius, causeth crudities, obstructions, excremental humours, quencheth the natural heat, dulls the spirits, and makes them unapt to do any thing whatsoever. Neglectis urenda filix inacitur agris. For, a neglected field shall for the fire its thorns and thistles yield. As fern grows in untilled grounds, and all manner of weeds, so do gross humours in an idle body, ignavum corrumpent otia corpus. A horse in a stable that never travels, a hawk in a mew that seldom flies, are both subject to diseases, which left unto themselves, are most free from any such encumbrances. An idle dog will be mangy, and how shall an idle person think to escape? Idleness of the mind is much worse than this of the body. Wit without employment is a disease erugo animi, rubigo ingenii. The rust of the soul, a plague, a hell itself, maximum anemi. Nocumentum, Galen, calls it. As in a standing pool, worms and filthy creepers increase, e vidium capient ni moviantur aquae, the water itself putrefies, and air likewise, if it be not continually stirred by the wind, so do evil and corrupt thoughts in an idle person. The soul is contaminated. In a commonwealth, where is no public enemy, there is likely civil wars, and they rage upon themselves, this body of ours, when it is idle, and knows not how to bestow itself, macerates and vexeth itself with cares, griefs, false fears, discontents, and suspicions. It tortures. And preys upon his own bowels, and is never at rest. Thus much I dare boldly say. He or she that is idle, be they of what condition they will. Never so rich, so well allied, fortunate, happy, let them have all things. In abundance and felicity that heart can wish and desire, all contentment. So long as he or she or they are idle, they shall never be pleased, never. Well in body and mind, but weary still, sickly still, vexed still, loathing. Still, weeping, sighing, grieving, suspecting, offended with the world. With every object, wishing themselves gone or dead. Or else earned away. With some foolish fantasy or other. And this is the true cause that so many great men, ladies, and gentlewomen, labor of this disease in country and city, for idleness is an appendix to nobility. They count it a disgrace to work, and spend all their days in sports, recreations, and pastimes, and will therefore take no pains. Be of no vocation, they feed liberally, fair. Well, want exercise, action, employment, for to work, I say, they may not abide, and company to their desires, and thence their bodies become full of gross humors, wind, crudities. Their minds disquieted, dull, heavy, and care, jealousy, fear of some diseases, sullen fits, weeping fits seize too familiarly on them. For what will not fear and fantasy work in an idle body? What distempers will they not cause? When the children of Israel murmured against Pharaoh in Egypt, he commanded his officers to double their task, and let them get straw themselves, and yet make their full number of bricks. For the sole cause why they mutiny, and are evil at ease, is, they are idle. When you shall hear and see so many discontented persons in all places where you come, so many several grievances, unnecessary complaints, fears, suspicions, the best means to redress it is to set them a work, so to busy their minds. For the truth is, they are idle. Well, they may build castles in the air for a time, and soothe up themselves with fantastical and pleasant humors, but in the end they will prove as bitter as gall. They shall be still, I say, discontent, suspicious, fearful, jealous, sad, fretting and vexing of themselves. So long as they be idle, it is impossible to please them. Otio ca nescit uti, plus habet negotii quam ca negotium in negotio, as that Agellius could observe. He that knows not how to spend his time, hath more business, care, grief, anguish of mind, than he that is most busy in the midst of all his business. Ociosus animus nescit quid volet, an idle person, as he follows it, knows not when he is well, what he would have, or whither he would go. Quum illic ventum est, illinc lubit, he is tired out with everything, displeased with all, weary of his life. Nec bene domi, nec militiae. Neither at home nor abroad, erit, iti praeter vitam vivitor, he wanders and lives besides himself. In a word, what the mischievous effects of laziness and idleness are, I do not find anywhere more accurately expressed, than in these verses of Philolaches in the comical poet, which for their elegancy I will in part insert. Noverum idiom esse arbiter similem ego hominum. Quando hic natus est, ei re argumenta dicam. Adis quando sunt ad amusum expallati. Quisc laudat fabrum, atque exemplum expedit, and at ubi illo migrat nequam homo indiligensk, and tempestas venit, confringit tegulas, imbrasesc. Putrificit aer opram fabri, and dicam ut homines similes esse idiom arbitremini. Fabri parentes fundamentum substrunt liberorum. Expolient, docent literas, nec parcent sumptui. Ego autem sub febrorum potestate frugi fui. Postquam autem migravi in ingenium meum. Perdidae opram febrorum illico opido. Venit ignavia, ea mihi tempestas fut. Adventuc sua grandinum et imbram achelet. Illa mihi virtutum deturbavit, andc. A young man is like a fair new house, the carpenter leaves it well built. In good repair, of solid stuff, but a bad tenant lets it rain in, and for want of reparation, fall to decay, andc. Our parents, tutors, friends, spare no cost to bring us up in our youth, in all manner of virtuous education. But when we are left to ourselves, idleness as a tempest drives all virtuous motions out of our minds, et nihili summus, on a sudden, by sloth and such bad ways, we come to naught. Cousin german to idleness, and a concomitant cause, which goes hand in hand with it, is nimia solitudo, too much solitariness, by the testimony of all physicians, cause and symptom both. But as it is here put for a cause, it is either coact, enforced, or else voluntary. Enforced solitariness is commonly seen in students, monks, friars, anchorites, that by their order and course of life must abandon all company, society of other men, and betake themselves to a private cell, otio superstitioso seclusi. As Bayle and Hospinian well term it, such as are the Carthusians of our time, that eat no flesh, by their order, keep perpetual silence, never go abroad. Such as live in prison, or some desert place, and cannot have company, as many of our country gentlemen do in solitary houses, they must either be alone without companions, or live beyond their means, and entertain all comers as so many hosts. Or else converse with their servants and hinds, such as are unequal, inferior to them, and of a contrary disposition, or else as some do, to avoid solitariness, spend their time with lewd fellows in taverns, and in alehouses. And thence addict themselves to some unlawful disports, or dissolute courses. Divers again are cast upon this rock of solitariness for want of means, or out of a strong apprehension of some infirmity, disgrace, or through bashfulness, rudeness, simplicity, they cannot apply themselves to others' company. Nullum solum infelicii gratias solitudine, ubi nullus sit commiseraam exprobrit. This enforced solitariness takes place, and produceth his effect soonest in such as have spent their time jovially, peradventure in all honest recreations, in good company, in some great family or populous city. And are upon a sudden confined to a desert country cottage far off, restrained of their liberty, and barred from their ordinary associates. Solitariness is very irksome to such, most tedious, and a sudden cause of great inconvenience. Voluntary solitariness is that which is familiar with melancholy, and gently brings on like a siren, a shoeing horn, or some sphinx to this irrevocable gulf, a primary cause, Piso calls it. Most pleasant it is at first, to such as are melancholy given, to lie in bed whole days, and keep their chambers, to walk alone in some solitary grove, betwixt wood and water, by a brook side, to meditate upon some delightsome and pleasant subject. Which shall affect them most? Amabilis insania, edimentis gratissimus error, a most incomparable delight it is so to melancholize, and build castles in the air, to go smiling to themselves, acting an infinite variety of parts, which they suppose and strongly imagine they represent, or that they see acted or done, blandi cadem ab initio, saith Lemnius, to conceive and meditate of such pleasant things, sometimes, present, past, or to come, as Rhasis speaks. So delightsome these toys are at first, they could spend whole days and nights without sleep, even whole years alone in such contemplations, and fantastical meditations, which are like unto dreams, and they will hardly be drawn from them, or willingly interrupt, so pleasant their vain conceits are, that they hinder their ordinary tasks and necessary business, they cannot address themselves to them, or almost to any study or employment. These fantastical and bewitching thoughts so covertly, so feelingly, so urgently, so continually set upon, creep in, insinuate, possess, overcome, distract, and detain them, they cannot, I say, go about their more necessary business, stave off or extricate themselves, but are ever musing, melancholising, and carried along, as he, they say, that is led round about a heath with a puck in the night. They run earnestly on in this labyrinth of anxious and solicitous melancholy meditations, and cannot well or willingly refrain, or easily leave off, winding and unwinding themselves, as so many clocks, and still pleasing their humours. Until at last the scene is turned upon a sudden, by some bad object, and they being now habituated to such vain meditations and solitary places, can endure no company, can ruminate of nothing but harsh and distasteful subjects. Fear, sorrow, suspicion, sub rusticus pudor, discontent, cares, and weariness of life surprise them in a moment, and they can think of nothing else, continually suspecting, no sooner are their eyes open. But this infernal plague of melancholy seizeth on them, and terrifies their souls, representing some dismal object to their minds, which now by no means, no labour, no persuasions they can avoid, haeret lateri lephalis arundo. The arrow of death still remains in the side, they may not be rid of it, they cannot resist. I may not deny but that there is some profitable meditation, contemplation, and kind of solitariness to be embraced, which the Fathers so highly commended, Hierom, Chrysostom, Cyprian, Austin, in whole tracts, which Petrarch, Erasmus, Stella, and others, so much magnify in their books. A paradise, a heaven on earth, if it be used aright, good for the body, and better for the soul, as many of those old monks used it, to divine contemplations, as Simulus, a courtier in Adrian's time, Diocletian the emperor, retired themselves, and in that sense, vatia sola sit vivere, vatia lives alone, which the Romans were wont to say, when they commended a country life. Or to the bettering of their knowledge, as Democritus, Cleanthes, and those excellent philosophers have ever done, to sequester themselves from the tumultuous world, or as in Pliny's Villa Lauranana, Tully's Tusculan, Jovius study. That they might better vicare studius edi Deo, serve God, and follow their studies. Methinks, therefore, our two zealous innovators were not so well advised in that general subversion of abbeys and religious houses, promiscuously to fling down all. They might have taken away those gross abuses crept in amongst them, rectified such inconveniences, and not so far to have raved and raged against those fair buildings, and everlasting monuments of our forefathers' devotion, consecrated to pious uses. Some monasteries and collegiate cells might have been well spared, and their revenues otherwise employed, here and there one, in good towns or cities at least, for men and women of all sorts and conditions to live in. To sequester themselves from the cares and tumults of the world, that were not desirous, or fit to marry, or otherwise willing to be troubled with common affairs, and know not well where to bestow themselves, to live apart in, for more conveniency, good education, better company's sake, to follow their studies, I say, to the perfection of arts and sciences, common good, and as some truly devoted monks of old had done, freely and truly to serve God. For these men are neither solitary, nor idle, as the poet made answer to the husbandman in Aesop, that objected idleness to him, he was never so idle as in his company, or that Scipio Africanus in Tully, nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus. Nunquam minus ociosus, quam esset ociosus, never less solitary, than when he was alone, never more busy, than when he seemed to be most idle. It is reported by Plato in his Dialogue de Amore, in that prodigious commendation of Socrates, how a deep meditation coming into Socrates' mind by chance, he stood still musing, iadem vestigio cogitibundus, from morning to noon. And when as then he had not yet finished his meditation, perstabat cogitans, he so continued till the evening, the soldiers, for he then followed the camp, observed him with admiration, and on set purpose watched all night. But he persevered immovable ad exortum solis, till the sun rose in the morning, and then saluting the sun, went his ways. In what humour constant Socrates did thus, I know not, or how he might be affected, but this would be pernicious to another man, what intricate business might so really possess him, I cannot easily guess. But this is otiosum odium, it is far otherwise with these men, according to Seneca, omnia nobis mala solitudo persuadet, this solitude undoeth us, pugnat cum vita sociali, 'tis a destructive solitariness. These men are devils alone, as the saying is, homo solus aut deus, aut demon, a man alone, is either a saint or a devil, mens aegis aut langesset, aut temesset, and vi soli in this sense, woe be to him that is so alone. These wretches do frequently degenerate from men, and of sociable creatures become beasts, monsters, inhumane, ugly to behold, misanthropi. They do even loathe themselves, and hate the company of men, as so many Timons, Nebuchadnezzars, by too much indulging to these pleasing humours, and through their own default. So that which Mercurialis, consul 11, sometimes expostulated with his melancholy patient, may be justly applied to every solitary and idle person in particular. Natura de te videtur conceri passi, and nature may justly complain of thee, that whereas she gave thee a good wholesome temperature, a sound body, and God hath given thee so divine and excellent a soul, so many good parts, and profitable gifts, thou hast not only contemned and rejected, but hast corrupted them, polluted them, overthrown their temperature, and perverted those gifts with riot, idleness, solitariness, and many other ways. Thou art a traitor to God and nature, an enemy to thyself and to the world. Perditio tua xte, thou hast lost thyself wilfully, cast away thyself, thou thyself art the efficient cause of thine own misery, by not resisting such vain cogitations, but giving way unto them. Subsect 7. Sleeping and waking, causes. What I have formerly said of exercise, I may now repeat of sleep. Nothing better than moderate sleep, nothing worse than it, if it be in extremes, or unseasonably used. It is a received opinion, that a melancholy man cannot sleep overmuch. Somnis supra modum prodest, as an only antidote, and nothing offends them more, or causeth this malady sooner, than waking, yet in some cases sleep may do more harm than good, in that phlegmatic, swinish, cold, and sluggish melancholy which Melanchthon speaks of, that thinks of waters, sighing most part, and it dulls the spirits, if overmuch, and senses, fills the head full of gross humours, causeth distillations, rheums, great store of excrements in the brain, and all the other parts, as Fuchsius speaks of them, that sleep like so many dormice. Or if it be used in the daytime, upon a full stomach, the body ill-composed to rest, or after hard meats, it increaseth fearful dreams, incubus, night walking, crying out, and much unquietness. Such sleep prepares the body, as one observes, to many perilous diseases. But, as I have said, waking overmuch, is both a symptom, and an ordinary cause. It causeth dryness of the brain, frenzy, dotage, and makes the body dry, lean, hard, and ugly to behold, as Lemnius hath it. The temperature of the brain is corrupted by it, the humours adust, the eyes made to sink into the head, choler increased, and the whole body inflamed, and, as may be added out of Galen, 3, de sanitate tuendo, Avicenna 3. 1. It overthrows the natural heat, it causeth crudities, hurts, concoction, and what not. Not without good cause therefore Crato, consul 21, lib 2, Hildesheim, Spissel 2, de delir. Edemania, Jacanus, Arculanus on Racis, Guianerius and Mercurialis, reckon up this overmuch waking as a principal cause. MEMB 3. Subsect I. Passions and perturbations of the mind, how they cause melancholy. As that gymnosophist in Plutarch made answer to Alexander, demanding which spake best, every one of his fellows did speak better than the other, so may I say of these causes. To him that shall require which is the greatest, every one is more grievous than other, and this of passion the greatest of all. A most frequent and ordinary cause of melancholy, fulmen perturbationem, Piccolominius calls it, this thunder and lightning of perturbation, which causeth such violent and speedy alterations in this our microcosm. And many times subverts the good estate and temperature of it. For as the body works upon the mind by his bad humours, troubling the spirits, sending gross fumes into the brain, and so per consequens disturbing the soul, and all the faculties of it. Corpus honestum. Hesternis vidius animum quoque pregravat una. With fear, sorrow, and which are ordinary symptoms of this disease, so on. The other side, the mind most effectually works upon the body, producing by his passions and perturbations miraculous alterations, as melancholy, despair, cruel diseases, and sometimes death itself. Insomuch that it is most true which Plato saith in his Charmides, omnia corporis mala ab anima procedera. All the mischiefs of the body proceed from the soul, and Democritus in Plutarch ergeth, damnatam iri animum a corpore, if the body should in this behalf bring an action against the soul, surely the soul would be cast and convicted, that by her supine negligence had caused such inconveniences, having authority over the body, and using it for an instrument, as a smith doth his hammer, saith Cyprian, imputing all those vices and maladies to the mind. Even so doth Philostratus. Non coinquinator corpus, nisi consensuanimi, the body is not corrupted, but by the soul. Lodovicus Vives will have such turbulent commotions proceed from ignorance and indiscretion. All philosophers impute the miseries of the body to the soul, that should have governed it better, by command of reason, and hath not done it. The Stoics are altogether of opinion, as Lipsius and Piccolominius record, that a wise man should be pi alpha theta, without all manner of passions and perturbations whatsoever, as Seneca reports of Cato, the Greeks of Socrates, and Io. Aubanus of a nation in Africa, so free from passion, or rather so stupid, that if they be wounded with a sword, they will only look back. Lactantius, tu instit, will exclude fear from a wise man, others except all, some the greatest passions. But let them dispute how they will, set down in Thesi, give precepts to the contrary, we find that of Lemnius true by common experience, no mortal man is free from these perturbations, or if he be so, sure he is either a god, or a block. They are born and bred with us, we have them from our parents by inheritance. A parentibus habemus malum huncassum. Saith Polesius, nascitur una nobiscum, alaturc, 'tis propagated from Adam. Cain was melancholy, as Austin hath it, and who is not? Good discipline, education, philosophy, divinity, I cannot deny, may mitigate and restrain these passions in some few men at some times, but most part they domineer, and are so violent, that as a torrent torrens volua gira rupto, bears down all before, and overflows his banks, sternit agros, sternit sata, lays waste the fields, prostrates the crops, they overwhelm reason, judgment, and pervert the temperature of the body. Furter equus origa, nec audit curis habenas. Now such a man, saith Austin, that is so led, in a wise man's eye, is no better than he that stands upon his head. It is doubted by some, gravior est morbi a perturbationibus, and ab humoribus, whether humors or perturbations cause the more grievous maladies. But we find that of our Saviour, Matt. 26. 41, most true, the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak, we cannot resist, and this of Philo Judaeus, perturbations often offend the body, and are most frequent causes of melancholy, turning it out of the hinges of his health. Vives compares them to winds upon the sea, some only move as those great gales, but others turbulent quite overturn the ship. Those which are light, easy, and more seldom, to our thinking, do us little harm, and are therefore contemned of us, yet if they be reiterated, as the rain, saith Austin, doth a stone, so do these perturbations penetrate the mind, and, as one observes, produce a habit of melancholy at the last, which having gotten the mastery in our souls, may well be called diseases. How these passions produce this effect, Agrippa hath handled at large, occult. Philos, L. 11. C. 63. Cardan, L. 14. Subtle. Lemnius, L. 1. C. 12, The Occult. Nat. Mir. Etilib 1. Cap. 16, Suarez, Met. Disput. 18, Sect. 1, Art. 25, T. Bright, Cap. 12, of his Melancholy Treatise. Wright the Jesuit, in his Book of the Passions of the Mind, Endk. Thus in brief, to our imagination cometh by the outward sense or memory, some object to be known, residing in the foremost part of the brain, which he misconceiving or amplifying presently communicates to the heart, the seat of all affections. The pure spirits forthwith flock from the brain to the heart, by certain secret channels, and signify what good or bad object was presented, which immediately bends itself to prosecute, or avoid it. And withal, draweth with it other humours to help it, so in pleasure, concur great store of purer spirits, in sadness, much melancholy blood, in ire, choler. If the imagination be very apprehensive, intent, and violent, it sends great store of spirits to, or from the heart, and makes a deeper impression, and greater tumult, as the humours in the body be likewise prepared. And the temperature itself ill or well disposed, the passions are longer and stronger. So that the first step and fountain of all our grievances in this kind, is lesa imaginatio, which misinforming the heart, causeth all these distemperatures, alteration and confusion of spirits and humours. By means of which, so disturbed, concoction is hindered, and the principal parts are much debilitated, as Dr. Navarra well declared, being consulted by Montanus about a melancholy Jew. The spirits so confounded, the nourishment must needs be abetted, bad humours increased, crudities and thick spirits engendered with melancholy blood. The other parts cannot perform their functions, having the spirits drawn from them by vehement passion, but fail in sense and motion, so we look upon a thing, and see it not, hear, and observe not. Which otherwise would much affect us, had we been free. I may therefore conclude with Arnoldus, maxima vis est phantasi, id huic uni fear, non autem corporis intemperii, omnis melancholii causa est ascribenda, great is the force of imagination. And much more ought the cause of melancholy to be ascribed to this alone, than to the distemperature of the body. Of which imagination, because it hath so great a stroke in producing this malady, and is so powerful of itself, it will not be improper to my discourse, to make a brief digression, and speak of the force of it, and how it causeth this alteration. Which manner of digression, howsoever some dislike, as frivolous and impertinent, yet I am of Baraldus's opinion, such digressions do mightily delight and refresh a weary reader, they are like sauce to a bad stomach. And I do therefore most willingly use them. Subsect 2. Of the force of imagination. What imagination is, I have sufficiently declared in my digression of the anatomy of the soul. I will only now point at the wonderful effects and power of it. Which, as it is eminent in all, so most especially it raggeth in melancholy persons, in keeping the species of objects so long, mistaking, amplifying them by continual and strong meditation, until at length it produceth in some parties real effects. Causeth this, and many other maladies. And although this fantasy of ours be a subordinate faculty to reason, and should be ruled by it, yet in many men, through inward or outward distemperatures, defect of organs, which are unapt or otherwise contaminated, it is likewise unapt, or hindered, and hurt. This we see verified in sleepers, which by reason of humours and concourse of vapours troubling the fantasy, imagine many times absurd and prodigious things, and in such as are troubled with incubus, or witch-ridden, as we call it. If they lie on their backs, they suppose an old woman rides, and sit so hard upon them, that they are almost stifled for want of breath. When there is nothing offends, but a concourse of bad humours, which trouble the fantasy. This is likewise evident in such as walk in the night in their sleep, and do strange feats. These vapours move the fantasy, the fantasy the appetite, which moving the animal spirits causeth the body to walk up and down as if they were awake. Fracast. L. 3. The intellect, refers all ecstasies to this force of imagination, such as lie whole days together in a trance, as that priest whom Celsus speaks of, that could separate himself from his senses when he list, and lie like a dead man, void of life and sense. Cardan brags of himself, that he could do as much, and that when he list. Many times such men when they come to themselves, tell strange things of heaven and hell, what visions they have seen, as that street Owen, in Matthew Paris, that went into St. Patrick's Purgatory, and the monk of Evesham in the same author. Those common apparitions in Bede and Gregory, St. Bridget's Revelations, Weir. L. 3. Delamius, c. 11. Caesar Vaninus, in his Dialogues, and reduceth, as I have formerly said, with all those tales of witches progresses, dancing, riding, transformations, operations, and to the force of imagination, and the devil's illusions. The like effects almost are to be seen in such as are awake. How many chimeras, antics, golden mountains, and castles in the air do they build unto themselves? I appeal to painters, mechanicians, mathematicians. Some ascribe all vices to a false and corrupt imagination, anger, revenge, lust, ambition, covetousness, which prefers falsehood before that which is right and good, deluding the soul with false shows and suppositions. Bernardus Pennatus will have heresy and superstition to proceed from this fountain, as he falsely imagineth, so he believeth, and as he conceiveth of it, so it must be, and it shall be, contra gentes, he will have it so. But most especially in passions and affections, it shows strange and evident effects. What will not a fearful man conceive in the dark? What strange forms of bugbears, devils, witches, goblins. Lavater imputes the greatest cause of spectrums, and the like apparitions, to fear, which above all other passions begets the strongest imagination, saith Wierus, and so likewise love, sorrow, joy, and some die suddenly, as she that saw her son come from the battle at Cannae, and Jacob the patriarch, by force of imagination, made speckled lambs, laying speckled rods before his sheep. Persina, that Ethiopian queen in Heliodorus, by seeing the picture of Perseus and Andromeda, instead of a blackamoor, was brought to bed of a fair white child. In imitation of whom belike, a hard-favoured fellow in Greece, because he and his wife were both deformed, to get a good brood of children, Elegantissimas imagines in Thalamo collocavit, and hung the fairest pictures he could buy for money in his chamber, that his wife by frequent sight of them, might conceive and bear such children. And if we may believe Bayle, one of Pope Nicholas III's concubines by seeing of a bear was brought to bed of a monster. If a woman, saith Lemnius, at the time of her conception think of another man present or absent, the child will be like him. Great-bellied women, when they long, yield us prodigious examples in this kind, as moles, warts, scars, harelips, monsters, especially caused in their children by force of a depraved fantasy in them, ipsum speciem quam animo affigiat. Fatui inducit, she imprints that stamp upon her child which she conceives unto herself. And therefore Lodovicus Vives, lib 2. De Christ, fame. Gives a special caution to great-bellied women, that they do not admit such absurd conceits and cogitations, but by all means avoid those horrible objects, heard or seen, or filthy spectacles. Some will laugh, weep, sigh, groan, blush, tremble, sweat, at such things as are suggested unto them by their imagination. Avicenna speaks of one that could cast himself into a palsy when he list. And some can imitate the tunes of birds and beasts that they can hardly be discerned, Dagobertus and St. Francis scars and wounds, like those of Christ's, if at the least any such were. Agrippa supposeth to have happened by force of imagination, that some are turned to wolves, from men to women, and women again to men, which is constantly believed, to the same imagination. Or from men to asses, dogs, or any other shapes. Wierus ascribes all those famous transformations to imagination. That in hydrophobia they seem to see the picture of a dog, still in their water, that melancholy men and sick men conceive so many fantastical visions, apparitions to themselves, and have such absurd apparitions, as that they are kings, lords, cocks, bears, apes, owls. That they are heavy, light, transparent, great and little, senseless and dead, as shall be showed more at large, in our sections of symptoms, can be imputed to naught else, but to a corrupt, false, and violent imagination. It works not in sick and melancholy men only, but even most forcibly sometimes in such as are sound, it makes them suddenly sick, and alters their temperature in an instant. And sometimes a strong conceit or apprehension, as Valesius proves, will take away diseases, in both kinds it will produce real effects. Men, if they see but another man tremble, giddy or sick of some fearful disease, their apprehension and fear is so strong in this kind, that they will have the same disease. Or if by some soothsayer, wiseman, fortune-teller, or physician, they be told they shall have such a disease, they will so seriously apprehend it, that they will instantly labor of it. A thing familiar in China, saith Riccius the Jesuit, if it be told them they shall be sick on such a day, when that day comes they will surely be sick, and will be so terribly afflicted, that sometimes they die upon it. Dar. Cotta in his Discovery of Ignorant Practitioners of Physic, cap. 8, hath two strange stories to this purpose, what fancy is able to do. The one of a parson's wife in Northamptonshire, an 1607, that coming to a physician, and told by him that she was troubled with the sciatica, as he conjectured, a disease she was free from, the same night after her return, upon his words, fell into a grievous fit of a sciatica, and such another example he hath of another good wife, that was so troubled with the cramp, after the same manner she came by it, because her physician did but name it. Sometimes death itself is caused by force of fantasy. I have heard of one that coming by chance in company of him that was thought to be sick of the plague, which was not so, fell down suddenly dead. Another was sick of the plague with conceit. One seeing his fellow let blood falls down in a swoon. Another, saith Cardan out of Aristotle, fell down dead, which is familiar to women at any ghastly sight, seeing but a man hanged. A Jew in France, saith Lodovicus Vives, came by chance over a dangerous passage or plank, that lay over a brook in the dark, without harm, the next day perceiving what danger he was in, fell down dead. Many will not believe such stories to be true, but laugh commonly, and deride when they hear of them. But let these men consider with themselves, as Peter Byarus illustrates it, if they were set to walk upon a plank on high, they would be giddy, upon which they dare securely walk upon the ground. Many, saith Agrippa, strong-hearted men otherwise, tremble at such sights, dazzle, and are sick, if they look but down from a high place, and what moves them but conceit? As some are so molested by fantasy, so some again, by fancy alone, and a good conceit, are as easily recovered. We see commonly the toothache, gout, falling sickness, biting of a mad dog, and many such maladies cured by spells, words, characters, and charms, and many green wounds by that now so much used unguentum armarium, magnetically cured. Which Crollius and Goclenius in a book of late hath defended, Libavius in a just tract as stiffly contradicts, and most men controvert. All the world knows there is no virtue in such charms or cures, but a strong conceit and opinion alone, as Pomponatius holds, which forceth a motion of the humours, spirits, and blood, which takes away the cause of the malady from the parts affected. The like we may say of our magical effects, superstitious cures, and such as are done by mountebanks and wizards. As by wicked incredulity many men are hurt, so saith Wierus of charms, spells, and we find in our experience, by the same means many are relieved. An empiric oftentimes, and a silly chirurgeon, doth more strange cures than a rational physician. Nemanus gives a reason, because the patient puts his confidence in him, which Avicenna prefers before art, precepts, and all remedies whatsoever. 'Tis opinion alone, saith Cardan, that makes or mars physicians, and he doth the best cures, according to Hippocrates, in whom most trust. So diversely doth this fantasy of ours affect, turn, and wind, so imperiously command our bodies, which is another, Proteus, or a chameleon, can take all shapes. And is of such force, as Ficinus adds, that it can work upon others, as well as ourselves. How can otherwise blear eyes in one man cause the like affection in another? Why doth one man's yawning make another yawn? One man's pissing provoke a second many times to do the like. Why doth scraping of trenchers offend a third, or hacking of files? Why doth a carcass bleed when the murderer is brought before it, some weeks after the murder hath been done? Why do witches and old women fascinate and bewitch children, but as Wierus, Paracelsus, Cardan, Mizaldus, Valeriola, Caesar Vaninus, Campanella, and many philosophers think? The forcible imagination of the one party moves and alters the spirits of the other. Nay more, they can cause and cure not only diseases, maladies, and several infirmities, by this means, as Avicenna, de Anim. L. 4. Sect. For, supposeth in parties remote, but move bodies from their places, cause thunder, lightning, tempests, which opinion Alkindus, Paracelsus, and some others, approve of. So that I may certainly conclude this strong conceit or imagination is astrum hominis, and the rudder of this our ship, which reason should steer, but, overborne by fantasy, cannot manage, and so suffers itself. And this whole vessel of ours to be overruled, and often overturned. Read more of this in Wierus, L. 3. Delamius, c. 8, 9, 10. Franciscus Valesius, Med Contrav. L. 5. Kant. 6. Marcellus Donatus, L. 2. C. 1. De Hist. Med Mirabile. Levinus Lemnius, De Occult. Nat. Mir. L. 1. C. 12. Cardan, L. 18. De Rerum Var. Korn. Agrippa, De Occult. Plylos. Cap. 64, 65. Camerarius, 1 cent cap. 54, Herarum Subsis. Nimanus, Morat. De Imag. Laurentius, and him that is in Star Omnium, Fienus, a famous physician of Antwerp, that wrote 3 books de Viribus Imaginationis. I have thus far digressed, because this imagination is the medium deferens of passions, by whose means they work and produce many times prodigious effects, and as the fantasy is more or less intended or remitted, and their humours disposed. So do perturbations move, more or less, and take deeper impression. Subsect. 3. Division of perturbations. Perturbations and passions, which trouble the fantasy, though they dwell between the confines of sense and reason, yet they rather follow sense than reason, because they are drowned in corporeal organs of sense. They are commonly reduced into 2 inclinations, irascible and concupiscible. The Thomists subdivide them into 11, 6 in the coveting, and 5 in the invading. Aristotle reduceth all to pleasure and pain, Plato to love and hatred, Vives to good and bad. If good, it is present, and then we absolutely joy and love, or to come, and then we desire and hope for it. If evil, we absolute hate it. If present, it is by sorrow, if to come fear. These 4 passions Bernard compares, to the wheels of a chariot, by which we are carried in this world. All other passions are subordinate unto these 4, or 6, as some will, love, joy, desire, hatred, sorrow, fear, the rest, as anger, envy, emulation, pride, jealousy, anxiety, mercy, shame, discontent, despair, ambition, avarice, and are reducible unto the first, and if they be immoderate, they consume the spirits, and melancholy is especially caused by them. Some few discreet men there are, that can govern themselves, and curb in these inordinate affections, by religion, philosophy, and such divine precepts, of meekness, patience, and the like. But most part for want of government, out of indiscretion, ignorance, they suffer themselves wholly to be led by sense, and are so far from repressing rebellious inclinations, that they give all encouragement unto them, leaving the reins, and using all provocations to further them, bad by nature, worse by art, discipline, custom, education, and a perverse will of their own, they follow on, wheresoever their unbridled affections will transport them, and do more out of custom, self-will, than out of reason. Contumax voluntas, as Melanchthon calls it, malum facit, this stubborn will of ours perverts judgment, which sees and knows what should and ought to be done, and yet will not do it. Mancipia guli, slaves to their several lusts and appetite, they precipitate and plunge themselves into a labyrinth of cares, blinded with lust, blinded with ambition. They seek that at God's hands which they may give unto themselves, if they could but refrain from those cares and perturbations, wherewith they continually macerate their minds. But giving way to these violent passions of fear, grief, shame, revenge, hatred, malice, and they are torn in pieces, as Actaeon was with his dogs, and crucify their own souls. Subsect. 4. Sorrow a cause of melancholy. Sorrow. Insanus dolor. In this catalogue of passions, which so much torment the soul of man, and cause this malady, for I will briefly speak of them all, and in their order, the first place in this irascible appetite, may justly be challenged by sorrow. An inseparable companion, the mother and daughter of melancholy, her epitome, symptom, and chief cause, as Hippocrates hath it, they beget one another, and tread in a ring, for sorrow is both cause and symptom of this disease. How it is a symptom shall be shown in its place. That it is a cause all the world acknowledgeth, dolor non nullus insanii causa fiut, ea alior morborum insanabilium, saith Plutarch to Apollonius. A cause of madness, a cause of many other diseases, a sole cause of this mischief, Lemnius calls it. So doth Rhasis, Kant. L. 1. Tract. 9, Guianerius, Tract. 15, c. 5, and if it take root once, it ends in despair, as Felix Plater observes, and as in Sebes' table, may well be coupled with it. Chrysostom, in his 17th epistle to Olympia, describes it to be a cruel torture of the soul, a most inexplicable grief, poisoned worm, consuming body and soul, and gnawing the very heart, a perpetual executioner, continual night. Profound darkness, a whirlwind, a tempest, an ague not appearing, heating worse than any fire, and a battle that hath no end. It crucifies worse than any tyrant, no torture, no strappado, no bodily punishment is like unto it. 'Tis the eagle without question which the poets feign to gnaw Prometheus' heart, and no heaviness is like unto the heaviness of the heart, Ecclesiastes 25. 15, 16. Every perturbation is a misery, but grief a cruel torment, a domineering passion, as in old Rome, when the dictator was created, all inferior magistracies ceased, when grief appears, all other passions vanish. It dries up the bones, saith Solomon, cap. 17, Parovi, makes them hollow-eyed, pale, and lean, furrow-faced, to have dead looks, wrinkled brows, shriveled cheeks, dry bodies, and quite perverts their temperature that are misaffected with it. As Eleonora, that exiled mournful duchess, in our English Ovid, laments to her noble husband Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Sawest thou those eyes in whose sweet cheerful look Duke Humphrey once such joy and pleasure took? Sorrow hath so despoiled me of all grace. Thou couldst not say this was my Elnor's face. Like a foul gorgon, and it hinders concoction, refrigerates the heart, takes away stomach. Color, and sleep, thickens the blood, Fernelius, L. 1, c. 18. De morb. Causis, contaminates the spirits. Piso. Overthrows. The natural heat, perverts the good estate of body and mind, and makes them weary of their lives, cry out, howl and roar for very anguish of their souls. David confessed as much, Psalm 38. 8, I have roared for the very disquietness of my heart. And Psalm 6. 4, Part 4 v. My soul melteth away for very heaviness, v. 38. I am like a bottle in the smoke. Antiochus complained that he could not sleep, and that his heart fainted. For grief, Christ himself, vir dolorem, out of an apprehension of grief, did sweat blood, Mark 14. His soul was heavy to the death, and no sorrow was like unto his. Crato, Consul. 24, L. 2, gives instance in one that was so melancholy by reason of grief, and Montanus. Consul. 30, in a noble matron, that had no other cause of this mischief. I.S.D. In Hildesheim, fully cured a patient of his that was much troubled with melancholy, and for many years, but afterwards, by a little occasion of sorrow, he fell into his former fits, and was tormented as before. Examples are common, how it causeth melancholy, desperation, and sometimes death itself. 4. Ecclesiastes 38. 15. Of heaviness comes death, worldly sorrow causeth death. 2 Cor 7. 10. Psalm 31. 10. My life is wasted with heaviness, and my years with mourning. Why was Hecuba said to be turned to a dog? Niobe into a stone. But that for grief she was senseless and stupid. Severus the emperor died for grief, and how many myriads besides? Tanta illi est. Feridas, tanta est insania luctus. Melanchthon gives a reason of it. The gathering of much melancholy blood about the heart, which collection extinguisheth the good spirits, or at least dulleth them, sorrow strikes the heart, makes it tremble and pine away, with great pain. And the black blood drawn from the spleen, and diffused under the ribs, on the left side, makes those perilous hypochondriacal convulsions, which happen to them that are troubled with sorrow. Subsect. V. Fear, a cause. Cousin german to sorrow, is fear, or rather a sister, fidus achates, and continual companion, an assistant and a principal agent in procuring of this mischief, a cause and symptom as the other. In a word, as Virgil of the Harpies, I may justly say of them both. Tristus haud illis monstrum, nec severola. Pestis eti ira deum stygius sisi extollidundis. A sadder monster, or more cruel plague so fell, or vengeance of the gods, ne'er came from Styx or hell. This foul fiend of fear was worshipped heretofore as a god by the Lacedaemonians, and most of those other torturing affections, and so was sorrow amongst the rest. Under the name of Angerona dea, they stood in such awe of them, as Austin de Civitate de lib 4. Cap. 8, noteth. Out of Varro, fear was commonly adored and painted in their temples with a lion's head, and as Macrobius records, L. 10. Saturnalium. In the calends of January, Angerona had her holy day, to whom in the temple of Volupia, or goddess of pleasure, their augurs and bishops did yearly sacrifice, that, being propitious to them, she might expel all cares, anguish, and vexation of the mind for that year following. Many lamentable effects this fear causeth in men, as to be red, pale, tremble, sweat, it makes sudden cold and heat to come over all the body, palpitation of the heart, syncope, and it amazeth many men that are to speak, or show themselves in public assemblies, or before some great personages, as Tully confessed of himself, that he trembled still at the beginning of his speech. And Demosthenes, that great orator of Greece, before Philippus. It confounds voice and memory, as Lucian wittily brings. In Jupiter Tragitus, so much afraid of his auditory, when he was to make a speech to the rest of the gods, that he could not utter a ready word, but was compelled to use Mercury's help in prompting. Many men are so amazed and astonished with fear, they know not where they are, what they say, what they do, and that which is worst, it tortures them many days. before with continual affrights and suspicion. It hinders most honorable attempts, and makes their hearts ache, sad and heavy. They that live in fear are never free, resolute, secure, never merry, but in continual pain, that, as Vives truly said, nulla est miseria major quam metus, no greater misery, no rack, nor torture like unto it, ever suspicious, anxious, solicitous. They are childishly drooping without reason, without judgment, especially if some terrible object be offered, as Plutarch hath it. It causeth oftentimes sudden madness, and almost all manner of diseases, as I have sufficiently illustrated in my Digression of the Force of Imagination, and shall do more at large in my Section of Terrors. Fear makes our imagination conceive what it list, invites the devil to come to us, as Agrippa and Cardan avouch, and tyranniseth over our fantasy more than all other affections, especially in the dark. We see this verified in most men, as Lavater saith, quae metuant, fingant, what they fear they conceive, and feign. Unto themselves, they think they see goblins, hags, devils, and many times become melancholy thereby. Cardan, subtle. Lib. 18, hath an example of such an one, so caused to be melancholy, by sight of a bugbear, all his life after. Augustus Caesar durst not sit in the dark, nisi aliquo accident, saith Suetonius, nunquam tenebris exigilevit. And 'tis strange what women and children will conceive unto themselves, if they go over a churchyard in the night, lie, or be alone in a dark room, how they sweat and tremble on a sudden. Many men are troubled with future events. Foreknowledge of their fortunes, destinies, as Severus the Emperor, Adrian, and Domitian, quod siret ultimum vitae diem, saith Suetonius, vald. Solicitus, much tortured in mind because he foreknew his end. With many such, of which I shall speak more opportunely in another place. Anxiety, mercy, pity, indignation, and such fearful branches derived from these two stems of fear and sorrow, I voluntarily omit. Read more of them in Carolus Pascalius, Dandinus, and subsect 6. Shame and disgrace, causes. Shame and disgrace cause most violent passions and bitter pangs. Ob puterem et dedicus publicum, obi errorum commissum sep moventur generosi animi, Felix Plater, lib 3, de alienat mentis. Generous minds are often moved with shame, to despair for some public disgrace. And he, saith Philo, lib 2. Depravid. De, that subjects himself to fear, grief, ambition, shame, is not happy, but altogether miserable, tortured with continual labor, care, and misery. It is as forcible a batterer as any of the rest. Many men neglect the tumults of the world, and care not for glory, and yet they are afraid of infamy, repulse, disgrace, tull. Offic. L. 1. They can severely contemn pleasure, bear grief indifferently, but they are quite battered and broken, with reproach and obloquy, siquidem vita ed fama peri passu ambulant, and are so dejected many times for some public injury, disgrace. As a box on the ear by their inferior, to be overcome of their adversary, foiled in the field, to be out in a speech, some foul fact committed or disclosed, and that they dare not come abroad all their lives after, but melancholize in corners, and keep in holes. The most generous spirits are most subject to it, spiritus altos frangit et generosos, Hieronymus. Aristotle, because he could not understand the motion of Euripus, for grief and shame drowned himself, Caelius Rhodigimus Antiquor. Lec. Lib 29. Cap. 8. Homerus Pudor Consumptus, was swallowed up with this passion of shame, because he could not unfold the fisherman's riddle. Sophocles killed himself, for that a tragedy of his was hissed off the stage, Valor. Max lib 9. Cap. 12. Lucretia stabbed herself, and so did Cleopatra, when she saw that she was reserved for a triumph, to avoid the infamy. Antonius the Roman, after he was overcome of his enemy, for 3 days' space sat solitary in the forepart of the ship, abstaining from all company, even of Cleopatra herself, and afterwards for very shame butchered himself. Plutarch, Vita Aegis. Apollonius Rhodius wilfully banished himself, forsaking his country, and all his dear friends, because he was out in reciting his poems. Plinius, lib 7. Cap. 23. Ajax ran mad, because his arms were adjudged to Ulysses. In China, 'tis an ordinary thing for such as are excluded in those famous trials of theirs, or should take degrees, for shame and grief to lose their wits. Mat Riccius expedit. Ad Cenas, L. 3. C. 9. Hostratus the friar took that book which Reuchlin had writ against him, under the name of Epist Obscurum Virorum, so to heart, that for shame and grief he made away with himself. Jovius in Elogius. A grave and learned minister, and an ordinary preacher at Alkmaar in Holland, was, one day as he walked in the fields for his recreation, suddenly taken with a lax or looseness, and thereupon compelled to retire to the next ditch. But being surprised at unawares, by some gentlewomen of his parish wandering that way, was so abashed, that he did never after show his head in public or come into the pulpit, but pined away with melancholy. Pet forestis med observat. Lib 10. Observat. 12. So shame amongst other passions can play his prize, that I know there be many base, impudent, brazen-faced rogues, that will nulla paliscere culpa, be moved with nothing, take no infamy or disgrace to heart, laugh at all. Let them be proved perjured, stigmatized, convict rogues, thieves, traitors, lose their ears, be whipped, branded, carded, pointed at, hissed, reviled, and derided with Ballio the bawd in Plautus, they rejoice at it. Cantors probos. Babe and bombax, what care they? We have too many such in our times. Exclamat Melicerta Paris. Frontum de rebus. Yet a modest man, one that hath grace, a generous spirit, tender of his reputation, will be deeply wounded, and so grievously affected with it, that he had rather give myriads of crowns, lose his life, than suffer the least defamation of honor, or blot in his good name. And if so be that he cannot avoid it, as a nightingale, que cantando victimoritor, saith Mizaldus, dies for shame if another bird sing better, he languisheth and pinneth away in the anguish of his spirit. Subsect. 7. Envy, malice, hatred, causes. Envy and malice are 2 links of this chain, and both, as Guianerius, Tract 15, Cap. 2, proves out of Galen, 3 aphorism, com. 22, cause this malady by themselves, especially if their bodies be otherwise disposed to melancholy. 'Tis Valescus de Taranta, and Felix Platerus' observation, envy so gnaws many men's hearts, that they become altogether melancholy. And therefore belike Solomon, Parov 14. 13, calls it, the rotting of the bones. Cyprian, vulnus occultum. Siculi non invenir tyranni. Magis tormentum. The Sicilian tyrants never invented the like torment. It crucifies their souls, withers their bodies, makes them hollow-eyed, pale, lean, and ghastly to behold. Cyprian, Ser. 2, de zelo et livor. As a moth gnaws a garment, so, saith Chrysostom, doth envy consume a man. 2. Be a living anatomy, a skeleton, to be a lean and pale carcass. Quickened with a fiend, haul in charact. For so often as an envious wretch sees another man prosper, to be enriched, to thrive, and be fortunate in the world, to get honors, offices, or the like, he repines and grieves. Intubisic videndo. Successus hominum, supplicium sum est. He tortures himself if his equal, friend, neighbor, be preferred. Commended, do well, if he understand of it, it galls him afresh, and no greater pain can come to him than to hear of another man's well-doing. 'Tis a dagger at his heart every such object. He looks at him as they that fell down in Lucian's rock of honor, with an envious eye, and will damage himself, to do another a mischief, ac cadet subito, dum super host. Cadat. As he did in Aesop, lose one eye willingly, that his fellow might lose both, or that rich man in Quintilian that poisoned the flowers in his garden, because his neighbor's bees should get no more honey from them. His whole life is sorrow, and every word he speaks a satire, nothing fats him but other men's ruins. For to speak in a word, envy is naught else but tristitia de bonus alienis, sorrow for other men's good, be it present, past, or to come, e gaudium de adversus, and joy at their harms, opposite to mercy, which grieves at other men's mischances, and misaffects the body in another kind. So Damascene defines it, lib 2. De orthod. Fid. Thomas, 2. 2, quast. 36, art. 1. Aristotle, L. 2. Ret. C. 4. Et 10. Plato Philebo. Tully, 3. Tusk. Greg. Nickel, de Vert. Anime, C. 12. Basil, de Invidia. Pindaris od. 1. Ser. 5, and we find it true. 'Tis a common disease, and almost natural to us, as Tacitus holds, to envy another man's prosperity. And 'tis in most men an incurable disease. I have read, saith Marcus Aurelius, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldee authors. I have consulted with many wise men for a remedy for envy, I could find none, but to renounce all happiness, and to be a wretch, and miserable for ever. 'Tis the beginning of hell in this life, and a passion not to be excused. Every other sin hath some pleasure annexed to it, or will admit of an excuse, envy alone wants both. Other sins last but for a while, the gut may be satisfied, anger remits. Hatred hath an end, envy never saith. Cardan, lib 2. De sap. Divine. And humane examples are very familiar, you may run and read them, as that of Saul and David, Cain and Abel, Angebat illum non proprium peccatum, said Fratris prosperitas, saith Theodoret, it was his brother's good fortune galled him. Rachel envied her sister, being barren, Gen XXX. Joseph's brethren him, Gen 37. David had a touch of this vice, as he confesseth, Saul. 37, Jeremy and Habakkuk, they repined at others' good, but in the end they corrected themselves, Saul. 75, fret not thyself, and Domitian spite Agricola for his worth, that a private man should be so much glorified. Caecina was envied of his fellow citizens, because he was more richly adorned. But of all others, women are most weak, ob pulchritudinem invidi sunt foemini. Musaeus, aut amat, aut audit, nihil est tertium, granitensis. They love or hate, no medium amongst them. Implacables plurumque laci muliers. Agrippina like, a woman, if she see her neighbor more neat or elegant, richer in tires, jewels, or apparel, is enraged, and like a lioness sets upon her husband, rails at her, scoffs at her, and cannot abide her. So the Roman ladies in Tacitus did at Solonina, Caecina's wife. Because she had a better horse, and better furniture, as if she had hurt them with it, they were much offended. In like sort our gentlewomen do. At their usual meetings, one repines or scoffs at another's bravery and happiness. Mercine, an Attic wench, was murdered of her fellows. Because she did excel the rest in beauty, Constantine, Agricult. L. 11. C. 7. Every village will yield such examples. Subsect 8. Emulation, hatred, faction, desire of revenge, causes. Out of this root of envy spring those feral branches of faction, hatred, liver, emulation, which cause the like grievances, and are, serrae animae, the saws of the soul, consternationis pleni affectus, affections full of desperate amazement. Or as Cyprian describes emulation, it is, a moth of the soul, a consumption, to make another man's happiness his misery, to torture, crucify, and execute himself, to eat his own heart. Meat and drink can do such men no good, they do always grieve, sigh, and groan, day and night without intermission, their breast is torn asunder, and a little after, whomsoever he is whom thou dost emulate in envy, he may avoid thee. But thou canst neither avoid him nor thyself. Wheresoever thou art he is with thee, thine enemy is ever in thy breast, thy destruction is within thee, thou art a captive, bound hand and foot, as long as thou art malicious and envious, and canst not be comforted. It was the devil's overthrow. And whensoever thou art thoroughly affected with this passion, it will be thine. Yet no perturbation so frequent, no passion so common. Kappa alpha epsilon rho alpha mu epsilon rho alpha mu epsilon kappa omicron tau epsilon iota kappa alpha tau epsilon kappa tau omicron nu iota tau kappa tau omega nu. Kappa alpha pi tau omega chi phi theta omicron nu epsilon iota kappa alpha omicron iota delta. A potter emulates a potter. One smith envies another. A beggar emulates a beggar. A singing man his brother. Every society, corporation, and private family is full of it, it takes hold almost of all sorts of men, from the prince to the ploughman, even amongst gossips it is to be seen, scarce three in a company but there is siding, faction, emulation. Between two of them, some simultas, jar, private grudge, heart-burning in the midst of them. Scarce two gentlemen dwell together in the country, if they be not near kin or linked in marriage, but there is emulation betwixt them and their servants, some quarrel or some grudge betwixt their wives or children, friends and followers. Some contention about wealth, gentry, precedency, and by means of which, like the frog in Aesop, that would swell till she was as big as an ox, burst herself at last. They will stretch beyond their fortunes, callings, and strive so long that they consume their substance in lawsuits or otherwise in hospitality, feasting, fine clothes, to get a few bombast titles, for ambitiosa paupertate laboramus omnes. To outbrave one another, they will tire their bodies, macerate their souls, and through contentions or mutual invitations beggar themselves. Scarce two great scholars in an age, but with bitter invectives they fall foul one on the other, and their adherents, Scotists, Thomists, Reals, Nominals, Plato and Aristotle, Galenists and Paracelsians, and, it holds in all professions. Honest emulation in studies, in all callings is not to be disliked, 'tis ingenium cos, as one calls it, the whetstone of wit, the nurse of wit and valor, and those noble Romans out of this spirit did brave exploits. There is a modest ambition, as Themistocles was roused up with the glory of Miltiades, Achilles' trophies moved Alexander. Ambire semper stulta confidentia est. Ambire nunquam dices arrogantia est. 'Tis a sluggish humor not to emulate or to sue at all, to withdraw himself, neglect, refrain from such places, honors, offices, through sloth, niggardliness, fear, bashfulness, or otherwise, to which by his birth, place, fortunes, education, he is called, apt, fit, and well able to undergo. But when it is immoderate, it is a plague and a miserable pain. What a deal of money did Henry VIII and Francis I, King of France, spend at that famous interview? And how many vain courtiers, seeking each to outbrave other, spent themselves, their livelihood and fortunes, and died beggars? Adrian the emperor was so galled with it, that he killed all his equals, so did Nero. This passion made Dionysius the tyrant banish Plato and Philoxenus the poet, because they did excel and eclipse his glory, as he thought. The Romans exile Coriolanus, confine Camillus, murder Scipio. The Greeks by ostracism to expel Aristides. Nicias, Alcibiades, imprison Theseus, make away Phocion, and when Richard I and Philip of France were fellow soldiers together, at the siege of Acon, in the Holy Land, and Richard had approved himself to be the more valiant man, insomuch that all men's eyes were upon him, it so galled Philip. Francum urbat regis Victoria. Saith mine author, tam eager. Fairbat Richardi gloriam, ut carper dicta, calumniari facta. That he cavilled at all his proceedings, and fell at length to open defiance, he could contain no longer, but hasting home, invaded his territories, and professed open war. Hatred stirs up contention, Caro vx 12, and they break out at last into a mortal enmity, into virulency, and more than Vatinian hate and rage. They persecute each other, their friends, followers, and all their posterity, with bitter taunts, hostile wars, scurrile invectives, libels, calumnies, fire, sword, and the like, and will not be reconciled. Witness that Guelph and Ghibelline faction in Italy, that of the Aderni and Fregosi in Genoa, that of Gnaeus Papirius, and Quintus Fabius in Rome, Caesar and Pompey, Orleans and Burgundy in France, York and Lancaster in England, this passion so regeth many times, that it subverts not men only, and families, but even populace cities. Carthage and Corinth can witness as much, nay, flourishing kingdoms are brought into a wilderness by it. This hatred, malice, faction, and desire of revenge, invented first all those racks and wheels, strapados, brazen bulls, feral engines, prisons, inquisitions, severe laws to macerate and torment one another. How happy might we be, and end our time with blessed days and sweet content, if we could contain ourselves, and, as we ought to do, put up injuries, learn humility, meekness, patience, forget and forgive, as in God's word we are enjoined. Compose such final controversies amongst ourselves, moderate our passions in this kind, and think better of others, as Paul would have us, than of ourselves, be of like affection one towards another, and not avenge ourselves, but have peace with all men. But being that we are so peevish and perverse, insolent and proud, so factious and seditious, so malicious and envious, we do invisum angeriare, maul and vex one another, torture, disquiet, and precipitate ourselves into that gulf of woes and cares, aggravate our misery and melancholy, heap upon us hell and eternal damnation. Subsect 9. Anger, a cause. Anger, a perturbation, which carries the spirits outwards, preparing the body to melancholy, and madness itself, ira furor brevis est, anger is temporary madness, and as Piccolominius accounts it, one of the three most violent passions. Aretius sets it down for an especial cause, so doth Seneca, EP 18, L. 1, of this malady. Magninus gives the reason, ex frequenti ira supra modum califiant. It overheats their bodies, and if it be too frequent, it breaks out into manifest madness, saith Street Ambrose. 'Tis a known saying, furor fit aesa sepius palienlia, the most patient spirit that is, if he be often provoked, will be incensed to madness. It will make a devil of a saint, and therefore Basil, belike, in his homily de ira, calls it tenebras rationis, morbam anime, e daemonem pessimum, the darkening of our understanding, and a bad angel. Lucian, in Abdicato, Tom. 1, will have this passion to work this effect, especially in old men and women. Anger and calumny, saith he, trouble them at first, and after a while break out into madness. Many things cause fury in women, especially if they love or hate overmuch, or envy, be much grieved or angry. These things by little and little lead them on to this malady. From a disposition they proceed to inhabit, for there is no difference between a mad man and an angry man, in the time of his fit, anger, as Lactantius describes it, L. De ira Dei, ad donatum, c. 5, is siva animi tempestas, and a cruel tempest of the mind. Making his eye sparkle fire, and stare, teeth gnash in his head, his tongue stutter, his face pale, or red, and what more filthy imitation can be of a mad man? Ora tument ira, fervescent sanguine vini. Lumina gorgonio sevius angui micant. They are void of reason, inexorable, blind, like beasts and monsters for the time, say and do they know not what, curse, swear, rail, fight, and what not? How can a mad man do more? As he said in the comedy, Iracundia non sum apud me, I am not mine own man. If these fits be immoderate, continue long, or be frequent, without doubt they provoke madness. Montanus, Consul. 21, had a melancholy Jew to his patient, he ascribes this for a principal cause, irascibator levibus de causis, he was easily moved to anger. Ajax had no other beginning of his madness. And Charles VI, that lunatic French king, fell into this misery, out of the extremity of his passion, desire of revenge and malice, incensed against the Duke of Britain, he could neither eat, drink, nor sleep for some days together. And in the end, about the calends of July, 1392, he became mad upon his horseback, drawing his sword, striking such as came near him promiscuously, and so continued all the days of his life. Emil. Lib 10. Gal. Hist. Egesippus de Exid. Urbis Hieros, L. 1. C. 37, hath such a story of Herod, that out of an angry fit, became mad, leaping out of his bed, he killed Josephus, and played many such bedlam pranks. The whole court could not rule him for a long time after, sometimes he was sorry and repented. Much grieved for that he had done, postquam deferbit. Ira, by and by outrageous again. In hot choleric bodies, nothing so soon causeth madness, as this passion of anger, besides many other diseases, as Pelagius observes, cap. 21, L. 1. De hum. Affect. Causis, sanguinem. Immanuit, fel augit, and as Pelagius controverts, med. Contrav. Lib 5. Contro. 8, many times kills them quite out. If this were the worst of this passion, it were more tolerable, but it ruins and subverts whole towns, cities, families, and kingdoms. Nulla pestis. Humano generi pluris stetit, saith Seneca, de ira, lib 1. No plague hath done mankind so much harm. Look into our histories, and you shall almost meet with no other subject, but what a company of harebrains have done in their rage. We may do well therefore to put this in our procession amongst the rest, from all blindness of heart, from pride, vainglory, and hypocrisy, from envy, hatred and malice, anger, and all such pestiferous perturbations, good Lord deliver us. Subsect. X. Discontents, cares, miseries, and causes. Discontents, cares, crosses, miseries, or whatsoever it is, that shall cause any molestation of spirits, grief, anguish, and perplexity, may well be reduced to this head, preposterously placed here in some men's judgments they may seem. Yet in that Aristotle in his rhetoric defines these cares, as he doth envy, emulation, and still by grief, I think I may well rank them in this irascible row, being that they are as the rest, both causes and symptoms of this disease, producing the like inconveniences, and are most part accompanied with anguish and pain. The common etymology will evince it, cura quasi cor euro, demens curi, insomnes curi, damnosi curi, tristes, mortices, carnifices, and biting, eating, gnawing, cruel, bitter, sick, sad, unquiet, pale, tetric, miserable, intolerable cares, as the poets call them, worldly cares, and are as many in number as the sea sands. Galen, Fernelius, Felix Plater, Valescus de Taranta, and reckon afflictions, miseries, even all these contentions, and vexations of the mind, as principal causes, in that they take away sleep, hinder concoction, dry up the body, and consume the substance of it. They are not so many in number, but their causes be as divers, and not one of 1,000 free from them, or that can vindicate himself, whom that 8 per hominem capita molitur ambulans. Plantus pedum teneris habens. Over men's heads walking aloft. With tender feet treading so soft. Homer's goddess 8 hath not involved into this discontented rank, or plagued with some misery or other. Hyginus, Fab. 220, to this purpose hath a pleasant tale. Dame Cura by chance went over a brook, and taking up some of the dirty slime, made an image of it. Jupiter Ephsons coming by, put life to it, but Cura and Jupiter could not agree what name to give him, or who should own him. The matter was referred to Saturn as judge. He gave this arbitrament, his name shall be Homo ab Humo, Cura eum possedit quam Deo vivat, care shall have him whilst he lives, Jupiter his soul, and Tellus his body when he dies. But to leave tales. A general cause, a continuate cause, an inseparable accident, to all men, is discontent, care, misery, were there no other particular affliction, which who is free from? To molest a man in this life, the very cogitation of that common misery were enough to macerate, and make him weary of his life, to think that he can never be secure, but still in danger, sorrow, grief, and persecution. For to begin at the hour of his birth, as Pliny doth elegantly describe it, he is born naked, and falls a-whining at the very first, he is swaddled, and bound up like a prisoner, cannot help himself, and so he continues to his life's end. Cujusque feri pabulum, saith Seneca, impatient of heat and cold, impatient of labor, impatient of idleness, exposed to fortune's contumelies. To a naked mariner Lucretius compares him, cast on shore by shipwreck, cold and comfortless in an unknown land, no estate, age, sex, can secure himself from this common misery. A man that is born of a woman is of short continuance, and full of trouble, Job 14. 1:22. And while his flesh is upon him he shall be sorrowful, and while his soul is in him it shall mourn. All his days are sorrow and his travels griefs, his heart also taketh not rest in the night. Ecclesiastes 2:23, and 2:11, all that is in it is sorrow and vexation of spirit. Ingress, progress, regress, egress, much alike, blindness seizeth on us in the beginning, labor in the middle, grief in the end, error in all. What day ariseth to us without some grief, care, or anguish? Or what so secure and pleasing a morning have we seen, that hath not been overcast before the evening? One is miserable, another ridiculous, a third odious. One complains of this grievance, another of that. Aliquando nervi, aliquando pedes vexant, Seneca, nunc distillatio, nunc epitus morbus, nunc deist, nunc superest sanguis, now the head aches, then the feet, now the lungs, then the liver, and huic sensus exuberat, sed est pudori deginer sanguis, and he is rich, but base-born, he is noble, but poor, a third hath means, but he wants health peradventure, or wit to manage his estate, children vex one, wife a second, and nemo facile cum condition sua concordat, no man is pleased with his fortune, a pound of sorrow is familiarly mixed with a dram of content, little or no joy, little comfort, but everywhere danger, contention, anxiety. In all places, go where thou wilt and thou shalt find discontents, cares, woes, complaints, sickness, diseases, encumbrances, exclamations. If thou look into the market, there, saith Chrysostom, is brawling and contention. If to the court, there knavery and flattery, and, if to a private man's house, there's cark and care, heaviness, and as he said of old, nil homini in terra spirat miserum magis alma. No creature so miserable as man, so generally molested, in miseries of body, in miseries of mind, miseries of heart, in miseries asleep, in miseries awake, in miseries wheresoever he turns, as Bernard found. Nunquid tentatio est vita humana super terram. A mere temptation is our life, Austin, confess. Lib 10, cap. 28. Catina perpetuorum malorum edicus potest molestias eti difficultates. Paddy. Who can endure the miseries of it? In prosperity we are insolent and intolerable, dejected in adversity, in all fortunes foolish and miserable. In adversity I wish for prosperity, and in prosperity I am afraid of adversity. What mediocrity may be found? Where is no temptation? What condition of life is free? Wisdom hath labor. Annexed to it, glory, envy, riches and cares, children and encumbrances. Pleasure and diseases, rest and beggary, go together, as if a man were therefore born, as the Platonists hold, to be punished in this life for some precedent sins. Or that, as Pliny complains, nature may be rather accounted a stepmother, than a mother unto us, all things considered, no creature's life so brittle, so full of fear, so mad, so furious. Only man is plagued with envy, discontent, griefs, covetousness, ambition, superstition. Our whole life is an Irish sea, wherein there is not to be expected but tempestuous storms and troublesome waves, and those infinite. Tantum malorum pelagus auspicio. Ut non sit in enitandi copia. No halcyonian times, wherein a man can hold himself secure, or agree with his present estate. But as Boethius infers, there is something in every one of us which before trial we seek, and having tried abhor. We earnestly wish, and eagerly covet, and are eftsoons weary of it. Thus, between hope and fear, suspicions, angers, interspent metunc, timors inter et iras. Betwixt falling in, falling out, and we bangle away our best days, befull out our times, we lead a contentious, discontent, tumultuous, melancholy, miserable life. Insomuch, that if we could foretell what was to come, and it put to our choice, we should rather refuse than accept of this painful life. In a word, the world itself is a maze, a labyrinth of errors, a desert, a wilderness, a den of thieves, cheaters, and full of filthy puddles, horrid rocks, precipitiums, an ocean of adversity, and heavy yoke, wherein infirmities and calamities overtake and follow one another, as the sea waves. And if we scape Scylla, we fall foul on Charybdis, and so in perpetual fear, labor, anguish, we run from one plague, one mischief, one burden to another, durum serviens servitudum, and you may as soon separate weight from lead, heat from fire, moistness from water, brightness from the sun, as misery, discontent, care, calamity, danger, from a man. Our towns and cities are but so many dwellings of human misery, in which grief and sorrow, as he right well observes out of Solon, innumerable troubles, labors of mortal men, and all manner of vices, are included, as in so many pens. Our villages are like molehills, and men as so many emmets, busy, busy still, going to and fro, in and out, and crossing one another's projects, as the lines of several sea cards cut each other in a globe or map. Now light and merry. But, as one follows it, by and by sorrowful and heavy, now hoping, then distrusting, now patient, tomorrow crying out, now pale, then red. Running, sitting, sweating, trembling, halting, and some few amongst the rest, or perhaps one of 1,000, may be pullus Jovis, in the world's esteem, Galeni filius albi, and happy and fortunate man, ad invidium. Felix, because rich, fair, well allied, in honor and office. Yet, peradventure ask himself, and he will say, that of all others he is most miserable and unhappy. A fair shoe, hic sacis navis, elegans, as he said nesci zubi urat, but thou knowest not where it pincheth. It is not another man's opinion can make me happy, but as Seneca well hath it, he is a miserable wretch that doth not account himself happy, though he be sovereign lord of a world, he is not happy, if he think himself not to be so. For what availeth it what thine estate is, or seem to others, if thou thyself dislike it? A common humor it is of all men to think well of other men's fortunes, and dislike their own. Chwe. Placet alterius, sua nimmerem est odiosors. But ca fit mecoinas. And, how comes it to pass, what's the cause of it? Many men are of such a perverse nature, they are well pleased with nothing, saith Theodoret, neither with riches nor poverty, they complain when they are well, and when they are sick, grumble at all fortunes, prosperity and adversity. They are troubled in a cheap year, in a barren, plenty, or not plenty, nothing pleaseth them, war nor peace, with children, nor without. This for the most part is the humor of us all, to be discontent, miserable, and most unhappy, as we think at least, and show me him that is not so, or that ever was otherwise. Quintus Metellus his felicity is infinitely admired amongst the Romans, insomuch that as Paterculus mentioneth of him, you can scarce find of any nation, order, age, sex, one for happiness to be compared unto him. He had, in a word, bona animi corporis id fortuni, goods of mind, body, and fortune, so had P. Mutianus, Crassus. Lampsaca, that Lacedaemonian lady, was such another in Pliny's conceit, a king's wife, a king's mother, a king's daughter, and all the world esteemed as much of Polycrates of Samos. The Greeks bragged of their Socrates, Phocion, Aristides, the Sophidians in particular of their Aglaus, omni vita felix, ab omni periculo immunis. Which by the way Pausanias held impossible winky face. The Romans of their Cato, Curius, Fabricius, for their composed fortunes, and retired estates. Government of passions, and contempt of the world, yet none of all these were happy, or free from discontent, neither Metellus, Crassus, nor Polycrates. For he died a violent death, and so did Cato. And how much evil doth Lactantius and Theodoret speak of Socrates, a weak man, and so of the rest. There is no content in this life, but as he said, all is vanity and vexation of spirit, lame and imperfect. Hadst thou Samson's hair, Milo's strength, Scanderbeg's arm, Solomon's wisdom, Absalom's beauty, Croesus' wealth, Pacetus' obulum, Caesar's valor, Alexander's spirit, Tully's or Demosthenes' eloquence, Gyges' ring, Perseus' Pegasus, and Gorgon's head, Nestor's years to come, all this would not make thee absolute. Give thee content, and true happiness in this life, or so continue it. Even in the midst of all our mirth, jollity, and laughter, is Sorrow and grief, or if there be true happiness amongst us, 'tis but for a time. Desinat in pissa mulier formosa supern. A handsome woman with a fish's tail. A fair morning turns to a lowering afternoon. Brutus and Cassius, once renowned, both eminently happy, yet you shall scarce find two, saith Paterculus, quos fortuna maturius destiturit, whom fortune sooner forsook. Hannibal, a conqueror all his life, met with his match, and was subdued at last, occurret 40, cum age fortis erit. One is brought in triumph, as Caesar into Rome, Alcibiades into Athens, Coronus Aureus. Donatus, crowned, honored, admired. By and by his statues demolished, he hissed out, massacred, and Magnus Gonsalva, that famous Spaniard, was of the prince and people at first honored, approved, forthwith confined and banished. Admiranda's actions. Graves plurunc sequuntur. Invidii, ediacres calumniae, 'tis Polybius his observation, grievous. Enmities, and bitter calumnies, commonly follow renowned actions. One is born rich, dies a beggar, sound today, sick tomorrow. Now in most flourishing estate, fortunate and happy, by and by deprived of his goods by foreign enemies, robbed by thieves, spoiled, captivated, impoverished, as they of Rabbah put under iron saws, and under iron harrows, and under axes of iron, and cast into the tile kiln. Quid me felicem totis jactastis amici. Cassesidet, stabili non erat al gradu. He that erst marched like Xerxes with innumerable armies, as rich as Croesus, now shifts for himself in a poor cock-boat, is bound in iron chains, with Bajazet the Turk, and a footstool with Aurelian, for a tyrannizing conqueror to trample on. So many casualties there are, that as Seneca said of a city consumed with fire, una dies interest inter maximum. Civitatem et nullum, one day betwixt a great city and none, so many grievances from outward accidents, and from ourselves. Our own indiscretion, inordinate appetite, one day betwixt a man and no man. And, which is worse, as if discontents and miseries would not come fast enough upon us, homo homini demon, we maul, persecute, and study how to sting, gall, and vex one another with mutual hatred, abuses, injuries, preying upon and devouring as so many ravenous birds, and as jugglers, panders, bawds, cousining one another, or raging as wolves, tigers, and devils, we take a delight to torment one another. Men are evil, wicked, malicious, treacherous, and not loving one another, or loving themselves, not hospitable, charitable, nor sociable as they ought to be, but counterfeit, dissemblers, ambidexters, all for their own ends. Hard-hearted, merciless, pitiless, and to benefit themselves, they care not what mischief they procure to others. Praxino and Gorgo in the poet, when they had got in to see those costly sights, they then cried Bene est, and would thrust out all the rest, when they are rich themselves, in honor, preferred, full, and have even that they would. They debar others of those pleasures which youth requires, and they formerly have enjoyed. He sits at table in a soft chair at ease, but he doth remember in the meantime that a tired waiter stands behind him, and hungry fellow ministers to him full. He is athirst that gives him drink, saith Epictetus, and is silent whilst he speaks his pleasure, pensive, sad, when he laughs. Pleno esse proluit oro, he feasts, revels, and profusely spends, hath variety of robes, sweet music, ease, and all the pleasure the world can afford, whilst many an hunger-starved poor creature pines in the street, wants clothes to cover him. Labors hard all day long. Runs, rides for a trifle, fights peradventure from sun to sun, sick and ill, weary, full of pain and grief, is in great distress and sorrow of heart. He loathes and scorns his inferior, hates or emulates his equal, envies his superior, insults over all such as are under him, as if he were of another species, a demigod, not subject to any fall, or human infirmities. Generally they love not, are not beloved again, they tire out others' bodies with continual labor, they themselves living at ease, caring for none else, sibi nati, and are so far many times from putting to their helping hand, that they seek all means to depress, even most worthy and well-deserving, better than themselves, those whom they are by the laws of nature bound to relieve and help. As much as in them lies, they will let them caterwaul, starve, beg, and hang, before they will any ways, though it be in their power, assist or ease, so unnatural are they. For the most part, so unregardful, so hard-hearted, so churlish, proud, insolent, so dogged, of so bad a disposition, and being so brutish, so devilishly bent one towards another, how is it possible but that we should be discontent of all sides, full of cares, woes, and miseries? If this be not a sufficient proof of their discontent and misery, examine every condition in calling apart. Kings, princes, monarchs, and magistrates seem to be most happy, but look into their estate, you shall find them to be most encumbered with cares, in perpetual fear, agony, suspicion, jealousy, that, as he said of a crown, if they knew but the discontents that accompany it, they would not stoop to take it up. Quem mihi regent debes, saith Chrysostom, non curis plenum. What king canst thou show me, not full of cares? Look not on his crown, but consider his afflictions, attend not his number of servants, but multitude of crosses. Nihil aliud potestas culminis, quam tempestas mentis, as Gregory seconds him. Sovereignty is a tempest of the soul, Sylla like they have brave titles, but terrible fits, splendorem titulo, cruciatum animo, which made Demosthenes vow, si vel ad tribunal, vel ad interidem duceriter, if to be a judge, or to be condemned, were put to his choice, he would be condemned. Rich men are in the same predicament. What their pains are, stulti nescient, ipsi sentient, they feel, fools perceive not, as I shall prove elsewhere, and their wealth is brittle, like children's rattles, they come and go, there is no certainty in them, those whom they elevate they do as suddenly depress, and leave in a vale of misery. The middle sort of men are as so many asses to bear burdens, or if they be free, and live at ease, they spend themselves, and consume their bodies and fortunes with luxury and riot, contention, emulation, and the poor I reserve for another place and their discontents. For particular professions, I hold as of the rest, there's no content or security in any. On what course will you pitch, how resolve? To be a divine, 'tis contemptible in the world's esteem. To be a lawyer, 'tis to be a wrangler, to be a physician, pudet lotiae, 'tis loathed, a philosopher, a madman, an alchemist, a beggar, a poet, isurit, an hungry jack, a musician, a player, a schoolmaster, a drudge, an husbandman, an emmet. A merchant, his gains are uncertain, a mechanician, base, a chirurgeon, fulsome, a tradesman, a liar, a tailor, a thief, a serving man, a slave, a soldier, a butcher, a smith, or a metalman, the pot's never from his nose. A courtier a parasite, as he could find no tree in the wood to hang himself, I can show no state of life to give content. The like you may say of all ages, children live in a perpetual slavery, still under that tyrannical government of masters. Young men, and of riper years, subject to labor, and 1,000 cares of the world, to treachery, falsehood, and cozenage. Incedit per ignes. Suppositos cineri doloso. You incautious tread on fires, with faithless ashes overhead. Old are full of aches in their bones, cramps and convulsions. Silicernia, dull of hearing, weak-sighted, hoary, wrinkled, harsh, so much altered as that they cannot know their own face in a glass, a burthen to themselves and others, after 70 years. All is sorrow, as David hath it, they do not live but linger. If they be sound, they fear diseases, if sick, weary of their lives, non est vivere, sed valere vita. 1. Complains of want, a second of servitude, another of a secret or incurable disease. Of some deformity of body, of some loss, danger, death. Of friends, shipwreck, persecution, imprisonment, disgrace, repulse. Contumely, calumny, abuse, injury, contempt, ingratitude, unkindness. Scoffs, flouts, unfortunate marriage, single life. Too many children, no children, false servants, unhappy children, barrenness, banishment. Oppression, frustrate hopes and ill success, and Talia de Junior hoc adeo sunt multa, loquisem ut. Delicere valant fabium dot. But, every various instance to repeat would tire even Fabius of incessant prate. Talking Fabius will be tired before he can tell half of them. They are the subject of whole volumes, and shall, some of them, be more opportunely dilated elsewhere. In the meantime thus much I may say of them, that generally they crucify the soul of man, attenuate our bodies, dry them, wither them, shrivel them up like old apples, make them as so many anatomies, ossa ac pellis est totus. Ita curis massit, they cause tempus fidem et squalidum, cumbersome days, ingratac tempora. Slow, dull, and heavy times, make us howl, roar, and tear our hairs, as sorrow did in Sebes' table, and groan for the very anguish of our souls. Our hearts fail us as David's did, Saul. XL, 12, for innumerable troubles that compassed him, and we are ready to confess with Hezekiah. Isaiah 58. 17, Behold, for felicity I had bitter grief to weep with Heraclitus, to curse the day of our birth with Jeremy, XX. 14, an hour. Stars with Job, to hold that axiom of Silenus, better never to have been born, and the best next of all, to die quickly or if we must live. To abandon the world, as Timon did, creep into caves and holes, as our anchorites. Cast all into the sea, as Crates Thebanus, or as Theombrotus. Ambrosiado's 400 auditors, precipitate ourselves to be rid of these miseries. Subsect 11. Concupiscible appetite, as desires, ambition, causes. These concupiscible and irascible appetites are as the two twists of a rope, mutually mixed one with the other, and both twining about the heart, both good, as Austin holds, L. 14. C. 9. The civ Dei, if they be moderate. Both pernicious if they be exorbitant. This concupiscible appetite, howsoever it may seem to carry with it a show of pleasure and delight, and our concupiscences most part affect us with content and a pleasing object, yet if they be in extremes, they rack and wring us on the other side. A true saying it is, desire hath no rest, is infinite in itself, endless, and as one calls it, a perpetual rack, or horse-mill, according to Austin, still going round as in a ring. They are not so continual, as divers, Felicius Automos denumere possum, saith Bernard, quam motus cordis, nunc haec, nunc illa cogito, you may as well reckon up the motes in the sun as them. It extends itself to everything, as Guianerius will have it, that is superfluously sought after, or to any fervent desire, as Fernelius interprets it. Be it in what kind soever, it tortures if immoderate, and is, according to Plater and others, an especial cause of melancholy. Multuosus concupiscentius dilanianter cogitations me, Austin confessed, that he was torn a pieces with his manifold desires, and so doth Bernard complain, that he could not rest for them a minute of an hour, this I would have, and that. And then I desire to be such and such. 'Tis a hard matter therefore to confine them, being they are so various and many, impossible to apprehend all. I will only insist upon some few of the chief, and most noxious in their kind, as that exorbitant appetite and desire of honor, which we commonly call ambition. Love of money, which is covetousness, and that greedy desire of gain, self-love, pride, and inordinate desire of vainglory or applause, love of study in excess. Love of women, which will require a just volume of itself, of the other I will briefly speak, and in their order. Ambition, a proud covetousness, or a dry thirst of honor, a great torture of the mind, composed of envy, pride, and covetousness, a gallant madness, one defines it a pleasant poison, Ambrose, a canker of the soul, an hidden plague, Bernard. A secret poison, the father of liver, and mother of hypocrisy, the moth of holiness, and cause of madness, crucifying and disquieting all that it takes hold of. Seneca calls it, rem solicitum, timidam, vanum, ventosam, a windy thing, a vain, solicitous, and fearful thing. For commonly they that, like Sisyphus, roll this restless stone of ambition, are in a perpetual agony, still perplexed, semper taciti, tritesque recedent, Lucretius, doubtful, timorous, suspicious, loath to offend in word or deed. Still cogging and colloguing, embracing, capping, cringing, applauding, flattering, fleering, visiting, waiting at men's doors, with all affability, counterfeit honesty and humility. If that will not serve, if once this humor, as Cyprian describes it, possess his thirsty soul, ambitionis salsugo ubi bibulum animum possedet, by hook and by crook he will obtain it, and from his hole he will climb to all honors and offices. If it be possible for him to get up, flattering one, bribing another, he will leave no means unessayed to win all. It is a wonder to see how slavishly these kind of men subject themselves, when they are about a suit, to every inferior person. What pains they will take, run, ride, cast, plot, countermine, protest and swear, vow, promise, what labors undergo, early up, down late. How obsequious and affable they are, how popular and courteous, how they grin and fleer upon every man they meet. With what feasting and inviting, how they spend themselves and their fortunes, in seeking that many times, which they had much better be without. As Cineas the orator told Pyrrhus, with what waking nights, painful hours, anxious thoughts, and bitterness of mind, interspent matunc, distracted and tired, they consume the interim of their time. There can be no greater plague for the present. If they do obtain their suit, which with such cost and solicitude they have sought, they are not so freed, their anxiety is anew to begin, for they are never satisfied, nihil aliud nisi imperium spirant, their thoughts, actions, endeavors are all for sovereignty and honor, like Louis Sforza that huffing Duke of Milan, a man of singular wisdom, but profound ambition, born to his own, and to the destruction of Italy, though it be to their own ruin, and friends' undoing. They will contend, they may not cease, but as a dog in a wheel, a bird in a cage, or a squirrel in a chain, so Budaeus compares them. They climb and climb still, with much labor, but never make an end, never at the top. A knight would be a baronet, and then a lord, and then a viscount, and then an earl, and a doctor, a dean, and then a bishop, from tribune to praetor. From bailiff to major, first this office, and then that. As Pyrrhus in Plutarch, they will first have Greece, then Africa, and then Asia, and swell with Aesop's frog so long, till in the end they burst, or come down with Sejanus, ad Gemonia Scalas, and break their own necks. Or as Evangelist the piper in Lucian, that blew his pipe so long, till he fell down dead. If he chance to miss, and have a canvas, he is in a hell on the other side. So dejected, that he is ready to hang himself, turn heretic, Turk, or traitor in an instant. Enraged against his enemies, he rails, swears, fights, slanders, detracts, envies, murders, and for his own part, si appetitum explere non potest, furor corripitor, if he cannot satisfy his desire, as Bodine writes, he runs mad. So that both ways, hit or miss, he is distracted so long as his ambition lasts, he can look for no other but anxiety and care, discontent and grief in the meantime, madness itself, or violent death in the end. The event of this is common to be seen in populous cities, or in princes' courts, for a courtier's life, as Budius describes it, is a gallimaufry of ambition, lust, fraud, imposture, dissimulation, detraction, envy, pride. The court, a common conventicle of flatterers, time-servers, politicians, and, or as Anthony Perez will, the suburbs of hell itself. If you will see such discontented persons, there you shall likely find them. And which he observed of the markets of old Rome. Capergerum convenire vult hominum, mitto in commitium. Commendacem edi gloriosum, apud cluesini sacrum. Dites, damnosos maridos, sub basilica querido, and perjured knaves, knights of the post, liars, crackers, bad husbands, and keep their several stations, they do still, and always did in every commonwealth. Subsect 12. Phi iota lambda alpha rho gamma upsilon rho alpha, covetousness, a cause. Plutarch, in his book Whether the Diseases of the Body Be More Grievous Than Those of the Soul, is of opinion, if you will examine all the causes of our miseries in this life, you shall find them most part to have had their beginning from stubborn anger, that furious desire of contention, or some unjust or immoderate affection, as covetousness, and from whence are wars and contentions amongst you? St. James asks, I will add usury, fraud, rapine, simony, oppression, lying, swearing, bearing false witness, and are they not from this fountain of covetousness, that greediness in getting, tenacity in keeping, sordidity in spending, that they are so wicked, unjust against God, their neighbor, themselves, all comes hence. The desire of money is the root of all evil, and they that lust after it, pierce themselves through with many sorrows. 1 Tim. 6. 10. Hippocrates therefore in his epistle to Cretiva, an herbalist, gives him this good counsel, that if it were possible, amongst other herbs, he should cut up that weed of covetousness by the roots, that there be no remainder left. And then know this for a certainty, that together with their bodies, thou mayst quickly cure all the diseases of their minds. For it is indeed the pattern, image, epitome of all melancholy, the fountain of many miseries, much discontented care and woe. This, inordinate, or immoderate desire of gain, to get or keep money, as Bonaventure defines it, or, as Austin describes it, a madness of the soul, Gregory a torture, Chrysostom, an insatiable drunkenness. Cyprian, blindness, speciosum supplicium, a plague subverting kingdoms, families, an incurable disease. Budius, an ill habit, yielding to no remedies, neither Aesculapius nor Plutus can cure them, a continual plague, saith Solomon, and vexation of spirit, another hell. I know there be some of opinion, that covetous men are happy, and worldly, wise, that there is more pleasure in getting of wealth than in spending, and no delight in the world like unto it. 'Twas Bias' problem of old, with what art thou not weary? With getting money. What is most delectable? To gain. What is it, trow you, that makes a poor man labor all his lifetime, carry such great burdens, fare so hardly, macerate himself, and endure so much misery, undergo such base offices with so great patience, to rise up early, and lie down late? If there were not an extraordinary delight in getting and keeping of money? What makes a merchant that hath no need, satis superque domi, to range all over the world, through all those intemperate zones of heat and cold? Voluntarily to venture his life, and be content with such miserable famine, nasty usage, in a stinking ship, if there were not a pleasure in hope to get money, which doth season the rest, and mitigate his indefatigable pains? What makes them go into the bowels of the earth, 100 fathom deep, endangering their dearest lives, enduring damps and filthy smells, when they have enough already, if they could be content, and no such cause to labor? But an extraordinary delight they take in riches. This may seem plausible at first show, a popular and strong argument, but let him that so thinks, consider better of it, and he shall soon perceive, that it is far otherwise than he supposeth. It may be haply pleasing at the first, as most part all melancholy is. For such men likely have some lucida intervalla, pleasant symptoms intermixed. But you must note that of Chrysostom, 'tis one thing to be rich, another to be covetous. Generally they are all fools, dizzards, madmen, miserable wretches, living besides themselves, sine arte fruendi, in perpetual slavery, fear, suspicion, sorrow, and discontent, plus allos quam melis habent. And are indeed, rather possessed by their money, than possessors, as Cyprian hath it, mancipati pecunias, bound prentice to their goods, as Pliny, or as Chrysostom, servi divitiarum, slaves and drudges to their substance. And we may conclude of them all, as Valerius doth of Ptolemaeus king of Cyprus, he was in title a king of that island, but in his mind, a miserable drudge of money. Potior metallis. Libertate carens. Wanting his liberty. Which is better than gold. Damasippus the Stoic, in Horace, proves that all mortal men dote by fits, some one way, some another, but that covetous men are madder than the rest. And he that shall truly look into their estates, and examine their symptoms, shall find no better of them, but that they are all fools, as Nabal was, re et. Nomine, 1. Reg 15. For what greater folly can there be, or madness, than to macerate himself when he need not? And when, as Cyprian notes, he may be freed from his burden, and eased of his pains. Will go on still, his wealth increasing, when he hath enough, to get more. To live besides himself, to starve his genius, keep back from his wife and children. Neither letting them nor other friends use or enjoy that which is theirs by right, and which they much need perhaps. Like a hog, or dog in the manger, he doth only keep it, because it shall do nobody else good, hurting himself and others, and for a little momentary pelf. Damn his own soul. They are commonly sad and tetric by nature, as a cab's spirit was because he could not get Naboth's vineyard, 1. Reg 22. And if he lay out his money at any time, though it be to necessary uses, to his own children's good, he brawls and scolds, his heart is heavy, much disquieted he is, and loath to part from it, miser abstinet et timid uti. Whore. He is of a warish, dry, pale constitution, and cannot sleep for cares. And worldly business, his riches, saith Solomon, will not let him sleep. An unnecessary business which he heapeth on himself. Or if he do sleep, 'tis a very unquiet, interrupt, unpleasing sleep, with his bags in his arms. Congestus undic sacc. Indormit enians. And though he be at a banquet, or at some merry feast, he sighs for grief of heart, as Cyprian hath it, and cannot sleep though it be upon a down bed. His warish body takes no rest, troubled in his abundance, and sorrowful in plenty, unhappy for the present, and more unhappy in the life to come. Basil. He is a perpetual drudge, restless in his thoughts, and never satisfied, a slave, a wretch, a dust-worm, semper quat. Idolo sua immolit, sedulus observat cypr. Prologue. Ad sermon still. Seeking what sacrifice he may offer to his golden god, per fas et nefas. He cares not how, his trouble is endless, crescent divitiae, tamen. Curti nescio quid semper abest re, his wealth increaseth, and the more he hath, the more he wants, like Pharaoh's lean kine, which devoured the fat, and were not satisfied. Austin therefore defines covetousness, quorumlibet rerum inhenstam et insatiabilum cupiditatem a dishonest and insatiable desire of gain, and in one of his epistles compares it to hell, which devours all, and yet never hath enough. A bottomless pit, an endless misery. In quem scopulum avaritiae cadaverosi. Senes ut plurimum impingent, and that which is their greatest corrosive. They are in continual suspicion, fear, and distrust, he thinks his own wife. And children are so many thieves, and go about to cozen him. His servants are all false. Rem suam paris, sic eradicarier. Id divum ac hominem clamat continuo fidem. De soatigillo assai qua exit foras. If his doors creak, then out he cries anon. His goods are gone, and he is quite undone. Timidus Plutus, an old proverb, as fearful as Plutus, so doth Aristophanes. And Lucian bring him in fearful still, pale, anxious, suspicious, and trusting no man. They are afraid of tempests for their corn. They are afraid of their friends lest they should ask something of them, beg or borrow. They are afraid of their enemies lest they hurt them, thieves lest they rob them. They are afraid of war and afraid of peace, afraid of rich and afraid of poor, afraid of all. Last of all, they are afraid of want, that they shall die beggars, which makes them lay up still, and dare not use that they have. What if a dear year come, or dearth, or some loss? And were it not that they are both to lay out money on a rope, they would be hanged forthwith, and sometimes die to save charges, and make away themselves, if their corn and cattle miscarry, though they have abundance left, as Agellius notes. Valerius makes mention of one that in a famine sold a mouse for 200 pence, and famished himself. Such are their cares, griefs and perpetual fears. These symptoms are elegantly expressed by Theophrastus in his character of a covetous man. Lying in bed, he asked his wife whether she shut the trunks and chests fast, the cap case be sealed, and whether the hall door be bolted. And though she say all is well, he riseth out of his bed in his shirt, barefoot and barelegged, to see whether it be so, with a dark lantern, searching every corner, scarce sleeping a wink all night. Lucian in that pleasant and witty dialogue called Gallus, brings in Mycillus the cobbler, disputing with his cock, sometimes Pythagoras. Whereafter much speech pro and con, to prove the happiness of a mean estate, and discontents of a rich man, Pythagoras' cock in the end, to illustrate by examples that which he had said, brings him to Niphon the usurer's house at midnight. And after that to Encrates, whom they found both awake, casting up their accounts, and telling of their money, lean, dry, pale and anxious, still suspecting lest somebody should make a hole through the wall, and so get in. Or if a rat or mouse did but stir, starting upon a sudden, and running to the door to see whether all were fast. Plautus, in his Aulularia, makes old Euclio commanding Staphyla his wife to shut the doors fast, and the fire to be put out, lest anybody should make that an errand to come to his house. When he washed his hands, he was loath to fling away the foul water, complaining that he was undone, because the smoke got out of his roof. And as he went from home, seeing a crow scratch upon the muck hill, returned in all haste, taking it for malum omen, an ill sign. His money was digged up, with many such. He that will but observe their actions, shall find these and many such passages not feigned for sport, but really performed, verified indeed by such covetous and miserable wretches. And that it is manifesta phrenesis. Ut locuples morieris egenti vivere fado. A mere madness, to live like a wretch, and die rich. Subsect 13. Love of gaming, and pleasures immoderate, causes. It is a wonder to see, how many poor, distressed, miserable wretches, one shall meet almost in every path and street, begging for an alms, that have been well descended, and sometimes in flourishing estate, now ragged, tattered, and ready to be starved, lingering out a painful life, in discontent and grief of body and mind, and all through immoderate lust, gaming, pleasure and riot. 'Tis the common end of all sensual epicures and brutish prodigals, that are stupefied and carried away headlong with their several pleasures and lusts. Cebes in his table, St. Ambrose in his second book of Abel and Cain, and amongst the rest Lucian in his tract De Mercede Conductus, hath excellent well deciphered such men's proceedings in his picture of Opulentia, whom he feigns to dwell on the top of a high mount, much sought after by many suitors. At their first coming they are generally entertained by pleasure and dalliance, and have all the content that possibly may be given, so long as their money lasts, but when their means fail, they are contemptibly thrust out at a back door, headlong. And they're left to shame, reproach, despair. And he at first that had so many attendants, parasites, and followers, young and lusty, richly arrayed, and all the dainty fare that might be had, with all kind of welcome and good respect, is now upon a sudden stripped of all, pale, naked, old, diseased and forsaken, cursing his stars, and ready to strangle himself. Having no other company but repentance, sorrow, grief, derision, beggary, and contempt, which are his daily attendants to his life's end. As the prodigal son had exquisite music, merry company, dainty fare at first, but a sorrowful reckoning in the end, so have all such vain delights and their followers. Tristes voluptatem exodus, e quisques voluptatem suarum reminisci volet, intelligit, as bitter as gall and wormwood is their last grief of mind, madness itself. The ordinary rocks upon which such men do impinge and precipitate themselves, are cards, dice, hawks, and hounds, insanum venandi studium, one calls it, insani substructions, their mad structures, disports, plays, and when they are unseasonably used, imprudently handled, and beyond their fortunes. Some men are consumed by mad fantastical buildings, by making galleries, cloisters, terraces, walks, orchards, gardens, pools, rillets, bowers, and such like places of pleasure. Inutiles domos, Xenophon calls them, which howsoever they be delightsome things in themselves, and acceptable to all beholders, an ornament, and benefiting some great men, yet unprofitable to others, and the sole overthrow of their estates. Forestus in his observations hath an example of such a one that became melancholy upon the like occasion, having consumed his substance in an unprofitable building, which would afterward yield him no advantage. Others, I say, are overthrown by those mad sports of hawking and hunting, honest recreations, and fit for some great men, but not for every base inferior person. Whilst they will maintain their falconers, dogs, and hunting nags, their wealth, saith Salmutza, runs away with hounds, and their fortunes fly away with hawks. They persecute beasts so long, till in the end they themselves degenerate into beasts, as Agrippa taxeth them, Actaeon-like, for as he was eaten to death by his own dogs, so do they devour themselves and their patrimonies. In such idle and unnecessary disports, neglecting in the meantime their more necessary business, and to follow their vocations. Overmad too sometimes are our great men in delighting, and doting too much on it. When they drive poor husbandmen from their tillage, as Salisburiensis objects, Polycrat. L. 1. C. For, fling down country farms, and whole towns, to make parks, and forests, starving men to feed beasts, and punishing in the meantime such a man that shall molest their game, more severely than him that is otherwise a common hacker, or a notorious thief. But great men are some ways to be excused, the meaner sort have no evasion why they should not be counted mad. Poggius the Florentine tells a merry story to this purpose, condemning the folly and impertinent business of such kind of persons. A physician of Milan, saith he, that cured mad men, had a pit of water in his house, in which he kept his patients, some up to the knees, some to the girdle, some to the chin, pro modo insanii, as they were more or less affected. One of them by chance, that was well recovered, stood in the door, and seeing a gallant ride by with a hawk on his fist, well mounted, with his spaniels after him, would needs know to what use all this preparation served. He made answer to kill certain fowls. The patient demanded again, what his fowl might be worth which he killed in a year. He replied 5 or 10 crowns, and when he urged him farther what his dogs, horse, and hawks stood him in, he told him 400 crowns. With that the patient bade begone, as he loved his life and welfare, for if our master come and find thee here, he will put thee in the pit amongst mad men up to the chin, taxing the madness and folly of such vain men that spend themselves in those idle sports, neglecting their business and necessary affairs. Leo Decimus, that hunting pope, is much discommended by Jovius in his life, for his immoderate desire of hawking and hunting, in so much that, as he saith, he would sometimes live about Ostia weeks and months together, leave suitors unrespected. Bulls and pardons ensigned, to his own prejudice, and many private men's loss. And if he had been by chance crossed in his sport, or his game not so good, he was so impatient, that he would revile and miscall many times men of great worth with most bitter taunts, look so sour, be so angry and waspish, so grieved and molested, that it is incredible to relate it. But if he had good sport, and been well pleased, on the other side, incredibili munificentia, with unspeakable bounty and munificence he would reward all his fellow hunters, and deny nothing to any suitor when he was in that mood. To say truth, 'tis the common humour of all gamesters, as Galateus observes, if they win, no men living are so jovial and merry, but if they lose, though it be but a trifle, 2 or 3 games at tables, or a dealing at cards for 2 pence a game, they are so choleric and testy that no man may speak with them, and break many times into violent passions, oaths, imprecations, and unbeseeming speeches, little differing from mad men for the time. Generally of all gamesters and gaming, if it be excessive, thus much we may conclude, that whether they win or lose for the present, their winnings are not munera fortunae, sed insidiae as that wise Seneca determines, not fortune's gifts, but baits. The common catastrophe is beggary, ut pestis vitam, sic adamit alia pecuniam, as the plague takes away life, doth gaming goods, for omnes nudi, inopsi egeni. Alia scylla vorex, species certissima furti. Non contenta bonus animum quoque perfida mergit. Fida, furax, infamus, inners, furiosa, ruina. For a little pleasure they take, and some small gains and gettings now and then, their wives and children are ringed in the meantime, and they themselves with loss of body and soul rued in the end. I will say nothing of those prodigious prodigals, perdendi pecuniae, genitos, as he taxed Anthony, capatrimonium sine ola fori calumnia amiddent, saith Cyprian, and mad sybaritical spendthrifts, qui cuna cumdunt patrimonia coena, that eat up all at a breakfast, at a supper, or amongst bawds, parasites, and players, consume themselves in an instant, as if they had flung it into Tiber, with great wages, vain and idle expenses, and not themselves only, but even all their friends, as a man desperately swimming drowns him that comes to help him, by suretyship and borrowing they will willingly undo all their associates and allies. Irati pecunius, as he saith, angry with their money, what with a wanton eye, a liquorish tongue, and a gamesome hand, when they have indiscreetly impoverished themselves, mortgaged their wits, together with their lands, and entombed their ancestors' fair possessions in their bowels, they may lead the rest of their days in prison, as many times they do. They repent at leisure, and when all is gone begin to be thrifty, but Sera est in fundo parsimoniae, 'tis then too late to look about, their end is misery, sorrow, shame, and discontent. And well they deserve to be infamous and discontent. Catamidieri in amphitheatro, as by Adrian the emperor's edict they were of old, decoctories bonorum suorum. So he calls them, prodigal fools, to be publicly shamed, and hissed out of all societies, rather than to be pitied or relieved. The Tuscans and Boeotians brought their bankrupts into the marketplace in a bier with an empty purse carried before them, all the boys following, where they sat all day circumstant plebe, to be infamous and ridiculous. At Padua in Italy they have a stone called the Stone of Turpitude, near the Senate House, where spendthrifts, and such as disclaim non-payment of debts, do sit with their hinder parts bare. That by that note of disgrace. Others may be terrified from all such vain expense, or borrowing more than they can tell how to pay. The civilians of old set guardians over such brain-sick prodigals, as they did over madmen, to moderate their expenses, that they should not so loosely consume their fortunes, to the utter undoing of their families. I may not here omit those two main plagues, and common dotages of humankind, wine and women, which have infatuated and besotted myriads of people. They go commonly together. Que vino indulget, quemque aloa decoquit, isle. In venerem putret. To whom is sorrow, saith Solomon, Pro. 23:39, to whom is woe, but to such a one as loves drink? It causeth torture, vino tortus et ira, and bitterness of mind, Sirach. 31:21. Vinum furoris, Jeremy calls it, 15. Cap. Wine of madness, as well he may, for in saner facit sanos, it makes sound men sick and sad, and wise men mad, to say and do they know not what. Accidit hodie terribilis casus, saith S. Austin. Here a miserable accident. Cyrilla's son this day in his drink, matrem pregnantum nequiter oppressit, sororum violare voluit, patrem occidit fear. Et duas alias sorors ad mortem vulneravit, would have violated his sister, killed his father, and a true saying it was of him, vino dari. Laetitium et dolorem, drink causeth mirth, and drink causeth sorrow, drink causeth poverty and want, Parov 21, shame and disgrace. Multi. Ignobles evasir ob vini potum, Austin, amicis honoribus profugi. Aberrant, many men have made shipwreck of their fortunes, and go like rogues and beggars, having turned all their substance into aurum potable, that otherwise might have lived in good worship and happy estate, and for a few hours' pleasure, for their hilary terms but short, or free madness, as Seneca calls it, purchase unto themselves eternal tediousness and trouble. That other madness is on women, apostater facit seoar, saith the wise man, ac homini cerebrum minuit. Pleasant at first she is, like Dioscorides rhododaphne, that fair plant to the eye, but poison to the taste, the rest as bitter as wormwood in the end, Parov 4, and sharp as a two-edged sword, 7. 27. Her house is the way to hell, and goes down to the chambers of death. What more sorrowful can be said? They are miserable in this life, mad, beasts, led like oxen to the slaughter, and that which is worse, whoremasters and drunkards shall be judged, amittent gratiam, saith Austin, perdunt gloriam, incurrent damnationem aeternam. They lose grace and glory. Brevis illa voluptas. Abrogat aeternum caeli decus. They gain hell and eternal damnation. Subsect. 14. Philautia, or self-love, vainglory, praise, honor, immoderate applause, pride, overmuch joy, and causes. Self-love, pride, and vainglory, secus amor sway, which Chrysostom calls one of the devil's three great nets, Bernard, an arrow which pierceth the soul through, and slays it, a sly, insensible enemy, not perceived, are main causes. Where neither anger, lust, covetousness, fear, sorrow, and nor any other perturbation can lay hold. This will slyly and insensibly pervert us, quem non gula visit, Philautia, superavit, saith Cyprian, whom surfeiting could not overtake, self-love hath overcome. He hath scorned all money, bribes, gifts, upright otherwise and sincere, hath inserted himself to no fond imagination, and sustained all those tyrannical concupiscences of the body, hath lost all his honor, captivated by vainglory. Chrysostom, sup. Io. Tu sola animam mentemque peruris, gloria. A great assault and cause of our present malady, although we do most part neglect, take no notice of it, yet this is a violent batterer of our souls, causeth melancholy and dotage. This pleasing humour, this soft and whispering popular air, amabilis insania. This delectable frenzy, most irrefragable passion, mentis gratissimus error, this acceptable disease, which so sweetly sets upon us, ravisheth our senses, lulls our souls asleep, puffs up our hearts as so many bladders, and that without all feeling. Insomuch as, those that are misaffected with it, never so much as once perceive it, or think of any cure. We commonly love him best in this malady, that doth us most harm, and are very willing to be hurt, adulationibus nostris labenter facimus, saith Jerome, we love him for it, o bonsiari suave, suave fut a te tali haec tribui. 'Twas sweet to hear it. And as Pliny doth ingenuously confess to his dear friend Augurinus, all thy writings are most acceptable, but those especially that speak of us. Again, a little after to Maximus, I cannot express how pleasing it is to me to hear myself commended. Though we smile to ourselves, at least ironically, when parasites bedaub us with false encomiums, as many princes cannot choose but do, quum tale quid nihil interesi reperent, when they know they come as far short, as a mouse to an elephant, of any such virtues. Yet it doth us good. Though we seem many times to be angry, and blush at our own praises, yet our souls inwardly rejoice, it puffs us up, 'tis fallax suavitas, blandest demon, makes us swell beyond our bounds, and forget ourselves. Her two daughters are lightness of mind, immoderate joy and pride, not excluding those other concomitant vices, which Iodicus Loricius reckons up, bragging, hypocrisy, peevishness, and curiosity. Now the common cause of this mischief, ariseth from ourselves or others, we are active and passive. It proceeds inwardly from ourselves, as we are active causes, from an overweening conceit we have of our good parts, own worth, which indeed is no worth, our bounty, favour, grace, valour, strength, wealth, patience, meekness, hospitality, beauty, temperance, gentry, knowledge, wit, science, art, learning, our excellent gifts and fortunes, for which, Narcissus-like, we admire, flatter, and applaud ourselves, and think all the world esteems so of us. And as deformed women easily believe those that tell them they be fair, we are too credulous of our own good parts and praises, too well persuaded of ourselves. We brag and venditate our own works, and scorn all others in respect of us. Inflati scientia, saith Paul, our wisdom, our learning, all our geese are swans, and we as basely esteem and vilify other men's, as we do over highly prize and value our own. We will not suffer them to be in secundis, no, not in tertius. What, mecum conferter Ulysses? They are mures, muscae, culices praesi, nits and flies compared to his inexorable and supercilious, eminent and arrogant worship, though indeed they be far before him. Only wise, only rich, only fortunate, valorous, and fair, puffed up with this tympany of self-conceit. As that proud Pharisee, they are not, as they suppose, like other men, of a purer and more precious metal, soli re gerendi sunt efficaces, which that wise Periander held of such, meditanter omni caprius negotium, and novae quendam, saith Erasmus, I knew one so arrogant that he thought himself inferior to no man living, like Callisthenes the philosopher, that neither held Alexander's axe or any other subject worthy of his pen, such was his insolency. Or Seleucus king of Syria, who thought none fit to contend with him but the Romans. Eos solos dignos ratus quibuscum de imperio certeret. That which Tully writ to Atticus long since, is still in force. There was never yet true poet nor orator, that thought any other better than himself. And such for the most part are your princes, potentates, great philosophers, historiographers, authors of sects or heresies, and all our great scholars, as Hiram defines. A natural philosopher is a glorious creature, and a very slave of rumour, fame, and popular opinion, and though they write de contempta gloriae, yet as he observes, they will put their names to their books. Vobis e fami, me semper dedi, saith Trebellius Pollio, I have wholly consecrated myself to you and fame. 'Tis all my desire, night and day, 'tis all my study to raise my name. Proud Pliny seconds him, quamquamo. And that vainglorious orator is not ashamed to confess in an epistle of his to Marcus Lexius, Ardeo incredibili cupididate, and I burn with an incredible desire to have my name registered in thy book. Out of this fountain proceed all those cracks and brags, speramus carmina fingi posse lenenda cedro, ed leni servanda cupresso, non usitata nec tenui ferra penna, nec in terra moreber longius. Nil parvum aut humili modo, nil mortale locker. Dicar qua violens obstrepit occidis dot, exegi monumentum aer perennius. Imk opus exegi, quat nec Jovis ira, nec ignis, and cum venit aldies, and partumen melior me super alta perennis astra ferrer, nomenc erit indelible nostrum. This of Ovid I have paraphrased in English. And when I am dead and gone, my corpse laid under a stone, my fame shall yet survive, and I shall be alive in these my works forever. My glory shall persever, and that of Ennius. Nemo me lacrimis decoret, nec funera flitu. Faxit, cur. Volido docta por ora virum. Let none shed tears over me, or adorn my bier with sorrow, because I am eternally in the mouths of men. With many such proud strains, and foolish flashes too common with writers. Not so much as Democritus on the topics, but he will be immortal. Typocius de fama, shall be famous, and well he deserves, because he rid of fame. And every trivial poet must be renowned, plausuc petit clarescere vulgi. He seeks the applause of the public. This puffing humor it is, that hath produced so many great tomes, built such famous monuments, strong castles, and mausolean tombs, to have their acts eternist, digito monstrari, id dicere hic est. To be pointed at with the finger, and to have it said, there he goes, to see their names inscribed, as Phryne on the walls of Thebes, Phryne facit. This causeth so many bloody battles, eaten nox cogit vigilare serenus. And induces us to watch during calm nights. Long journeys, magnum iter. Intendo, sed dat mihi gloria vires, I contemplate a monstrous journey. But the love of glory strengthens me for it, gaining honor, a little applause, pride, self-love, vainglory. This is it which makes them take such pains, and break out into those ridiculous strains, this high conceit of themselves, to scorn all others, ridiculo fastu et intolerando contemptu. As Polemon the grammarian contemned vero, secum et natas et morituras literas jactans, and brings them to that height of insolency, that they cannot endure to be contradicted, or hear of anything but their own commendation. Which Hiram notes of such kind of men. And as Austin well seconds him, 'tis their sole study day and night to be commended and applauded. When as indeed, in all wise men's judgments, cabus seoar sapit, they are mad, empty vessels, fungs. Beside themselves, derided, edut camelis in proverbio quirens cornua. Idiom quas habebat oras amisit, their works are toys. As an almanac out of date, authorus perunt garrulatate sway, they seek fame and immortality, but reap dishonor and infamy, they are a common obloquy, insensati, and come far short of that which they suppose or expect. O puiut sis vitalis metua. How much I dread. Thy days are short, some lord shall strike thee dead. Of so many myriads of poets, rhetoricians, philosophers, sophisters, as Eusebius well observes, which have written in former ages, scarce one of 1,000's works remains, nomina et libri simul cum corporibus interierant. Their books and bodies are perished together. It is not as They vainly think, they shall surely be admired and immortal, as one told Philip of Macedon insultingly, after a victory, that his shadow was no longer than before, we may say to them. Nos demiramur, sed non cum died vulgo. Sed volo harpias, gorgonas, eti furias. We marvel too, not as the vulgar we, but as we gorgons, harpies, or furies see. Or if we do applaud, honor and admire, quota pars, how small a part, in respect of the whole world, never so much as hears our names, how few take notice of us, how slender a tract, as scant as Alcibiades' land in a map. And yet every man must and will be immortal, as he hopes, and extend his fame to our antipodes, when as half, no not a quarter of his own province or city, neither knows nor hears of him, but say they did, what's a city to a kingdom? A kingdom to Europe, Europe to the world itself that must have an end, if compared to the least visible star in the firmament. 18 times bigger than it. And then if those stars be infinite, and every star there be a sun, as some will, and as this sun of ours hath his planets about him, all inhabited, what proportion bear we to them, and where's our glory? Orbum terrarum victor Romanus habebat, as he cracked in Petronius, all the world was under Augustus, and so in Constantine's time, Eusebius brags he governed all the world, universum mundum preclare ad modum administravit. Eti omnes orbis gentes imperatori subjecti, so of Alexander it is given out, the 4 monarchies, and when as neither Greeks nor Romans ever had the 15th part of the now known world, nor half of that which was then described. What braggadocios are they and we then? Quam brevis hic de nobis sermo, as he said. Pudebit octi nominis, how short a time, how little a while doth this fame of ours continue? Every private province, every small territory and city, when we have all done, will yield as generous spirits, as brave examples in all respects, as famous as ourselves, Cadwallader in Wales, Rollo in Normandy, Robin Hood and Little John are as much renowned in Sherwood, as Caesar in Rome, Alexander in Greece, or his Hephaestion. Omnis itus omnisque populus in exemplum eti admirationem veniet, every town, city, book, is full of brave soldiers, senators, scholars. And though Bracyclas was a worthy captain, a good man, and as they thought, not to be matched in Lacedaemon, yet as his mother truly said, plures habet Sparta Bracida meliors, Sparta had many better men than ever he was. And howsoever thou admirest thyself, thy friend, many an obscure fellow the world never took notice of, had he been in place or action, would have done much better than he, or thou thyself. Another kind of mad men there is opposite to these, that are insensibly mad, and know not of it, such as contemn all praise and glory, think themselves most free, when as indeed they are most mad, calcant sed alio fastu, a company of cynics. Such as are monks, hermits, anchorites, that contemn the world, contemn themselves, contemn all titles, honors, offices, and yet in that contempt are more proud than any man living whatsoever. They are proud in humility, proud in that they are not proud, sip homo de vani gloriae contemptu, vanius gloriator, as Austin hath it, confess. Lib 10, cap. 38, like Diogenes, intus glorianter, they brag inwardly, and feed themselves fat with a self-conceit of sanctity, which is no better than hypocrisy. They go in sheep's russet, many great men that might maintain themselves in cloth of gold, and seem to be dejected, humbled by their outward carriage, when as inwardly they are swollen full of pride, arrogancy, and self-conceit. And therefore Seneca adviseth his friend Lucilius, in his attire and gesture, outward actions, especially to avoid all such things as are more notable in themselves, as a rugged attire, hirsute head, horrid beard, contempt of money, coarse lodging, and whatsoever leads to fame that opposite way. All this madness yet proceeds from ourselves, the main engine which batters us is from others, we are merely passive in this business, from a company of parasites and flatterers, that with immoderate praise, and bombast epithets, glossing titles, false eulogiums, so bedaub and applaud, gild over many a silly and undeserving man, that they clap him quite out of his wits. Residential imprimis violenta est, as Hiram notes, this common applause is a most violent thing, laudum placenta, a drum, fife, and trumpet cannot so animate, that fattens men, erects and dejects them in an instant. Palma negata macrum, donata reducit opimum. It makes them fat and lean, as frost doth conies. And who is that mortal man that can so contain himself, that if he be immoderately commended and applauded, will not be moved? Let him be what he will, those parasites will overturn him. If he be a king, he is one of the 9 worthies, more than a man, a god forthwith, edictum domini dece nostri, and they will sacrifice unto him. Divinos si tu patiaris honores. Ultro ipsi dabimus maritasque sacrabimus eris. If he be a soldier, then Themistocles, Epaminondas, Hector, Achilles, duo. Fulmina belli, triumviri terrarum, and the valor of both Scipios is too little for him, he is invictissimus, serenissimus, multistrophius. Ornatissimus, naturi, dominus, although he be lepus galeatus, indeed a very coward, a milksop, and as he said of Xerxes, postremus in pugna, primus in fuga, and such a one as never durst look his enemy in the face. If he be a big man, then is he a Samson, another Hercules, if he pronounce a speech, another Tully or Demosthenes, as of Herod in the Acts. The voice of God and not of man, if he can make a verse, Homer, Virgil. And then my silly weak patient takes all these eulogiums to himself. If he be a scholar so commended for his much reading, excellent style, method, and he will eviscerate himself like a spider, study to death. Laudatas ostendat avis Junonia pennas, peacock-like he will display all his feathers. If he be a soldier, and so applauded, his valor extolled, though it be impar congressus, as that of Troilus and Achilles, infelix. Pure, he will combat with a giant, run first upon a breach, as another. Philippus. He will ride into the thickest of his enemies. Commend his housekeeping, and he will beggar himself, commend his temperance, he will starve himself. Laudatac virtus. Crescit, etiam mensum gloria calcar habet. He is mad, 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 no woe with him, impatiens consortes erit, he will over the Alps to be talked of, or to maintain his credit. Commend an ambitious man, some proud prince or potentate, si plus equo laudator. Seth Erasmus, Christus erigit, exut hominum, deum se putat, he sets up his crest, and will be no longer a man but a god. Nihil est quod credere de si. Non audet quum laudator diis equa potestas. How did this work with Alexander, that would needs be Jupiter's son, and go like Hercules in a lion's skin? Domitian a god, dominus deus. Noster sic fieri jubit, like the Persian kings, whose image was adored by all that came into the city of Babylon. Commodus the emperor was so gulled by his flattering parasites, that he must be called Hercules. Antonius the Roman would be crowned with ivy, carried in a chariot, and adored for Bacchus. Cotys, king of Thrace, was married to Minerva, and sent 3 several messengers one after another, to see if she were come to his bedchamber. Such a one was Jupiter Menecrates. Maximinus, Jovianus, Diocletianus Herculeus, Sapor the Persian king, brother of the sun and moon, and our modern Turks, that will be gods on earth, kings of kings, God's shadow, commanders of all that may be commanded, are kings of China and Tartary in this present age. Such a one was Xerxes, that would whip the sea, fetter Neptune, stulta jactantia. And send a challenge to Mount Athos. And such are many sottish princes. Brought into a fool's paradise by their parasites, 'tis a common humour. Incident to all men, when they are in great places, or come to the solstice. Of honour, have done, or deserved well. To applaud and flatter themselves. Stultitium suam prodent, enc, saith Platerus, your very tradesmen. If they be excellent, will crack and brag, and show their folly in excess. They have good parts, and they know it, you need not tell them of it. Out of a conceit of their worth, they go smiling to themselves, a perpetual meditation of their trophies and plaudits, they run at last quite mad, and lose their wits. Petrarch, lib. 1 de Contempta Mundi, confessed as much of himself, and Cardan, in his 5th book of Wisdom, gives an instance. In a smith of Milan, a fellow citizen of his, one Galeus de Rubis, that being commended for refining of an instrument of Archimedes, for joy, ran mad. Plutarch in the life of Artaxerxes, hath such a like story of one Camus, a soldier, that wounded King Cyrus in battle, and grew thereupon so arrogant, that in a short space after he lost his wits. So many men, if any new honour, office, preferment, booty, treasure, possession, or patrimony, ex inspirato fall unto them for immoderate joy, and continual meditation of it, cannot sleep or tell what they say or do. They are so ravished on a sudden, and with vain conceits transported, there is no rule with them. Epaminondas, therefore, the next day after his Luctrian victory, came abroad all squalid and submiss, and gave no other reason to his friends of so doing, than that he perceived himself the day before, by reason of his good fortune, to be too insolent, overmuch joyed. That wise and virtuous lady, Queen Catherine, Dowager of England, in private talk, upon like occasion, said, that she would not willingly endure the extremity of either fortune. But if it were so, that of necessity she must undergo the one, she would be in adversity, because comfort was never wanting in it, but still counsel and government were defective in the other, they could not moderate themselves. Subsect 15. Love of learning, or overmuch study. With a digression of the misery of scholars, and why the muses are melancholy. Leonardus Fuchsius instit. Lib 3. Sect 1, Cap 1, Felix Plater, Lib 3. De mentis alienat. Herc. De Saxonia, Tract. Post. De Melanch. Cap. 3. Speak of a peculiar fury, which comes by overmuch study. Fernelius, Lib 1, Cap. 18, put study, contemplation, and continual meditation, as an especial cause of madness, and in his 86 Consul. Cites the same words. Jo. Arculanus, in Lib 9, Racis ad Almansorum, Cap. 16, amongst other causes reckons up studium vehemens, so doth Levinus Lemnius, Lib de Occult. Nat. Mirach. Lib 1, Cap. 16. Many men, saith he, come to this malady by continual study, and night waking, and of all other men, scholars are most subject to it, and such races adds, that have commonly the finest wits. Cont. Lib 1, Tract. 9, Marsilius Ficinus, de Sanit. Tuenda, Lib 1. Cap. 7, puts melancholy amongst one of those 5 principal plagues of students, 'tis a common maul unto them all, and almost in some measure an inseparable companion. Varro belike for that cause calls tristes philosophici severos, severe, sad, dry, tetric, are common epithets to scholars, and Patricius therefore, in the institution of princes, would not have them to be great students. For, as Machiavel holds, study weakens their bodies, dulls the spirits, abates their strength and courage. And good scholars are never good soldiers, which a certain Goth well perceived, for when his countrymen came into Greece, and would have burned all their books, he cried out against it, by no means they should do it, leave them that plague, which in time will consume all their vigor, and martial spirits. The Turks abdicated Cornutus the next heir from the empire, because he was so much given to his book, and 'tis the common tenet of the world, that learning dulls and diminisheth the spirits, and so per consequens produceth melancholy. Two main reasons may be given of it, why students should be more subject to this malady than others. The one is, they live a sedentary, solitary life, sibi et muses, free from bodily exercise, and those ordinary disports which other men use, and many times if discontent and idleness concur with it, which is too frequent, they are precipitated into this gulf on a sudden, but the common cause is overmuch study. Too much learning, as Festus told Paul, hath made thee mad, 'tis that other extreme which affects it. So did Trincavelius, lib 1, consul 12 and 13, find by his experience, in two of his patients, a young baron, and another that contracted this malady by too vehement study. So Forestus, observat. L. 10, observe. 13, in a young divine in Louvain, that was mad, and said, he had a Bible in his head. Marsilius Ficinus de Sanitation Tuend. Lib 1, cap. 1, 3, 4, and lib 2, cap. 16, gives many reasons, why students dote more often than others. The first is their negligence. Other men look to their tools, a painter will wash his pencils, a smith will look to his hammer, anvil, forge, a husbandman will mend his plough irons, and grind his hatchet if it be dull. A falconer or huntsman will have an especial care of his hawks, hounds, horses, dogs, and musician will string and unstring his lute, and only scholars neglect that instrument, their brain and spirits, I mean, which they daily use, and by which they range over all the world, which by much study is consumed. Vide, saith Lucian, ene funiculum nimis intendendo aliquando abrumpus, see thou twist not the rope so hard, till at length it break. Facinus in his 4th chap gives some other reasons. Saturn and Mercury, the patrons of learning, they are both dry planets, and Origenus assigns the same cause, why Mercurialists are so poor, and most part beggars, for that their president Mercury had no better fortune himself. The destinies of old put poverty upon him as a punishment, since when, poetry and beggary are gemelli, twin-born brats, inseparable companions. And to this day is every scholar poor. Gross gold from them runs headlong to the boor. Mercury can help them to knowledge, but not to money. The second is contemplation, which dries the brain and extinguisheth natural heat. For whilst the spirits are intent to meditation above in the head, the stomach and liver are left destitute, and thence come black blood and crudities by defect of concoction, and for want of exercise the superfluous vapors cannot exhale, and the same reasons are repeated by Gomesius. Lib 4, cap. 1, de sale nemanis orat. De imag. Jo. Voscius, lib 2, cap. 5, de pest, and something more they add, that hard students are commonly troubled with gouts, catarrhs, rheums, cachexia, bradyopepsia, bad eyes, stone and colic, crudities, oppilations, vertigo, winds, consumptions, and all such diseases as come by overmuch sitting. They are most part lean, dry, ill-colored, spend their fortunes, lose their wits, and many times their lives, and all through immoderate pains, and extraordinary studies. If you will not believe the truth of this, look upon great Tostatus and Thomas Aquinas's works, and tell me whether those men took pains. Peruse Austin, Hiram, and many thousands besides. Cupit optatam cursu contingere metum. Multa tulit, vicit pure, sudavit idealsit. He that desires this wished goal to gain Must sweat and freeze before he can attain. And labor hard for it. So did Seneca, by his own confession, EP 8. Not a day that I spend idle, part of the night I keep mine eyes open, tired with waking, and now slumbering to their continual task. Here. Tully pro Archaeopoda, whilst others loitered, and took their pleasures, he was continually at his book, so they do that will be scholars, and that to the hazard, I say, of their healths, fortunes, wits, and lives. How much did Aristotle and Ptolemy spend? Unius regni pretium. They say, more than a king's ransom, how many crowns per annum, to perfect arts, the one about his history of creatures, the other on his Almagest? How much time did the Bet Benkarat employ, to find out the motion of the eighth sphere? 40 years and more, some write, how many poor scholars have lost their wits, or become dizzards, neglecting all worldly affairs and their own health, wealth, esse and bene esse, to gain knowledge for which, after all their pains, in this world's esteem they are accounted ridiculous and silly fools, idiots, asses, and, as oft they are, rejected, contemned, derided, doting, and mad. Look for examples in Hildesheim. Spissel. 2. De Mania et Delirio, read Trincavellius, L. 3. Consul. 36, EC, 17. Montanus, Consul. 233, Garcias de Judic. Genet. Cap. 33, Mercurialis, Consul. 86, Cap. 25, Prosper Calenius in his book De Atrabile. Go to Bedlam and ask. Or if they keep their wits. Yet they are esteemed scrubs and fools by reason of their carriage, after 7 years' study. Statua, Taciturnius exit. Plurumque risum populi quadit. He becomes more silent than a statue, and generally excites people's laughter. Because they cannot ride a horse, which every clown can do. Salute and court a gentlewoman, carve at table, cringe and make congés. Which every common swasher can do, hos populus ridet, and, they are laughed to scorn, and accounted silly fools by our gallants. Yea, many times, such is their misery, they deserve it, a mere scholar, a mere ass. Obstipo capite, effigentis lumen terram. Murmura cum secum, edi rabiosa silentia rodent. Ac experecto tribunanter verba libello. Egrodi veteris meditantes somnia, gigni. De nihilo nihilum, in nihilum nil posse reverti. Who do lean awry their heads, piercing the earth with a fixed eye. When, by themselves, they gnaw their murmuring and furious silence, as 'twere balancing each word upon their outstretched lip, and when they meditate the dreams of old sick men. As, out of nothing, nothing can be brought. And that which is, can ne'er be turned to naught. Thus they go commonly meditating unto themselves, thus they sit, such is their action and gesture. Fulgosus, L. 8, c. 7, makes mention how Th. Aquinas supping with King Louis of France, upon a sudden knocked his fist upon the table, and cried, conclusum est contra Manichaeos, his wits were a wool gathering, as they say, and his head busied about other matters. When he perceived his error, he was much abashed. Such a story there is of Archimedes in Vitruvius, that having found out the means to know how much gold was mingled with the silver in King Hieron's crown, ran naked forth of the bath and cried Upsilon Rhoeta Kappa Alpha. I have found, and was commonly so intent to his studies, that he never perceived what was done about him, when the city was taken, and the soldiers now ready to rifle his house, he took no notice of it. Saint Bernard rode all day long by the Lemnian lake, and asked at last where he was, Marilus, lib 2, cap. 4. It was Democritus's carriage alone that made the Abderite suppose him to have been mad, and send for Hippocrates to cure him, if he had been in any solemn company, he would upon all occasions fall a-laughing. Theophrastus saith as much of Heraclitus, for that he continually wept, and Laertius of Menedemus Lampsacus, because he ran like a madman, saying, he came from hell as a spy, to tell the devils what mortal men did. Your greatest students are commonly no better, silly, soft fellows in their outward behavior, absurd, ridiculous to others, and no wit experienced in worldly business. They can measure the heavens, range over the world, teach others wisdom, and yet in bargains and contracts they are circumvented by every base tradesman. Are not these men fools? And how should they be otherwise? But as so many sots in schools, when, as he well observed, they neither hear nor see such things as are commonly practiced abroad, how should they get experience, by what means? I knew in my time many scholars, saith Aeneas Sylvius, in an epistle of his to Gaspar Cytic, Chancellor to the Emperor, excellent well learned, but so rude, so silly, that they had no common civility, nor knew how to manage their domestic or public affairs. Paglarensis was amazed, and said his farmer had surely cozened him, when he heard him tell that his sow had 11 pigs, and his ass had but one foal. To say the best of this profession, I can give no other testimony of them in general, than that of Pliny of Isaeus. He is yet a scholar, than which kind of men there is nothing so simple, so sincere, none better, they are most part harmless, honest, upright, innocent, plain-dealing men. Now because they are commonly subject to such hazards and inconveniences as dotage, madness, simplicity, and Joe. Voscius would have good scholars to be highly rewarded, and had in some extraordinary respect above other men, to have greater privileges than the rest, that adventure themselves and abbreviate their lives for the public good. But our patrons of learning are so far nowadays from respecting the Muses, and giving that honor to scholars, or reward which they deserve, and are allowed by those indulgent privileges of many noble princes, that after all their pains taken in the universities, cost and charge, expenses, irksome hours, laborious tasks, wearisome days, dangers, hazards, barred interim from all pleasures which other men have mewed up like hawks all their lives, if they chance to wade through them, they shall in the end be rejected, contemned, and which is their greatest misery, driven to their shifts, exposed to want, poverty, and beggary. Their familiar attendants are Palentes morbi, luctus, curique labercae. Iti metus, iti malisuada fames, iti turpis gestas. Terribios visu formae. Grief, labor, care, pale sickness, miseries. Fear, filthy poverty, hunger that cries. Terrible monsters to be seen with eyes. If there were nothing else to trouble them, the conceit of this alone were enough to make them all melancholy. Most other trades and professions, after some 7 years' apprenticeship, are enabled by their craft to live of themselves. A merchant adventures his goods at sea, and though his hazard be great, yet if one ship return of 4, he likely makes a saving voyage. An husbandman's gains are almost certain. Cabus ipsi Jupiter nocera non potest, whom Jove himself can't harm, 'tis Cato's hyperbole, a great husband himself, only scholars methinks are most uncertain, unrespected, subject to all casualties, and hazards. For first, not one of a many proves to be a scholar, all are not capable and docile, ex omne ligno non fit mercurius, we can make majors and officers every year, but not scholars, kings can invest knights and barons. As Sigismund the emperor confessed. Universities can give degrees, and tu quod es, e populo quilibet esse potest, but he nor they, nor all the world, can give learning, make philosophers, artists, orators, poets. We can soon say, as Seneca well notes, O virum bonum, O dividum, point at a rich man, a good, a happy man, a prosperous man, sumptuos vestidum, calamustratum, bene olentum, magno temporis impendio constat haec laudatio, O virum literarum. But 'tis not so easily performed to find out a learned man. Learning is not so quickly got, though they may be willing to take pains, to that end sufficiently informed, and liberally maintained by their patrons and parents, yet few can compass it. Or if they be docile, yet all men's wills are not answerable to their wits, they can apprehend, but will not take pains. They are either seduced by bad companions, vel in puellum impingent, vel in poculum, they fall in with women or wine, and so spend their time to their friends' grief and their own undoings. Or put case they be studious, industrious, of ripe wits, and perhaps good capacities, then how many diseases of body and mind must they encounter? No labor in the world like unto study. It may be, their temperature will not endure it, but striving to be excellent to know all, they lose health, wealth, wit, life and all. Let him yet happily escape all these hazards, aries intestinis with a body of brass, and is now consummate and ripe, he hath profited in his studies, and proceeded with all applause, after many expenses, he is fit for preferment. Where shall he have it? He is as far to seek it as he was, after 20 years standing, at the first day of his coming to the university. For what course shall he take, being now capable and ready? The most parable and easy, and about which many are employed, is to teach a school, turn lecturer or curate, and for that he shall have falconer's wages, £10 per annum, and his diet, or some small stipend. So long as he can please his patron or the parish. If they approve him not, for usually they do but a year or two, as inconstant, as they that cried, Hosanna, one day, and, crucify him, the other, serving manlike, he must go look a new master, if they do, what is his reward? Hoc quoque te mene ut pueros elementa docentem. Occupit extremis in vicis alba senectus. At last thy snow-white age in suburb schools shall toil in teaching boys their grammar rules. Like an ass, he wears out his time for provender, and can show a stump rod. Togam tritam eti laceram seth hedis, an old torn gown, an ensign. Of his infelicity, he hath his labor for his pain, a modicum to keep him, till he be decrepit. And that is all. Grammaticus non est felix, and if he be a trencher chaplain in a gentleman's house, as it befell Euphormio, after some 7 years' service, he may perchance have a living to the halves, or some small rectory with the mother of the maids at length, a poor kinswoman, or a cracked chambermaid, to have and to hold during the time of his life. But if he offend his good patron, or displease his lady mistress in the meantime, Duciter planta volu ictus ab Hercule cacus. Poniturc foras, si quid tentaverit unquam. Hisir. As Hercules did by Cacus. He shall be dragged forth of doors by the heels. Away with him. If he bend his forces to some other studies, with an intent to be a secretus to some nobleman, or in such a place with an ambassador, he shall find that these persons rise like apprentices one under another. And in so many tradesmen's shops. When the master is dead, the foreman of the shop commonly steps in his place. Now for poets, rhetoricians, historians, philosophers, mathematicians, sophisters, and, they are like grasshoppers, sing they must in summer, and pine in the winter, for there is no preferment for them. Even so they were at first, if you will believe that pleasant tale of Socrates, which he told fair Phaedrus under a plane tree, at the banks of the river Iseus, about noon when it was hot. And the grasshoppers made a noise, he took that sweet occasion to tell him a tale, how grasshoppers were once scholars, musicians, poets, and before the Muses were born, and lived without meat and drink, and for that cause were turned by Jupiter into grasshoppers, and may be turned again, in Tithoni cicadas, aut lyciorum ranas, for any reward I see they are like to have, or else in the meantime, I would they could live, as they did. Without any viaticum, like so many maniacodiidae. Those Indian birds of paradise, as we commonly call them, those I mean that live with the air and dew of heaven, and need no other food. For being as they are, their rhetoric only serves them to curse their bad fortunes, and many of them for want of means are driven to hard shifts. From grasshoppers they turn humble bees and wasps, plain parasites, and make the muses, mules, to satisfy their hunger-starved paunches, and get a meal's meat. To say truth, 'tis the common fortune of most scholars, to be servile and poor, to complain pitifully, and lay open their wants to their respectless patrons. As Cardan doth. As Xylander and many others, and which is too common in those dedicatory epistles, for hope of gain, to lie, flatter, and with hyperbolical eulogiums and commendations, to magnify and extol an illiterate unworthy idiot, for his excellent virtues. Whom they should rather, as Machiavel observes, vilify, and rail at downright for his most notorious villainies and vices. So they prostitute themselves as fiddlers, or mercenary tradesmen, to serve great men's turns for a small reward. They are like Indians, they have store of gold, but know not the worth of it, for I am of Synesius' opinion, King Hieron got more by Simonides' acquaintance, than Simonides did by his. They have their best education, good institution, sole qualification from us, and when they have done well, their honor and immortality from us, we are the living tombs, registers. And as so many trumpeters of their fames, what was Achilles without Homer? Alexander without Arion and Curtius? Who had known the Caesars, but for Suetonius and Dion? Vixerunt fortes anti-Agamemna. Multi, sed omnes illicrimabiles. Urgenter, ignotique longa. Noct, carent quia vate sacro. Before great Agamemnon reigned kings as great as he, and brave, whose huge ambitions now contained in the small compass of a grave. In endless night, they sleep, unwept, unknown. No bard they had to make all time their own. They are more beholden to scholars, than scholars to them, but they undervalue themselves, and so by those great men are kept down. Let them have that encyclopedian, all the learning in the world. They must keep it to themselves, live in base esteem, and starve, except they will submit, as Budius well hath it, so many good parts, so many ensigns of arts, virtues, be slavishly obnoxious to some illiterate potentate, and live under his insolent worship, or honor, like parasites, catanquam mures alienam panem cumdunt. For to say truth, arts he, non sunt lucrativi, as Guido Bonat that great astrologer could foresee, they be not gainful arts these, said Isuriens id famelici, but poor and hungry. Dat Galenus opes, dat Justinianus honores. Sed genus edi species cogiter ire pedes. The rich physician, honored lawyers ride, whilst the poor scholar foots it by their side. Poverty is the muses' patrimony, and as that poetical divinity teacheth us. When Jupiter's daughters were each of them married to the gods, the muses alone were left solitary, Helicon forsaken of all suitors, and I believe it was because they had no portion. Calliope longum calebs cur vixit in evum. Nemp nihil dotes, quat numeraret, erat. Why did Calliope live so long a maid? Because she had no dowry to be paid. Ever since all their followers are poor, forsaken and left unto themselves. Insomuch, that as Petronius argues, ye shall likely know them by their clothes. There came, saith he, by chance into my company, a fellow. Not very spruce to look on, that I could perceive by that note alone he was a scholar, whom commonly rich men hate. I asked him what he was, he answered, a poet. I demanded again why he was so ragged. He told me this kind of learning never made any man rich. Capelago credit, magno esse fe nor talit. Capugnas eti rostrapati, presingitor oro. Vilis adulator picto jacet ebrius ostro. Sola pruinosis horit fecundia panis. A merchant's gain is great, that goes to sea. A soldier embossed all in gold. A flatterer lies foxed in brave array. A scholar only ragged to behold. All which are ordinary students, right well perceiving in the universities. How unprofitable these poetical, mathematical, and philosophical studies are, how little respected, how few patrons apply themselves in all haste to those three commodious professions of law, physic, and divinity, sharing themselves between them, rejecting these arts in the meantime. History, philosophy, philology, or lightly passing them over as pleasant toys fitting only table talk, and to furnish them with discourse. They are not so behoveful. He that can tell his money hath arithmetic enough, he is a true geometrician, can measure out a good fortune to himself. A perfect astrologer, that can cast the rise and fall of others, and mark their errant motions to his own use. The best optics are, to reflect the beams of some great man's favor and grace to shine upon him. He is a good engineer. That alone can make an instrument to get preferment. This was the common tenet and practice of Poland, as Cromrus observed not long since, in the first book of his history. Their universities were generally base, not a philosopher, a mathematician, an antiquary, and to be found of any note amongst them, because they had no set reward or stipend, but every man betook himself to divinity, hoc solum in votis habens, opimum sacerdotium, a good parsonage was their aim. This was the practice of some of our near neighbors, as Lipsius inveighs, they thrust their children to the study of law and divinity, before they be informed aright or capable of such studies. Silicet omnibus artibus antistat spes lucri. Edi formosier est cumulus ori, quam quicquid Greci Latinique delerantes scripserunt. Ex hoc numero deigned venient ad gubernacula repub. Intersunt. Edi present concilius regum, O pater, O patria. So he complained, and so may others. For even so we find, to serve a great man, to get an office in some bishop's court, to practice in some good town, or compass a benefice, is the mark we shoot at, as being so advantageous, the highway to preferment. Although many times, for aught I can see, these men fail as often as the rest in their projects, and are as usually frustrate of their hopes. For let him be a doctor of the law, an excellent civilian of good worth, where shall he practice and expatiate? Their fields are so scant, the civil law with us so contracted with prohibitions, so few causes, by reason of those all-devouring municipal laws, cabus nihil illiteratius, saith Erasmus, an illiterate in a barbarous study. For though they be never so well learned in it, I can hardly vouchsafe them the name of scholars, except they be otherwise qualified, and so few courts are left to that profession, such slender offices, and those commonly to be compassed at such dear rates, that I know not how an ingenious man should thrive amongst them. Now for physicians, there are in every village so many mountebanks, empirics, quacksalvers, Paracelsians, as they call themselves, cosifici et sanicidi, so Clenard terms them, wizards, alchemists, poor vicars, cast apothecaries, physicians' men, barbers, and good wives, professing great skill, that I make great doubt how they shall be maintained, or who shall be their patients. Besides, there are so many of both sorts, and some of them such harpies, so covetous, so clamorous, so impudent. And as he said, litigious idiots. Quibus loquacis affidem arrogantia est. Pentii parum aut nihil. Nec ola mica literarii solus. Crumen emulga natio. Loquutilia tuba, litium strophi. Maligna litigantium coers, togati vultures. Laverni alumni, adjurti, and which have no skill but prating arrogance. No learning, such a purse-milking nation. Gowned vultures, thieves, and a litigious rout of cozeners, that haunt this occupation. That they cannot well tell how to live one by another. But as he jested in the comedy of clocks, they were so many, major pars populi. Arita reptant fame, they are almost starved a great part of them, and ready to devour their fellows, eaten noxia collidolate se corrupere. Such a multitude of pettifoggers and empirics, such impostors, that an honest man knows not in what sort to compose and behave himself in their society, to carry himself with credit in so vile a rout, scientiae nomen. Tot sumptibus partem et vigilius, propheteri disputit, postquam, and last of all to come to our divines, the most noble profession and worthy of double honor, but of all others the most distressed and miserable. If you will not believe me, hear a brief of it, as it was not many years since publicly preached at Paul's Cross, by a grave minister then, and now a reverend bishop of this land, we that are bred up in learning, and destinated by our parents to this end, we suffer our childhood in the grammar school, which Austin calls magnam tyrannidum, grave malum, and compares it to the torments of martyrdom. When we come to the university, if we live of the college allowance, as Phalaris objected to the Leontines, pi alpha nu tau nu delta epsilon pi lambda nu lambda iota mu omicron kappa alpha phi beta omicron upsilon, needy of all things but hunger and fear, or if we be maintained but partly by our parents' cost, do expend in unnecessary maintenance, books and degrees, before we come to any perfection, £500, or 1,000 marks. If by this price of the expense of time, our bodies and spirits, our substance and patrimonies, we cannot purchase those small rewards, which are ours by law, and the right of inheritance, a poor parsonage, or a vicarage of 50 per annum, but we must pay to the patron for the lease of a life, a spent and outworn life, either in annual pension, or above the rate of a copyhold, and that with the hazard and loss of our souls, by simony and perjury. And the forfeiture of all our spiritual preferments, in esse and posse, both present and to come. What father after a while will be so improvident to bring up his son to his great charge, to this necessary beggary? What Christian will be so irreligious, to bring up his son in that course of life, which by all probability and necessity, cogit ad turpia, in forcing to sin, will entangle him in simony and perjury, when as the poet said, invitatus ad haec aliquis de ponte negabit, a beggar's brat taken from the bridge where he sits a-begging, if he knew the inconvenience, had cause to refuse it. This being thus, have not we fished fair all this while, that are initiate divines, to find no better fruits of our labors, hoc est cur Pauls, circus non prandit hoc est? Do we macerate ourselves for this? Is it for this we rise so early all the year long? Leaping, as he saith, out of our beds, when we hear the bell ring, as if we had heard a thunderclap. If this be all the respect, reward and honor we shall have, frange leaves calamus, et scintillia libelos, let us give over our books, and betake ourselves to some other course of life. To what end should we study? Quid me laterulus stulti dociere parentes, what did our parents mean to make us scholars, to be as far to seek a preferment after 20 years' study, as we were at first? Why do we take such pains? Quid tantum insanis juvat impaliscere chartis? If there be no more hope of reward, no better encouragement, I say again, frange leaves calamus, et scintillia libelos. Let's turn soldiers, sell our books, and buy swords, guns, and pikes, or stop bottles with them, turn our philosophers' gowns, as Cleanthes once did, into millers' coats, leave all and rather betake ourselves to any other course of life. than to continue longer in this misery. Praestat dentiscalpia redire, quam literarius monumentus magnatum favorum emendicare. Yea, but methinks I hear some man accept at these words, that though this be true which I have said of the estate of scholars, and especially of divines, that it is miserable and distressed at this time. That the Church suffers shipwreck of her goods, and that they have just cause to complain. There is a fault, but whence proceeds it? If the cause were justly examined, it would be retorted upon ourselves. If we were cited at that tribunal of truth, we should be found guilty, and not able to excuse it. That there is a fault among us, I confess, and were there not a buyer, there would not be a seller. But to him that will consider better of it, it will more than manifestly appear, that the fountain of these miseries proceeds from these griping patrons. In accusing them, I do not altogether excuse us. Both are faulty, they and we, yet in my judgment, theirs is the greater fault, more apparent causes and much to be condemned. For my part, if it be not with me as I would, or as it should, I do ascribe the cause, as Cardan did in the like case. Meo infortunio podius quam illorum celeri, to mine own infelicity rather than their naughtiness, although I have been baffled in my time by some of them, and have as just cause to complain as another, or rather indeed to mine own negligence. For I was ever like that Alexander in Plutarch, Crassus his tutor in philosophy, who, though he lived many years familiarly with rich Crassus, was even as poor when from, which many wondered at, as when he came first to him. He never asked, the other never gave him anything. When he travelled with Crassus he borrowed a hat of him, at his return restored it again. I have had some such noble friends, acquaintance and scholars, but most part, common courtesies and ordinary respects excepted, they and I parted as we met. They gave me as much as I requested, and that was, and as Alexander of Alexandro genial. Dear L. 6. C. 16. Made answer to Hieronymus Maecenas, that wondered, cum plures ignavos et ignobles ad dignitates et sacerdotia promotos quodity viderit, when other men rose, still he was in the same state. Eadem tenore edi fortuna cui merstem laborum studiorum debri puteret, whom he thought to deserve as well as the rest. He made answer, that he was content with his present estate, was not ambitious, and although objugabundis suam segnitium accuseret, cum obscuri sortis homines ad sacerdotia eti pontificatus evectos, and he chid him for his backwardness, yet he was still the same, and for my part, though I be not worthy perhaps to carry Alexander's books, yet by some overweening and well-wishing friends, the like speeches have been used to me. But I replied still with Alexander, that I had enough, and more peradventure than I deserved, and with Libania Sophista, that rather chose, when honours and offices by the emperor were offered unto him, to be talus sophista, quam tales magistratus. I had as lief be still Democritus Junior, and privus privatus, si mihi jam deritor optio, quam talus fortas doctor, talus dominus dot, sed quorsum haec. For the rest, 'tis on both sides facinus data standum, to buy and sell livings, to detain from the Church, that which God's and men's laws have bestowed on it. But in them most, and that from the covetousness and ignorance of such as are interested in this business. I name covetousness in the first place, as the root of all these mischiefs, which, Achan-like, compels them to commit sacrilege, and to make simoniacal compacts, and what not, to their own ends, that kindles God's wrath, brings a plague, vengeance, and a heavy visitation upon themselves and others. Some out of that insatiable desire of filthy lucre, to be enriched, care not how they come by it per fas et nefas, hook or crook, so they have it. And others when they have with riot and prodigality embezzled their estates, to recover themselves, make a prey of the Church, robbing it, as Julian the Apostate did, spoil parsons of their revenues, in keeping half back. As a great man amongst us observes. And that maintenance on which they should live, by means whereof, barbarism is increased, and a great decay of Christian professors, for who will apply himself to these divine studies, his son, or friend? When after great pains taken, they shall have nothing whereupon to live. But with what event do they these things? Opesc totis viribus vinamini. At ind messis accidit miserrima. They toil and moil, but what reap they? They are commonly unfortunate. Families that use it, accurse it in their progeny, and, as common experience, evinceth, accursed themselves in all their proceedings. With what face, as he quotes out of Australian, can they expect a blessing or inheritance from Christ in heaven, that defraud Christ of his inheritance here on earth? I would all our simoniacal patrons, and such as detain tithes, would read those judicious tracts of Sir Henry Spelman, and Sir James Sempill, Knights, those late elaborate and learned treatises of Dr. Tilsley, and Mr. Montague, which they have written of that subject. But, though they should read, it would be to small purpose, claims licet et. Mer scylla confundus, thunder, lighten, preach hell and damnation, tell them 'tis a sin, they will not believe it. Denounce and terrify, they have cauterized consciences, they do not attend, as the enchanted adder. They stop their ears. Call them base, irreligious, profane, barbarous. Pagans, atheists, epicures, as some of them surely are, with the bawd in Plautus, Euge, Optimy, they cry and applaud themselves with that miser. Simul ac nummos contemplor in arca, say what you will. Quocunc modo rem, as a dog barks at the moon, to no purpose are your sayings, take your heaven, let them have money. A base, profane, epicurean, hypocritical rout, for my part, let them pretend what zeal they will, counterfeit religion, blear the world's eyes, bombast themselves, and stuff out their greatness with church spoils, shine like so many peacocks. So cold is my charity, so defective in this behalf, that I shall never think better of them, than that they are rotten at core, their bones are full of Epicurean hypocrisy, and atheistical marrow, they are worse than heathens. For as Dionysius Halicarnassius observes, Antique, Rom lib 7. Primum locum, and Greeks and barbarians observe all religious rites, and dare not break them for fear of offending their gods. But our simoniacal contractors, our senseless acants, our stupefied patrons, fear neither God nor devil, they have evasions for it, it is no sin, or not due jure divino, or if a sin, no great sin, and though they be daily punished for it, and they do manifestly perceive, that as he said, frost and fraud come to foul ends. Yet as Chrysostom follows it nulla ex pena sit. Correctio, e quasi adversus malitia hominum provacitur, crescit quadidi. Quod puniator, they are rather worse than better, iram at animos a crimen summant, and the more they are corrected, the more they offend, but let them take their course, road caper veets, go on still as they begin, 'tis no sin, let them rejoice secure, God's vengeance will overtake them in the end, and these ill-gotten goods, as an eagle's feathers, will consume the rest of their substance. It is aurum thalassonum, and will produce no better effects. Let them lay it up safe, and make their conveyances never so close, lock and shut door, saith Chrysostom, yet fraud and covetousness, two most violent thieves are still included. And a little gain evil gotten will subvert the rest of their goods. The eagle in Aesop, seeing a piece of flesh now ready to be sacrificed, swept it away with her claws, and carried it to her nest, but there was a burning coal stuck to it by chance, which unawares consumed her young ones, nest, and all together. Let our simoniacal church-chopping patrons, and sacrilegious harpies, look for no better success. A second cause is ignorance, and from thence contempt, successit odium in literas ab ignorantia vulgi. Which Junius well perceived, this hatred and contempt of learning proceeds out of ignorance, as they are themselves barbarous, idiots, dull, illiterate and proud, so they esteem of others Sint machinates, non deerunt flac marones, let there be bountiful patrons, and there will be painful scholars in all sciences. But when they contemn learning, and think themselves sufficiently qualified, if they can write and read, scramble at a piece of evidence, or have so much Latin as that emperor had, canescit dissimulare, nescit vivere. They are unfit to do their country service, to perform or undertake any action or employment, which may tend to the good of a commonwealth, except it be to fight, or to do country justice, with common sense, which every yeoman can likewise do. And so they bring up their children, rude as they are themselves, unqualified, untaught, uncivil most part. Cos e nostra juventut legitime institutor literis. Cos orators aut philosophus tangit. Cos historiam legit, illum rerum agendarum quasi animum. Precipitant parentes vota sua, endc. 'Twas Lipsius' complaint to his illiterate countrymen, it may be ours. Now shall these men judge of a scholar's worth, that have no worth, that know not what belongs to a student's labors, that cannot distinguish between a true scholar and a drone. Or him that by reason of a voluble tongue, a strong voice, a pleasing tone, and some trivially Polyanthian helps, steals and gleans a few notes from other men's harvests, and so makes a fairer show. Then he that is truly learned indeed, that thinks it no more to preach, than to speak, or to run away with an empty cart. As a grave man said, and thereupon vilify us, and our pains, scorn us, and all learning. Because they are rich, and have other means to live, they think it concerns them not to know, or to trouble themselves with it. A fitter task for younger brothers, or poor men's sons, to be pen and inkhorn men, pedantical slaves, and know it beseeming the calling of a gentleman, as Frenchmen and Germans commonly do, neglect therefore all human learning. What have they to do with it? Let mariners learn astronomy, merchants, factors study arithmetic, surveyors get them geometry, spectacle makers optics, land leapers geography, town clerks rhetoric. What should he do with a spade, that hath no ground to dig? Or they with learning, that have no use of it? Thus they reason, and are not ashamed to let mariners, apprentices, and the basest servants, be better qualified than themselves. In former times, kings, princes, and emperors, were the only scholars, excellent in all faculties. Julius Caesar mended the year, and writ his own commentaries. Media inter prealia semper. Stellarum coelique plagius, superisque vacavit. Antonius, Adrian, Nero, Seve. July endc. Michael the Emperor. And Isatius were so much given to their studies, that no base fellow would take so much pains, Orion, Perseus, Alphonsus, Ptolemaeus, famous astronomers. Sabor, Mithridates, Lysimachus, admired physicians, Plato's kings all, Evax, that Arabian prince, a most expert jeweler, and an exquisite philosopher. The kings of Egypt were priests of old, chosen and from thence, idem rex hominum, phoebique sacerdos, but those heroical times are past. The muses are now banished in this bastard age, ad sordida. To Guriola, to meaner persons, and confined alone almost to universities. In those days, scholars were highly beloved, honored, esteemed. As old Ennius by Scipio Africanus, Virgil by Augustus, Horace by Messianus. Princes' companions, dear to them, as Anacreon to Polycrates, Philoxenus to Dionysius, and highly rewarded. Alexander sent Xenocrates the philosopher 50 talents, because he was poor, visur rerum, aut erudition prestantes. Viri, mensis olim regum adhibitae. As Philostratus relates of Adrian and Lampridius of Alexander Severus, famous clerks came to these princes' courts, villo in Lyceum, as to a university, and were admitted to their tables, quasi divum epulus accumbens. Archelaus, that Macedonian king, would not willingly sup without Euripides, amongst the rest he drank to him at supper one night, and gave him a cup of gold for his pains. Delectatus pote suavi sermon, and it was fit it should be so. Because, as Plato in his Protagoras well saith, a good philosopher as much excels other men, as a great king doth the commons of his country. And again, quoniam illis nihil dust, eti minimi egera solent, disciplinas quas profitenter, solia contempta vindicare passant. They needed not to beg so basely, as they compel scholars in our times to complain of poverty, or crouch to a rich chuff for a meal's meat, but could vindicate themselves, and those arts which they professed. Now, they would and cannot, for it is held by some of them, as an axiom, that to keep them poor, will make them study, they must be dieted, as horses to a race, not pampered, olendos volunt, non saginandos, ne melioris. Mentis flammula extinguitur. A fat bird will not sing, a fat dog cannot hunt, and so by this depression of their somewhat means, others will all want encouragement, as being forsaken almost, and generally contemned. 'Tis an old saying, sint mechinates, non dirunt. Flac marones, and 'tis a true saying still. Yet oftentimes I may not deny it, the main fault is in ourselves. Our academics too frequently offend in neglecting patrons, as Erasmus well taxeth, or making ill choice of them. Negligimus oblatos aut amplectimer param aptus, or if we get a good one, non studimus mutuis officius favorum aegis alira, we do not ply and follow him as we should. Idem mihi accidit adolescenti, saith Erasmus, acknowledging his fault, id gravissime peccavi, and so may I say myself, I have offended in this, and so peradventure have many others. We did not spondere magnatum favoribus, cacaper nos amplecti, apply ourselves with that readiness we should, idleness, love of liberty, immodicus amor libertatis efficit ut dio cum perfidis amicis, as he confesseth. Edi pertinaci pauperate colluctorur, bashfulness, melancholy, timorousness, cause many of us to be too backward and remiss. So some offend in one extreme, but too many on the other, we are most part too forward, too solicitous, too ambitious, too impudent. We commonly complain dies masonates, of want of encouragement, want of means, when as the true defect is in our own want of worth, our insufficiency, did Maecenas take notice of Horace or Virgil till they had shown themselves first? Or had Bavius and Maevius any patrons? Egregium specimen dent. Saith Erasmus, let them approve themselves worthy first, sufficiently qualified for learning and manners, before they presume or impudently intrude and put themselves on great men, as too many do, with such base flattery, parasitical colloguing, such hyperbolical elegies they do usually insinuate that it is a shame to hear and see. Immodicae laudis conciliant. Invidium, podius quam laudem, and vain commendations derogate from truth. And we think in conclusion, non melius de laudado, pejus de laudante, ill of both, the commender and commended. So we offend, but the main fault is in their harshness, defect of patrons. How beloved of old, and how much respected was Plato to Dionysius? How dear to Alexander was Aristotle? Democritus to Philip, Solon to Croesus, Oxarchus and Trebatius to Augustus. Cassius to Vespasian, Plutarch to Trajan, Seneca to Nero, Simonides to Hieron. How honored! Sed haec prius furor, nunc recondita. Senent quiet. Those days are gone. Edi spes, edi ratio studiorum in caesar tantum, as he said of old, we may truly say now, he is our amulet, our sun, our sole comfort and refuge, our Ptolemy, our common Maecenas, Jacobus Munificus, Jacobus Pacificus, Mista Muserum. Rex Platonicus, Grande Decus, Columenc Nostrum, a famous scholar himself, and the sole patron, pillar, and sustainer of learning, but his worth in this kind is so well known, that as Paterculus of Cato, jam ipsum laudar nefas sit, and which Pliny to Trajan. Syria te carmina, honarque eternus inalium, non hic brevis et pudenda predicatio collet. But he is now gone, the son of our set, and yet no night follows, sol occupit, nox nulla secuta est. We have such another in his room, aureus alter. Avulsus, simili frondescit virga metallo, and long may he reign and flourish amongst us. Let me not be malicious, and lie against my genius, I may not deny, but that we have a sprinkling of our gentry, here and there one, excellently well learned, like those Fugari in Germany, Dubartas, Duplessis, Sedale, in France. Picus Mirangela, Scotus, Barocius, in Italy, apparent rari nonce in Gurgite vasto. But they are but few in respect of the multitude, the major part, and some again excepted, that are indifferent, are wholly bent for hawks and hounds, and carried away many times with intemperate lust, gaming and drinking. If they read a book at any time, si quat est interim otii of Anatu, Poculus, Alia, Scortus, 'tis an English chronicle, Saint Juan of Bordeaux, Amadis de Gaul, and a play book, or some pamphlet of news, and that at such seasons only, when they cannot stir abroad, to drive away time, their sole discourse is dogs, hawks, horses, and what news? If some one have been a traveller in Italy, or as far as the Emperor's court, wintered in Orleans, and can court his mistress in broken French, wear his clothes neatly in the newest fashion, sing some choice outlandish tunes, discourse of lords, ladies, towns, palaces, and cities, he is complete and to be admired, otherwise he and they are much at one. No difference between the master and the man, but worshipful titles. Wink and choose betwixt him that sits down, clothes excepted, and him that holds the trencher behind him, yet these men must be our patrons, our governors too sometimes, statesmen, magistrates, noble, great, and wise by inheritance. Mistake me not, I say again, vos o patricia sanguis, you that are worthy senators, gentlemen, I honor your names and persons, and with all submissiveness, prostrate myself to your censure and service. There are amongst you, I do ingenuously confess, many well-deserving patrons, and true patriots, of my knowledge, besides many hundreds which I never saw, no doubt, or heard of, pillars of our commonwealth, whose worth, bounty, learning, forwardness, true zeal in religion, and good esteem of all scholars, ought to be consecrated to all posterity. But of your rank, there are a debauched, corrupt, covetous, illiterate crew again, no better than stocks, merum pecus, tester deum, non mihi viteri dignos ingenui hominis appellation, barbarous Thracians, eicas il thraxca hoc negit. A sordid, profane, pernicious company, irreligious, impudent and stupid, I know not what epithets to give them, enemies to learning, confounders of the church, and the ruin of a commonwealth. Patrons they are by right of inheritance, and put in trust freely to dispose of such livings to the church's good. But, hard taskmasters they prove, they take away their straw, and compel them to make their number of brick, they commonly respect their own ends, commodity is the steer of all their actions, and him they present in conclusion as a man of greatest gifts, that will give most. No penny, no paternoster, as the saying is. Nisi preces oro fulcias, amplius eritas, ut cerberus offa, their attendants and officers must be bribed, feed, and made, as Cerberus is with a sop by him that goes to hell. It was an old saying, omnia Romi venalia, all things are venal at Rome, 'tis a rag of popery, which will never be rooted out, there is no hope, no good to be done without money. A clerk may offer himself, approve his worth, learning, honesty, religion, zeal, they will commend him for it, but probitas laudator eti algit. If he be a man of extraordinary parts, they will flock afar off to hear him, as they did in Apuleius, to see Psyche, multi mortals conflubent ad videndum seculi decus, speculum gloriosum, laudator ob omnibus, spectator obi omnibus. Nec quisquam non rex, non regius, Cupidus aegis nuptiarium petiter excedit. Miranter cadem divinum formam omnes, sed ut simulacrum fabre pallidum miranter, many mortal men came to see fair Psyche the glory of her age, they did admire her, commend, desire her for her divine beauty, and gaze upon her, but as on a picture. None would marry her, quod indotato, fair Psyche had no money. So they do by learning. Didicit jam dives avarice. Tantum admirari, tantum laudar desertos. Ut pueri genonis avum. Your rich men have now learned of latter days. T'admire, commend, and come together. To hear and see a worthy scholar speak. As children do a peacock's feather. He shall have all the good words that may be given, a proper man. And 'tis pity he hath no preferment, all good wishes, but inexorable. Indurate as he is, he will not prefer him, though it be in his power. Because he is indotatus. He hath no money. Or if he do give him entertainment, let him be never so well qualified, plead affinity. Consanguinity, sufficiency, he shall serve 7 years, as Jacob did for Rachel, before he shall have it. If he will enter at first, he must get in at that simoniacal gate, come off soundly, and put in good security. To perform all covenants, else he will not deal with, or admit him. But if some poor scholar, some parson chaff, will offer himself, some trencher, chaplain, that will take it to the halves, thirds, or accepts of what he will give, he is welcome, be conformable, preach as he will have him, he likes him before 1,000,000 of others. For the host is always best cheap. And then as Hiram said to Chromatius, patella dignum operculum, such a patron, such a clerk, the cure is well supplied, and all parties pleased. So that is still verified in our age, which Chrysostom complained of. In his time, ca opulentiaries sunt, in ordinem parasitorum cogunt eos, viti. Ipsos tanquam canes ad mensas suas innutrient, earumc impudens. Veneres. Iniquorum coenarum reliquius defertient, aestem pro arbitro abulentes. Rich men keep these lecturers, and fawning parasites, like so many dogs at their tables, and filling their hungry guts with the offals of their meat. They abuse them at their pleasure, and make them say what they propose. As children do by a bird or a butterfly in a string, pull in and let him out as they list, do they by their trencher chaplains, prescribe. Command their wits, let in and out as to them it seems best. If the patron be precise, so must his chaplain be, if he be papistical, his clerk must be so too, or else be turned out. These are those clerks which serve the turn, whom they commonly entertain, and present to church livings, whilst in the meantime we that are university men, like so many hide-bound calves in a pasture, tarry out our time. Wither away as a flower ungathered in a garden, and are never used. Or as so many candles, illuminate ourselves alone, obscuring one another's light, and are not discerned here at all. The least of which, translated to a dark room, or to some country benefice, where it might shine apart, would give a fair light, and be seen over all. Whilst we lie waiting here as those sick men did at the pool of Bethesda, till the angel stirred the water, expecting a good hour, they step between, and beguile us of our preferment. I have not yet said, if after long expectation, much expense, travel, earnest suit of ourselves and friends, we obtain a small benefice at last. Our misery begins afresh, we are suddenly encountered with the flesh, world, and devil, with a new onset. We change a quiet life for an ocean of troubles, we come to a ruinous house, which before it be habitable, must be necessarily to our great damage repaired. We are compelled to sue for dilapidations, or else sued ourselves, and scarce yet settled, we are called upon for our predecessors' arrearages, first fruits, tenths, subsidies, are instantly to be paid, benevolence, procurations, and And which is most to be feared, we light upon a cracked title, as it befell Clenard of Brabant, for his rectory, and charge of his Beginy. He was no sooner inducted, but instantly sued, sepimusc, saith he, strenu litigare, implacabili bello confligera, at length after 10 years' suit, as long as Troy's siege, when he had tired himself, and spent his money. He was fain to leave all for quietness' sake, and give it up to his adversary. Or else we are insulted over, and trampled on by domineering officers, fleeced by those greedy harpies to get more fees, we stand in fear of some precedent lapse. We fall amongst refractory, seditious sectaries, peevish Puritans, perverse papists, a lascivious rout of atheistical epicures, that will not be reformed. Or some litigious people, those wild beasts of Ephesus must be fought with, that will not pay their dues without much repining, or compelled by long suit. Litsi clericis oppido infesti, an old axiom, all they think well gotten that is had from the church, and by such uncivil harsh dealings, they make their poor minister weary of his place, if not his life. And put case they be quiet honest men, make the best of it, as often it falls out, from a polite and terse academic, he must turn rustic. Rude, melancholize alone, learn to forget, or else, as many do, become maltsters, graziers, chapmen, and now banished from the academy, all commerce of the muses, and confined to a country village, as Ovid was from Rome to Pontus, and daily converse with a company of idiots and clowns. Nos interim quat, attenet, nec enim immunes hac noxa summus, idem realis mane, idem nobis, edi non multo gravius, crimen objusi potest, nostra enim culpa sit, nostra incuria, nostra avaritia, quat tam frequens. Fodic fiant in ecclesia nundinations, templum est venal, dusc, tot swords invehanter, tanta grassiter impietas, tanta nequitia, tam insanus miseriarum Europis, edi turbarum estuarium, nostro inquam omnium, academicorum imprimis, vitio sit. Quat tot resp, malus officiator, a nobis seminarium, ultro malum hoc exercimus, in quavis contumelia, quavis interim miseria digni, capro virili non occurrimus. Quid enim fieri possi speramus, quum tot indies sine delectu paupers alumni, terrae filiae, eti cujuscunc ordinis homuntions ad gradus certatum admittanter. Ca si definitionem, distinctionem cunam aut alterum memoriter edidiscerent, e pro more tot annos in dialectica pogerant, non refert quo perfectu, qualis demum sint, idioti, nugators, ociators, aliators, competors, indigni. Libidinis voluptatum administri, sponsi Penelopes, nebulones, alcinoic, modo tot annos in academia insumserent, ets pro togatis venditerent. Lucri causa, edi amicarum intercessu presentanter, addo etiam et magnificis non nunquam elogius morum edi scientiae. Eti jam valedictory testimonialibus his literis, amplissime conscriptus in earum gratiam honoranter, habeas, ca fidei sui et existimationis jacturum proculdubio facient. Doctors enim et professors, quat ade il, id unum curant, ut ex professionibus frequentibus, edi tumultuarius podius quam legitimus, commoda sua promoverant, edi ex dispendio publico sum facient incrementum. Id solemn in votis habent annui plerumque magistratus, ut ab incipientium numero pecunias emungent, nec multum interest casint, literators and literati, modo pings, nit edi, ad aspectum speciosi, e quat verbo dicam, pecuniosi sint. Philosophastri licentianter in artibus, artem ca non habent, eos que sapiens esse jubent, ca nulla preditae sunt sapientia, e nihil ad gradum praeterquam vel adferunt. Theologastri, solvent modo, satis super que docti, per omnes honorum gradus evehunter et ascendent. At hinc fit quat tam viles scurri, tot passum idioti, literarum crepusculo positae, larvae pastorum, circumforaneae, vagi, barbi, fungi, crassi, acini, marum pecus in sacrosanctos theologiae additus, illotis pedibus irrumpent. Praeter in verecundum frontem ad ferentes nihil, vulgars quasdam quisquilias, eti scholarium quidem nugamenta, indigna quae vel recipianter in trivius. Hoc illud indignum genus hominum et famelicum, indigum, vagum, ventris mancipium, ad stivum podius relegandum, ad haris aptius quam ad eris, quod divinas hast literas turpiter prostitut. Hae sunt capulpita complent, in aedes nobilium irrepunt, e cum reliquis vitae destituanter subsidius, obi corporis eti animi gestatum, alierum in republican partium minimi capax sint. Ad sacram hanc anchoram confugiant, sacerdotium quovis modo captantes, non ex sinceritate, quod Paulus 8, sed coponantes verbum Dei. Nicas interim viris bonus detractum quid putet, quos habet ecclesia anglicana quam plurimos, egregi doctos, illusters, intacti fami, homines, e plures forcen quam quivis Europae provincia. Eni cas a Florentissimus Academius, quae viros undequaque doctissimos, omni virtutum Junior suspiciendos, abund prodicant. Eti multo plures utraque habitura, multo splendidior futura, si non hae sword splendidum lumen aegis obfuscarant, obsterit corruptio, e coponantes quidem harpii, proletarique bonum hoc nobis non inviterant. Nemo enim tam cica ment, ca non hoc ipsum videat, nemo tam stulito ingenio, ca non intelligat. Tam pertinaci judicio, ca non agnoscat, ob his idiotus circumforaneus, sacram polui theologium, ac calists musas quasi profanum quid dam prostitui. Viles anime et affronts, sic enim lutheris alicubae vocat, lucellae causa, ut muscae ad mulctra, ad nobilium et hiram mensas advolant, in spem sacerdotiae, cugislabet honoris, officii, in quam vis aulum, urbam se ingerunt. Ad quod vis se ministerium component. Ut nervus alienus mobile lignum, duciter, Horth lib 2. Saturday 7. Offum sequens, siticorum mor, in prieti spem quid vis effusiant obsecundans parasiti, Erasmus 8, quid vis docent, dicunt, scribent, swadent, e contra conscientiam probant, non ut salutarum redant gregem. Sed ut magnificam sibi parent fortunam. Opinions quas vis et decreta contra verbum Dei estrunt, any non offendant patronum, sed ut reteniant favorum procerum, e populi plausum, sibique ipsis opes accumulant. Eo etenim plurunc animo ad theologiam accedent, non ut rem divinum, sed ut suam facient, non ad ecclesiae bonum promovendum, sed expellandum. Quarentes, quod Paulus 8, non quae Jesu Christi, sed quae sua, non Domini thesaurem, sed ut sibi, Swiss thesaurisant. Nec tantum iis, cavillari fortuni, et objecti, sortis sunt, hoc in usu est, sed et medios, summos elatos, any dicam episcopos, hoc malum invisit. Dicite pontifices, in sacris quid facit orum. Summos sep viros transversos agit avaritia, e ca reliquis morum probatate preelucerant. Hae facem preferunt ad simoniam, et in corruptionis hunc scopulum impingens, non tundent pecus, sed deglubunt, e quocunquis e confront, expellant, exorient, aberdunt, magnum fami sui, si non anime naufragium facientes. Ut non ab infamis ad summos, sed a sum is ad infamos malum prominas videator, edi illud verum sit quod al olum lusit, emerat al prius, vendir jur potest. Simoniacus enim, quod cum leon dicam, gratiam non accipit, si non accipit, non habet, edi si non habet, nec gratis potest esse. Tantum enim absunt istorum non nulli, ca ad clavum sedent a promovendo reliquos, ut penitus impedient, probe sibi consciae, cabus artibus illic prevenerant. Non ca obi literas emersis illos credat, desipit. Ca vero ingenii, eruditionis, experientia, probitatis, pietatis, edi muserum id esse precium putat, quod olum revera fut, hodi permittitur, planisime insanit. Ut cunc vel undicunc malum hoc originem ducat, non ultra quirum, ex his primordius capit vitiorum colluvis, omnis calamitas, omni miserierum agmen in ecclesiam inviator. Hinc tam frequens simonia, hinc ordi quereli, fraudes, imposturi, ob hoc font se deriverant omnes nequitii. Nequid obiter dicam de ambition, adulation plusquam molica, eni tristi Damascenio laborant, deluciu, de fido non nunquam vitae exemplo, quo non nullos offendent, de computatione sybaritica, and hinc il squalor academicus, tristes hac tempi state communi, cum cavis homunculus artium ignaris, hic artibus assurgit, hunc in modum promoviter et ditscat, ambitiosus appellationibus insignis. Et multis dignitatibus Augustus vulgi oculos perstringat, bene ase habet, e grandia gradiens majestatem quandam ac amplitudinem praesi ferens, miranc solicitudinem, barba reverendis, toga nitidus, purpura coruscus, superlectalis splendor. Et famulorum numero maxime conspicuous. Qualis stat uae, quat ait il, quae sacris in edibus columnis imponenter, vullo honori sedendis videnter, acsi insuderant, cum revera sensus sint currentis, et nihil saxium adjuvant firmitatem Atlantis viteri volunt, cum sint stat uae lapidii. Umbratals revera homuntions, fungi, forcin et bardi, nihil a saxo difference. Quum interim docti viri, et vili sanctioris ornamentis predatae, ca estum diei sustenant, his iniqua sort servient, minimo forcin salario contendi, puris nominibus nuncupati, humiles, obscuri, multoque digniors licet, egentis. In honorati vitam privum privatam agent, 10 weeks sepulti sacerdotio, vel in collegiis sui in aeternum incarcerati, inglori delatescent. Sed nallo diusius hanc movere sentinum, hinc illi lacrimi, lugubris muserum habitus, hinc ipsa religio, quod cum Cecilio dicam, in ludibrium et contemptum adduciter, abjectum sacerdotium, at haec ubi fiant, ausum dicra. Eti pulitum put eti dicterium declaro usurpar, putatum vulgus, inops, rude, sordidum, melancholicum, miserum, despicable, contemnundum. MEMB. 4. Subsect. I. Non-necessary, remote, outward, adventitious, or accidental causes, as first from the nurse. Of those remote, outward, ambient, necessary causes, I have sufficiently discoursed in the precedent member, the non-necessary follow, of which, saith Fuchsius, no art can be made, by reason of their uncertainty, casualty, and multitude. So called, not necessary, because according to Fernelius, they may be avoided, and used without necessity. Many of these accidental causes, which I shall entreat of here, might have well been reduced to the former, because they cannot be avoided, but fatally happen to us, though accidentally, and unawares, at some time or other. The rest are contingent and inevitable, and more properly inserted in this rank of causes. To reckon up all is a thing impossible. Of some therefore most remarkable of these contingent causes which produce melancholy, I will briefly speak and in their order. From a child's nativity, the first ill accident that can likely befall him in this kind is a bad nurse, by whose means alone he may be tainted with this malady from his cradle, Aulus Gellius L. 12. c. 1. Brings in Favorinus, that eloquent philosopher, proving this at large, that there is the same virtue and property in the milk as in the seed, and not in men alone, but in all other creatures. He gives instance in a kid and lamb, if either of them suck of the other's milk, the lamb of the goats, or the kid of the ewes, the wool of the one will be hard, and the hair of the other soft. Giraldus Cambrensis Itinerar. Cambri, L. 1. c. 2. Confirms this by a notable example which happened in his time. A sow pig by chance sucked a brock, and when she was grown, would miraculously hunt all manner of deer, and that as well, or rather better, than any ordinary hound. His conclusion is, that men and beasts participate of her nature and conditions by whose milk they are fed. Favorinus urges it farther, and demonstrates it more evidently, that if a nurse be misshapen, unchaste, dishonest, impudent, cruel, or the like, the child that sucks upon her breast will be so too. All other affections of the mind and diseases are almost engrafted, as it were, and imprinted into the temperature of the infant, by the nurse's milk, as pox, leprosy, melancholy, and Cato for some such reason would make his servants' children suck upon his wife's breast, because by that means they would love him and his the better, and in all likelihood agree with them. A more evident example that the minds are altered by milk cannot be given, than that of Dion, which he relates of Caligula's cruelty. It could neither be imputed to father nor mother, but to his cruel nurse alone, that anointed her paps with blood still when he sucked, which made him such a murderer, and to express her cruelty to a hair, and that of Tiberius, who was a common drunkard, because his nurse was such a one. Edsi delira furit, one observes, infantulum delirum faciat, if she be a fool or dolt, the child she nurseth will take after her, or otherwise be misaffected, which Franciscus Barbarus L. 2. C. Ultimate de re uxoria proves at full, and Ant. Guevara, lib 2. De Marco Aurelio, the child will surely participate. For bodily sickness there is no doubt to be made. Titus, Vespasian's son, was therefore sickly, because the nurse was so, Lampridius. And if we may believe physicians, many times children catch the pox from a bad nurse, Botaldus cap. 61, de Lou Venner. Besides evil attendance, negligence, and many gross inconveniences, which are incident to nurses, much danger may so come to the child. For these causes Aristotle Polit, lib 7. C. 17. Favorinus and Marcus Aurelius would not have a child put to nurse at all, but every mother to bring up her own, of what condition soever she be. For a sound and able mother to put out her child to nurse, is naturae in temporis, so Guazzo calls it, 'tis fit therefore she should be nurse herself. The mother will be more careful, loving, and attendant, than any servile woman, or such hired creatures, this all the world acknowledgeth, convenientissimum est, as Rod. A Castro de Nat. Mulierum. Lib 4, c. 12. In many words confesseth, mat rem ipsum lactere infantum, it is most fit that the mother should suckle her own infant, who denies that it should be so, and which some women most curiously observe. Amongst the rest, that Queen of France, a Spaniard by birth, that was so precise and zealous in this behalf, that when in her absence a strange nurse had suckled her child, she was never quiet till she had made the infant vomit it up again. But she was too jealous. If it be so, as many times it is, they must be put forth, the mother be not fit or well able to be a nurse, I would then advise such mothers, as Plutarch doth in his book De Liberis Educandis and S. Hiram, Li 2. Epist. 27. Laeti de Institute. Phil. Magninus Part 2. Reg Sanitation Cap. 7. And the said Rodericus, that they make choice of a sound woman, of a good complexion, honest, free from bodily diseases, if it be possible, all passions and perturbations of the mind, as sorrow, fear, grief, folly, melancholy. For such passions corrupt the milk, and alter the temperature of the child, which now being udum et mal ludum, a moist and soft clay, is easily seasoned and perverted. And if such a nurse may be found out, that will be diligent and careful withal, let Favorinus and M. Aurelius plead how they can against it, I had rather accept of her in some cases than the mother herself, and which Bonaciolus the physician, Nic. Baesius the politician, lib 4. De Republican Cap. 8. Approves, some nurses are much to be preferred to some mothers. For why may not the mother be not, a peevish drunken flirt, a waspish choleric slut, a crazed piece, a fool, as many mothers are, unsound as soon as the nurse? There is more choice of nurses than mothers. And therefore except the mother be most virtuous, staid, a woman of excellent good parts, and of a sound complexion, I would have all children in such cases committed to discreet strangers. And 'tis the only way. As by marriage they are engrafted to other families to alter the breed, or if anything be amiss in the mother, as Lodovicus Mercatus contends, Tom. 2, lib de morb. Herd. To prevent diseases and future maladies, to correct and qualify the child's ill-disposed temperature, which he had from his parents. This is an excellent remedy, if good choice be made of such a nurse. Subsect 2. Education a cause of melancholy. Education, of these accidental causes of melancholy, may justly challenge the next place, for if a man escape a bad nurse, he may be undone by evil bringing up. Jason Pratensis puts this of education for a principal cause. Bad parents, stepmothers, tutors, masters, teachers, too rigorous, too severe, too remiss or indulgent on the other side, are often fountains and furtherers of this disease. Parents and such as have the tuition and oversight of children, offend many times in that they are too stern, always threatening, chiding, brawling, whipping, or striking. By means of which their poor children are so disheartened and cowed, that they never after have any courage, a merry hour in their lives, or take pleasure in anything. There is a great moderation to be had in such things, as matters of so great moment to the making or marring of a child. Some fright their children with beggars, bugbears, and hobgoblins, if they cry, or be otherwise unruly, but they are much to blame in it, many times. Seth Lavater, De Spectris, Part 1, Cap. 5. Ex metu in morbos graves incident eti nocta dormientis clamant, for fear they fall into many diseases, and cry out in their sleep, and are much the worse for it all their lives. These things ought not at all, or to be sparingly done. And upon just occasion. Tyrannical, impatient, harebrained schoolmasters, erudite magistri, so Fabius terms them, ajaces flagelliferi, are in this kind as bad as hangmen and executioners. They make many children endure a martyrdom all the while they are at school. With bad diet, if they board in their houses, too much severity and ill usage, they quite pervert their temperature of body and mind, still chiding, railing, frowning, lashing, tasking, keeping, that they are fracti animes, moped many times. Weary of their lives, nimia severitate deficient eti desperant, and think no slavery in the world, as once I did myself, like to that of a grammar scholar. Preceptorum ineptius discretianter ingenia purorum, saith Erasmus, they tremble at his voice, looks, coming in. Saint Austin, in the first book of his Confess. E4 ca. calls this schooling moleculosam necessitatem, and elsewhere a martyrdom, and confesseth of himself, how cruelly he was tortured in mind for learning Greek, nulla verba novarum, e savis terroribus eti poenis, uti nasum, instabator mihi vehementer. I know nothing, and with cruel terrors and punishment I was daily compelled. Beza complains in like case of a rigorous schoolmaster in Paris, that made him by his continual thunder and threats once in a mind to drown himself, had he not met by the way with an uncle of his that vindicated him from that misery for the time, by taking him to his house. Trincavellius, Lib 1. Consul. 16, had a patient 19 years of age, extremely melancholy, obi nimium studium, tarvitiae et preceptoris minus, by reason of overmuch study, and his tutor's threats. Many masters are hard-hearted, and bitter to their servants, and by that means do so deject, with terrible speeches and hard usage so crucify them, that they become desperate, and can never be recalled. Others again, in that opposite extreme, do as great harm by their too much remissness. They give them no bringing up, no calling to busy themselves about, or to live in, teach them no trade, or set them in any good course. By means of which their servants, children, scholars, are carried away with that stream of drunkenness, idleness, gaming, and many such irregular courses, that in the end they rue it, curse their parents, and mischief themselves. Too much indulgence causeth the like, inepta patris lenitas eti facilitas prava, when as Micio like, with too much liberty in too great allowance, they feed their children's humours, let them revel, wench, riot, swagger, and do what they will themselves, and then punish them with a noise of musicians. Obstinate, potet, oleat unguenta de mio. Amat. Dabiter a me argentum ubi erit commodum. Forza fregit. Restituentur, decidit. Vestum. Resarciator dot, faciat quat lubit. Summat, consummat, perdat, decretum est pati. But as Demeo told him, tu illum corrumpi sinis, your lenity will be his undoing, previdere vider jam diem, illum, quum hic egens profugiat aliquo. Militatum, I foresee his ruin. So parents often err, many fond mothers. Especially, dote so much upon their children, like Aesop's ape, till in the end they crush them to death, corporum nutrices animarum noversi. Pampering up their bodies to the undoing of their souls, they will not let them be corrected or controlled, but still soothed up in everything they do, that in conclusion, they bring sorrow, shame, heaviness to their parents, Eccles. Cap. XXX, 8, 9, become wanton, stubborn, willful, and disobedient, rude, untaught, headstrong, incorrigible, and graceless. They love them so foolishly, saith Cardan, that they rather seem to hate them, bringing them not up to virtue but injury, not to learning, but to riot, not to sober life and conversation, but to all pleasure and licentious behavior. Who is he of so little experience that knows not this of Fabius to be true? Education is another nature, altering the mind and will, and I would to God, saith he, we ourselves did not spoil our children's manners, by our overmuch cockering in nice education, and weaken the strength of their bodies and minds. That causeth custom, nature, and for these causes Plutarch in his book De Lib Education and Hierom. Epist. Lib 1. Epist. 17, to Leda de Institute. Filii, gives a most especial charge to all parents, and many good cautions about bringing up of children, that they be not committed to indiscreet, passionate, bedlam tutors, light, giddy-headed, or covetous persons, and spare for no cost. That they may be well nurtured and taught, it being a matter of so great consequence. For such parents as do otherwise, Plutarch esteems of them that are more careful of their shoes than of their feet, that rate their wealth above their children. And he, saith Cardan, that leaves his son to a covetous schoolmaster to be informed, or to a close abbey to fast and learn wisdom together, doth no other, than that he be a learned fool, or a sickly wise man. Subsect 3. Terrors and affrights, causes of melancholy. Tully, in the fourth of his Tusculans, distinguishes these terrors which arise from the apprehension of some terrible object heard or seen, from other fears, and so doth Patricius Lib 5. Title 4. De Regis Institute. Of all fears they are most pernicious and violent, and so suddenly alter the whole temperature of the body, move the soul and spirits, strike such a deep impression, that the parties can never be recovered, causing more grievous and fiercer melancholy, as Felix Plater, c. 3, De Mentis Alienat, speaks out of his experience, than any inward cause whatsoever, and imprints itself so forcibly in the spirits, brain, humors, that if all the mass of blood were let out of the body, it could hardly be extracted. This horrible kind of melancholy, for so he terms it, had been often brought before him, and troubles and affrights commonly men and women, young and old of all sorts. Hercules de Saxonia calls this kind of melancholy, of agitation spirituum, by a peculiar name. It comes from the agitation, motion, contraction, dilatation of spirits, not from any distemperature of humors, and produceth strong effects. This terror is most usually caused, as Plutarch will have, from some imminent danger, when a terrible object is at hand, heard, seen, or conceived, truly appearing, or in a dream, and many times the more sudden the accident, it is the more violent. Stat terror animis, eisor attonitum salit. Pavidum trepidis palpitat venis jacur. Their souls affright, their heart amazed quakes. The trembling liver pants veins, and aches. Arthimeterus the grammarian lost his wits by the unexpected sight of a crocodile, Laurentius 7. De Melon. The massacre at Lyons, 1572, in the reign of Charles IX. was so terrible and fearful, that many ran mad. Some died, great-bellied women were brought to bed before their time. Generally all affrighted aghast. Many lose their wits by the sudden sight of some spectrum or devil, a thing very common in all ages, saith Lavater Part 1. Cap. 9, as Orestes did at the sight of the Furies, which appeared to him in black, as Pausanias records. The Greeks call them mu omicron rho mu omicron lambda chi epsilon iota alpha, which so terrify their souls, or if they be but affrighted by some counterfeit devils in jest. Ut pueri trepidant, at omnia casus. In tenebris metuant. As children in the dark conceive hobgoblins. And are so afraid, they are the worse for it all their lives. Some by sudden fires, earthquakes, inundations, or any such dismal objects. Themiskin the physician fell into a hydrophobia, by seeing one sick of that disease, Dioscorides L. 6. C. 33. Or by the sight of a monster, a carcass, they are disquieted many months following, and cannot endure the room where a corpse hath been, for a world would not be alone with a dead man, or lie in that bed many years after in which a man hath died. At Basel many little children in the springtime went to gather flowers in a meadow at the town's end, where a malefactor hung in gibbets. All gazing at it, one by chance flung a stone, and made it stir, by which accident, the children affrighted ran away. 1. Slower than the rest, looking back, and seeing the stirred carcass wag towards her, cried out it came after, and was so terribly affrighted, that for many days she could not rest, eat, or sleep, she could not be pacified. But melancholy, died. In the same town another child, beyond the Rhine, saw a grave opened, and upon the sight of a carcass, was so troubled in mind that she could not be comforted, but a little after departed, and was buried by it. Platerus observat. L. 1. A gentlewoman of the same city saw a fat hog cut up, when the entrails were opened, and a noisome savour offended her nose, she much misliked, and would not longer abide. A physician in presence told her, as that hog, so was she, full of filthy excrements, and aggravated the matter by some other loathsome instances. Insomuch, this nice gentlewoman apprehended it so deeply, that she fell forthwith a vomiting, was so mightily distempered in mind and body, that, with all his art and persuasions, for some months after, he could not restore her to herself again, she could not forget it, or remove the object out of her sight. Edom. Many cannot endure to see a wound opened, but they are offended, a man executed, or labor of any fearful disease, as possession, apoplexies, one bewitched. Or if they read by chance of some terrible thing, the symptoms alone of such a disease, or that which they dislike, they are instantly troubled in mind, aghast, ready to apply it to themselves, they are as much disquieted as if they had seen it, or were so affected themselves. Hicatas sibi videnter somniare, they dream and continually think of it. As lamentable effects are caused by such terrible objects heard, read, or seen, auditus maximos motus in corpore. Facet, as Plutarch holds, no sense makes greater alteration of body and mind, sudden speech sometimes, unexpected news, be they good or bad. Previsa minus oratio, will move as much, anima mabrora, iti decide sua. Degesir, as a philosopher observes, will take away our sleep and appetite, disturb and quite overturn us. Let them bear witness that have heard those tragical alarms, outcries, hideous noises, which are many times suddenly heard in the dead of the night by eruption of enemies and accidental fires, and Those panic fears, which often drive men out of their wits, bereave them of sense, understanding and all, some for a time, some for their whole lives, they never recover it. The Midianites were so affrighted by Gideon's soldiers, they breaking but every one a pitcher, and Hannibal's army by such a panic fear was discomfited at the walls of Rome. Augusta Livia, hearing a few tragical verses recited out of Virgil, to Marcellus Aris, and fell down dead in a swoon. Ednus, king of Denmark, by a sudden sound which he heard, was turned into fury with all his men. Cranzius, L5, Dan hissed. And Alexander of Alexandro, L3. C5. Amatus Lusitanus had a patient, that by reason of bad tidings became epilepticus, CN2. Cura 90, Cardan. Subtle. L18, saw one that lost his wits by mistaking of an echo. If one sense alone can cause such violent commotions of the mind, what may we think when hearing, sight, and those other senses are all troubled at once? As by some earthquakes, thunder, lightning, tempests, and at Bologna in Italy, anno 1504, there was such a fearful earthquake about 11 o'clock in the night, as Beraldus in his book De Terrae Motu, hath commended to posterity, that all the city trembled, the people thought the world was at an end. Actum de mortalibus, such a fearful noise, it made such a detestable smell, the inhabitants were infinitely affrighted, and some ran mad. Audi rem atracem, ideanalibus memorandum, mine author adds, here a strange story, and worthy to be chronicled. I had a servant at the same time called Fulco Argelanus, a bold and proper man, so grievously terrified with it, that he was first melancholy, after doted, at last mad, and made away himself. At Fussinum in Japona, there was such an earthquake, and darkness on a sudden, that many men were offended with headache, many overwhelmed with sorrow and melancholy. At Maicum whole streets and goodly palaces were overturned at the same time. And there was such a hideous noise withal, like thunder, and filthy smell, that their hair stared for fear, and their hearts quaked. Men and beasts were incredibly terrified. In Sakai, another city, the same earthquake was so terrible unto them, that many were bereft of their senses, and others by that horrible spectacle so much amazed, that they knew not what they did. Blasius, a Christian, the reporter of the news, was so affrighted for his part, that though it were 2 months after, he was scarce his own man. Neither could he drive the remembrance of it out of his mind. Many times, some years following, they will tremble afresh at the remembrance or conceit of such a terrible object, even all their lives long, if mention be made of it. Cornelius Agrippa relates out of Gulielmus Parisiensis, a story of one, that after a distasteful purge which a physician had prescribed unto him, was so much moved, that at the very sight of physic he would be distempered, though he never so much as smelled to it, the box of physic long after would give him a purge. Nay, the very remembrance of it did affect it, like travellers and seamen, saith Plutarch, that when they have been sanded, or dashed on a rock, for ever after fear not that mischance only, but all such dangers whatsoever. Subsect 4. Scoffs, calumnies, bitter jests, how they cause melancholy. It is an old saying, a blow with a word strikes deeper than a blow with a sword, and many men are as much galled with a calumny, a scurrilous and bitter jest, a libel, a pasquil, satire, apologue, epigram, stage play or the like, as with any misfortune whatsoever. Princes and potentates, that are otherwise happy, and have all at command, secure and free, quibus potentia celeris impunitatem fecit, are grievously vexed with these pasquilling libels, and satires, they fear a railing Aretine. More than an enemy in the field, which made most princes of his time, as some relate, allow him a liberal pension, that he should not tax them in his satires. The gods had their Momus, Homer his Zoilus, Achilles his Thersites, Philip his Demades, the Caesars themselves in Rome were commonly taunted. There was never wanting a Petronius, a Lucian in those times, nor will be a Rabelais, an Euphormio, a Baccalinus in ours. Adrian the sixth Pope was so highly offended, and grievously vexed with pasquillers at Rome, he gave command that his statue should be demolished and burned, the ashes flung into the river Tiber, and had done it forthwith. Had not Lodovicus Suecenus, a facete companion, dissuaded him to the contrary, by telling him, that Pasquale's ashes would turn to frogs in the bottom of the river, and croak worse and louder than before, genus irritabile vedum. And therefore Socrates and Plato adviseth all his friends, that respect their credits, to stand in awe of poets, for they are terrible fellows, can praise and dispraise as they see cause. Hinc quam sit calamus severe ens patit. The prophet David complains, Psalm xi. 4, that his soul was full of the mocking of the wealthy, and of the despitefulness of the proud, and Psalm lv 4. For the voice of the wicked, and their hate, his heart trembled within him, and the terrors of death came upon him, fear and horrible fear, and Saul. 69, 20. Rebuke hath broken my heart, and I am full of heaviness. Who hath not like cause to complain, and is not so troubled, that shall fall into the mouths of such men? For many are of so petulant a spleen, and have that figure sarcasmus so often in their mouths, so bitter, so foolish, as Balthazar Castilio notes of them, that they cannot speak, but they must bite, they had rather lose a friend than a jest. And what company soever they come in, they will be scoffing, insulting over their inferiors, especially over such as any way depend upon them, humoring, misusing, or putting gulleries on some or other till they have made by their humoring or gulling ex stulto insanum, a mope or a naughty, and all to make themselves merry. Da modo risum. Excutiat sibi. Non hic quicum parsit amico. Friends, neuters, enemies, all are as one, to make a fool a madman, is their sport, and they have no greater felicity than to scoff and deride others. They must sacrifice to the god of laughter, with them in Apuleius, once a day, or else they shall be melancholy themselves, they care not how they grind and misuse others, so they may exhilarate their own persons. Their wits indeed serve them to that sole purpose, to make sport. To break a scurrile jest, which is levissimus ingenii fructus, the froth of wit, as Tully holds, and for this they are often applauded, in all other discourse, dry, barren, Straminius, dull and heavy, here lies their genius, in this they alone excel, please themselves and others. Leo Decimus, that scoffing pope, as Jovius hath registered in the 4th book of his life, took an extraordinary delight in humoring of silly fellows, and to put gulleries upon them, by commending some, persuading others to this or that, he made ex stolidus stultissimos, iti maxime ridiculos, ex stultus insanos. Soft fellows, stark naughties, and such as were foolish, quite mad before he left them. One memorable example he recites there, of Tarascomus of Parma, musician that was so humored by Leo Decimus, and Bibiena his second in this business, that he thought himself to be a man of most excellent skill, who was indeed a ninny. They made him set foolish songs, and invent new ridiculous precepts, which they did highly commend, as to tie his arm that played on the lute, to make him strike a sweeter stroke, and to pull down the arras hangings, because the voice would be clearer, by reason of the reverberation of the wall. In the like manner they persuaded one Barabalius of Caeda, that he was as good a poet as Petrarch would have Him to be made a laureate poet, and invite all his friends to his installment. And had so possessed the poor man with a conceit of his excellent poetry, that when some of his more discreet friends told him of his folly, he was very angry with them, and said, they envied his honor and prosperity. It was strange, saith Jovius, to see an old man of 60 years, a venerable and grave old man, so gulled. But what cannot such scoffers do, especially if they find a soft creature, on whom they may work? Nay, to say truth, who is so wise, or so discreet, that may not be humored in this kind, especially if some excellent wits shall set upon him. He that mads others, if he were so humored, would be as mad himself. As much grieved and tormented, he might cry with him in the comedy, pro Jupiter tu homo me, odigas ad insanium. For all is in these things as they are taken. If he be a silly soul, and do not perceive it, 'tis well, he may haply make others sport, and be no whit troubled himself. But if he be apprehensive of his folly, and take it to heart, then it torments him worse than any lash, a bitter jest, a slander, a calumny, pierceth deeper than any loss, danger, bodily pain, or injury whatsoever. Leviter enim volet. It flies swiftly, as Bernard of an arrow, said graviter vulnerat, but wounds deeply, especially if it shall proceed from a virulent tongue, it cuts, saith David, like a two-edged sword. They shoot bitter words as arrows, Saul 64, 5. And they smote with their tongues, J. 18. 18, and that so hard, that they leave an incurable wound behind them. Many men are undone by this means, moped, and so dejected, that they are never to be recovered. And of all other men living, those which are actually melancholy, or inclined to it, are most sensible, as being suspicious, choleric, apt to mistake, and impatient of an injury in that kind, they aggravate, and so meditate continually of it, that it is a perpetual corrosive, not to be removed, till time wear it out. Although they peradventure that so scoff, do it alone in mirth and merriment, and hold it optimum aliena frui insania, an excellent thing to enjoy another man's madness. Yet they must know, that it is a mortal sin, as Thomas holds, and as the prophet David denounceth, they that use it, shall never dwell in God's tabernacle. Such scurrilous jests, flouts, and sarcasms, therefore, ought not at all to be used. Especially to our betters, to those that are in misery, or any way distressed, for to such, eram narum incrementa sunt, they multiply grief, and as he perceived, in multis puter, in multis iracundia, and many are ashamed, many vexed, angered, and there is no greater cause or furtherer of melancholy. Martin Cromerus, in the 6th book of his history, hath a pretty story to this purpose, of Ladislaus, the 2nd king of Poland, and Peter Dunnius, Earl of Shrine. They had been hunting late, and were enforced to lodge in a poor cottage. When they went to bed, Vladislaus told the earl in jest, that his wife lay softer with the abbot of Shrine. He not able to contain, replied, Iti tua cum debesso, and yours with Debessus, a gallant young gentleman in the court, whom Christina the queen loved. Tetigit id dictum principis animum, these words of his so galled the prince, that he was long after tristis idi cogitabundus, very sad and melancholy for many months. But they were the earl's utter undoing, for when Christina heard of it, she persecuted him to death. Sophia the empress, Justinian's wife, broke a bitter jest upon Narsetes the eunuch, a famous captain then disquieted for an overthrow which he lately had, that he was fitter for a distaff and to keep women company, than to wield a sword, or to be general of an army, but it cost her dear, for he so far distasted it, that he went forthwith to the adverse part, much troubled in his thoughts, caused the Lombards to rebel, and thence procured many miseries to the commonwealth. Tiberius the emperor withheld a legacy from the people of Rome, which his predecessor Augustus had lately given, and perceiving a fellow round a dead corse in the ear, would needs know wherefore he did so. The fellow replied, that he wished the departed soul to signify to Augustus, the commons of Rome were yet unpaid. For this bitter jest the emperor caused him forthwith to be slain, and carry the news himself. For this reason, all those that otherwise approve of jests in some cases, and facete companions, as who doth not, let them laugh and be merry, rumpenter et illa quadro, 'tis laudable and fit, those yet will by no means admit them in their companies, that are any way inclined to this malady, non jocandum cum iis commiseri sunt, idierum noci. No jesting with a discontented person. 'Tis Castilio's caveat, Jo. Pontanus, and Galadius, and every good man's. Play with me, but hurt me not. Jest with me, but shame me not. Cometus is a virtue between rusticity and scurrility, two extremes, as affability is between flattery and contention, it must not exceed. But be still accompanied with that beta lambda beta epsilon iota alpha or innocency, quae nemini nocet, omnem injuriae, oblationem abhorrens, hurts no man, abhors all offer of injury. Though a man be liable to such a jest or obloquy, have been overseen, or committed a foul fact, yet it is no good manners or humanity, to upbraid, to hit him in the teeth with his offence, or to scoff at such a one. 'Tis an old axiom, turpis in reum omnis exprobratio. I speak not of such as generally tax vice, Barclay, Gentiles, Erasmus, Agrippa, Fishcardus, and the Varronists and Lucians of our time. Satirists, epigrammists, comedians, apologists, and but such as personate, rail, scoff, calumniate, perstringe by name, or in presence offend. Ludic castolida procacitate. Non est cestius il sed cabalus. 'Tis horseplay this, and those jests, as he saith, are no better than injuries, biting jests, mordents edi aculeati, they are poisoned. Jests, leave a sting behind them, and ought not to be used. Set not thy foot to make the blind to fall, nor wilfully offend thy weaker brother, nor wound the dead with thy tongue's bitter gall. Neither rejoice thou in the fall of other. If these rules could be kept, we should have much more ease and quietness than we have, less melancholy, whereas on the contrary, we study to misuse each other, how to sting and gall, like two fighting boors, bending all our force and wit. Friends, fortune, to crucify one another's souls, by means of which, there is little content in charity, much virulency, hatred, malice, and disquietness among us. Subsect V. Loss of liberty, servitude, imprisonment, how they cause melancholy. To this catalogue of causes, I may well annex loss of liberty, servitude, or imprisonment, which to some persons is as great a torture as any of the rest. Though they have all things convenient, sumptuous houses to their use, fair walks and gardens, delicious bowers, galleries, good fare and diet, and all things correspondent, yet they are not content, because they are confined. May not come and go at their pleasure, have and do what they will, but live aliena quadra, at another man's table and command. As it is in meats so it is in all other things, places, societies, sports, let them be never so pleasant, commodious, wholesome, so good, yet omnium rerum est sadietas, there is a loathing satiety of all things. The children of Israel were tired with manna, it is irksome to them so to live, as to a bird in his cage, or a dog in his kennel, they are weary of it. They are happy, it is true, and have all things, to another man's judgment, that heart can wish, or that they themselves can desire, bona sisua norint, yet they loathe it, and are tired with the present, est natura hominum novitatis avida. Men's nature is still desirous of news, variety, delights, and our wandering affections are so irregular in this kind, that they must change, though it must be to the worst. Bachelors must be married, and married men would be bachelors. They do not love their own wives, though otherwise fair, wise, virtuous, and well qualified, because they are theirs. Our present estate is still the worst, we cannot endure one course of life long, e quat modo vaverat, audit, one calling long, esse in honore juvat, mox displicit. One place long, Romi tiber amo, ventosus tibior Romum, that which we earnestly sought, we now contemn. Hoc quastum agit ad mortem, saith Seneca, quod proposita sip mutando in idem revolvuntur, e non relinquent novitati locum, fastidio capit esse vita, et ipsis mundus, et subit illud rapidissimum deliciarum, quusque idem. This alone kills many a man, that they are tied to the same still, as a horse in a mill, a dog in a wheel, they run round, without alteration or news, their life groweth odious, the world loathsome, and that which crosseth their furious delights. What? Still the same. Marcus Aurelius and Solomon, that had experience of all worldly delights and pleasure, confessed as much of themselves. What they most desired, was tedious at last, and that their lust could never be satisfied, all was vanity and affliction of mind. Now if it be death itself, another hell, to be glutted with one kind of sport, dieted with one dish, tied to one place. Though they have all things otherwise as they can desire, and are in heaven to another man's opinion, what misery and discontent shall they have, that live in slavery, or in prison itself? Quod tristus mort, in servitut vivendum, as Hermolaus told Alexander in Curtius, worse than death is bondage, hoc animo sido omnes fortes, ut mortem servitudi anteponent, all brave men at arms, Tully holds, are so affected. Equidem ego is sum, ca servitudem extremum omnium malorum esse arbiter, I am he, saith Boterus, that account servitude the extremity of misery. And what calamity do they endure, that live with those hard taskmasters, in gold mines, like those 30,000 Indian slaves at Potosi, in Peru, tin mines, lead mines, stone quarries, coal pits, like so many moldwarps underground. Condemned to the galleys, to perpetual drudgery, hunger, thirst, and stripes, without all hope of delivery. How are those women in Turkey affected, that most part of the year come not abroad, those Italian and Spanish dames, that are mewed up like hawks, and locked up by their jealous husbands? How tedious is it to them that live in stoves and caves half a year together? As in Iceland, Muscovy, or under the pole itself, where they have 6 months perpetual night. Nay, what misery and discontent do they endure, that are in prison? They want all those 6 non-natural things at once, good air, good diet, exercise, company, sleep, rest, ease, and that are bound in chains all day long, suffer hunger, and, as Lucian describes it, must abide that filthy stink, and rattling of chains, howlings, pitiful outcries, that prisoners usually make. These things are not only troublesome, but intolerable. They lie nastily among toads and frogs in a dark dungeon, in their own dung, in pain of body, in pain of soul, as Joseph did, Saul. CV 18, they hurt his feet in the stocks, the iron entered his soul. They live solitary, alone, sequestered from all company but heart-eating melancholy, and for want of meat, must eat that bread of affliction, prey upon themselves. Well might Arculanus put long imprisonment for a cause, especially to such as have lived jovially, in all sensuality and lust, upon a sudden are estranged and debarred from all manner of pleasures, as were Huniades, Edward, and Richard II. Valerian the Emperor, Bajazet the Turk. If it be irksome to miss our ordinary companions and repast for once a day, or an hour, what shall it be to lose them forever? If it be so great a delight to live at liberty, and to enjoy that variety of objects the world affords, what misery and discontent must it needs bring to him, that shall now be cast headlong into that Spanish Inquisition, to fall from heaven to hell, to be cubbed up upon a sudden? How shall he be perplexed, what shall become of him? Robert Duke of Normandy being imprisoned by his youngest brother Henry I, Abilo die inconsolabili dolor in carcere contabit, saith Matthew Paris, from that day forward pined away with grief. Jugurtha that generous captain, brought to Rome in triumph, and after imprisoned, through anguish of his soul, and melancholy, died. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, the second man from King Stephen, he that built that famous castle of Devizes in Wiltshire, was so tortured in prison with hunger, and all those calamities accompanying such men, ut vivere nolurit, mori nesciurit. He would not live, and could not die, between fear of death, and torments of life. Francis King of France was taken prisoner by Charles V, ad mortem fear melancholicus, seth Guicciardini, melancholy almost to death, and that in an instant. But this is as clear as the sun, and needs no further illustration. Subsect 6. Poverty and want, causes of melancholy. Poverty and want are so violent oppugners, so unwelcome guests, so much abhorred of all men, that I may not omit to speak of them apart. Poverty, although, if considered aright, to a wise, understanding, truly regenerate, and contented man, it be donum Dei, a blessed estate, the way to heaven, as Chrysostom calls it, God's gift, the mother of modesty. And much to be preferred before riches, as shall be shown in his place, yet as it is esteemed in the world's censure, it is a most odious calling, vile and base, a severe torture, summum silus, a most intolerable burden. We shun it all, cane pejus eviangui, worse than a dog or a snake, we abhor the name of it, paupertas fugitur, todoque arcessitor orb, as being the fountain of all other miseries, cares, woes, labors, and grievances whatsoever. To avoid which, we will take any pains, extremos currit mercator ad indos, we will leave no haven, no coast, no creek of the world unsearched, though it be to the hazard of our lives, we will dive to the bottom of the sea. To the bowels of the earth, 5, 6, 7, 8, 900 fathom deep, through all 5 zones, and both extremes of heat and cold, we will turn parasites and slaves, prostitute ourselves, swear and lie, damn our bodies and souls. Forsake God, abjure religion, steal, rob, murder, rather than endure this insufferable yoke of poverty, which doth so tyrannize, crucify, and generally depress us. For look into the world, and you shall see men most part esteemed according to their means, and happy as they are rich, ubique tanti quis quantum habuit fiut. If he be likely to thrive, and in the way of preferment, who but he? In the vulgar opinion, if a man be wealthy, no matter how he gets it, of what parentage, how qualified, how virtuously endowed, or villainously inclined. Let him be a bawd, a gripe, an usurer, a villain, a pagan, a barbarian, a wretch, Lucian's tyrant, on whom you may look with less security than on the sun. So that he be rich, and liberal withal, he shall be honored, admired, adored, reverenced, and highly magnified. The rich is had in reputation because of his goods, Eccle, X, 31. He shall be befriended, for riches gather many friends, Parovi 19. For, multos numerabit amicos, all happiness ebbs and flows with his money. He shall be accounted a gracious lord, a Maecenas, a benefactor, a wise, discreet, a proper, a valiant, a fortunate man, of a generous spirit, Pullus Jovis, e Galeni, Filius Albi, a hopeful, a good man, a virtuous, honest man. Quando ego ie Junonium purum, e matris partum vir orium, as Tully said of Octavianus, while he was adopted Caesar, and an heir apparent of so great a monarchy, he was a golden child. All honor, offices, applause, grand titles, and turgent epithets are put upon him, omnes omnia bona dicera, all men's eyes are upon him, God bless his good worship, his honor. Every man speaks well of him, every man presents him, seeks and sues to him for his love, favor, and protection, to serve him, belong unto him, every man riseth to him, as to Themistocles in the Olympics, if he speak, as of Herod, vox Dei. Non hominis, the voice of God, not of man. All the graces, veneers, pleasures, elegances attend him, golden fortune accompanies and lodgeth with him, and as to those Roman emperors, is placed in his chamber. Secura navigit ora. Fortunamque sua temperet arbitrio. He may sail as he will himself, and temper his estate at his pleasure. Jovial days, splendor and magnificence, sweet music, dainty fare, the good things, and fat of the land, fine clothes. Rich attires, soft beds, down. Pillows are at his command, all the world labors for him, thousands of. Artificers are his slaves to drudge for him, run, ride, and post for him. Divines, for Pythia Philippisat, lawyers, physicians. Philosophers. Scholars are his, wholly devote to his service. Every man seeks his acquaintance, his kindred, to match with him, though he be an oaf, a ninny, a monster, a goosecap, uxorum ducat deneen, when and whom he will, hunc optant genrum rex edi regina, he is an excellent match for my son, my daughter, my niece, and quicquid calcaveret. Hic, Rosa fiat, let him go whither he will, trumpets sound, bells ring. And, all happiness attends him, every man is willing to entertain him, he sups in Apollo wheresoever he comes. What preparation is made for his entertainment? Fish and fowl, spices and perfumes, all that sea and land affords. What cookery, masking, mirth to exhilarate his person. De trebio, pone ad trebium, vis fraterabilia. Illibus. What dish will your good worship eat of? Dulcia poma. E quascunc ferit cultus tibi fundus honores. Antilarum, gustet venerabiliar lar dives. Sweet apples, and whatever thy fields afford. Before thy gods be served, let's serve thy Lord. What sport will your honor have? Hawking, hunting, fishing, fowling. Bulls, bears, cards, dice, cocks, players, tumblers, fiddlers, jesters. And, they are at your good worship's command. Fair houses, gardens, orchards, terraces, galleries, cabinets, pleasant walks, delightsome places, they are at hand, in aureus lac, vinum in argentius. Adolescentially ad nudum speciosi, wine, wenches, and a Turkish paradise, a heaven upon earth. Though he be a silly soft fellow, and scarce have common sense, yet if he be born to fortunes, as I have said, jure. Hereditario sapere jubiter, he must have honor and office in his course. Nemo nisi dives honore dignus, Ambrose. Ophic. 21. None so worthy as himself, he shall have it, ac gesto quicquid servius aut labio. Get money enough and command kingdoms, provinces, armies, hearts, hands, and affections. Thou shalt have popes, patriarchs to be thy chaplains and parasites, thou shalt have, Tamerlane-like, kings to draw thy coach, queens to be thy laundresses, emperors thy footstools, build more towns and cities than great Alexander, Babel towers, pyramids and mausolean tombs, and command heaven and earth, and tell the world it is thy vassal, oro emitter. Diadema, argento coelum panditer, denarius philosophum conducit, nummus jus. Cogit, obolus literatum passit, metallum sanitatum conciliat, aes amicos. Conlutinat. And therefore not without good cause, John de Medicis. That rich Florentine, when he lay upon his deathbed, calling his sons Cosmo and Lawrence, before him, amongst other sober sayings, repeated this. Animo quieto degredier. Quat vos sanos eti divits post me relinquum, it doth me good to think yet, though I be dying, that I shall leave you, my children, sound and rich, for wealth sways all. It is not with us, as amongst those Lacedaemonian senators of Lycurgus in Plutarch, he preferred. That deserved best, was most virtuous and worthy of the place, not swiftness, or strength, or wealth, or friends carried it in those days. But inter optimos optimus, inter temperantes temperantissimus, the most temperate and best. We have no aristocracies but in contemplation, all oligarchies, wherein a few rich men domineer, do what they list, and are privileged by their greatness. They may freely trespass, and do as they please, no man dare accuse them, no not so much as mutter against them, there is no notice taken of it, they may securely do it, live after their own laws, and for their money get pardons, indulgences. Redeem their souls from purgatory in hell itself, clausum possedet arca juvum. Let them be epicures, or atheists, libertines, Machiavellians, as they often are, e quambis perjuris erit, sine gente, cruentus, they may go to heaven through the eye of a needle, if they will themselves, they may be canonized for saints. They shall be honorably interred in mausolean tombs, commended by poets, registered in histories, have temples and statues erected to their names, e manibus illis, nascenter violi. If he be bountiful in his life, and liberal at his death, he shall have one to swear, as he did by Claudius the emperor in Tacitus, he saw his soul go to heaven, and be miserably lamented at his funeral. Ambubalarum collegia. And Trimalciones to Panta in Petronius recta in Coelum abiat, went right to heaven, base queen, thou wouldst have scorned once in thy misery to have a penny from her, and why? Modio nummos mediat, she measured her money by the bushel. These prerogatives do not usually belong to rich men, but to such as are most part seeming rich, let him have but a good outside, he carries it, and shall be adored for a god, as Cyrus was amongst the Persians, ob splendidum apparatum. For his gay attires. Now most men are esteemed according to their clothes. In our gullish times, whom you peradventure in modesty would give place to, as being deceived by his habit, and presuming him some great worshipful man. Believe it, if you shall examine his estate. He will likely be proved a serving man of no great note, my lady's tailor, his lordship's barber, or some such gull, a fastidious brisk, Sir Petronel Flash, a mere outside. Only this respect is given him, that wheresoever he comes, he may call for what he will, and take place by reason of his outward habit. But on the contrary, if he be poor, Parov 15. 15, all his days are miserable, he is under hatches, dejected, rejected and forsaken, poor in purse, poor in spirit, prout residential nobis flut ita et animus esse habet, money gives life and soul. Though he be honest, wise, learned, well-deserving, noble by birth, and of excellent good parts. Yet in that he is poor, unlikely to rise, come to honor, office, or good means, he is contemned, neglected, frustra sapit, interliteras assurit, amicus molestus. If he speak, what babbler is this? Eclis, his nobility without wealth, is projecta vilier alga, and he not esteemed, nos viles puli nati infelicibus ovus, if once poor, we are metamorphosed in an instant, base slaves, villains, and vile drudges. For to be poor, is to be a knave, a fool, a wretch, a wicked, an odious fellow, a common eyesore, say poor and say all. They are born to labor, to misery, to carry burdens like juments, pistum stercus commodere with Ulysses' companions, and as Cremulus objected in Aristophanes, Salem lingere, lick salt, to empty jakes, fay channels, carry out dirt and dunghills. Sweep chimneys, rub horse heels, and I say nothing of Turks, galley slaves, which are bought and sold like juments, or those African negroes, or poor Indian drudges, ca indies hinc in deferendis oneribus accumbunt, nam quadapud nos boves etiacini vihunt, trahunt, and id omni miselis indies, they are ugly to behold, and though erst spruce, now rusty and squalid, because poor, immundus fortunas aquam est squalorem sequi, it is ordinarily so. Others eat to live, but they live to drudge, servilis eti misera gens nihil recusor audet, a servile generation, that dare refuse no task. Hughes 2 Dramo, cape hoc flabellum, ventilum hinc facido dum lavimus, sirrah blow wind upon us while we wash, and bid your fellow get him up betimes in the morning, be it fair or foul, he shall run 50 miles afoot tomorrow. To carry me a letter to my mistress, socia ad pastrinum, socia shall tarry at home and grind malt all day long, Tristan thresh. Thus are they commanded, being indeed some of them as so many footstools for rich men to tread on, blocks for them to get on horseback, or as walls for them to piss on. They are commonly such people, rude, silly, superstitious idiots, nasty, unclean, lousy, poor, dejected, slavishly humble, and as Leo Afer observes of the commonalty of Africa, natura vilior sunt. Nec apud suas dulces major impressio quam si canes essent, base by nature, and no more esteemed than dogs, miserum, laboriosam, calamitasam vitam agunt, et inipem, infelicem, rudiors assinis, ute brutus plain natos dicas, no learning, no knowledge. No civility, scarce common, sense, not but barbarism amongst them, belluino more vivant, nec calcios gestant, nec vests, like rogues and vagabonds, they go barefooted and barelegged, the soles of their feet being as hard as horse hoofs. As Radzivillus observed at Damietta in Egypt, leading a laborious, miserable, wretched, unhappy life, like beasts and juments, if not worse, for a Spaniard in Yucatan, sold 3 Indian boys for a cheese, and 100 Negro slaves for a horse. Their discourse is scurrility, their summum bonum, a pot of ale. There is not any slavery which these villains will not undergo, inter illos pluric latrinas evacuant, alii culinarium curant, alii stabularios agunt, urinators id genus similia exercent, and like those people that dwell in the Alps, chimney sweepers, jakes farmers, dirt daubers, vagrant rogues, they labor hard some, and yet cannot get clothes to put on, or bread to eat. For what can filthy poverty give else, but beggary, fulsome nastiness, squalor, contempt, drudgery, labor, ugliness, hunger and thirst, pediculorum, pulicum numerum. As he well followed it in Aristophanes, fleas and lice, pro palio vestum lace ram, pro pulvinari lapidem bene magnum ad capit, rags for his raiment, and a stone for his pillow, pro cathedra, rupte capit urni, he sits in a broken pitcher. Or on a block for a chair, iti malvi, ramos pro panibus comedit, he drinks water, and lives on wort leaves, pulse, like a hog, or scraps like a dog, ut nunc nobis vita efficiter, cas non putabit insanium esse, infelicitatem. As Cremulus concludes his speech, as we poor men live nowadays, who will not take our life to be infelicity, misery, and madness? If they be of little better condition than those base villains, hunger-starved beggars, wandering rogues, those ordinary slaves, and day-laboring drudges. Yet they are commonly so preyed upon by polling officers for breaking the laws, by their tyrannizing landlords, so flayed and fleeced by perpetual exactions, that though they do drudge, fare hard, and starve their genius, they cannot live in some countries. But what they have is instantly taken from them, the very care they take to live, to be drudges, to maintain their poor families, their trouble and anxiety, takes away their sleep, Sirach. 31. 1. It makes them weary of their lives, when they have taken all pains, done their utmost and honest endeavors, if they be cast behind by sickness, or overtaken with years, no man pities them, hard-hearted and merciless, uncharitable as they are. They leave them so distressed, to beg, steal, murmur, and rebel, or else starve. The feeling and fear of this misery compelled those old Romans, whom Menenius Agrippa pacified, to resist their governors, outlaws, and rebels in most places, to take up seditious arms, and in all ages hath caused uproars, murmurings, seditions, rebellions, thefts, murders, mutinies, jars and contentions in every commonwealth, grudging, repining, complaining, discontent in each private family, because they want means to live according to their callings, bring up their children. It breaks their hearts, they cannot do as they would. No greater misery than for a lord to have a knight's living, a gentleman a yeoman's, not to be able to live as his birth and place require. Poverty and want are generally corrosives to all kinds of men, especially to such as have been in good and flourishing estate, are suddenly distressed, nobly born, liberally brought up, and, by some disaster and casualty miserably dejected. For the rest, as they have base fortunes, so have they base minds correspondent, like beetles, e stercor ordi, e stercor victus, in stercor delicium, as they were obscurely born and bred, so they delight in obscenity. They are not thoroughly touched with it. Angustas animus angusto in pector versant. Yet, that which is no small cause of their torments, if once they come to be in distress, they are forsaken of their fellows, most part neglected, and left unto themselves. As poor Terence in Rome was by Scipio, Laelius, and Furius, his great and noble friends. Nil Publius Scipio profut, nil ei Laelius, nil Furius. Tres per idem tempus ca adjutabant nobiles facilime. Horum il opera any domum cadent habuit conductitium. 'Tis generally so, tempora si furent nubila, solus eris, he is left cold and comfortless, nullas ad amissus ibit amicus opes, all flee from him as from a rotten wall, now ready to fall on their heads. Perovi 19. 1. Poverty separates them from their neighbors. Dum fortuna favit voltum servatus amici. Cum cessidit, turpi vertitus ora fuga. Whilst fortune favored, friends, you smiled on me. But when she fled, a friend I could not see. Which is worse yet, if he be poor every man contemns him, insults over him, oppresseth him, scoffs at, aggravates his misery. Quum capit quassata domus subsidera, parties. In proclinatas omni recumbit onus. When once the tottering house begins to shrink, thither comes all the weight by an instinct. Nay, they are odious to their own brethren, and dearest friends, Pro. 19. 7. His brethren hate him if he be poor, omnes vicini aderunt. His neighbors hate him, Pro. 14, 20, omnes minoti ac ignoti. Deserunt, as he complained in the comedy, friends and strangers, all forsake me. Which is most grievous, poverty makes men ridiculous, nil. Habet infelix paupertas durius in esse, quam quat ridiculos homines facit. They must endure jests, taunts, flouts, blows of their betters. And take all in good part to get a meal's meat, magnum pauperis. Opprobrium, jubit quid vis e facere et patti. He must turn parasite. Jester, fool, cum decipientibus desiper, saith Euripides, slave. Villain, drudge to get a poor living, apply himself to each man's humors. To win and please, and be buffeted when he hath all done, as Ulysses was by Melanthius in Homer, be reviled, baffled, insulted over, for potentiarum stultitia perferenda est, and may not so much as mutter against it. He must turn rogue and villain. For as the saying is, necessitas cogit ad turpia, poverty alone makes men thieves, rebels, murderers, traitors, assassins, because of poverty we have sinned, Eclis. 27. 1. Swear and forswear, bear false witness, lie, dissemble, anything. As I say, to advantage themselves, and to relieve their necessities. Culpi celerisque magistra est, when a man is driven to his shifts, what will he not do? Si miserum fortuna synonym. Finxit, vanum idiom mendicemt improba finget. He will betray his father, prince, and country, turn Turk, forsake religion, abjure God and all, nulla tam horrenda preditio, quam illi lucri. Causa, saith Leo Afer, perpetrare nolent. Plato. Therefore, calls poverty, thievish, sacrilegious, filthy, wicked, and mischievous, and well he might. For it makes many an upright man. Otherwise, had he not been in want, to take bribes, to be corrupt, to do against his conscience, to sell his tongue, heart, hand, and to be churlish, hard, unmerciful, uncivil, to use indirect means to help his present estate. It makes princes to exact upon their subjects, great men. Tyrannize, landlords oppress, justice mercenary, lawyers vultures. Physicians harpies, friends importunate, tradesmen liars, honest men. Thieves, devout assassins. Great men to prostitute their wives, daughters. And themselves, middle sort to repine, commons to mutiny, all to grudge. Murmur, and complain. A great temptation to all mischief, it compels some. Miserable wretches to counterfeit several diseases, to dismember, make. Themselves blind, lame, to have a more plausible cause to beg, and lose. Their limbs to recover their present wants. Jodicus Damhoderius, a lawyer. Of Bruges, praxi rerum criminal. C. 112. Hath some notable examples of such counterfeit cranks, and every village almost will yield abundant testimonies amongst us. We have dummerers, Abraham men, and that which is the extent of misery, it enforceth them through anguish and wearisomeness of their lives, to make away themselves, they had rather be hanged, drowned, and than to live without means. In mare citiferum, nete primat aspere gestas. Desoli, edia celsus caros cern jugis. Much better, 'tis to break thy neck, or drown thyself I, the sea, than suffer irksome poverty. Go make thyself away. A Sybarite of old, as I find it registered in Athenaeus, supping in Phiditis in Sparta, and observing their hard fare, said it was no marvel if the Lacedaemonians were valiant men. For his part, he would rather run upon a sword point, and so would any man in his wits, than live with such base diet, or lead so wretched a life. In Japonia, 'tis a common thing to stifle their children if they be poor, or to make an abortion, which Aristotle commends. In that civil commonwealth of China, the mother strangles her child, if she be not able to bring it up, and had rather lose, than sell it, or have it endure such misery as poor men do. Arnobius, lib 7, Adversus Gentes, Lactantius, lib 5. Cap. 9. Objects as much to those ancient Greeks and Romans, they did expose their children to wild beasts, strangle, or knock out their brains against a stone, in such cases. If we may give credit to Munster, amongst us Christians in Lithuania, they voluntarily emancipate and sell themselves, their wives and children to rich men, to avoid hunger and beggary. Many make away themselves in this extremity. Apicius the Roman, when he cast up his accounts, and found but 100,000 crowns left, murdered himself, for fear he should be famished to death. P. Forestus, in his medicinal Observations, hath a memorable example of two brothers of Louvain that, being destitute of means, became both melancholy, and in a discontented humor massacred themselves. Another of a merchant, learned, wise otherwise, and discreet, but out of a deep apprehension he had of a loss at seas, would not be persuaded but as Ventidius in the poet, he should die a beggar. In a word, thus much I may conclude of poor men, that though they have good parts they cannot show or make use of them. Inopia ad virtutum obsepta est vea, 'tis hard for a poor man to rise, haud facile emergent. Quorum virtutibus obstat residential angusta domi. The wisdom of the poor is despised, and his words are not heard. Ecclesiastes 6. 19, his works are rejected, contemned, for the baseness and obscurity of the author, though laudable and good in themselves, they will not likely take. Nulla placeregio, nec vivere carmina passant. Quae scribuntur aqui potoribus dot. No verses can please men or live long that are written by water drinkers. Poor men cannot please, their actions, counsels, consultations, projects, are vilified in the world's esteem, amident concilium in re, which Gnatho long since observed. Sapiens crepitas sibi nunquam nec. Solius facit, a wise man never cobbled shoes. As he said of old, but how doth he prove it? I am sure we find it otherwise in our days. Pruinosis horit fecundia panis. Homer himself must beg if he want means, and as by report sometimes he did go from door to door, and sing ballads, with a company of boys about him. This common misery of theirs must needs distract, make them discontent and melancholy, as ordinarily they are, wayward, peevish, like a weary traveller, for fames eti morabilum in nares conscient. Still murmuring and repining, ob inopium morosi sunt, cabus est male, as Plutarch quotes out of Euripides. And that comical poet well seconds. Omnes cabus residential sunt minus secundi nescio quomodo. Suspiciosi, ad contumelium omnia accipient magis. Propter suam impotentiam se credent negligi. If they be in adversity, they are more suspicious and apt to mistake, they think themselves scorned by reason of their misery, and therefore many generous spirits in such cases withdraw themselves from all company. As that comedian Terence is said to have done. When he perceived himself to be forsaken and poor, he voluntarily banished himself to Stymphalus, a base town in Arcadia, and there miserably died. Ad summum inopium redactus. Itac e conspectu omnium abiet Graecii in turam ultimum. Neither is it without cause, for we see men commonly respected according to their means, and dives sit omnes quaerunt, nemo and bonus, and vilified if they be in bad clothes. Philophaemen the orator was set to cut wood, because he was so homely attired. Terentius was placed at the lower end of Cecilius' table, because of his homely outside. Dante, that famous Italian poet, by reason his clothes were but mean, could not be admitted to sit down at a feast. Gnatho scorned his old familiar friend because of his apparel, hominem video panis, anisc. Upsidum, hic ego illum contempsi praemi. King Persius overcome sent a letter to Paulus Emilius, the Roman general, Persius P. Consuli. S. But he scorned him any answer, tacite exprobrans fortunam suam, saith mine author, upbraiding him with a present fortune. Carolus Pugnax. That great Duke of Burgundy, made H. Holland, late Duke of Exeter, exiled. Run after his horse like a lackey, and would take no notice of him. 'Tis the common fashion of the world. So that such men as are poor may justly be discontent, melancholy, and complain of their present misery, and all may pray with Solomon, give me, O Lord, neither riches nor poverty, feed me with food convenient for me. Subsect 7. A heap of other accidents causing melancholy, death of friends, losses, and in this labyrinth of accidental causes, the farther I wander, the more intricate I find the passage, multi-ambages, and new causes as so many bypaths offer themselves to be discussed, to search out all, were an Herculean work. And fitter for Theseus, I will follow mine intended thread, and point only at some few of the chiefest, death of friends. Amongst which, loss and death of friends may challenge a first place, multi-tristanter, as Vives well observes, post delicious, convivia, dies festos, many are melancholy after a feast, holiday, merry meeting, or some pleasing sport. If they be solitary by chance, left alone to themselves, without employment, sport, or want their ordinary companions, some at the departure of friends only whom they shall shortly see again, weep and howl, and look after them as a cow lows after her calf, or a child takes on that goes to school after holidays. Ut me leverat tus adventus, sic decessus afflixit, which Tully writ to Atticus, thy coming was not so welcome to me, as thy departure was harsh. Montanus, Consul. 132. Makes mention of a country woman that parting with her friends in native place, became grievously melancholy for many years. And Trallianus of another, so caused for the absence of her husband, which is an ordinary passion amongst our good wives, if their husband tarry out a day longer than his appointed time, or break his hour. They take on presently with sighs and tears, he is either robbed, or dead, some mischance or other is surely befallen him, they cannot eat, drink, sleep, or be quiet in mind, till they see him again. If parting of friends, absence alone can work such violent effects, what shall death do, when they must eternally be separated, never in this world to meet again? This is so grievous a torment for the time, that it takes away their appetite, desire of life, extinguisheth all delights, it causeth deep sighs and groans, tears, exclamations. O dulce German matris, O sanguis meus. Eheu tipendis, andc. O flos tenor. Howling, roaring, many bitter pangs, lamentis gemituc edi feminio. Olula detecta frement, and by frequent meditation extends so far. Sometimes, they think they see their dead friends continually in their eyes, observance imagines. As conciliator confesseth he saw his mother's ghost presenting herself still before him. Quat nimis miseri. Volunt, hoc facile credent, still, that good father, that good son, that good wife, that dear friend runs in their minds, totus. Animus hac una cogitation defixus est, all the year long, as Pliny complains to Romanus. Methinks I see Virginius, I hear Virginius, I talk with Virginius, and te sign, vi misero mihi, lilia nigra videnter. Palentesque rosi, nec dulce rubens hyacinthus. Nullos nec myrtus, noc loris spirit odors. They that are most staid and patient, are so furiously carried headlong by the passion of sorrow in this case, that brave discreet men otherwise oftentimes forget themselves, and weep like children many months together. As if that they to water would, and will not be comforted. They are gone, what shall I do? Abstulit atra dies e funir mercid acerbo. Cos dabit in lacrimas fonta mihi. Cos satis altos. Accendit gemitus, edi acerbo verba dolori. Exorit pietas oculos, edi hyantia frangit. Pectora, nec plenos avido sinit etera questus. Magna adio jectura primit, and fountains of tears who gives, who lends me groans. Deep sighs sufficient to express my moans. Mine eyes are dry, my breast in pieces torn. My loss so great, I cannot enough mourn. So Stroza Filius, that elegant Italian poet, in his Epicedium, bewails his father's death. He could moderate his passions in other matters, as he confesseth, but not in this, lie yields wholly to sorrow. Nunc fader du terga malis. Mens illa faticit. Indomitus quandam vigor et constantia mentis. How doth Quintilian complain for the loss of his son, to despair. Almost, Cardan lament his only child in his book De Libris Proprius, and elsewhere in many of his tracts, St. Ambrose his brother's death. An ego possum non cogiter de te, aut sine lacrimis cogiter. O amari. Dies, O flebels nox, and can I ever cease to think of thee, and to think with sorrow? O bitter days, O nights of sorrow, and Gregory Nazianzen, that noble Pulcheria. O decorem, and Flos recens, Polulans. And Alexander, a man of most invincible courage, after Hephaestion's death. As Curtius relates, Triduum jacuit ad moriendum obstinatus, lay 3 days together upon the ground, obstinate, to die with him, and would neither eat, drink, nor sleep. The woman that communed with Esdras, lib. 2, cap. 10, when her son fell down dead. fled into the field, and would not return into the city, but there resolved to remain, neither to eat nor drink, but mourn and fast until she died. Rachel wept for her children, and would not be comforted because they were not. Matt 2:18, so did Adrian the emperor bewail his Antinous, Hercules, Hylas, Orpheus, Eurydice. David, Absalom. O my dear son Absalom, Austin his mother Monica, Niobe her children, insomuch that the poets feigned her to be turned into a stone, as being stupefied through the extremity of grief. Aegeas. Signo lugubri filii consternatus, in mare se proecipitatum dedit. Impatient of sorrow for his son's death, drowned, himself. Our late physicians are full of such examples. Montanus Consul. 242. Had a patient troubled with this infirmity, by reason of her husband's death. Many years together. Trincavelius, L. 1. C. 14. Hath such another. Almost in despair, after his mother's departure, utse firm. Proecipitatum daret. And ready through distraction to make away himself. And in his 15th counsel, tells a story of one 50 years of age, that grew desperate upon his mother's death, and cured by Fallopius, fell many years after into a relapse, by the sudden death of a daughter which he had, and could never after be recovered. The fury of this passion is so violent sometimes, that it daunts whole kingdoms and cities. Vespasian's death was pitifully lamented all over the Roman Empire, totus orbis. Lujbat, Seth Aurelius Victor. Alexander commanded the battlements of houses to be pulled down, mules and horses to have their manes shorn off, and many common soldiers to be slain, to accompany his dear Hephaestion's death, which is now practiced amongst the Tartars, when a great cham dieth, 10 or 12,000 must be slain, men and horses, all they meet. And among those the pagan Indians, their wives and servants, voluntarily die with them. Leo Decimus was so much bewailed in Rome after his departure, that as Jovius gives out, Communis Salis, Publica Hilaritas, the common safety of all good fellowship, peace, mirth, and plenty died with him. Tanquam eadem sepulchro cum leone condita. Lujbanter, for it was a golden age whilst he lived, but after his decease an iron season succeeded, barbara visi fida vestidas, etidira. Malorum omnium incommoda, wars, plagues, vastity, discontent. When Augustus Caesar died, Seth Paterculus, orbis ruinum timuerimus, we were all afraid, as if heaven had fallen upon our heads. Budius records how that, at Louis XII his death, tam subita mutatio, ut caprius. Digito colam attingere vita banter, nunc humi derepent serper, sideratos. Esse dicaras, they that were erst in heaven, upon a sudden, as if they had been planet-strucken, lay grovelling on the ground. Concussus cessadir animes, seu frondibus ingens. Silva dolit lapsis. They looked like cropped trees. At Nancy in Lorraine, when Claudia Valesia, Henry II French king's sister, and the duke's wife, deceased, the temples for 40 days were all shut up, no prayers nor masses, but in that room where she was. The senators all seen in black. And for a 12-month space throughout the city, they were forbid to sing or dance. Non ulli postos illis eager dibus. Frigida, Daphne, boves ad flumina, nulla nec amnum. Libavit quadrupes, nec graminis attigit herbam. The swains forgot their sheep, nor near the brink of running waters brought their herds to drink. The thirsty cattle, of themselves, abstained from water, and their grassy fare disdained. How were we affected here in England for our Titus, Delicii, Homini. Generous, Prince Henry's immature death, as if all our dearest friends' lives had exhaled with his. Scanderbeg's death was not so much lamented in Epirus. In a word, as he saith of Edward the First at the news of Edward of Carnarvon his son's birth, immortaliter gavisus. He was immortally glad, may we say on the contrary of friends' deaths. Immortaliter gementes. We are diverse of us as so many turtles, eternally dejected with it. There is another sorrow, which arises from the loss of temporal goods and fortunes, which equally afflicts, and may go hand in hand with the preceding. Loss of time, loss of honor, office, of good name, of labor, frustrate hopes, will much torment. But in my judgment, there is no torture like unto it, or that sooner procureth this malady and mischief. Plorator lacrimis emissa pecunia veris. Lost money is bewailed with grief sincere. It wrings true tears from our eyes, many sighs, much sorrow from our hearts, and often causes habitual melancholy itself. Guianerius Tract 15:5. Repeats this for an especial cause, loss of friends, and loss of goods, make many men melancholy, as I have often seen by continual meditation of such things. The same causes Arnoldus Villanovanus inculcates, Brevier. L. 1. C. 18. Ex rerum omission, damno, amicarum. Mort, andc. Want alone will make a man mad, to be sans argent will cause a deep and grievous melancholy. Many persons are affected like Irishmen in this behalf, who if they have a good scimitar, had rather have a blow on their arm, than their weapon hurt, they will sooner lose their life, than their goods, and the grief that cometh hence continueth long. Saith Plater, and out of many dispositions, procureth an habit. Montanus and Frisimelica cured a young man of 22 years of age, that so became melancholy, abemus sam pecuniam, for a sum of money which he had unhappily lost. Sckenkius hath such another story of one melancholy, because he overshot himself, and spent his stock in unnecessary building. Roger that rich bishop of Salisbury, exudus opibus eti castris a. Rege Stephano, spoiled of his goods by King Stephen, 6 Dolores. Absorptus, atque in a mentum versus, indescentia facit, through grief ran mad, spoke and did he knew not what. Nothing so familiar, as for men in such cases, through anguish of mind to make away themselves. A poor fellow went to hang himself, which Ausonius hath elegantly expressed in a neat epigram, but finding by chance a pot of money, flung away the rope, and went merrily home, but he that hid the gold, when he missed it, hanged himself with that rope which the other man had left, in a discontented humor. Atque condiderit, postquam non reparit orum. Aptivit calo, quem reparit laqueum. Such feral accidents can want and penury produce. Be it by suretyship, shipwreck, fire, spoil and pillage of soldiers, or what loss soever, it boots not, it will work the like effect, the same desolation in provinces and cities, as well as private persons. The Romans were miserably dejected. After the battle of Cannae, the men amazed for fear, the stupid women tore their hair and cried. The Hungarians, when their king Ladislaus and bravest soldiers were slain by the Turks, Luctus Publicus, and the Venetians when their forces were overcome by the French King Louis, the French and Spanish kings, Pope, Emperor, all conspired against them. At Cambrai, the French herald denounced open war in the Senate, Lordane Venatorum Dux, and they had lost Padua, Brixia, Verona, Forum Julii, their territories in the continent, and had now nothing left, but the city of Venice itself. Urbi quoque ipsi, Seth Bembus, timendum puterant, and the loss of that was likewise to be feared. Tantus repent dolor omnes tenuit, ut. Nunquam, alias, and they were pitifully plunged, never before in such lamentable distress. Anno 1527, when Rome was sacked by Bourbonius, the common soldiers made such spoil, that fair churches were turned to stables, old monuments and books made horse litter, or burned like straw. Relics, costly pictures defaced. Altars demolished, rich hangings, carpets, and trampled in the dirt. Their wives and loveliest daughters constipated by every base cullion, as Sejanus' daughter was by the hangman. In public, before their fathers' and husbands' faces. Noblemen's children, and of the wealthiest citizens, reserved for princes' beds, were prostitute to every common soldier, and kept for concubines. Senators and cardinals, themselves dragged along the streets, and put to exquisite torments, to confess where their money was hid, the rest, murdered on heaps, lay stinking in the streets, infants' brains dashed out before their mothers' eyes. A lamentable sight it was to see so goodly a city so suddenly defaced. Rich citizens sent a begging to Venice, Naples, Ancona, and that erst lived in all manner of delights. Those proud palaces that even now vaunted their tops up to heaven, were dejected as low as hell in an instant. Whom will not such misery make discontent? Terence the poet drowned himself, some say, for the loss of his comedies, which suffered shipwreck. When a poor man hath made many hungry meals, got together a small sum, which he losseth in an instant. A scholar spent many an hour's study to no purpose, his labors lost, and, how should it otherwise be? I may conclude with Gregory, temporalium amor, quantum efficit, cum haeret possessio, tantum quum subtrahiter, urit dolor. Riches do not so much exhilarate us with their possession, as they torment us with their loss. Next to sorrow still I may annex such accidents as procure fear. For besides those terrors which I have before touched, and many other fears, which are infinite, there is a superstitious fear, one of the three great causes of fear in Aristotle, commonly caused by prodigies and dismal accidents, which much trouble many of us, nescio quid animus mihi presagit mali. As if a hare cross the way at our going forth, or a mouse gnaw our clothes. If they bleed 3 drops at nose, the salt falls towards them, a black spot appear in their nails, and, with many such, which Del Rio Tom. 2, L. 3. Sect. 4. Austin Niphus in his book De Auguriis. Polydor Verg. L. 3. De Prodigas. Salisburiensis Polycrat. L. 1. C. 13. Discuss at large. They are so much affected, that with the very strength of imagination, fear, and the devil's craft, they pull those misfortunes they suspect, upon their own heads, and that which they fear, shall come upon them, as Solomon foretelleth, Vx 24. And Isaiah denounceth, 66. 4, which if, they could neglect and contemn, would not come to pass, eram vires nostra resident opinion, ut morbi gravitas. Grotantium cogitation, they are intended and remitted, as our opinion is fixed, more or less. N. Dat poenas, saith Crado of such a one, utinam non attraherit, he is punished, and is the cause of it himself, dum fata fugimus fata stulti incurrimus, the thing that I feared, saith Job, is fallen upon me. As much we may say of them that are troubled with their fortunes, or ill destinies foreseen, multos angit prescientia malorum, the foreknowledge of what shall come to pass, crucifies many men, foretold by astrologers, or wizards, iratum obi colum, be it ill accident, or death itself, which often falls out by God's permission. Quia daemonem timent, saith Chrysostom, Deus ideo permitted accidir. Severus, Adrian, Domitian, can testify as much, of whose fear and suspicion, Sueton, Herodian, and the rest of those writers, tell strange stories in this behalf. Montanus Consul. 31, hath one example of a young man, exceeding melancholy upon this occasion. Such fears have still tormented mortal men in all ages, by reason of those lying oracles, and juggling priests. There was a fountain in Greece, near Ceres' temple in Achaia, where the event of such diseases was to be known, a glass let down by a thread, and amongst those Cyanean rocks at the springs of Lycia, was the oracle of Thryxius Apollo, where all fortunes were foretold, sickness, health, or what they would besides. So common people have been always deluded with future events. At this day, Metus Futurorum Maxime Torquat Sinas, this foolish fear, mightily crucifies them in China, as Matthew Riccius the Jesuit informeth us, in his commentaries of those countries, of all nations they are most superstitious. And much tormented in this kind, attributing so much to their divinators, ut ipsi metus fidem faciat, that fear itself and conceit, cause it to fall out, if he foretells sickness such a day, that very time they will be sick. 6 metus afflicti in egritudinem cadunt. And many times die as it is foretold. A true saying, timor mortis, mort piger, the fear of death is worse than death itself, and the memory of that sad hour, to some fortunate and rich men, is as bitter as gall, eccles lie. 1. Inquietum nobis vitam facit mortis metus, a worse plague cannot happen to a man, than to be so troubled in his mind. 'Tis triste divortium, a heavy separation, to leave their goods, with so much labor got, pleasures of the world, which they have so deliciously enjoyed, friends and companions whom they so dearly loved, all at once. Axicchus the philosopher was bold and courageous all his life, and gave good precepts to contemna mort, and against the vanity of the world, to others, but being now ready to die himself, he was mightily dejected, hac lus privabor. His orbibor bonus, he lamented like a child, and though Socrates himself was there to comfort him, ubi pristina virtutum jactatio o Axioch. Where is all your boasted virtue now, my friend? Yet he was very timorous and impatient of death, much troubled in his mind, imbellis pavor et impatientia, and O Clotho, Megapetus the tyrant and Lucian exclaims, now ready to depart, let me live a while longer. I will give thee 1,000 talents of gold, and 2 bowls besides, which I took from Cleocritus, worth 100 talents apiece. Woe's me, saith another, what goodly manors shall I leave? What fertile fields? What a fine house! What pretty children! How many servants! Who shall gather my grapes, my corn? Must I now die so well settled? Leave all, so richly and well provided? Woe's me, what shall I do? Animula vagula, blandula, qua nunc abibis in loca. To these tortures of fear and sorrow, may well be annexed curiosity, that irksome, that tyrannizing care, nimia solicitudo, superfluous industry about unprofitable things, and their qualities. As Thomas defines it, an itching humor or a kind of longing to see that which is not to be seen, to do that which ought not to be done, to know that secret which should not be known, to eat of the forbidden fruit. We commonly molest and tire ourselves about things unfit and unnecessary, as Martha troubled herself to little purpose. Be it in religion, humanity, magic, philosophy, policy, any action or study, 'tis a needless trouble, a mere torment. For what else is school divinity, how many doth it puzzle? What fruitless questions about the Trinity, resurrection, election, predestination, reprobation, hellfire, and how many shall be saved, damned? What else is all superstition, but an endless observation of idle ceremonies, traditions? What is most of our philosophy but a labyrinth of opinions, idle questions, propositions, metaphysical terms? Socrates, therefore, held all philosophers, cavillers, and mad men, circa subtilia cavillators pro insanis habuit, palam eos arguens, saith Eusebius, because they commonly sought after such things quae nec percipi a nobis nec comprehendi possit. Or put case they did understand, yet they were altogether unprofitable. For what matter is it for us to know how high the Pleiades are, how far distant Perseus and Cassiopeia from us, how deep the sea, and we are neither wiser, as he follows it, nor modester, nor better, nor richer, nor stronger for the knowledge of it. Quod supra nos nihil ad, nos, I may say the same of those genethliacal studies. What is astrology but vain elections, predictions? All magic, but a troublesome error, a pernicious foppery. Physic, but intricate rules and prescriptions. Philology, but vain criticisms. Logic, needless sophisms. Metaphysics themselves, but intricate subtleties, and fruitless abstractions. Alchemy, but a bundle of errors. To what end are such great tomes? Why do we spend so many years in their studies? Much better to know nothing at all, as those barbarous Indians are wholly ignorant, than as some of us, to be so sore vexed about unprofitable toys, stultus labor est ineptiarum, to build a house without pins, make a rope of sand, to what end? Cui bono. He studies on, but as the boy told St. Austin, when I have laved the sea dry, thou shalt understand the mystery of the Trinity. He makes observations, keeps times and seasons. And as Conradus the emperor would not touch his new bride, till an astrologer had told him a masculine hour, but with what success? He travels into Europe, Africa, Asia, searcheth every creek, sea, city, mountain, gulf, to what end? See one promontory, said Socrates of old, one mountain, one sea, one river, and see all. An alchemist spends his fortunes to find out the philosopher's stone forsooth, cure all diseases, make men long-lived, victorious, fortunate, invisible, and beggars himself. Misled by those seducing impostors, which he shall never attain, to make gold. An antiquary consumes his treasure and time to scrape up a company of old coins, statues, rules, edicts, manuscripts, and he must know what was done of old in Athens, Rome, what lodging, diet, houses they had, and have all the present news at first, though never so remote, before all others, what projects, counsels, consultations, and quid Juno in orum insusurit Jovi, what's now decreed in France, what in Italy, who was he, whence comes he, which way, whither goes he, and Aristotle must find out the motion of Euripus, Pliny must needs see Vesuvius, but how sped they? One lesseth goods, another his life. Pyrrhus will conquer Africa first, and then Asia. He will be a sole monarch, a second immortal, a third rich, a fourth commands. Turbine magno spes soliciti in urbibus errant. We run, ride, take indefatigable pains, all up early, down late, striving to get that which we had better be without, Ardelians busybodies as we are, it were much fitter for us to be quiet, sit still, and take our ease. His sole study is for words, that they be, lepidi lexius composti, ut tesserially omnes, not a syllable misplaced, to set out a straminious subject, as thine is about apparel, to follow the fashion, to be terse and polite. 'Tis thy sole business, both with like profit. His only delight is building, he spends himself to get curious pictures, intricate models and plots, another is wholly ceremonious about titles, degrees, inscriptions, a third is over-solicitous about his diet. He must have such and such exquisite sauces, meats so dressed, so far-fetched, peregrini aries volucres, so cooked, and something to provoke thirst, something anon to quench his thirst. Thus he redeems his appetite with extraordinary charge to his purse, is seldom pleased with any meal, whilst a trivial stomach useth all with delight and is never offended. Another must have roses in winter, alieni temporis floris, snow water in summer, fruits before they can be or are usually ripe, artificial gardens and fish ponds on the tops of houses, all things opposite to the vulgar sort, intricate and rare. Or else they are nothing worth. So busy, nice, curious wits, make that insupportable in all vocations, trades, actions, employments, which to duller apprehensions is not offensive, earnestly seeking that which others so scornfully neglect. Thus through our foolish curiosity do we macerate ourselves, tire our souls, and run headlong, through our indiscretion, perverse will, and want of government, into many needless cares, and troubles, vain expenses, tedious journeys, painful hours. And when all is done, quorsum haec. Cui bono. To what end? Nescier vel quae magister maximus. Desira non vult, erudita insitia est. Unfortunate marriage. Amongst these passions and irksome accidents, unfortunate marriage may be ranked, a condition of life appointed by God himself in paradise, an honorable and happy estate, and as great a felicity as can befall a man in this world. If the parties can agree as they ought, and live as Seneca lived with his Paulina. But if they be unequally matched, or at discord, a greater misery cannot be expected, to have a scold, a slut, a harlot, a fool, a fury, or a fiend, there can be no such plague. Ecclesiastes 26. 14, He that hath her is as if he held a scorpion, and 26, 25, A wicked wife makes a sorry countenance, a heavy heart, and he had rather dwell with a lion than keep house with such a wife. Her properties Jovianus Pontanus hath described at large, Ant Dial. Tom. 2, under the name of Euphorbia. Or if they be not equal in years, the like mischief happens. Cecilius in Agellius lib 2. Cap. 23, complains much of an old wife, dum aegis morti inhio, ego met mortis vivo inter vivos, whilst I gape after her death, I live a dead man amongst the living, or if they dislike upon any occasion. Judge who that are unfortunately wed. What 'tis to come into a loathed bed. The same inconvenience befalls women. At vos o duri miserum lugit parentes. Si ferro aut lacio laiva hac me ex solvere sort. Sestinio. Hard-hearted parents both lament my fate. If self I kill or hang, to ease my state. A young gentlewoman in Basil was married, saith Felix Plater. Observat. L1, to an ancient man against her will, whom she could not affect, she was continually melancholy, and pined away for grief. And though her husband did all he could possibly to give her content, in a discontented humor at length she hanged herself. Many other stories he relates in this kind. Thus men are plagued with women. They again with men. When they are of divers humors and conditions, he a spendthrift, she sparing, one honest, the other dishonest, and parents many times disquiet their children, and they their parents. A foolish son is an heaviness to his mother. Injusta naverca, a stepmother often vexeth a whole family, is matter of repentance, exercise of patience, fuel of dissension, which made Cato's son expostulate with his father, why he should offer to marry his client Salinius' daughter. A young wench, cujus causa navercam induceret. What offense had he done, that he should marry? Again, unkind, unnatural friends, evil neighbors, bad servants, debts and debates, and 'twas Chilan's sentence, comes aries alieni et litis est miseria, misery and usury do commonly together. Suretyship is the bane of many families, spawned, presto noxa est, he shall be sore vexed that is surety for a stranger, Parovi 11. 15, and he that hatteth suretyship is sure. Contention, brawling, lawsuits, falling out of neighbors and friends. Discordia demens, verb. Ain. 6, are equal to the first, grieve many a man, and vex his soul. Nihil sane miserabilius earum mentibus, as Boter holds, nothing so miserable as such men, full of cares, griefs, anxieties, as if they were stabbed with a sharp sword, fear, suspicion, desperation, sorrow, are their ordinary companions. Our Welshmen are noted by some of their own writers, to consume one another in this kind, but whosoever they are that use it, these are their common symptoms, especially if they be convict or overcome, cast in a suit. Arius put out of a bishopric by Eustathius, turned heretic, and lived after discontented all his life. Every repulse is of like nature, hu quanta de spe decidi. Disgrace, infamy, detraction, will almost effect as much, and that a long time after. Hipponax, a satirical poet, so vilified and lashed 2 painters in his iambics, ut ambo lachios e suffocarent, Pliny saith, both hanged themselves. All oppositions, dangers, perplexities, discontents, to live in any suspense, are of the same rank, potes hoc sub casu ducere somnos. Who can be secure in such cases? Ill-bestowed benefits, ingratitude, unthankful friends, much disquiet and molest some. Unkind speeches trouble as many. Uncivil carriage or dogged answers, weak women above the rest, if they proceed from their surly husbands, are as bitter as gall, and not to be digested. A glassman's wife in Basel became melancholy because her husband said he would marry again if she died. No cut to unkindness, as the saying is, a frown and hard speech, ill respect, a browbeating, or bad look, especially to courtiers, or such as attend upon great persons, is present death, ingenium volta statque cadic sua. They ebb and flow with their master's favors. Some persons are at their wits' ends, if by chance they overshoot themselves, in their ordinary speeches, or actions, which may after turn to their disadvantage or disgrace, or have any secret disclosed. Roncius Epist. Missal. 2. Reports of a gentlewoman 25 years old, that falling foul with one of her gossips, was upbraided with a secret infirmity, no matter what, in public, and so much grieved with it, that she did thereupon solitudines quirera omnes ab esse abelgare. Ac tandem in gravissimum incidens melancholiam, contabescera, forsake all company, quite moped, and in a melancholy humor pine away. Others are as much tortured to see themselves rejected, contemned, scorned, disabled, defamed, detracted, undervalued, or left behind their fellows. Lucian brings in Etamicles, a philosopher in his Lapith. Convivio, much discontented that he was not invited amongst the rest, expostulating the matter, in a long epistle, with Aristenaetus their host. Pretextatus, a robed gentleman in Plutarch, would not sit down at a feast, because he might not sit highest, but went his ways all in a chafe. We see the common quarrellings, that are ordinary with us, for taking of the wall, precedency, and the like, which though toys in themselves, and things of no moment, yet they cause many distempers, much heartburning amongst us. Nothing pierceth deeper than a contempt or disgrace, especially if they be generous spirits, scarce anything affects them more than to be despised or vilified. Crato, Consul. 16, L. 2, exemplifies it, and common experience confirms it. Of the same nature is oppression, Eccles. 77, surely oppression makes a man mad, loss of liberty, which made Brutus venture his life, Cato kill himself, and Tully complain, omnem hilaritatem in perpetuum amisi, mine heart's broken, I shall never look up, or be merry again. Haec jactura intolerabilis, to some parties, 'tis a most intolerable loss. Banishment a great misery, as Tertius describes it in an epigram of his. Nam miserum est patria amissa, laribusque vigari. Mendicum, edi timida voci rogere cibos. Omnibus invisus, quocunc accesserit exul. Semper erit. Semper spiritus egens jacet, enc. A miserable thing 'tis so to wander. And like a beggar for to whine at door. Contemned of all the world, an exile is. Hated, rejected, needy still and poor. Polynices in his conference with Jocasta in Euripides, reckons up 5 miseries of a banished man, the least of which alone were enough to deject some pusillanimous creatures. Oftentimes a too great feeling of our own infirmities or imperfections of body or mind, will shrivel us up, as if we be long sick. O beata sanitas, te present, aminum. Ver florit gratius, absci te nemo beatus. O blessed health! Thou art above all gold and treasure, Eccles. XXX, 15. The poor man's riches, the rich man's bliss, without thee there can be no happiness, or visited with some loathsome disease, offensive to others, or troublesome to ourselves. As a stinking breath, deformity of our limbs. crookedness, loss of an eye, leg, hand, paleness, leanness, redness. Baldness, loss or want of hair, and hic ubi flora capit, diros ictus. Cordi infert, saith Synesius, he himself troubled not a little ob. Comi defectum, the loss of hair alone, strikes a cruel stroke to the heart. Acco, an old woman, seeing by chance her face in a true glass, for she used false flattering glasses belike at other times, as most gentlewomen do, animi dolor in insanium delapsa est, Celius Rhodiginus. L. 17, c. 2, ran mad. Brotheus, the son of Vulcan, because he was ridiculous for his imperfections, flung himself into the fire. Lays of Corinth, now grown old, gave up her glass to Venus, for she could hot abide to look upon it. Qualis somnalo, qualis iram nequio. Generally two fair nice pieces, old age and foul linen are two most odious things, a torment of torments, they may not abide the thought of it. O deorum quisquis haec audis, utinam inter aram. Nuda leones. Antiquam turpis macies decentes. Occupit malis, tenorex succus. Deflut prieti, specios aquero. Passera tigres. Hear me, some gracious heavenly power. Let lions dire this naked corse devour. My cheeks ere hollow wrinkles seize. Ere yet their rosy bloom decays. While youth yet rolls its vital flood. Let tigers friendly riot in my blood. To be foul, ugly, and deformed, much better be buried alive. Some are fair, but barren, and that galls them. Hannah wept sore, did not eat, and was troubled in spirit, and all for her barrenness. 1 Sam 1. And Gen 30. Rachel said, in the anguish of her soul, give me a child, or I shall die. Another hath too many, one was never married, and that's his hell, another is, and that's his plague. Some are troubled in that they are obscure. Others by being traduced, slandered, abused, disgraced, vilified, or any way injured, minimi miror eos, as he said, ca insaner accipient ex. Injuria, I marvel not at all if offences make men mad. 17. Particular causes of anger and offense Aristotle reckons them up, which for brevity's sake I must omit. No tidings troubles one. Ill reports, rumors. Bad tidings or news, hard hap, ill success, cast in a suit, vain hopes, or hope deferred, another, expectation, addio omnibus in rebus molesta semper. Est expectatio, as Polybius observes. One is too eminent, another too base-born, and that alone tortures him as much as the rest. One is out of action, company, employment, another overcome and tormented with worldly cares, and onerous business. But what tongue can suffice to speak of all? Many men catch this malady by eating certain meats, herbs, roots, at unawares, as henbane, nightshade, cicuta, mandrix, and a company of young men at Agrigentum in Sicily, came into a tavern. Where after they had freely taken their liquor, whether it were the wine itself, or something mixed with it, 'tis not yet known, but upon a sudden they began to be so troubled in their brains, and their fantasy so crazed, that they thought they were in a ship at sea, and now ready to be cast away by reason of a tempest. Wherefore to avoid shipwreck and present drowning, they flung all the goods in the house out at the windows into the street, or into the sea, as they supposed. Thus they continued mad a pretty season, and being brought before the magistrate to give an account of this their fact, they told him, not yet recovered of their madness, that what was done they did for fear of death. And to avoid imminent danger, the spectators were all amazed at this their stupidity, and gazed on them still, whilst one of the ancientest of the company, in a grave tone, excused himself to the magistrate upon his knees. O viri tritones! Ego in imo jacui, I beseech your deities, and For I was in the bottom of the ship all the while, another besought them as so many sea gods to be good unto them, and if ever he and his fellows came to land again, he would build an altar to their service. The magistrate could not sufficiently laugh at this their madness, bid them sleep it out, and so went his ways. Many such accidents frequently happen, upon these unknown occasions. Some are so caused by philters, wandering in the sun, biting of a mad dog, a blow on the head, stinging with that kind of spider called tarantula, an ordinary thing if we may believe Sciuc. L. 6. De Vaninis, in Calabria and Apulia in Italy, Cardan, subtle. L. 9. Scaliger exercitat. 185, their symptoms are merrily described by Jovianus Pontanus, Ant Dial. How they dance all together, and are cured by music. Cardan speaks of certain stones, if they be carried about one, which will cause melancholy and madness, he calls them unhappy, as an adamant, selenites, and which dry up the body, increase cares, diminish sleep. Tesius in Persicis, makes mention of a well in those parts, of which if any man drink, he is mad for 24 hours. Some lose their wits by terrible objects, as elsewhere I have more copiously dilated, and life itself many times, as Hippolytus affrighted by Neptune's seahorses, Athemas by Juno's furies, but these relations are common in all writers. Hic alias poterum, ii plures subnectere causas. Sed jumenta vocant, ii sol inclinat, iundum est. Many such causes, much more could I say. But that for provender my cattle stay. The sun declines, and I must needs away. These causes if they be considered, and come alone, I do easily yield, can do little of themselves, seldom, or apart. An old oak is not felled at a blow, though many times they are all sufficient every one, yet if they concur, as often they do, vis unita fortior, ique non absunt singula. Multa nocent, they may batter a strong constitution, as Austin said, many grains and small sands sink a ship, many small drops make a flood, and, often reiterated, many dispositions produce an habit. MEMB. V. Subsect. I. Continent, inward, antecedent, next causes and how the body works on the mind. As a Poyu hunter, I have hitherto beaten about the circuit of the forest of this microcosm, and followed only those outward adventitious causes. I will now break into the inner rooms, and rip up the antecedent immediate causes which are there to be found. For as the distraction of the mind, amongst other outward causes and perturbations, alters the temperature of the body, so the distraction and distemper of the body will cause a distemperature of the soul. And 'tis hard to decide which of these two do more harm to the other. Plato, Cyprian, and some others, as I have formerly said, lay the greatest fault upon the soul, excusing the body, others again accusing the body, excuse the soul, as a principal agent. Their reasons are, because the manners do follow the temperature of the body, as Galen proves in his book of that subject, Prosper Calenius de Atrobile, Jason Pratensis c. de Mania, Lemnius L. 4. c. 16. And many others. And that which Gualter hath commented, Hom. 10, in Epist. Johannes, is most true. Concupiscence and originals in, inclinations, and bad humors, are radical in every one of us, causing these perturbations, affections, and several distempers, offering many times violence unto the soul. Every man is tempted by his own concupiscence, James I. 14. The spirit is willing but the flesh is weak, and rebelleth against the spirit, as our apostle teacheth us, that methinks the soul hath the better plea against the body, which so forcibly inclines us, that we cannot resist. Nec nos obniti contra, nec tendere tantum sufficimus. How the body being material, worketh upon the immaterial soul, by mediation of humours and spirits, which participate of both, and ill-disposed organs, Cornelius Agrippa hath discoursed lib 1. De Occult. Philos, cap. 63, 64, 65. Levinus Lemnius lib 1. De Occult. Nat. Mere. Cap. 12, et 16. Ed 21. Institute. Ad opt vit. Perkins Lib 1. Cases of cons cap. 12, T. Bright c. 10, 11, 12. In his treatise of melancholy, for as, anger, fear, sorrow, obtrectation, emulation, and si mentis intimas recessus occuprant, seth lemnius, corpore quoque infesta sunt, ideally teterimos morbos inferunt, cause grievous diseases in the body, so bodily diseases affect the soul by consent. Now the chiefest causes proceed from the heart, humours, spirits, as they are pure, or impure, so is the mind, and equally suffers, as a lute out of tune, if one string or one organ be distempered, all the rest miscarry. Corpus onustum hesternus vitius, animum quoque pregravat una. The body is domicilium animae, her house, abode, and stay, and as a torch gives a better light, a sweeter smell, according to the matter it is made of, so doth our soul perform all her actions, better or worse, as her organs are disposed. Or as wine savours of the cask wherein it is kept, the soul receives a tincture from the body, through which it works. We see this in old men, children, Europeans, Asians, hot and cold climes. Sanguine are merry, melancholy sad, phlegmatic dull, by reason of abundance of those humours, and they cannot resist such passions which are inflicted by them. For in this infirmity of human nature, as Melanchthon declares, the understanding is so tied to, and captivated by his inferior senses, that without their help he cannot exercise his functions, and the will being weakened, hath but a small power to restrain those outward parts, but suffers herself to be overruled by them. That I must needs conclude with Lemnius, spiritus id humours maximum nocumentum obtinent, spirits and humours do most harm in troubling the soul. How should a man choose but be choleric and angry, that hath his body so clogged with abundance of gross humours? Or melancholy, that is so inwardly disposed? That thence comes then this malady, madness, apoplexies, lethargies, and it may not be denied, now this body of ours is most part distempered by some precedent diseases, which molest his inward organs and instruments, and so per consequens cause melancholy, according to the consent of the most approved physicians. This humour, as Avicenna L. 3. Fun. 1, Tract. 4, c. 18. Arnoldus Brevier. L. 1, c. 18. Jacanus Comment. In 9 Races, c. 15. Montaltus, c. 10. Nicholas Piso c. de Melon. And suppose, is begotten by the distemperature of some inward part, innate, or left after some inflammation, or else included in the blood after an ague, or some other malignant disease. This opinion of theirs concurs with that of Galen, L. 3. c. 6. De locis effect. Guianerius gives an instance in one so caused by a quartan ague, and Montanus consul. 32, in a young man of 28 years of age, so distempered after a quartan, which had molested him 5 years together, Hildesheim Spissel. 2. De Mania, relates of a Dutch baron, grievously tormented with melancholy after a long ague, Galen, L. de Atrobile, c. 4. Puts the plague a cause. Botaldus in his book de Lou Venner. c. 2. The French pox for a cause, others, frenzy, epilepsy, apoplexy, because those diseases do often degenerate into this. Of suppression of hemorrhoids, hemorrhagia, or bleeding at the nose, menstruous retentions, although they deserve a larger explication, as being the sole cause of a proper kind of melancholy, in more ancient maids, nuns and widows. Handled apart by Rodericus a Castro, and Mercatus, as I have elsewhere signified, or any other evacuation stopped, I have already spoken. Only this I will add, that this melancholy which shall be caused by such infirmities, deserves to be pitied of all men, and to be respected with a more tender compassion, according to Laurentius, as coming from a more inevitable cause. Subsect. 2. Distemperature of particular parts, causes. There is almost no part of the body, which being distempered, doth not cause this malady, as the brain and his parts, heart, liver, spleen, stomach, matrix or womb, pylorus, myric, mesentery, hypochondries, mesoreic veins. And in a word, saith Arculanus, there is no part which causeth not melancholy, either because it is a dust, or doth not expel the superfluity of the nutriment. Savonarola Pract. Major. Rubric 11, Tract 6, Cap 1. Is of the same opinion, that melancholy is engendered in each particular part, and Crato in Consul. 17, Lib 2. Gordonius, who is in Star Omnium, Lib Med Partic. 2, Cap 19. Confirms as much, putting the matter of melancholy, sometimes in the stomach, liver, heart, brain, spleen, myric, hypochondries, when as the melancholy humor resides there, or the liver is not well cleansed from melancholy blood. The brain is a familiar and frequent cause, too hot, or too cold, through a dust blood so caused, as Mercurialis will have it, within or without the head, the brain itself being distempered. Those are most apt to this disease, that have a hot heart and moist brain, which Montaltus cap. 11, de Melanch. Approves out of Haliabas, Rhasis, and Avicenna. Mercurialis Consul. 11. Assigns the coldness of the brain a cause, and Sallustius Salvianus Med Lecture L. 2. c. 1. Will have it arise from a cold and dry distemperature of the brain. Piso, Benedictus Victorius Faventinus, will have it proceed from a hot distemperature of the brain, and Montaltus cap. 10. From the brain's heat, scorching the blood. The brain is still distempered by himself, or by consent, by himself or his proper affection, as Faventinus calls it, or by vapors which arise from the other parts, and fume up into the head, altering the animal facilities. Hildesheim Spissel. 2. The mania, thinks it may be caused from a distemperature of the heart, sometimes hot, sometimes cold. A hot liver, and a cold stomach, are put for usual causes of melancholy, Mercurialis Consul. 11, Edi Consul. 6, Consul. 86. Assigns a hot liver and cold stomach for ordinary causes. Monavius, in an epistle of his to Crato in Scoltius, is of opinion, that hypochondriacal melancholy may proceed from a cold liver, the question is there discussed. Most agree that a hot liver is in fault, the liver is the shop of humours, and especially causeth melancholy by his hot and dry distemperature. The stomach and mesoreic veins do often concur, by reason of their obstructions, and thence their heat cannot be avoided, and many times the matter is so adust and inflamed in those parts, that it degenerates into hypochondriacal melancholy. Guianerius c. 2. Tract 15, holds the mesoreic veins to be a sufficient cause alone. The spleen concurs to this malady, by all their consents, and suppression of hemorrhoids, dum non expurgit altera causa lean, saith Montaltus, if it be too cold and dry, and do not purge the other parts as it ought, Consul. 23. Montanus puts the spleen stopped for a great cause. Christophorus of Vega reports of his knowledge, that he hath known melancholy caused from putrefied blood in those seed veins and womb. Arculanus, from that menstruous blood turned into melancholy, and seed too long detained, as I have already declared, by putrefaction or adustion. The mesenterium, or midriff, diaphragma, is a cause which the Greeks called phyro nu alpha, because by his inflammation, the mind is much troubled with convulsions and dotage. All these, most part, offend by inflammation, corrupting humours and spirits, in this non-natural melancholy, for from these are engendered fuliginous and black spirits. And for that reason Montaltus cap. 10. The causus melon. Will have, the efficient cause of melancholy to be hot and dry, not a cold and dry distemperature, as some hold, from the heat of the brain, roasting the blood, immoderate heat of the liver and bowels, and inflammation of the pylorus. And so much the rather, because that, as Galen holds, all spices inflame the blood, solitariness, waking, agues, study, meditation. All which heat, and therefore he concludes that this distemperature causing adventitious melancholy is not cold and dry, but hot and dry. But of this I have sufficiently treated in the matter of melancholy, and hold that this may be true in non-natural melancholy, which produceth madness, but not in that natural, which is more cold, and being immoderate, produceth a gentle dotage. Which opinion Giraldus de Solo maintains in his comment upon Rhasis. Subsect 3. Causes of head melancholy. After a tedious discourse of the general causes of melancholy, I am now returned at last to treat in brief of the 3 particular species, and such causes as properly appertain unto them. Although these causes promiscuously concur to each and every particular kind, and commonly produce their effects in that part which is most ill-disposed, and least able to resist, and so cause all 3 species. Yet many of them are proper to some one kind, and seldom found in the rest. As for example, head melancholy is commonly caused by a cold or hot distemperature of the brain, according to Laurentius cap. 5 de Melon. But as Hercules de Saxonia contends, from that agitation or distemperature of the animal spirits alone. Sallust. Salvianus, before mentioned, lib 2. Cap. 3. De re med will have it proceed from cold, but that I take of natural melancholy, such as are fools and dote, for as Galen writes lib 4. De pulse. 8. And Avicenna, a cold and moist brain is an inseparable companion of folly. But this adventitious melancholy which is here meant, is caused of a hot and dry distemperature, as Damascene the Arabian lib 3. Cap. 22. Thinks, and most writers, Altomarus and Piso call it, an innate burning intemperateness, turning blood and choler into melancholy. Both these opinions may stand good, as Bruhl maintains, and Capivaccius, si cerebrum sit calidius, if the brain be hot, the animal spirits will be hot, and thence comes madness, if cold, folly. David Crusius Thet. Morb. Hermet. Lib 2. Cap. 6. De atrobile, grants melancholy to be a disease of an inflamed brain, but cold notwithstanding of itself, calida per accidens, frigida per se, hot by accident only. I am of Capivaccius' mind for my part. Now this humor, according to Salvianus, is sometimes in the substance of the brain, sometimes contained in the membranes and tunicles that cover the brain, sometimes in the passages of the ventricles of the brain, or veins of those ventricles. It follows many times, frenzy, long diseases, agues, long abode in hot places, or under the sun, a blow on the head, as Rhasis informeth us, Piso ad solitariness, waking, inflammations of the head, proceeding most part from much use of spices. Hot wines, hot meats, all which Montanus reckons up consul. 22, for a melancholy Jew, and Heurnius repeats cap. 12, de mania, hot baths, garlic, onions, saith Guianerius, bad air, corrupt, much waking, and retention of seed or abundance, stopping of hemorrhagia, the midriff misaffected. And according to Trallianus L. 1. 16, immoderate cares, troubles, griefs, discontent, study, meditation, and, in a word, the abuse of all those 6 non-natural things. Hercules de Saxonia, cap. 16, lib 1. Will have it caused from a cautery, or boil dried up, or an issue. Amatus Lusitanus sent 2. Cura. 67, gives instance in a fellow that had a hole in his arm, after that was healed, ran mad, and when the wound was open, he was cured again. Trincavellius consul. 13, lib 1. Hath an example of a melancholy man so caused by overmuch continuance in the sun, frequent use of venery, and immoderate exercise, and in his cons 49. Lib 3. From a headpiece overheated, which caused head melancholy. Prosper Calenus brings in Cardinal Caesius for a pattern of such as are so melancholy by long study, but examples are infinite. Subsect 4. Causes of hypochondriacal, or windy melancholy. In repeating of these causes, I must crambum bis coctum apponere, say that again which I have formerly said, in applying them to their proper species. Hypochondriacal or flatuous melancholy, is that which the Arabians call mirachial, and is in my judgment the most grievous and frequent, though Bruhl and Laurentius make it least dangerous, and not so hard to be known or cured. His causes are inward or outward. Inward from diverse parts or organs, as midriff, spleen, stomach, liver, pylorus, womb, diaphragma, mesaraic veins, stopping of issues, and Montaltus cap. 15. Out of Galen recites, heat and obstruction of those mesaraic veins, as an immediate cause, by which means the passage of the chylus to the liver is detained, stopped or corrupted, and turned into rumbling in wind. Montanus, Consul. 233, hath an evident demonstration, Trincavelius another, lib 1, cap. 1, and Plater a third, observat. Lib 1, for a doctor of the law visited with this infirmity, from the said obstruction and heat of these mesaraic veins, and bowels. Quoniam interventriculum et jacur veni effervescent, the veins are inflamed about the liver and stomach. Sometimes those other parts are together misaffected. And concur to the production of this malady, a hot liver and cold stomach, or cold belly, look for instances in Hilarius, Victor Trincavelius, Consul. 35, L. 3, Hildesheim Spissel. 2, folios 132, Solnander Consul. 9, Pro Civ Lugdunensi, Montanus Consul. 229, for the Earl of Montfort in Germany, 1549, and Frisimelica in the 233 consultation of the said Montanus. I. Caesar Claudinus gives instance of a cold stomach and over-hot liver, almost in every consultation, con. 89, for a certain count, and con. 106, for a Polonian baron, by reason of heat the blood is inflamed, and gross vapors sent to the heart and brain. Mercurialis subscribes to them, cons. 89, the stomach being misaffected, which he calls the king of the belly, because if he be distempered, all the rest suffer with him, as being deprived of their nutriment, or fed with bad nourishment, by means of which come crudities, obstructions. Wind, rumbling, griping, and Hercules de Saxonia, besides heat, will have the weakness of the liver and his obstruction a cause, facultatem debilem gesinoris, which he calls the mineral of melancholy. Laurentius assigns this reason, because the liver overhot draws the meat undigested out of the stomach, and burneth the humours. Montanus, cons 244, proves that sometimes a cold liver may be a cause. Laurentius c. 12, Trincavelius lib 12, Consul. And Galter Bruhl, seems to lay the greatest fault upon the spleen, that doth not his duty in purging the liver as he ought, being too great, or too little, in drawing too much blood sometimes to it, and not expelling it, as P. Nemiandrus in a consultation of his noted Tumorum Leonis, he names it, and the fountain of melancholy. Diacles suppose the ground of this kind of melancholy to proceed from the inflammation of the pylorus, which is the nether mouth of the ventricle. Others assign the mesenterium or midriff distempered by heat, the womb misaffected, stopping of hemorrhoids, with many such. All which Laurentius, cap. 12, reduceth to 3, mesentery, liver, and spleen, from whence he denominates hepatic, splenetic, and mesaraic melancholy. Outward causes, are bad diet, care, griefs, discontents, and in a word all those 6 non-natural things, as Montanus found by his experience, Consul. 244, Solnander Consul. 9, for a citizen of Lyons, in France, gives his reader to understand, that he knew this mischief procured by a medicine of cantharides, which an unskilful physician ministered his patient to drink ad venerem excitandam. But most commonly fear, grief, and some sudden commotion, or perturbation of the mind, begin it, in such bodies especially as are ill-disposed. Melanchthon, Tract. 14, Cap. 2, de Anima, will have it as common to men, as the mother to women, upon some grievous trouble, dislike, passion, or discontent. For as Camerarius records in his life, Melanchthon himself was much troubled with it, and therefore could speak out of experience. Montanus, Consul. 22, Pro Deliranti Judeo, confirms it, grievous symptoms of the mind brought him to it. Randolocius relates of himself, that being one day very intent to write out a physician's notes, molested by an occasion, he fell into a hypochondriacal fit, to avoid which he drank the decoction of wormwood, and was freed. Melanchthon, being the disease is so troublesome and frequent, holds it a most necessary and profitable study, for every man to know the accidents of it, and a dangerous thing to be ignorant. And would therefore have all men in some sort to understand the causes, symptoms, and cures of it. Subsect. V. Causes of melancholy from the whole body. As before, the cause of this kind of melancholy is inward or outward. Inward, when the liver is apt to engender such a humor, or the spleen weak by nature, and not able to discharge his office. A melancholy temperature, retention of hemorrhoids, monthly issues, bleeding at nose, long diseases, agues, and all those 6 non-natural things increase it. But especially bad diet, as Piso thinks, pulse, salt meat, shellfish, cheese, black wine, and Mercurialis out of Averroes and Avicenna condemns all herbs, Galen, lib 3, the Locke effect. Cap. 7, especially cabbage. So likewise fear, sorrow, discontents, and, but of these before. And thus in brief you have had the general and particular causes of melancholy. Now go and brag of thy present happiness, whosoever thou art, brag of thy temperature, of thy good parts, insult, triumph, and boast. Thou sayest in what a brittle state thou art, how soon thou mayst be dejected, how many several ways, by bad diet, bad air, a small loss, a little sorrow or discontent, an ague, and how many sudden accidents may procure thy ruin, what a small tenure of happiness thou hast in this life, how weak and silly a creature thou art. Humble thyself, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, 1 Peter, v. 6, know thyself, acknowledge thy present misery, and make right use of it. Castat videatini cadat. Thou dost now flourish, and hast bona animi, corporis, e fortuni, goods of body, mind, and fortune, nescis quid seru secum vesper ferat, thou knowest not what storms and tempests the late evening may bring with it. Be not secure then, be sober and watch, fortunam reverenter have, if fortunate and rich, if sick and poor, moderate thyself. I have said. Sect. 3 MEMB. I. Subsect. I. Symptoms, or signs of melancholy in the body. Parasius, a painter of Athens, amongst those Olynthian captives Philip of Macedon brought home to sell, bought one very old man. And when he had him at Athens, put him to extreme torture and torment, the better by his example to express the pains and passions of his Prometheus, whom he was then about to paint. I need not be so barbarous, inhuman, curious, or cruel, for this purpose to torture any poor melancholy man, their symptoms are plain, obvious and familiar, there needs no such accurate observation or far-fetched object, they delineate themselves. They voluntarily betray themselves, they are too frequent in all places, I meet them still as I go, they cannot conceal it, their grievances are too well known, I need not seek far to describe them. Symptoms therefore are either universal or particular, saith Gordonius, lib med cap. 19, part 2, to persons, to species. Some signs are secret, some manifest, some in the body, some in the mind, and diversely vary, according to the inward or outward causes, cap of Axius, or from stars, according to Jovianus Pontanus, de Reb. Caelist. Lib 10, cap. 13, and celestial influences, or from the humors diversely mixed, Ficinus, lib 1, cap. 4, de sanit. Tuenda, as they are hot, cold, natural, unnatural, intended, or remitted, so will Aetius have melancholica deliria multiformia, diversity of melancholy signs. Laurentius ascribes them to their several temperatures, delights, natures, inclinations, continuance of time, as they are simple or mixed with other diseases, as the causes are diverse, so must the signs be, almost infinite, altimeris cap. 7. Art. Med. And as wine produceth divers effects, or that herb torticella in Laurentius, which make some laugh, some weep, some sleep, some dance, some sing, some howl, some drink, and so doth this our melancholy humour work several signs in several parties, but to confine them, these general symptoms may be reduced to those of the body or the mind. Those usual signs appearing in the bodies of such as are melancholy, be these cold and dry, or they are hot and dry, as the humour is more or less adust. From these first qualities arise many other second, as that of colour, black, swarthy, pale, ruddy, and some are impense rubri, as Montaltus cap. 16 observes out of Galen, lib 3, de locis affectis, very red and high-coloured. Hippocrates in his book De Insania et Melon reckons up these signs, that they are lean, withered, hollow-eyed, look old, wrinkled, harsh, much troubled with wind, and a griping in their bellies, or bellyache, belch often, dry bellies and hard, dejected looks, flaggy beards. Singing of the ears, vertigo, light-headed, little or no sleep, and that interrupt, terrible and fearful dreams, anasoror, quae, me suspensum insomnia turrent. The same symptoms are repeated by Melanelius in his book of melancholy collected out of Galen, Rufus, Aetius, by Rhasis, Gordonius, and all the juniors, continual, sharp and stinking belchings, as if their meat in their stomachs were putrefied. Or that they had eaten fish, dry bellies, absurd and interrupt dreams, and many fantastical visions about their eyes, vertiginous, apt to tremble, and prone to venery. Some add palpitation of the heart, cold sweat, as usual symptoms, and a leaping in many parts of the body, saltum in multis corporis partibus, a kind of itching, saith Laurentius, on the superficies of the skin, like a flea biting sometimes. Montaltus cap. 21. Puts fixed eyes and much twinkling of their eyes for a sign, and so doth Avicenna, oculos habentes palpitans, Tralli, vehementa rubicundi, and, lib 3. Fun. 1. Tract. 4. Cap. 18. They stut most part, which he took out of Hippocrates' aphorisms. Rhasis makes headache and a binding heaviness for a principal token, much leaping of wind about the skin, as well as stutting, or tripping in speech, and hollow eyes, gross veins, and broad lips. To some too, if they be far gone, mimical gestures are too familiar, laughing, grinning, fleering, murmuring, talking to themselves, with strange mouths and faces, inarticulate voices, exclamations, and although they be commonly lean, hirsute, uncheerful in countenance, withered, and not so pleasant to behold, by reason of those continual fears, griefs, and vexations, dull, heavy, lazy, restless, unapt to go about any business. Yet their memories are most part good, they have happy wits, and excellent apprehensions. Their hot and dry brains make them they cannot sleep, ingendis habent eti cribras vigilias, ardius, mighty and often watchings, sometimes waking for a month, a year together. Hercules de Saxonia faithfully averreth, that he hath heard his mother swear, she slept not for 7 months together, Trincavelius, Tom. 2, Con 16. Speaks of one that waked 50 days, and Skenkius hath examples of 2 years, and all without offence. In natural actions their appetite is greater than their concoction, multa appetant pauca digerunt as Rhasis hath it, they covet to eat, but cannot digest. And although they do eat much, yet they are lean, ill-liking, saith Aretius, withered and hard, much troubled with costiveness, crudities, oppilations, spitting, belching, and their pulse is rare and slow, except it be of the carotids, which is very strong, but that varies according to their intended passions or perturbations, as Struthius hath proved at large, Spigmaticae. Artis L. 4. C. 13. To say truth, in such chronic diseases the pulse is not much to be respected, there being so much superstition in it, as Crato notes, and so many differences in Galen, that he dares say they may not be observed, or understood of any man. Their urine is most part pale, and low-colored, urina pauca acris, biliosa, irideus, not much in quantity. But this, in my judgment, is all out as uncertain as the other, varying so often according to several persons, habits, and other occasions not to be respected in chronic diseases. Their melancholy excrements in some very much, in others little, as the spleen plays his part, and thence proceeds wind, palpitation of the heart, short breath, plenty of humidity in the stomach, heaviness of heart and heartache, and intolerable stupidity and dullness of spirits. Their excrements are stool hard, black to some and little. If the heart, brain, liver, spleen, be misaffected, as usually they are, many inconveniences proceed from them, many diseases accompany, as incubus, apoplexy, epilepsy, vertigo, those frequent wakings and terrible dreams, intempestive laughing, weeping, sighing, sobbing, bashfulness, blushing, trembling, sweating, swooning, and all their senses are troubled, they think they see, hear, smell, and touch that which they do not, as shall be proved in the following discourse. Subsect 2. Symptoms or signs in the mind. Fear. Arculanus in 9. Rhasis ad Almansor. Cap. 16. Will have these symptoms to be infinite, as indeed they are, varying according to the parties, for scarce is there one of 1,000 that dotes alike, Laurentius c. 16. Some few of greater note I will point at. And amongst the rest, fear and sorrow, which as they are frequent causes, so if they persevere long, according to Hippocrates and Galen's aphorisms, they are most assured signs, inseparable companions, and characters of melancholy. Of present melancholy and habituated, saith Montaltus cap. 11, and common to them all, as the said Hippocrates, Galen, Avicenna, and all Neoterics hold. But as hounds many times run away with a false cry, never perceiving themselves to be at a fault, so do they. For Diacles of old, whom Galen confutes, and amongst the juniors, Hercules de Saxonia, with Laud. Mercatus cap. 17, L. 1. De Melon. Takes just exceptions, at this aphorism of Hippocrates, 'tis not always true, or so generally to be understood, fear and sorrow are no common symptoms to all melancholy. Upon more serious consideration, I find some, saith he, that are not so at all. Some indeed are sad, and not fearful, some fearful and not sad, some neither fearful nor sad, some both. For kinds he accepts, fanatical persons, such as were Cassandra, Nanto, Nicostrata, Mopsus, Proteus, the Sibyls, whom Aristotle confesseth to have been deeply melancholy. Baptista Porta seconds him, Physic. Lib 1, cap. 8. They were atrabile persitae, demoniacal persons, and such as speak strange languages, are of this rank, some poets, such as laugh always, and think themselves kings, cardinals, and sanguine they are, pleasantly disposed most part, and so continue. Baptista Portia confines fear and sorrow to them that are cold, but lovers, sibyls, enthusiasts, he wholly excludes. So that I think I may truly conclude, they are not always sad and fearful, but usually so, and that without a cause, timent de non timendis, Gordonius, quic momenti non sunt, although not all alike, saith Altomarus, yet all likely fear. Some with an extraordinary and a mighty fear, Irideus. Many fear death, and yet in a contrary humor, make away themselves, Galen, lib 3. De loc affect. Cap. 7. Some are afraid that heaven will fall on their heads, some they are damned, or shall be. They are troubled with scruples of consciences, distrusting God's mercies, think they shall go certainly to hell, the devil will have them, and make great lamentation, Jason Pratensis. Fear of devils, death, that they shall be so sick, of some such or such disease, ready to tremble at every object, they shall die themselves forthwith, or that some of their dear friends or near allies are certainly dead. Imminent danger, loss, disgrace still torment others, and, that they are all glass, and therefore will suffer no man to come near them, that they are all cork, as light as feathers, others as heavy as lead. Some are afraid their heads will fall off their shoulders, that they have frogs in their bellies, and Montanus Consul 23, speaks of one that durst not walk alone from home, for fear he should swoon or die. A second fears every man he meets will rob him, quarrel with him, or kill him. A third dares not venture to walk alone, for fear he should meet the devil, a thief, be sick. Fears all old women as witches, and every black dog or cat he sees he suspecteth to be a devil, every person comes near him is maleficiated, every creature, all intend to hurt him, seek his ruin. Another dares not go over a bridge, come near a pool, rock, steep hill, lie in a chamber where cross beams are, for fear he be tempted to hang, drown, or precipitate himself. If he be in a silent auditory, as at a sermon, he is afraid he shall speak aloud at unawares, something indecent, unfit to be said. If he be locked in a close room, he is afraid of being stifled for want of air, and still carries biscuit, aquavity, or some strong waters about him, for fear of deliquiums, or being sick. Or if he be in a throng, middle of a church, multitude, where he may not well get out, though he sit at ease, he is so misaffected. He will freely promise, undertake any business beforehand, but when it comes to be performed, he dare not adventure, but fears an infinite number of dangers, disasters, and some are afraid to be burned, or that the ground will sink under them, or swallow them quick, or that the king will call them in question for some fact they never did, Rhasis Cant. And that they shall surely be executed. The terror of such a death troubles them, and they fear as much and are equally tormented in mind, as they that have committed a murder, and are pensive without a cause, as if they were now presently to be put to death. Plater, Cap. 3. Dementis alienat. They are afraid of some loss, danger, that they shall surely lose their lives, goods, and all they have, but why they know not. Trincavelius, Consul 13, Lib 1. Had a patient that would needs make away himself, for fear of being hanged, and could not be persuaded for 3 years together, but that he had killed a man. Plater, Observat. Lib 1. Hath 2 other examples of such as feared to be executed without a cause. If they come in a place where a robbery, theft, or any such offence hath been done, they presently fear they are suspected, and many times betray themselves without a cause. Louis XI, the French king, suspected every man a traitor that came about him, durst trust no officer. Alii formidalosi omnium, alii quorundum, Fracatorius lib 2. De intellect. Some fear all alike, some certain men, and cannot endure their companies, are sick in them, or if they be from home. Some suspect treason still, others are afraid of their dearest and nearest friends. Melanelius e Galeno, Ruffo, Edio, and dare not be alone in the dark for fear of hobgoblins and devils. He suspects everything he hears or sees to be a devil, or enchanted, and imagineth 1,000 chimeras and visions, which to his thinking he certainly sees, bugbears, talks with black men, ghosts, goblins, and omnes esse turrentori, sonus excitat omnes. Another through bashfulness, suspicion, and timorousness will not be seen abroad, loves darkness as life, and cannot endure the light, or to sit in lightsome places, his hat still in his eyes, he will neither see nor be seen by his goodwill. Hippocrates, Lib. De insania et melancholia. He dare not come in company for fear he should be misused, disgraced, overshoot himself in gesture or speeches, or be sick. He thinks every man observes him, aims at him, derides him, owes him malice. Most part, they are afraid they are bewitched, possessed, or poisoned by their enemies, and sometimes they suspect their nearest friends. He thinks something speaks or talks within him, and he belcheth of the poison. Christophorus a Vega, Lib 2. Cap. 1. Had a patient so troubled, that by no persuasion or physic he could be reclaimed. Some are afraid that they shall have every fearful disease they see others have, hear of, or read, and dare not therefore hear or read of any such subject, know not of melancholy itself, lest by applying to themselves that which they hear or read, they should aggravate and increase it. If they see one possessed, bewitched, an epileptic paroxysm, a man shaking with the palsy, or giddy-headed, reeling or standing in a dangerous place, and for many days after it runs in their minds, they are afraid they shall be so too, they are in like danger, as Perkins c. 12. Sc 12. Well observes in his cases of conscience, and many times by violence of imagination they produce it. They cannot endure to see any terrible object, as a monster, a man executed, a carcass, hear the devil named, or any tragical relation seen, but they quake for fear, Hecatas somniare sibi videnter, Lucian, they dream of hobgoblins. And may not get it out of their minds a long time after, they apply, as I have said, all they hear, see, read, to themselves. As Felix Plater notes of some young physicians, that study to cure diseases, catch them themselves, will be sick, and appropriate all symptoms they find related of others, to their own persons. And therefore, quod iterum monio, licet nauseam paret lectori, malo decem podius verba, decies repetita licet abundare, quam unum desiderare, I would advise him that is actually melancholy not to read this tract of symptoms, lest he disquiet or make himself for a time worse, and more melancholy than he was before. Generally of them all take this, de inanibus semper concurruntur et timent, saith Oretius. They complain of toys, and fear without a cause, and still think their melancholy to be most grievous, none so bad as they are, though it be nothing in respect, yet never any man sure was so troubled, or in this sort. As really tormented and perplexed, in as great an agony for toys and trifles, such things as they will after laugh at themselves, as if they were most material and essential matters indeed, worthy to be feared, and will not be satisfied. Pacify them for one, they are instantly troubled with some other fear, always afraid of something which they foolishly imagine or conceive to themselves, which never peradventure was, never can be, never likely will be. Troubled in mind upon every small occasion, unquiet, still complaining, grieving, vexing, suspecting, grudging, discontent, and cannot be freed so long as melancholy continues. Or if their minds be more quiet for the present, and they free from foreign fears, outward accidents, yet their bodies are out of tune, they suspect some part or other to be amiss, now their head aches, heart, stomach, spleen, and is misaffected, they shall surely have this or that disease, still troubled in body, mind, or both, and through wind, corrupt fantasy, some accidental distemper, continually molested. Yet for all this, as Jacchinus notes, in all other things they are wise, staid, discreet, and do nothing unbeseeming their dignity, person, or place, this foolish, ridiculous, and childish fear excepted. Which so continually tortures and crucifies their souls, like a barking dog that always bawls, but seldom bites, this fear ever molesteth, and so long as melancholy lasteth, cannot be avoided. Sorrow is that other character, an inseparable companion, as individual as St. Cosmas and Damian, Fidus Achates, as all writers witness, a common symptom, a continual, and still without any evident cause, morent omnes. Edsi rogas eos rhetora causam, non passant, grieving still, but why they cannot tell, agilasti, moesti, cogitabundi, they look as if they had newly come forth of Trophonius' den. And though they laugh many times, and seem to be extraordinary merry, as they will by fits, yet extreme lumpish again in an instant, dull and heavy, semel simul, merry and sad, but most part sad, si qua placent, abunt. Ine mica tenacious herent, sorrow sticks by them still continually, gnawing as the vulture did Titius' bowels, and they cannot avoid it. No sooner are their eyes open, but after terrible and troublesome dreams their heavy hearts begin to sigh, they are still fretting, chafing, sighing, grieving, complaining, finding faults, repining, grudging, weeping, hutantum arumanoi. Vexing themselves, disquieted in mind, with restless, unquiet thoughts, discontent either for their own, other men's or public affairs, such as concern them not. Things past, present, or to come, the remembrance of some disgrace, loss, injury, abuses, and troubles them now being idle afresh, as if it were new done. They are afflicted otherwise for some danger, loss, want, shame, misery, that will certainly come, as they suspect and mistrust. Lugubris 8 frowns upon them, insomuch that Aretius well calls it angorem animi, a vexation of the mind, a perpetual agony. They can hardly be pleased, or eased, though in other men's opinion most happy, go, tari, run, ride, post equitem sedet atra cura, they cannot avoid this feral plague, let them come in what company they will, haeret leteri lethalus arundo. As to a deer that is struck, whether he run, go, rest with the herd, or alone, this grief remains, irresolution, inconstancy, vanity of mind, their fear, torture, care, jealousy, suspicion, and continues, and they cannot be relieved. So he complained in the poet. Domum reverter moestis, at animo fear. Perturbato, ac inserto prae egritudine. Acido, occurrent servi, succos detrahunt. Video alios festinaire, lectos sternera. Conam operare, pro se quisque sedulo. Facebant. Quo illa mihi lenirent miseram. He came home sorrowful, and troubled in his mind, his servants did all they possibly could to please him. One pulled off his socks, another made ready his bed, a third his supper, all did their utmost endeavors to ease his grief, and exhilarate his person. He was profoundly melancholy, he had lost his son, Illid Angebat, that was his cordolium. His pain, his agony, which could not be removed. Tedium vitae. Hence it proceeds many times, that they are weary of their lives, and feral thoughts to offer violence to their own persons come into their minds. Tedium vitae is a common symptom, tarda fluent, ingratac tempora. They are soon tired with all things. They will now tarry, now be gone, now in bed they will rise, now up, then go to bed, now pleased, then again displeased, now they like, by and by dislike all, weary of all, sequitur nunc vivendi, nunc moriendi cupido, saith Aurelianus, lib 1. Cap. 6, but most part vitam damnant, discontent, disquieted, perplexed upon every light, or no occasion, object, often tempted, I say, to make away themselves, vivere annulant, mori nescient, they cannot die, they will not live, they complain, weep, lament, and think they lead a most miserable life. Never was any man so bad, or so before. Every poor man they see is most fortunate in respect of them, every beggar that comes to the door is happier than they are. They could be contented to change lives with them, especially if they be alone, idle, and parted from their ordinary company, molested, displeased, or provoked, grief, fear, agony, discontent, wearisomeness, laziness, suspicion, or some such passion forcibly seizeth on them. Yet by and by when they come in company again, which they like, or be pleased, suam sententiam rursus damnant, e vitae solatia delectanter, as Octavius Horatianus observes, lib 2. Cap. 5, they condemn their former mislike, and are well pleased to live. And so they continue, till with some fresh discontent they be molested again, and then they are weary of their lives, weary of all, they will die, and show rather a necessity to live, than a desire. Claudius the emperor, as Sueton describes him, had a spice of this disease, for when he was tormented with the pain of his stomach, he had a conceit to make away himself. Julius Caesar Claudinus, consul. 84. Had a Polonian to his patient, so affected, that through fear and sorrow, with which he was still disquieted, hated his own life, wished for death every moment, and to be freed of his misery. Mercurialis another, and another that was often minded to dispatch himself, and so continued for many years. Suspicion, jealousy. Suspicion, and jealousy, are general symptoms. They are commonly distrustful, apt to mistake, and amplify, facile irascibles, testy, pettish, peevish, and ready to snarl upon every small occasion, cum amicissimus, and without a cause. Datum vel non datum, it will be scandalum acceptum. If they speak in jest, he takes it in good earnest. If they be not saluted, invited, consulted with, called to counsel, and, or that any respect, small compliment, or ceremony be omitted, they think themselves neglected, and contemned. For a time that tortures them. If two talk together, discourse, whisper, jest, or tell a tale in general, he thinks presently they mean him, applies all to himself, desi putat omnia disi. Or if they talk with him, he is ready to misconstrue every word they speak, and interpret it to the worst. He cannot endure any man to look steadily on him, speak to him almost, laugh, jest, or be familiar, or hem, or point, cough, or spit, or make a noise sometimes, and he thinks they laugh or point at him, or do it in disgrace of him, circumvent him, contemn him. Every man looks at him, he is pale, red, sweats for fear and anger, lest somebody should observe him. He works upon it, and long after this false conceit of an abuse troubles him. Montanus Consul. 22. Gives instance in a melancholy Jew, that was iracundior Adria, so waspish and suspicious, tam facile iratus, that no man could tell how to carry himself in his company, inconstancy. Inconstant they are in all their actions, vertiginous, restless, unapt to resolve of any business, they will and will not, persuaded to and fro upon every small occasion, or word spoken, and yet if once they be resolved, obstinate. Hard to be reconciled. If they abhor, dislike, or distaste, once settled, though to the better by odds, by no counsel, or persuasion, to be removed. Yet in most things wavering, irresolute, unable to deliberate, through fear, faciant, e mox facti poenitent, Viridius, avari, e paulo post prodigi. Now prodigal, and then covetous, they do, and by repent them of that which they have done, so that both ways they are troubled, whether they do or do not, want or have, hit or miss, disquieted of all hands, soon weary. And still seeking change, restless, I say, fickle, fugitive, they may not abide to tarry in one place long. Romi rus optans, absentum rusticus urbum. Talit ad astra. No company long, or to persevere in any action or business. Id similis regum pueris, papar minutum. Possit, iti iratus mammi lalare recusat. Eftsoons pleased, and anon displeased, as a man that's bitten with fleas. Or that cannot sleep turns to and fro in his bed. Their restless minds are tossed and vary, they have no patience to read out a book, to play out a game or two, walk a mile, sit an hour, and erected and dejected in an instant, animated to undertake, and upon a word spoken again discouraged. Passionate. Extreme passionate, quicquid volunt vald volunt, and what they desire, they do most furiously seek. Anxious ever, and very solicitous, distrustful, and timorous, envious, malicious, profuse one while, sparing another, but most part covetous, muttering, repining, discontent, and still complaining, grudging, peevish, injuriarum tenaces. Prone to revenge, soon troubled, and most violent in all their imaginations, not affable in speech, or apt to vulgar compliment, but surly, dull, sad, austere. Cogitabundi still, very intent, and as Albertus Durer paints melancholy, like a sad woman leaning on her arm with fixed looks, neglected habit, and held therefore by some proud, soft, sottish, or half-mad, as the Abderites esteemed of Democritus, and yet of a deep reach, excellent apprehension, judicious, wise, and witty, for I am of that nobleman's mind, melancholy advanceth men's conceits. More than any humour whatsoever, improves their meditations more than any strong drink or sack. They are of profound judgment in some things, although in others non rec judicant inquiety, saith Fracastorius, lib 2. De Intel. And as Arculanus, c. 16. In 9. Rhasis, terms it, judicium plurumque perversum, corrupti, cum judicant honesta inhonesta, edi amicitiam habent pro inimicitia, they count honesty dishonesty, friends as enemies, they will abuse their best friends, and dare not offend their enemies. Cowards most part et ad inferendum injuriam timidissimi, saith Cardan, lib 8. Cap. 4. De rerum varietate, loath to offend, and if they chance to overshoot themselves in word or deed, or any small business or circumstance be omitted, forgotten, they are miserably tormented. And frame 1,000 dangers and inconveniences to themselves, ex musca elephantum, if once they conceded, overjoyed with every good rumor, tale, or prosperous event, transported beyond themselves, with every small cross again, bad news. Misconceived injury, loss, danger, afflicted beyond measure, in great agony, perplexed, dejected, astonished, impatient, utterly undone, fearful, suspicious of all. Yet again, many of them desperate harebrains, rash, careless, fit to be assassinates, as being void of all fear and sorrow, according to Hercules de Saxonia, most audacious, and such as dare walk alone in the night. Through deserts and dangerous places, fearing none. Amorous. They are prone to love, and easy to be taken, propensi ad amorem et excandescentium, Montaltus cap. 21. Quickly enamored, and dote upon all, love one dearly, till they see another, and then dote on her, hanc, eti illum, eti omnes, the present moves most, and the last commonly they love best. Yet some again anterotes, cannot endure the sight of a woman, abhor the sex, as that same melancholy Duke of Muscovy, that was instantly sick, if he came but in sight of them. And that anchorite, that fell into a cold palsy, when a woman was brought before him, humorous. Humorous they are beyond all measure, sometimes profusely laughing, extraordinarily merry, and then again weeping without a cause, which is familiar with many gentlewomen, groaning, sighing, pensive, sad, almost distracted, multa absurda fingant. Idia ration aliena, saith Frambeserius, they feign many absurdities, vain, void of reason, one supposeth himself to be a dog, cock, bear, horse, glass, butter, and he is a giant, a dwarf, as strong as 100 men, a lord, duke, prince, and if he be told he hath a stinking breath, a great nose, that he is sick, or inclined to such or such a disease, he believes it eftsoons, and peradventure by force of imagination will work it out. Many of them are immovable, and fixed in their conceits, others vary upon every object, heard or seen. If they see a stage play, they run upon that a week after. If they hear music or see dancing, they have naught but bagpipes in their brain, if they see a combat, they are all for arms. If abused, an abuse troubles them long after, if crossed, that cross, and restless in their thoughts and actions, continually meditating, volo egri somnia, vani fingunter species. More like dreams, than men awake, they feign a company of antic, fantastical conceits, they have most frivolous thoughts, impossible to be affected. And sometimes think verily they hear and see present before their eyes such phantasms or goblins, they fear, suspect, or conceive, they still talk with, and follow them. In fine, cogitations somniantibus similes, id vigilant, quat alii somniant cogitabundi, still, saith Avicenna, they wake, as others dream, and such for the most part are their imaginations and conceits, absurd, vain, foolish toys. Yet they are most curious and solicitous, continual, et supramodum, racis cant. Lib 1. Cap. 9, premeditanter de aliqua re. As serious in a toy, as if it were a most necessary business, of great moment, importance, and still thinking of it, sevient in the sea, macerating themselves. Though they do talk with you, and seem to be otherwise employed, and to your thinking very intent and busy, still that toy runs in their mind, that fear, that suspicion, that abuse, that jealousy, that agony, that vexation, that cross. That castle in the air, that crotchet, that whimsy, that fiction, that pleasant waking dream, whatsoever it is. Nec interrogant, saith Fracastorius, nec interrogatis rect respondent. They do not much heed what you say, their mind is on another matter. Ask what you will, they do not attend, or much intend that business they are about, but forget themselves what they are saying, doing, or should otherwise say or do, whither they are going, distracted with their own melancholy thoughts. One laughs upon a sudden, another smiles to himself, a third frowns, calls, his lips go still, he acts with his hand as he walks, and 'tis proper to all melancholy men, saith Mercurialis, con. 11. What conceit they have once entertained, to be most intent, violent, and continually about it. In vitas occurrit, do what they may they cannot be rid of it, against their wills they must think of it 1,000 times over, perpetuo molestanter nec oblivisci passant, they are continually troubled with it, in company, out of company. At meat, at exercise, at all times and places, non desinant quae, minimi volunt, cogitare, if it be offensive especially, they cannot forget it, they may not rest or sleep for it, but still tormenting themselves. Sisyphi saxum volvent sibi ipsis, as Brunner observes, perpetua calamitas et miserabile flagellum. Bashfulness. Crato, Laurentius, and Fernelius, put bashfulness for an ordinary symptom, subrusticus puter, or viciosus puter, is a thing which much haunts and torments them. If they have been misused, derided, disgraced, chidden, and or by any perturbation of mind, misaffected, it so far troubles them, that they become quite moped many times, and so disheartened, dejected, they dare not come abroad, into strange companies especially, or manage their ordinary affairs. So childish, timorous, and bashful, they can look no man in the face. Some are more disquieted in this kind, some less, longer some, others shorter, by fits, and, though some on the other side, according to Fracastorius, be inverecundii impertinaces, impudent and peevish. But most part they are very shamefaced, and that makes them with pet. Blasensis, Christopher Eswick, and many such, to refuse honors, offices, and preferments, which sometimes fall into their mouths, they cannot speak, or put forth themselves as others can, to more hose, puter impedidillos. Timorousness and bashfulness hinder their proceedings, they are contented with their present estate, unwilling to undertake any office, and therefore never likely to rise. For that cause they seldom visit their friends, except some familiars, prosalochi, of few words, and oftentimes wholly silent. Frambeserius, a Frenchman, had 2 such patients, omnino taciturnos, their friends could not get them to speak, Rodericus of Fonseca consult. Tom. 2, 85. Consul. Gives instance in a young man, of 27 years of age, that was frequently silent, bashful, moped, solitary, that would not eat his meat, or sleep, and yet again by fits apt to be angry, and solitariness. Most part they are, as Plater notes, desida, taciturni, eager impulsi, nec nisi coacti precedent, and they will scarce be compelled to do that which concerns them, though it be for their good, so diffident, so dull, of small or no compliment, unsociable, hard to be acquainted with, especially of strangers. They had rather write their minds than speak, and above all things love solitariness. Ob voluptatem, and ob timorem soli sunt. Are they so solitary for pleasure, one asks, or pain? For both, yet I rather think for fear and sorrow, and hinc metuant cupiant, dolent fugiant, nec auras. Respiciant, clausi tenebris, eti carcere cico. Hence, 'tis they grieve and fear, avoiding light, and shut themselves in prison dark from sight. As Bellerophon in Homer. Commiser in Silvus Morans erabat opacis. Ipsi sum seor edens, hominum vestigia vitans. That wandered in the woods sad all alone, forsaking men's society, making great moan. They delight in floods and waters, desert places, to walk alone in. Orchards, gardens, private walks, back lanes, averse from company, as Diogenes in his tub, or Timon Misanthropus, they abhor all companions at last, even their nearest acquaintances and most familiar friends, for they have a conceit, I say, every man observes them, will deride, laugh to scorn, or misuse them, confining themselves therefore wholly to their private houses or chambers. Fugiant homines sine causa. Seth racis, idiodio habent, Kant. L. 1. C. 9. They will diet themselves, feed and live alone. It was one of the chiefest reasons why the citizens of Abdera suspected Democritus to be melancholy and mad, because That, as Hippocrates related in his epistle to Philippians, he forsook the city, lived in groves and hollow trees, upon a green bank by a brook side, or confluence of waters all day long, and all night. Quae cadem, saith he, plurimum atra bile vexatus et melancholicis evenient. Deserta frequentant, hominum congressum aversanter, which is an ordinary thing with melancholy men. The Egyptians therefore in their hieroglyphics expressed a melancholy man by a hare sitting in her form, as being a most timorous and solitary creature, Pierius hieroglyph. L. 12. But this, and all precedent symptoms, are more or less apparent, as the humor is intended or remitted, hardly perceived in some, or not all, most manifest in others, childish in some, terrible in others, to be derided in one, pitied or admired in another, to him by fits, to a second continuate. And howsoever these symptoms be common and incident to all persons, yet they are the more remarkable, frequent, furious and violent in melancholy men. To speak in a word, there is nothing so vain, absurd, ridiculous, extravagant, impossible, incredible, so monstrous a chimera, so prodigious and strange, such as painters and poets durst not attempt, which they will not really fear, feign, suspect and imagine unto themselves, and that which laud. Vives said in a jest of a silly country fellow, that killed his ass for drinking up the moon, ut lunam mundo rederet, you may truly say of them in earnest. They will act, conceive all extremes, contrarieties, and contradictions, and that in infinite varieties. Melancholici plain incredibiliat sibi persuadent, ut vix omnibus seculus. Duo reperti sint, ca idem imaginati sint, Erastus de Lamius, scarce 2 of 2,000 that concur in the same symptoms. The Tower of Babel never yielded such confusion of tongues, as the chaos of melancholy doth variety of symptoms. There is in all melancholy similitudo dissimilis, like men's faces, a disagreeing likeness still. And as in a river we swim in the same place, though not in the same numerical water, as the same instrument affords several lessons, so the same disease yields diversity of symptoms, which howsoever they be diverse, intricate, and hard to be confined, I will adventure yet in such a vast confusion and generality to bring them into some order, and so descend to particulars. Subsect 3. Particular symptoms from the influence of stars, parts of the body, and humors. Some men have peculiar symptoms, according to their temperament and crisis, which they had from the stars and those celestial influences, variety of wits and dispositions, as Anthony Zara contends, Anat. Ingen. Sect. 1, Mem. 11, 12, 13, 14. Plurimum irritant influentia, calists, unde sienter anemi egritudines et morbi corporum. 1 saith, diverse diseases of the body and mind proceed from their influences, as I have already proved out of Ptolemy, Pontanus, Lemnius, Cardan, and others, as they are principal significators of manners, diseases, mutually irradiated, or lords of the geniture, and Ptolemaeus in his Centiloquy, Hermes, or whosoever else the author of that tract, attributes all these symptoms, which are in melancholy men, to celestial influences, which opinion Mercurialis de affect, lib cap. 10, rejects. But, as I say, Jovianus Pontanus and others stiffly defend. That some are solitary, dull, heavy, churlish, some again blithe, buxom, light, and merry, they ascribe wholly to the stars. As if Saturn be predominant in his nativity, and cause melancholy in his temperature, then he shall be very austere, sullen, churlish, black of color, profound in his cogitations, full of cares, miseries, and discontents, sad and fearful. Always silent, solitary, still delighting in husbandry, in woods, orchards, gardens, rivers, ponds, pools, dark walks and close, cogitations sunt vel edificare, vel arbors plantar, agros cholera, and to catch birds, fishes, and still contriving and musing of such matters. If Jupiter domineers, they are more ambitious, still meditating of kingdoms, magistracies, offices, honors, or that they are princes, potentates, and how they would carry themselves, and if Mars, they are all for wars, brave combats, monomichies, testy, choleric, harebrain, rash, furious, and violent in their actions. They will feign themselves victors, commanders, are passionate and satirical in their speeches, great braggers, ruddy of color. And though they be poor in show, vile and base, yet like Telephus and Peleus in the poet, Ampullas jactandi sesquipedalia verba, forget their swelling and gigantic words, their mouths are full of myriads, and tetrarchs at their tongue's end. If the sun, they will be lords, emperors, in conceit at least, and monarchs, give offices, honors, and if Venus, they are still courting of their mistresses, and most apt to love, amorously given, they seem to hear music, plays, see fine pictures, dancers, merriments, and the like. Ever in love, and dote on all they see. Mercurialists are solitary, much in contemplation, subtle, poets, philosophers, and musing most part about such matters. If the moon have a hand, they are all for peregrinations, sea voyages, much affected with travels, to discourse, read, meditate of such things, wandering in their thoughts, diverse, much delighting in waters, to fish, fowl, and but the most immediate symptoms proceed from the temperature itself, and the organical parts, as head, liver, spleen, mesoreic veins, heart, womb, stomach, and most especially from distemperature of spirits, which, as Hercules de Saxonia contends, are wholly immaterial, or from the four humours in those seats, whether they be hot or cold, natural, unnatural, innate or adventitious, intended or remitted, simple or mixed, their diverse mixtures, and several adustions, combinations, which may be as diversely varied, as those four first qualities in Clavius. And produce as many several symptoms and monstrous fictions as wine doth effect, which as Andreas Bacchius observes, lib. 3, de vino, cap. 20, are infinite. Of greater note be these. If it be natural melancholy, as Laud. Mercatus, lib 1. Cap. 17, de melon. T. Bright. C. 16. Hath largely described, either of the spleen, or of the veins, faulty by excess of quantity, or thickness of substance, it is a cold and dry humour, as Montanus affirms, Consul. 26. The parties are sad, timorous and fearful. Prosper Calenus, in his book De Atrobile, will have them to be more stupid than ordinary, cold, heavy, solitary, sluggish. Si multum atrum bilum eti frigidam habent. Hercules de Saxonia, c. 19. L. 7. Holds these that are naturally melancholy, to be of a leaden colour or black, and so doth Guianerius, c. 3. Tract. 15. And such as think themselves dead many times, or that they see, talk with black men, dead men, spirits and goblins frequently, if it be in excess. These symptoms vary according to the mixture of those four humours adust, which is unnatural melancholy. For as Trallianus hath written, cap. 16, L. 7. There is not one cause of this melancholy, nor one humour which begets, but divers diversely intermixed, from whence proceeds this variety of symptoms, and those varying again as they are hot or cold. Cold melancholy, saith Benedict. Vittorius Faventinus Pract. Mag. Is a cause of dotage, and more mild symptoms, if hot or more adust, of more violent passions, and furies. Fracastorius, L. 2. De Intellect. Will have us to consider well of it, with what kind of melancholy every one is troubled, for it much avails to know it. One is enraged by fervent heat, another is possessed by sad and cold, one is fearful, shamefaced, the other impudent and bold. As Ajax, arma rapit superosque furens in prelia possit, quite mad or tending to madness. Nunc hos, nunc impedit illos. Bellerophon on the other side, solis erit male sanus in agris, wanders alone in the woods. One despairs, weeps, and is weary of his life, another laughs, and all which variety is produced from the several degrees of heat and cold, which Hercules de Saxonia will have wholly proceed from the distemperature of spirits alone, animal especially, and those immaterial. The next and immediate causes of melancholy, as they are hot, cold, dry, moist, and from their agitation proceeds that diversity of symptoms, which he reckons up, in the 13th chap. Of his tract of melancholy, and that largely through every part. Others will have them come from the diverse adustion of the four humours, which in this unnatural melancholy, by corruption of blood, adust choler, or melancholy natural, by excessive distemper of heat turned, in comparison of the natural, into a sharp lie by force of adustion, cause, according to the diversity of their matter, diverse and strange symptoms, which T. Bright reckons up in his following chapter. So doth Arculanus, according to the four principal humours adust, and many others. For example, if it proceed from phlegm, which is seldom and not so frequently as the rest, it stirs up dull symptoms, and a kind of stupidity, or impassionate hurt, they are sleepy, saith Savonarola, dull, slow, cold, blockish, ass-like. Asinina melancholium, Melanchthon calls it, they are much given to weeping, and delight in waters, ponds, pools, rivers, fishing, fowling, and Arnoldus Brevier. 1. Cap. 18. They are pale of colour, slothful, apt to sleep, heavy, much troubled with headache, continual meditation, and muttering to themselves. They dream of waters, that they are in danger of drowning, and fear such things, rhesus. They are fatter than others that are melancholy, of a muddy complexion, apter to spit, sleep, more troubled with rheum than the rest, and have their eyes still fixed on the ground. Such a patient had Hercules de Saxonia, a widow in Venice, that was fat and very sleepy still, Christophorus of Vega another affected in the same sort. If it be inveterate or violent, the symptoms are more evident, they plainly denote and are ridiculous to others, in all their gestures, actions, speeches. Imagining impossibilities, as he in Christophorus of Vega, that thought he was a tun of wine, and that Cianois, that resolved within himself not to piss, for fear he should drown all the town. If it proceed from blood adust, or that there be a mixture of blood in it, such are commonly ruddy of complexion, and high-coloured, according to Sallust. Salvianus, and Hercules de Saxonia. And as Savonarola, Vittorius Faventinus Emper. Farther adds, the veins of their eyes be red, as well as their faces. They are much inclined to laughter, witty and merry, conceited in discourse, pleasant, if they be not far gone, much given to music, dancing, and to be in women's company. They meditate wholly on such things, and think, they see or hear plays, dancing, and such like sports, free from all fear and sorrow, as Hercules de Saxonia supposeth. If they be more strongly possessed with this kind of melancholy, Arnoldus adds, Brevier. Lib 1. Cap. 18, like him of Argos in the poet, that sate laughing all day long, as if he had been at a theatre. Such another is mentioned by Aristotle, living at Abydos, a town of Asia Minor, that would sit after the same fashion, as if he had been upon a stage, and sometimes act himself. Now clap his hands, and laugh, as if he had been well pleased with the sight. Wulfius relates of a country fellow called Bruncellius, subject to this humour, that being by chance at a sermon, saw a woman fall off from a form half asleep, at which object most of the company laughed, but he for his part was so much moved, that for 3 whole days after he did nothing but laugh, by which means he was much weakened, and worse a long time following. Such a one was old Sophocles, and Democritus himself had hilare delirium, much in this vein. Laurentius Cap. 3. De Melon. Thinks this kind of melancholy, which is a little adust with some mixture of blood, to be that which Aristotle meant, when he said melancholy men of all others are most witty, which causeth many times a divine ravishment, and a kind of enthusiasmus. which stirreth them up to be excellent philosophers, poets, prophets, and Mercurialis, Consul. 110, gives instance in a young man his patient, sanguine melancholy, of a great wit, and excellently learned. If it arise from cholera dust, they are bold and impudent, and of a more hair-brained disposition, apt to quarrel, and think of such things, battles, combats, and their manhood, furious. Impatient in discourse, stiff, irrefragable and prodigious in their tenets, and if they be moved, most violent, outrageous, ready to disgrace, provoke any, to kill themselves and others. Arnoldus adds, stark mad by fits, they sleep little, their urine is subtle and fiery. Guianerius. In their fits you shall hear them speak all manner of languages, Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, that never were taught or knew them before. Aponensis in in pro. Sector 30. Speaks of a mad woman that spake excellent good Latin, and Rhasis knew another, that could prophesy in her fit, and foretell things truly to come. Guianerius had a patient could make Latin verses when the moon was combust, otherwise illiterate. Avicenna and some of his adherents will have these symptoms, when they happen, to proceed from the devil, and that they are rather demoniaci, possessed, than mad or melancholy, or both together, as Jason Pratensis thinks, emissent esse mali genii. And but most ascribe it to the humor, which opinion Montaltus cap. 21, stiffly maintains, confuting Avicenna and the rest, referring it wholly to the quality and disposition of the humor and subject. Cardan de rerum var. Lib 8. Cap. 10. Holds these men of all others fit to be assassins, bold, hardy, fierce, and adventurous, to undertake anything by reason of their cholera dust. This humor, saith he, prepares them to endure death itself, and all manner of torments with invincible courage, and 'tis a wonder to see with what alacrity they will undergo such tortures. Ut supra naturam residential videator, he ascribes this generosity, fury, or rather stupidity, to this adustion of choler and melancholy, but I take these rather to be mad or desperate, than properly melancholy. For commonly this humor so adust and hot, degenerates into madness. If it come from melancholy itself adust, those men, saith Avicenna, are usually sad and solitary, and that continually, and in excess, more than ordinarily suspicious more fearful, and have long, sore, and most corrupt imaginations. Cold and black, bashful, and so solitary, that as Arnoldus writes, they will endure no company, they dream of graves still, and dead men, and think themselves bewitched or dead if it be extreme, they think they hear hideous noises. See and talk with black men, and converse familiarly with devils, and such strange chimeras and visions, Gordonius, or that they are possessed by them, that somebody talks to them, or within them. Tales melancholici plurumque demoniaci, Montaltus Consul. 26, ex Avicenna. Valescus de Taranta had such a woman in cure, that thought she had to do with the devil and gentiles fulgosus quast. 55. Writes that he had a melancholy friend, that had a black man in the likeness of a soldier, still following him wheresoever he was. Laurentius cap. 7. Hath many stories of such as have thought themselves bewitched by their enemies. And some that would eat no meat as being dead. Anno 1550 an advocate of Paris fell into such a melancholy fit, that he believed verily he was dead, he could not be persuaded otherwise, or to eat or drink, till a kinsman of his, a scholar of Bourges, did eat before him dressed like a corse. The story, saith Serres, was acted in a comedy before Charles IX. Some think they are beasts, wolves, hogs, and cry like dogs, foxes, bray like asses, and low like kine, as King Pretus' daughters. Hildesheim Spissel. 2. Domania, hath an example of a Dutch baron so affected, and Trincavelius lib 1. Consul. 11. Another of a nobleman in his country, that thought he was certainly a beast, and would imitate most of their voices, with many such symptoms, which may properly be reduced to this kind. If it proceed from the several combinations of these four humors, or spirits, Herc. De Saxon. Adds hot, cold, dry, moist, dark, confused, settled, constrained, as it participates of matter, or is without matter, the symptoms are likewise mixed. One thinks himself a giant, another a dwarf. One is heavy as lead, another is as light as a feather. Marcellus Donatus L. 2. Cap. 41. Makes mention out of Seneca, of one Senecio, a rich man, that thought himself and everything else he had, great wife, great horses, could not abide little things, but would have great pots to drink in, great hose, and great shoes bigger than his feet. Like her in Trallianus, that supposed she could shake all the world with her finger, and was afraid to clinch her hand together, lest she should crush the world like an apple in pieces, or him in Galen, that thought he was Atlas, and sustained heaven with his shoulders. Another thinks himself so little, that he can creep into a mouse hole, one fears heaven will fall on his head, a second is a cock, and such a one, Guianerius saith he saw at Padua, that would clap his hands together and crow. Another thinks he is a nightingale, and therefore sings all the night long, another he is all glass, a pitcher, and will therefore let nobody come near him, and such a one Laurentius gives out upon his credit, that he knew in France. Christophorus a Vega Cap. 3, lib 14. Skenkius and Marcellus Donatus L. 2. Cap. 1. Have many such examples, and one amongst the rest of a baker in Ferrara that thought he was composed of butter, and durst not sit in the sun, or come near the fire for fear of being melted, of another that thought he was a case of leather, stuffed with wind. Some laugh, weep, some are mad, some dejected, moped, in much agony, some by fits, others continuate, and some have a corrupt ear, they think they hear music or some hideous noise as their fantasy conceives, corrupt eyes, some smelling, some one sense, some another. Louis XI had a conceit everything did stink about him, all the odoriferous perfumes they could get, would not ease him, but still he smelled a filthy stink. A melancholy French poet in Laurentius, being sick of a fever, and troubled with waking, by his physicians was appointed to use unguentum populeum to anoint his temples. But he so distasted the smell of it, that for many years after, all that came near him he imagined to scent of it, and would let no man talk with him but aloof off, or wear any new clothes, because he thought still they smelled of it. In all other things wise and discreet, he would talk sensibly, save only in this. A gentleman in Limousin, saith Anthony Verdure, was persuaded he had but one leg, affrighted by a wild boar, that by chance struck him on the leg. He could not be satisfied his leg was sound, in all other things well, until two Franciscans by chance coming that way, fully removed him from the conceit. Sed abund fabularum audivimus, enough of storytelling. Subsect. 4. Symptoms from education, custom, continuance of time, our condition, mixed with other diseases, by fits, inclination, and another great occasion of the variety of these symptoms proceeds from custom, discipline, education, and several inclinations. This humor will imprint in melancholy men the objects most answerable to their condition of life, and ordinary actions, and dispose men according to their several studies and callings. If an ambitious man become melancholy, he forthwith thinks he is a king, an emperor, a monarch, and walks alone, pleasing himself with a vain hope of some future preferment, or present as he supposeth, and withal acts a lord's part. Takes upon him to be some statesman or magnifico, makes congés, gives entertainment, looks big, and Francisco Sansovino records of a melancholy man in Cremona, that would not be induced to believe but that he was pope, gave pardons, made cardinals, and Christophorus of Vega makes mention of another of his acquaintance, that thought he was a king, driven from his kingdom, and was very anxious to recover his estate. A covetous person is still conversant about purchasing of lands and tenements, plotting in his mind how to compass such and such matters, as if he were already lord of, and able to go through with it. All he sees is his, re or spe, he hath devoured it in hope, or else in conceit esteems it his own, like him in Athenius, that thought all the ships in the haven to be his own. A lascivious inamorado plots all the day long to please his mistress, acts and struts, and carries himself as if she were in presence, still dreaming of her, as Pamphilus of his Glycerium, or as some do in their morning sleep. Marcellus Donatus knew such a gentlewoman in Mantua, called Eleonora Meliorina, that constantly believed she was married to a king, and would kneel down and talk with him, as if he had been there present with his associates. And if she had found by chance a piece of glass in a muck hill or in the street, she would say that it was a jewel sent from her lord and husband. If devout and religious, he is all for fasting, prayer, ceremonies, alms, interpretations, visions, prophecies, revelations. He is inspired by the Holy Ghost, full of the Spirit, one while he is saved, another while damned. Or still troubled in mind for his sins, the devil will surely have him, and more of these in the third partition of Love Melancholy. A scholar's mind is busied about his studies, he applauds himself for that he hath done, or hopes to do, one while fearing to be out in his next exercise, another while contemning all censures, envies one, emulates another. Or else with indefatigable pains and meditation, consumes himself. So of the rest, all which vary according to the more remiss and violent impression of the object, or as the humour itself is intended or remitted. For some are so gently melancholy, that in all their carriage, and to the outward apprehension of others it can hardly be discerned, yet to them an intolerable burden, and not to be endured. Quidem occulta quidem manifesta, some signs are manifest and obvious to all at all times, some to few, or seldom, or hardly perceived. Let them keep their own counsel, none will take notice or suspect them. They do not express in outward show their depraved imaginations, as Hercules de Saxonia observes, but conceal them wholly to themselves, and are very wise men, as I have often seen. Some fear, some do not fear at all, as such as think themselves kings or dead, some have more signs, some fewer, some great, some less, some vex, fret, still fear, grieve, lament, suspect, laugh, sing, weep, chafe, and by fits, as I have said, or more during and permanent. Some dote in one thing, are most childish and ridiculous, and to be wondered at in that, and yet for all other matters most discreet and wise. To some it is in disposition, to another in habit. And as they write of heat and cold, we may say of this humour, one is melancholicus ad octo, a second 2 degrees less, a third halfway. 'Tis superparticular, sesquialtera, sesquitertia, and superbipartians tertias, quintus melancholii, and all those geometrical proportions are too little to express it. It comes to many by fits, and goes. To others it is continuate. Many, saith Faventinus, in spring and fall only are molested, some once a year, as that Roman Galen speaks of, one, at the conjunction of the moon alone, or some unfortunate aspects. At such and such set hours and times, like the sea tides, to some women when they be with child, as Plater notes, never otherwise, to others 'tis settled and fixed. To one led about and variable still by that ignis fatuus of fantasy, like an arthritis or running gout, 'tis here and there, and in every joint, always molesting some part or other, or if the body be free, in a myriad of forms exercising the mind. A second once peradventure in his life hath a most grievous fit, once in 7 years, once in 5 years, even to the extremity of madness, death, or dotage, and that upon some feral accident or perturbation, terrible object, and for a time. Never perhaps so before, never after. A third is moved upon all such troublesome objects, cross fortune, disaster, and violent passions, otherwise free, once troubled in 3 or 4 years. A fourth, if things be to his mind, or he in action, well pleased, in good company, is most jocund, and of a good complexion, if idle, or alone, a la mort, or carried away wholly with pleasant dreams and fantasies. But if once crossed and displeased, pector concipiet nil nisi triste suo. He will imagine naught save sadness in his heart. His countenance is altered on a sudden, his heart heavy, irksome thoughts crucify his soul, and in an instant he is moped or weary of his life, he will kill himself. A fifth complains in his youth, a sixth in his middle age, the last in his old age. Generally thus much we may conclude of melancholy. That it is most pleasant at first, I say, mentis gratissimus error, a most delightsome humor, to be alone, dwell alone, walk alone, meditate, lie in bed whole days, dreaming awake as it were, and frame 1,000 fantastical imaginations unto themselves. They are never better pleased than when they are so doing, they are in paradise for the time, and cannot well endure to be interrupt, with him and the poet, Pulmi oxidistus amici, non servastis 8. You have undone him, he complains, if you trouble him, tell him what inconvenience will follow, what will be the event, all is one, canis ad vomitum, 'tis so pleasant he cannot refrain. He may thus continue peradventure many years by reason of a strong temperature, or some mixture of business, which may divert his cogitations, but at the last lisa imaginatio, his fantasy is crazed, and now habituated to such toys, cannot but work still like a fate, the scene alters upon a sudden, fear and sorrow supplant those pleasing thoughts, suspicion, discontent, and perpetual anxiety succeed in their places. So by little and little, by that shoeing-horn of idleness, and voluntary solitariness, melancholy this feral fiend is drawn on, e quantum vertis ad auras aetherias, tantum radis in tartara tendit, extending up, by its branches, so far towards heaven, as, by its roots, it does down towards Tartarus. It was not so delicious at first, as now it is bitter and harsh, a cankered soul macerated with cares and discontents, tedium vitae, impatience, agony, inconstancy, irresolution, precipitate them unto unspeakable miseries. They cannot endure company, light, or life itself, some unfit for action, and the like. Their bodies are lean and dried up, withered, ugly, their looks harsh, very dull, and their souls tormented, as they are more or less entangled, as the humor hath been intended, or according to the continuance of time they have been troubled. To discern all which symptoms the better, Rhasis the Arabian makes 3 degrees of them. The first is, falsa cogitatio, false conceits and idle thoughts, to misconstrue and amplify, aggravating everything they conceive or fear. The second is, falso cogitata loci, to talk to themselves, or to use inarticulate incondite voices, speeches, obsolete gestures, and plainly to utter their minds and conceits of their hearts, by their words and actions, as to laugh, weep, to be silent, not to sleep, eat their meat, and the third is to put in practice that which they think or speak. Savonarola, rub. 11. Tract. 8. Cap. 1. De Egratudine confirms as much, when he begins to express that in words, which he conceives in his heart, or talks idly, or goes from one thing to another, which Gordonius calls nec caput habentia, nec caudam, having neither head nor tail. He is in the middle way, but when he begins to act it likewise, and to put his fopperies in execution, he is then in the extent of melancholy, or madness itself. This progress of melancholy you shall easily observe in them that have been so affected, they go smiling to themselves at first, at length they laugh out. At first solitary, at last they can endure no company, or if they do, they are now dizzards, past sense and shame, quite moped, they care not what they say or do, all their actions, words, gestures, are furious or ridiculous. At first his mind is troubled, he doth not attend what is said, if you tell him a tale, he cries at last, what said you? But in the end he mutters to himself, as old women do many times, or old men when they sit alone, upon a sudden they laugh, whoop, halloo, or run away, and swear they see or hear players, devils, hobgoblins, ghosts, strike, or strut, and grow humorous in the end, like him in the poet, Seep decentos, seep decem servos, at one time followed by 200 servants, at another only by 10, he will dress himself, and undress, careless at last, grows insensible, stupid, or mad. He howls like a wolf, barks like a dog, and raves like Ajax and Orestes, hears music and outcries, which no man else hears. As he did whom Amatus Lusitanus mentioneth sent 3, Cura. 55, or that woman in Springer, that spake many languages, and said she was possessed, that farmer in Prosper Calenius, that disputed and discoursed learnedly in philosophy and astronomy, with Alexander Achilles his master, at Bologna, in Italy. But of these I have already spoken. Who can sufficiently speak of these symptoms, or prescribe rules to comprehend them? As Echo to the painter in Ausonius, vain quid affectas, and, foolish fellow, what wilt? If you must needs paint me, paint a voice, be similem si vis pingere, pinge sonum. If you will describe melancholy, describe a fantastical conceit, a corrupt imagination, vain thoughts and different, which who can do? The 24 letters make no more variety of words in diverse languages, than melancholy conceits produce diversity of symptoms in several persons. They are irregular, obscure, various, so infinite. Proteus himself is not so diverse. You may as well make the moon a new coat, as a true character of a melancholy man. As soon find the motion of a bird in the air, as the heart of man, a melancholy man. They are so confused, I say, diverse, intermixed with other diseases. As the species be confounded, which I have showed, so are the symptoms. Sometimes with headache, cachexia, dropsy, stone, as you may perceive by those several examples and illustrations, collected by Hildesheim Spissel. 2. Mercurialis Consul. 118, cap. 6 and 11. With headache, epilepsy, priapismus. Trincavelius Consul. 12, lib 1. Consul. 49, with gout, caninus appetitus. Montanus Consul. 26, and 23, 234, 249, with falling sickness, headache, vertigo, lycanthropia, and J. Caesar Claudius Consult. 4. Consult. 89 and 116. With gout, agues, hemorrhoids, stone, and who can distinguish these melancholy symptoms so intermixed with others, or apply them to their several kinds, confine them into method? 'Tis hard I confess, yet I have disposed of them as I could, and will descend to particularize them according to their species. For hitherto I have expatiated in more general lists or terms, speaking promiscuously of such ordinary signs, which occur amongst writers. Not that they are all to be found in one man, for that were to paint a monster or chimera, not a man, but some in one, some in another, and that successively or at several times, which I have been the more curious to express and report. Not to upbraid any miserable man, or by way of derision, I rather pity them, but the better to discern, to apply remedies unto them, and to show that the best and soundest of us all is in great danger. How much we ought to fear our own fickle estates, remember our miseries and vanities, examine and humiliate ourselves, seek to God, and call to him for mercy, that needs not look for any rods to scourge ourselves, since we carry them in our bowels. And that our souls are in a miserable captivity, if the light of grace and heavenly truth doth not shine continually upon us, and by our discretion to moderate ourselves, to be more circumspect and wary in the midst of these dangers. MEMB. 2. Subsect. I. Symptoms of head melancholy. If no symptoms appear about the stomach, nor the blood be misaffected, and fear and sorrow continue, it is to be thought the brain itself is troubled, by reason of a melancholy juice bred in it, or otherwise conveyed into it. And that evil juice is from the distemperature of the part, or left after some inflammation, thus far Piso. But this is not always true, for blood and hypochondries both are often affected even in head melancholy. Hercules de Saxonia differs here from the common current of writers, putting peculiar signs of head melancholy, from the sole distemperature of spirits in the brain, as they are hot, cold, dry, moist, all without matter from the motion alone. And tenebrosity of spirits. Of melancholy which proceeds from humours by adustion, he treats apart, with their several symptoms and cures. The common signs, if it be by essence in the head, are ruddiness of face, high sanguine complexion, most part rubor saturato, one calls it, a bluish, and sometimes full of pimples, with red eyes. Avicenna L. 3, Fun. 2, Tract. 4, c. 18. Duritus and others out of Galen, the effect. L. 3, c. 6. Hercules de Saxonia to this of redness of face, adds, heaviness of the head, fixed and hollow eyes. If it proceed from dryness of the brain, then their heads will be light, vertiginous, and they most apt to wake, and to continue whole months together without sleep. Few excrements in their eyes and nostrils, and often bald by reason of excess of dryness, Montaltus adds, c. 17. If it proceed from moisture, dullness, drowsiness, headache follows, and as Sallust. Salvianus, c. 1, l. 2, out of his own experience found, epileptical, with a multitude of humours in the head. They are very bashful, if ruddy, apt to blush, and to be red upon all occasions, praesertim esse metus accessorit. But the chiefest symptom to discern this species, as I have said, is this, that there be no notable signs in the stomach, hypochondries, or elsewhere, digna, as Montaltus terms them, or of greater note. Because oftentimes the passions of the stomach concur with them. Wind is common to all three species, and is not excluded, only that of the hypochondries is more windy than the rest, saith Hilarius. Aetius Tetrab. L. 2, sc. 2, c. 9 and 10, maintains the same, if there be more signs, and more evident in the head than elsewhere, the brain is primarily affected, and prescribes head melancholy to be cured by meats amongst the rest, void of wind, and good juice. Not excluding wind, or corrupt blood, even in head melancholy itself, but these species are often confounded, and so are their symptoms, as I have already proved. The symptoms of the mind are superfluous and continual cogitations, for when the head is heated, it scorcheth the blood, and from thence proceed melancholy fumes, which trouble the mind, Avicenna. They are very choleric, and soon hot, solitary, sad, often silent, watchful, discontent, Montaltus, cap. 24, if anything trouble them, they cannot sleep, but fret themselves still, till another object mitigate, or time wear it out. They have grievous passions, and immoderate perturbations of the mind, fear, sorrow, and yet not so continuate, but that they are sometimes merry, apt to profuse laughter, which is more to be wondered at, and that by the authority of Galen himself, by reason of mixture of blood, praerabri jocosis delectanter. Iti irrisors plurumque sunt, if they be ruddy, they are delighted in jests, and oftentimes scoffers themselves, conceited, and as Rodericus of Vega comments on that place of Galen, merry, witty, of a pleasant disposition. And yet grievously melancholy anon after, omnia discunt sine doctor, saith Aretus, they learn without a teacher, and as Laurentius supposeth, those feral passions and symptoms of such as think themselves glass, pitchers, feathers, and speak strange languages, a choler cerebri, if it be in excess, from the brain's distempered heat. Subsect 2. Symptoms of windy hypochondriacal melancholy. In this hypochondriacal or flatuous melancholy, the symptoms are so ambiguous, saith Crato in a counsel of his for a noblewoman, that the most exquisite physicians cannot determine of the part affected. Matthew Flacius, consulted about a noble matron, confessed as much, that in this malady he with Hilarius, Fracastorius, Fallopius, and others, being to give their sentence of a party labouring of hypochondriacal melancholy, could not find out by the symptoms which part was most especially affected. Some said the womb, some heart, some stomach, and therefore Crato, Consul. 24, lib 1. Boldly avers, that in this diversity of symptoms, which commonly accompany this disease, no physician can truly say what part is affected. Galen lib 3. Deloc effect, reckons up these ordinary symptoms, which all the Neoterics repeat of Diocles, only this fault he finds with him, that he puts not fear and sorrow amongst the other signs. Trincavelius excuseth Diocles, lib 3. Consul. 35. Because that oftentimes in a strong head and constitution, a generous spirit, and a valiant, these symptoms appear not, by reason of his valour and courage. Hercules de Saxonia, to whom I subscribe, is of the same mind, which I have before touched, that fear and sorrow are not general symptoms, some fear and are not sad, some be sad and fear not, some neither fear nor grieve. The rest are these, beside fear and sorrow, sharp belchings, fulsome crudities, heat in the bowels, wind and rumbling in the guts, vehement gripings, pain in the belly and stomach sometimes, after meat that is hard of concoction. Much watering of the stomach, and moist spittle, cold sweat, importunus sudor, unseasonable sweat all over the body, as Octavius Horatianus lib. 2, cap. 5, calls it. Cold joints, indigestion, they cannot endure their own fulsome belchings, continual wind about their hypochondries, heat and griping in their bowels, precordiacism convoluntur, midriff and bowels are pulled up. The veins about their eyes look red, and swell from vapors and wind. Their ears sing now and then, vertigo and giddiness come by fits, turbulent dreams, dryness, leanness, apt they are to sweat upon all occasions, of all colors and complexions. Many of them are high-colored especially after meals, which symptom Cardinal Caesius was much troubled with, and of which he complained to Prosper Calenus his physician, he could not eat, or drink a cup of wine. But he was as red in the face as if he had been at a mayor's feast. That symptom alone vexeth many. Some again are black, pale, ruddy, sometimes their shoulders and shoulder blades ache, there is a leaping all over their bodies, sudden trembling, a palpitation of the heart, and that cardiaca passio, grief in the mouth of the stomach. Which mocketh the patient think his heart itself acheth, and sometimes suffocation, difficultas angelitas, short breath, hard wind, strong pulse, swooning. Montanus Consul. 55, Trincavelius lib 3. Consul. 36, E37. Fernelius Cons 43. Frambeserius Consult. Lib 1. Consul. 17, Hildesheim, Claudinus, and give instance of every particular. The peculiar symptoms which properly belong to each part be these. If it proceed from the stomach, saith Savonarola, 'tis full of pain wind. Guianerius adds, vertigo, nausea, much spitting, and if from the myric, a swelling and wind in the hypochondries, a loathing, an appetite to vomit, pulling upward. If from the heart, aching and trembling of it, much heaviness. If from the liver, there is usually a pain in the right hypochondry. If from the spleen, hardness and grief in the left hypochondry, a rumbling, much appetite and small digestion, Avicenna. If from the mesaraic veins and liver on the other side, little or no appetite, Herc. De Saxonia. If from the hypochondries, a rumbling inflation, concoction is hindered, often belching, and from these crudities, windy vapors ascend up to the brain which trouble the imagination, and cause fear, sorrow, dullness, heaviness, many terrible conceits and chimeras, as Lemnius well observes, L. 1. C. 16. As a black and thick cloud covers the sun, and intercepts his beams and light, so doth this melancholy vapor obnubilate the mind, enforce it to many absurd thoughts and imaginations, and compel good, wise, honest, discreet men, arising to the brain from the lower parts, as smoke out of a chimney, to dote, speak, and do that which becomes them not, their persons, callings, wisdoms. One by reason of those ascending vapors and gripings, rumbling beneath, will not be persuaded but that he hath a serpent in his guts, a viper, another frogs. Trallianus relates a story of a woman, that imagined she had swallowed an eel, or a serpent, and Felix Platerus, observat. Lib 1. Hath a most memorable example of a countryman of his, that by chance, falling into a pit where frogs and frog spawn was, and a little of that water swallowed, began to suspect that he had likewise swallowed frog spawn. And with that conceit and fear, his fantasy wrought so far, that he verily thought he had young live frogs in his belly, cavibant ex alimento sua, that lived by his nourishment, and was so certainly persuaded of it, that for many years afterwards he could not be rectified in his conceit. He studied physic 7 years together to cure himself, travelled into Italy, France, and Germany to confer with the best physicians about it, and A.D. 1609, asked his counsel amongst the rest. He told him it was wind, his conceit, and but mordicus contradicere, etior, e scriptus prober nightbater, no saying would serve, it was no wind, but real frogs, and do you not hear them croak? Platerus would have deceived him, by putting live frogs into his excrements. But he, being a physician himself, would not be deceived, vir prudens alias, doctus a wise and learned man otherwise, a doctor of physic, and after 7 years' dotage in this kind, a fantasia liberatus est, he was cured. Laurentius and Goulart have many such examples, if you be desirous to read them. One commodity above the rest which are melancholy, these windy flatuous have, lucidia intervalla, their symptoms and pains are not usually so continuate as the rest, but come by fits, fear and sorrow. And the rest, yet in another they exceed all others. And that is, they are luxurious, incontinent, and prone to venery, by reason of wind, facile ament, quamlabet fear ament. Jason Pratensis, Rhasis is of opinion, that Venus doth many of them much good. The other symptoms of the mind be common with the rest. Subsect 3. Symptoms of melancholy abounding in the whole body. Their bodies that are affected with this universal melancholy are most part black, the melancholy juice is redundant all over, hirsute they are, and lean, they have broad veins, their blood is gross and thick, their spleen is weak. And the liver apt to engender the humour. They have kept bad diet, or have had some evacuation stopped, as hemorrhoids, or months in women, which Trallianus, in the cure, would have carefully to be inquired, and withal to observe of what complexion the party is of, black or red. For as Forestus and Hilarius contend, if they be black, it proceeds from abundance of natural melancholy, if it proceed from cares, agony, discontents, diet, exercise, and they may be as well of any other colour, red, yellow, pale, as black, and yet their whole blood corrupt, praeribri color seep sunt tails, seep flavi, seth montaltus cap. 22. The best way to discern this species, is to let them bleed, if the blood be corrupt, thick and black, and they withal free from those hypochondriacal symptoms, and not so grievously troubled with them, or those of the head. It argues they are melancholy, a toto corpore. The fumes which arise from this corrupt blood, disturb the mind, and make them fearful and sorrowful, heavy-hearted, as the rest, dejected, discontented, solitary, silent, weary of their lives, dull and heavy, or merry, and if far gone, that which Apuleius wished to his enemy, by way of imprecation, is true in them. Dead men's bones, hobgoblins, ghosts are ever in their minds, and meet them still in every turn, all the bugbears of the night, and terrors, fairy babes of tombs, and graves are before their eyes, and in their thoughts, as to women and children. If they be in the dark alone. If they hear, or read, or see any tragical object, it sticks by them, they are afraid of death, and yet weary of their lives, in their discontented humours they quarrel with all the world, bitterly inveigh, tax satirically. And because they cannot otherwise vent their passions or redress what is amiss, as they mean, they will by violent death at last be revenged on themselves. Subsect 4. Symptoms of maids, nuns, and widows' melancholy. Because Lodovicus Mercatus in his second book De Mulier. Affect. Cap. 4, and Rodericus a Castro de Morb. Mulier. Cap. 3, lib 2. Two famous physicians in Spain, Daniel Sennertus of Wittenberg lib 1. Part 2. Cap. 13. With others, have vouchsafed in their works not long since published, to write two just treatises de melancholia virginum, monialium et viduarum, as a particular species of melancholy, which I have already specified, distinct from the rest. For it much differs from that which commonly befalls men and other women, as having one only cause proper to women alone. I may not omit in this general survey of melancholy symptoms, to set down the particular signs of such parties so misaffected. The causes are assigned out of Hippocrates, Cleopatra, Moschian, and those old Genetiorum scriptors, of this feral malady, in more ancient maids, widows, and barren women, obi septem transversum violatum, saith Mercatus. By reason of the midriff or diaphragma, heart and brain offended with those vicious vapours which come from menstruous blood, inflammationem arteriae circa dorsum, Rodericus adds, an inflammation of the back. Which with the rest is offended by that fuliginous exhalation of corrupt seed, troubling the brain, heart and mind. The brain, I say, not in essence, but by consent, universa enim hujus affectus causa ab utero pendet, idia sanguinis menstrui malitia, for in a word, the whole malady proceeds from that inflammation, putridity, black smoky vapors, and from thence comes care, sorrow, and anxiety, obfuscation of spirits, agony, desperation, and the like, which are intended or remitted, si amatorius accessorit ardor, or any other violent object or perturbation of mind. This melancholy may happen to widows, with much care and sorrow, as frequently it doth, by reason of a sudden alteration of their accustomed course of life, and to such as lie in childbed ob suppressum purgationem. But to nuns and more ancient maids, and some barren women for the causes above said, 'tis more familiar, Crebrius his quam reliquis accidit, inquit Rodericus, the rest are not altogether excluded. Out of these causes Rodericus defines it with Arrhetius, to be angerem animi, a vexation of the mind, a sudden sorrow from a small, light, or no occasion, with a kind of still dotage and grief of some part or other, head, heart, breasts, sides, back, belly, and with much solitariness, weeping, distraction, and from which they are sometimes suddenly delivered, because it comes and goes by fits, and is not so permanent as other melancholy. But to leave this brief description, the most ordinary symptoms be these: pulsatio juxta dorsum, a beating about the back, which is almost perpetual, the skin is many times rough, squalid, especially, as Arrhetius observes, about the arms, knees, and knuckles. The midriff and heartstrings do burn and beat very fearfully, and when this vapor or fume is stirred, fleeth upward, the heart itself beats, is sore grieved, and faints, fauces sixitate precluduntur. Ut difficulter possit ab uteri strangulation discerni, like fits of the mother, alvas plurisque nil reddit, aliis exiguum, acre, biliosum, lotium flavum. They complain many times, saith Mercatus, of a great pain in their heads, about their hearts, and hypochondries, and so likewise in their breasts, which are often sore, sometimes ready to swoon, their faces are inflamed, and red, they are dry, thirsty, suddenly hot, much troubled with wind, cannot sleep, and from hence proceed farina deliramenta, a brutish kind of dotage, troublesome sleep, terrible dreams in the night, subrusticus puter e vericundia ignava, a foolish kind of bashfulness to some, perverse conceits and opinions, dejection of mind, much discontent, preposterous judgment. They are apt to loathe, dislike, disdain, to be weary of every object, and each thing almost is tedious to them, they pine away, void of counsel, apt to weep, and tremble, timorous, fearful, sad, and out of all hope of better fortunes. They take delight in nothing for the time, but love to be alone and solitary, though that do them more harm, and thus they are affected so long as this vapour lasteth. But by and by, as pleasant and merry as ever they were in their lives, they sing, discourse, and laugh in any good company, upon all occasions, and so by fits it takes them now and then, except the malady be inveterate, and then 'tis more frequent, vehement, and continuate. Many of them cannot tell how to express themselves in words, or how it holds them, what ails them, you cannot understand them, or well tell what to make of their sayings. So far gone sometimes, so stupefied and distracted, they think themselves bewitched, they are in despair, apti ad fleetum, desperationem, doloris mammis edi hypochondrias. Mercatus therefore adds, now their breasts, now their hypochondries, belly and sides, then their heart and head aches, now heat, then wind, now this, now that offends, they are weary of all. And yet will not, cannot again tell how, where or what offends them, though they be in great pain, agony, and frequently complain, grieving, sighing, weeping, and discontented still, sine causa manifesta, most part, yet I say they will complain, grudge, lament, and not be persuaded, but that they are troubled with an evil spirit, which is frequent in Germany, saith Rodericus, amongst the common sort, and to such as are most grievously affected. For he makes 3 degrees of this disease in women, they are in despair, surely forspoken or bewitched, and in extremity of their dotage, weary of their lives, some of them will attempt to make away themselves. Some think they see visions, confer with spirits and devils, they shall surely be damned, are afraid of some treachery, imminent danger, and the like, they will not speak, make answer to any question, but are almost distracted, mad, or stupid for the time, and by fits, and thus it holds them, as they are more or less affected, and as the inner humor is intended or remitted, or by outward objects and perturbations aggravated, solitariness, idleness, and many other maladies there are incident to young women, out of that one and only cause above specified, many feral diseases. I will not so much as mention their names, melancholy alone is the subject of my present discourse, from which I will not swerve. The several cures of this infirmity, concerning diet, which must be very sparing, phlebotomy, physic, internal, external remedies, are at large in great variety in Rodericus a Castro, Sennertus, and Mercatus, which whoso will, as occasion serves, may make use of. But the best and surest remedy of all, is to see them well placed, and married to good husbands in due time, hinc illi, lacrimae, that is the primary cause, and this the ready cure, to give them content to their desires. I write not this to patronize any wanton, idle flirt, lascivious or light housewives, which are too forward many times, unruly, and apt to cast away themselves on him that comes next, without all care, counsel, circumspection, and judgment. If religion, good discipline, honest education, wholesome exhortation, fair promises, fame and loss of good name cannot inhibit and deter such, which to chaste and sober maids cannot choose but avail much, labor and exercise, strict diet, rigor and threats may more opportunely be used, and are able of themselves to qualify and divert an ill-disposed temperament. For seldom should you see an hired servant, a poor handmaid, though ancient, that is kept hard to her work, and bodily labor, a coarse country wench troubled in this kind, but noble virgins, nice gentlewomen, such as are solitary and idle, live at ease, lead a life out of action and employment, that fare well, in great houses and jovial companies, ill-disposed peradventure of themselves, and not willing to make any resistance, discontented otherwise, of weak judgment, able bodies, and subject to passions, grandiose virgins, saith Mercatus, steros individui plerunc melancholici, such for the most part are misaffected, and prone to this disease. I do not so much pity them that may otherwise be eased, but those alone that out of a strong temperament, innate constitution, are violently carried away with this torrent of inward humors, and though very modest of themselves, sober, religious, virtuous, and well given, as many so distressed maids are, yet cannot make resistance, these grievances will appear, this malady will take place, and now manifestly show itself, and may not otherwise be helped. But where am I? Into what subject have I rushed? What have I to do with nuns, maids, virgins, widows? I am a bachelor myself, and lead a monastic life in a college, ne ego sane ineptus ca haec dixerim, I confess 'tis an indecorum, and as Pallas a virgin blushed, when Jupiter by chance spake of love matters in her presence, and turned away her face. Me reprimam though my subject necessarily require it, I will say no more. And yet I must and will say something more, add a word or two in gratiam virginum et viduarum, in favor of all such distressed parties, in commiseration of their present estate. And as I cannot choose but condole their mishap that labor of this infirmity, and are destitute of help in this case, so must I needs inveigh against them that are in fault, more than manifest causes. And as bitterly tax those tyrannizing pseudo-politicians, superstitious orders, rash vows, hard-hearted parents, guardians, unnatural friends, allies, call them how you will, those careless and stupid overseers, that out of worldly respects, covetousness, supine negligence, their own private ends, cum sibi sit interim bene, can so severely reject, stubbornly neglect, and impiously contemn, without all remorse and pity, the tears, sighs, groans, and grievous miseries of such poor souls committed to their charge. How odious and abominable are those superstitious and rash vows of popish monasteries, so to bind and enforce men and women to vow virginity, to lead a single life, against the laws of nature, opposite to religion, policy, and humanity. So to starve, to offer violence, to suppress the vigor of youth, by rigorous statutes, severe laws, vain persuasions, to debar them of that to which by their innate temperature they are so furiously inclined, urgently carried, and sometimes precipitated, even irresistibly led, to the prejudice of their soul's health, and good estate of body and mind, and all for base and private respects, to maintain their gross superstition. To enrich themselves and their territories as they falsely suppose, by hindering some marriages, that the world be not full of beggars, and their parishes pestered with orphans. Stupid politicians, haxen fieri flagellia. Ought these things so to be carried? Better marry than burn, saith the apostle, but they are otherwise persuaded. They will by all means quench their neighbor's house if it be on fire, but that fire of lust which breaks out into such lamentable flames, they will not take notice of, their own bowels oftentimes, flesh and blood shall so rage and burn. And they will not see it, miserum est, saith Austin, saepsum non miserescere, and they are miserable in the meantime that cannot pity themselves, the common good of all, and per consequens their own estates. For let them but consider what fearful maladies, feral diseases, gross inconveniences, come to both sexes by this enforced temperance, it troubles me to think of. Much more to relate those frequent abortions and murdering of infants in their nunneries, read Comnicius and others, and notorious fornications, those spintrias, tribatas, ambubias, and those rapes, incests, adulteries, mastuprations, sodomies, boogeries of monks and friars. See Bayle's Visitation of Abbeys, Mercurialis, Rodericus a Castro, Peter Forestus, and divers physicians. I know their ordinary apologies and excuses for these things, said Viderunt Politici, Medici, Theologi, I shall more opportunely meet with them elsewhere. Ilius Vigui, aut patronum virginis hujus. Nemi forte putes, verbum non amplius adem. MEMB. 3. Immediate cause of these precedent symptoms. To give some satisfaction to melancholy men that are troubled with these symptoms, a better means in my judgment cannot be taken, than to show them the causes whence they proceed. Not from devils as they suppose, or that they are bewitched or forsaken of God, hear or see, and as many of them think, but from natural and inward causes, that so knowing them, they may better avoid the effects, or at least endure them with more patience. The most grievous and common symptoms are fear and sorrow, and that without a cause to the wisest and discreetest men, in this malady not to be avoided. The reason why they are so, Aetius Discus saith at large, Tetrabib. 2. In his first problem out of Galen, lib 2. The causes SWT. 1. For Galen imputeth all to the cold that is black, and thinks that the spirits being darkened, and the substance of the brain cloudy and dark, all the objects thereof appear terrible, and the mind itself, by those dark, obscure, gross fumes, ascending from black humours, is in continual darkness, fear, and sorrow. Diverse terrible monstrous fictions in 1,000 shapes and apparitions occur, with violent passions, by which the brain and fantasy are troubled and eclipsed. Fracastorius, lib 2. The intellect will have cold to be the cause of fear and sorrow. For such as are cold are ill-disposed to mirth, dull, and heavy, by nature solitary, silent. And not for any inward darkness, as physicians think, for many melancholy men dare boldly be, continue, and walk in the dark, and delight in it, solemn frigidi timidi, if they be hot, they are merry. And the more hot, the more furious, and void of fear, as we see in madmen, but this reason holds not, for then no melancholy, proceeding from cholera dust, should fear. Averroes scoffs at Galen for his reasons, and brings 5 arguments to repel them, so doth Herc. De Saxonia, Tract. De Melanch. Cap. 3. Assigning other causes, which are copiously censured and confuted by Aelianus Montaltus, Cap. 5 and 6. Laud. Mercatus de Inter. Morb. Cur. Lib 1. Cap. 17. Altimeris, cap. 7. Demel. Guianerius, tract. 15. C. 1. Bright cap. 37. Laurentius, cap. 5. Valesius, med. cont. Lib 5, con. 1. Distemperature, they conclude, makes black juice, blackness obscures the spirits obscured, cause fear and sorrow. Laurentius, cap. 13. Supposit these black fumes offend specially the diaphragma or midriff, and so per consequens the mind, which is obscured as the sun by a cloud. To this opinion of Galen, almost all the Greeks and Arabians subscribe, the Latins new and old, interni, tenebria fuscant animam, ut externi nocent pueris, as children are affrighted in the dark, so are melancholy men at all times. As having the inward cause with them, and still carrying it about. Which black vapors, whether they proceed from the black blood about the heart, as T. W. Jess thinks in his treatise of the passions of the mind, or stomach, spleen, midriff, or all the misaffected parts together, it boots not, they keep the mind in a perpetual dungeon, and oppress it with continual fears, anxieties, sorrows, and it is an ordinary thing for such as are sound to laugh at this dejected pusillanimity, and those other symptoms of melancholy, to make themselves merry with them, and to wonder at such, as toys and trifles, which may be resisted and withstood. If they will themselves, but let him that so wonders, consider with himself, that if a man should tell him on a sudden, some of his especial friends were dead, could he choose but grieve? Or set him upon a steep rock, where he should be in danger to be precipitated, could he be secure? His heart would tremble for fear, and his head be giddy. P. Biaras, tract. De Pest. Gives instance, as I have said, and put case, saith he, in one that walks upon a plank, if it lie on the ground, he can safely do it, but if the same plank be laid over some deep water, instead of a bridge, he is vehemently moved. And 'tis nothing but his imagination, forma cadendi impressa, to which his other members and faculties obey. Yea, but you infer, that such men have a just cause to fear, a true object of fear, so have melancholy men an inward cause, a perpetual fume and darkness, causing fear, grief, suspicion, which they carry with them, an object which cannot be removed, but sticks as close, and is as inseparable as a shadow to a body, and who can expel or overrun his shadow? Remove heat of the liver, a cold stomach, weak spleen, remove those adust humours and vapours arising from them, black blood from the heart, all outward perturbations, take away the cause, and then bid them not grieve nor fear, or be heavy, dull, lumpish, otherwise counsel can do little good. You may as well bid him that is sick of an ague not to be adry, or him that is wounded not to feel pain. Suspicion follows fear and sorrow at heels, arising out of the same fountain, so thinks Fracastorius, that fear is the cause of suspicion, and still they suspect some treachery, or some secret machination to be framed against them. Still they distrust. Restlessness proceeds from the same spring, variety of fumes make them like and dislike. Solitariness, avoiding of light, that they are weary of their lives, hate the world, arise from the same causes, for their spirits and humours are opposite to light, fear makes them avoid company, and absent themselves, lest they should be misused. Histat, or overshoot themselves, which still they suspect. They are prone to venery by reason of wind. Angry, waspish, and fretting still, out of abundance of choler, which causeth fearful dreams and violent perturbations to them, both sleeping and waking, that they suppose they have no heads, fly, sink, they are pots, glasses, and is wind in their heads. Herc. De Saxonia doth ascribe this to the several motions in the animal spirits, their dilation, contraction, confusion, alteration, tenebrosity, hot or cold distemperature, excluding all material humours. Fracastorius accounts it a thing worthy of inquisition, why they should entertain such false conceits, as that they have horns, great noses, that they are birds, beasts, and why they should think themselves kings, lords, cardinals. For the first, Fracastorius gives two reasons. One is the disposition of the body, The other, the occasion of the fantasy, as if their eyes be purblind, their ears sing, by reason of some cold and rheum, and to the second, Laurentius answers, the imagination inwardly or outwardly moved, represents to the understanding, not enticements only, to favor the passion or dislike, but a very intensive pleasure follows the passion or displeasure. And the will and reason are captivated by delighting in it. Why students and lovers are so often melancholy and mad, the philosopher of Coimbra assigns this reason, because by a vehement and continual meditation of that wherewith they are affected, they fetch up the spirits into the brain. And with the heat brought with them, they incend it beyond measure, and the cells of the inner senses dissolve their temperature, which being dissolved, they cannot perform their offices as they ought. Why melancholy men are witty, which Aristotle hath long since maintained in his Problems, and that all learned men, famous philosophers, and lawgivers, ad unum fer omnes melancholici, have still been melancholy, is a problem much controverted. Jason Pratensis will have it understood of natural melancholy, which opinion Melanchthon inclines to, in his book De Anima, and Marsilius Ficinus de San. To end. Lib 1. Cap. 5. But not simple, for that makes men stupid, heavy, dull, being cold and dry, fearful, fools, and solitary, but mixed with the other humours, phlegm only excepted. And they not adust, but so mixed as that blood he hath, with little or no adustion, that they be neither too hot nor too cold. Aponensis, cited by Melanchthon, thinks it proceeds from melancholy adust, excluding all natural melancholy as too cold. Laurentius condemns his tenet, because adustion of humours makes men mad, as lime burns when water is cast on it. It must be mixed with blood, and somewhat adust, and so that old aphorism of Aristotle may be verified, nullum magnum ingenium sine mixtura dementiae, no excellent wit without a mixture of madness. Fracastorius shall decide the controversy, phlegmatic are dull, sanguine lively, pleasant, acceptable, and merry, but not witty. Choleric are too swift in motion, and furious, impatient of contemplation, deceitful wits. Melancholy men have the most excellent wits, but not all. This humour may be hot or cold, thick or thin. If too hot, they are furious and mad; if too cold, dull, stupid, timorous, and sad; if temperate, excellent, rather inclining to that extreme of heat, than cold. This sentence of his will agree with that of Heraclitus, a dry light makes a wise mind, temperate heat and dryness are the chief causes of a good wit. Therefore, saith Aelian, an elephant is the wisest of all brute beasts, because his brain is driest, etob atri, billis capiam, this reason Cardan approves, subtle. L. 12. Jo. Baptista Sylvaticus, a physician of Milan, in his first controversy, hath copiously handled this question, Rolandus in his Problems, Caelius Rhodiginus, lib 17. Valeriola 6-2. Nerat. Med Herc. De Saxonia, Tract. Post. De Mel. Cap. 3. Lodovicus Mercatus, de Inter. Morb. Cur. Lib Cap. 17, Baptista Porta, Physic. Lib 1. C. 13. And many others. Weeping, sighing, laughing, itching, trembling, sweating, blushing, hearing and seeing strange noises, visions, wind, crudity, are motions of the body, depending upon these precedent motions of the mind, neither are tears, affections. But actions, as Scaliger holds, the voice of such as are afraid, trembles, because the heart is shaken, canim. Prop 6, Sector 3, de Somme, why they stutter or falter in their speech, Mercurialis and Montaltus, cap. 17, give like reasons out of Hippocrates, dryness, which makes the nerves of the tongue torpid. Fast speaking, which is a symptom of some few, Aetius will have caused, from abundance of wind, and swiftness of imagination. Baldness comes from excess of dryness, hirsuteness from a dry temperature. The cause of much waking in a dry brain, continual meditation, discontent, fears and cares, that suffer not the mind to be at rest, incontinency is from wind, and a hot liver, Montanus, Cons 26. Rumbling in the guts is caused from wind, and wind from ill concoction, weakness of natural heat, or a distempered heat and cold, palpitation of the heart from vapors, heaviness and aching from the same cause. That the belly is hard, wind is a cause, and of that leaping in many parts. Redness of the face, and itching, as if they were flea-bitten, or stung with pismires, from a sharp subtle wind. Cold sweat from vapors arising from the hypochondries, which pitch upon the skin, leanness for want of good nourishment. Why their appetite is so great, Aetius answers, os ventris frigescit, cold in those inner parts, cold belly, and hot liver, causeth crudity, and intention proceeds from perturbations. Our souls for want of spirits cannot attend exactly to so many intentive operations, being exhaust, and overswayed by passion, she cannot consider the reasons which may dissuade her from such affections. Bashfulness and blushing, is a passion proper to men alone, and is not only caused for some shame and ignominy, or that they are guilty unto themselves of some foul fact committed, but as Fracastorius well determines, obi defectum proprium. Iti timorem, from fear, and a conceit of our defects. The face labors and is troubled at his presence that sees our defects, and nature willing to help, sends thither heat, heat draws the subtlest blood, and so we blush. They that are bold, arrogant, and careless, seldom or never blush, but such as are fearful. Anthonius Lodovicus, in his book De Pudor, will have this subtle blood to arise in the face, not so much for the reverence of our betters in presence, but for joy and pleasure, or if anything at unawares shall pass from us, a sudden accident. A curse, or meeting, which Decerius in Macrobius confirms, any object heard or seen, for blind men never blush, as Dandinus observes, the night and darkness make men impudent. Or that we be stayed before our betters, or in company we like not, or if anything molest and offend us, Arabescentia turns to rubor, blushing to a continuate redness. Sometimes the extremity of the ears tingle, and are red, sometimes the whole face, etsi nihil videosum commissaris, as Lodovicus holds, though Aristotle is of opinion, omnis pudor ex vicio commisso, all shame for some offense. But we find otherwise, it may as well proceed from fear, from force and inexperience, so Dandinus holds, as vice. A hot liver, saith Duritus, natus in hilarium. From a hot brain, from wind, the lungs heated, or after drinking of wine, strong drink, perturbations, and laughter what it is, saith Tully, how caused, where, and so suddenly breaks out, that desirous to stay it, we cannot, how it comes to possess and stir our face, veins, eyes, countenance, mouth, sides, let Democritus determine. The cause that it often affects melancholy men so much, is given by Gomesius, lib 3, de sale genial. Cap. 18. Abundance of pleasant vapors, which, in sanguine melancholy especially, break from the heart, and tickle the midriff, because it is transverse and full of nerves, by which titillation the sense being moved, and arteries distended, or pulled. The spirits from thence move and possess the sides, veins, countenance, eyes. See more in Josius de Risu ed fletu, vives 3 de anima. Tears, as Scaliger defines, proceed from grief and pity, or from the heating of a moist brain, for a dry cannot weep. That they see and hear so many phantasms, chimeras, noises, visions, and as Fienus hath discoursed at large in his Book of Imagination, and Lavater de Spectris, part 1, cap. 2, 3. 4. Their corrupt fantasy makes them see and hear that which indeed is neither heard nor seen, cum multum jejunant, aut nox ducant insomnes, they that much fast, or want sleep, as melancholy or sick men commonly do, see visions. Or such as are weak-sighted, very timorous by nature, mad, distracted, or earnestly seek. Sabini quod volunt somnient, as the saying is, they dream of that they desire. Like Sarmiento the Spaniard, who when he was sent to discover the Straits of Magellan, and confine places, by the prorex of Peru, standing on the top of a hill, aminissimum planetium dispicerat sibi vices fut, edificia magnifica. Quam pluribus pagos, alias tes, splendida templa, and brave cities, built like ours in Europe, not, saith mine author, that there was any such thing, but that he was venissimus et nimis credulous, and would fain have had it so. Or as laud. Mercatus proves, by reason of inward vapours, and humours from blood, choler, and diversely mixed, they apprehend and see outwardly, as they suppose, divers images, which indeed are not. As they that drink wine think all runs round, when it is in their own brain. So is it with these men, the fault and cause is inward, as Galen affirms, mad men and such as are near death, quas extra esse videre putant imagines, intra oculos habent, 'tis in their brain, which seems to be before them. The brain as a concave glass reflects solid bodies. Senes etiam decrepiti cerebrum habent concavum et aridum, ut imaginentur esse videre, saith Boisertus, quae non sunt, old men are too frequently mistaken and dote in like case, or as he that looketh through a piece of red glass. Judgeth everything he sees to be red. Corrupt vapours mounting from the body to the head, and distilling again from thence to the eyes, when they have mingled themselves with the watery crystal which receiveth the shadows of things to be seen, make all things appear of the same colour. Which remains in the humour that overspreads our sight, as to melancholy men all is black, to phlegmatic all white, and or else as before the organs corrupt by a corrupt fantasy, as Lemnius, lib 1, cap. 16. Well quotes, 'cause a great agitation of spirits, and humours, which wander to and fro in all the creeks of the brain, and cause such apparitions before their eyes. One thinks he reads something written in the moon, as Pythagoras is said to have done of old, another smells brimstone, hears Cerberus bark, Orestes now mad supposed he saw the Furies tormenting him, and his mother still ready to run upon him. O mater obsecro noli me persequi. His furious, aspectu sanguiniis, horribilibus. Ecce me invidunt, in me jam runt. But Electra told him thus raving in his mad fit, he saw no such sights at all, it was but his crazed imagination. Quies miser in lintius tues. Non cernis etenimque videre te putas. So Pentheus, in Bacchus Euripides, saw two suns, two Thebes, his brain alone was troubled. Sickness is an ordinary cause of such sights. Cardan, subtle. 8. Mens agra laboribus et jejuniis fracta, facit eos videre, audire, and Ogeander beheld strange visions, and Alexander of Alexandro both, in their sickness, which he relates to Rerum Varietat. Lib 8, cap. 44. Albatenius that noble Arabian, on his deathbed, saw a ship ascending and descending, which Fracastorius records of his friend Baptista Tyrrhenus. Weak sight and a vain persuasion withal, may effect as much, and second causes concurring, as an ore in water makes a refraction, and seems bigger, bended double, and the thickness of the air may cause such effects, or any object not well discerned in the dark, fear and fantasy will suspect to be a ghost, a devil, and quat nimis miseri timent, hoc facile credent, we are apt to believe, and mistake in such cases. Marcellus Donatus, lib 2, cap. 1, brings in a story out of Aristotle, of one Antephoron which likely saw, wheresoever he was, his own image in the air, as in a glass. Vitellio, lib 10, perspect. Hath such another instance of a familiar acquaintance of his, that after the want of 3 or 4 nights' sleep, as he was riding by a river side, saw another riding with him, and using all such gestures as he did, but when more light appeared, it vanished. Eremites and anchorites have frequently such absurd visions, revelations by reason of much fasting, and bad diet. Many are deceived by legerdemain, as Scott hath well showed in his book of the discovery of witchcraft, and Cardan, subtle. 18. Suffites, perfumes, suffumigations, mixed candles, perspective glasses, and such natural causes, make men look as if they were dead, or with horse heads, bull's horns, and such like brutish shapes, the room full of snakes, adders, dark, light, green, red, of all colors, as you may perceive in Baptista Porta, Alexis, Albertus, and others, glowworms, firedrakes, meteors, ignis fatuus, which Plinius, lib. 2, cap. 37, calls castor and pollux, with many such that appear in moorish grounds, about churchyards, moist valleys, or where battles have been fought, the causes of which read in Goclenius, Valures, Ficcius, and such fears are often done, to frighten children with squibs, rotten wood, and to make folks look as if they were dead, Salito majors, bigger, lesser, fairer, fouler, ut estantes sine capitibus vidiantur. Aut toti igniti, aut forma daemonum, accipi pilos canis nigri, and saith Albertus. And so, 'tis ordinary to see strange uncouth sights by catoptrics, who knows not that if in a dark room, the light be admitted at one only little hole, and a paper or glass put upon it, the sun shining will represent on the opposite wall all such objects as are illuminated by his rays. With concave and cylinder glasses, we may reflect any shape of men, devils, antics, as magicians most part do, to gull a silly spectator in a dark room, we will ourselves, and that hanging in the air. When 'tis nothing but such an horrible image as Agrippa demonstrates, placed in another room. Roger Bacon of old is said to have represented his own image walking in the air by this art, though no such thing appear in his perspectives. But most part it is in the brain that deceives them, although I may not deny, but that oftentimes the devil deludes them, takes his opportunity to suggest and represent vain objects to melancholy men, and such as are ill affected. To these you may add the knavish impostures of jugglers, exorcists, mass priests, and mountebanks, of whom Roger Bacon speaks, and de miraculis naturae et artis. Cap. 1. They can counterfeit the voices of all birds and brute beasts almost, all tones and tunes of men, and speak within their throats, as if they spoke afar off, that they make their auditors believe they hear spirits, and are thence much astonished and affrighted with it. Besides, those artificial devices to overhear their confessions, like that whispering place of Gloucester with us, or like the Duke's place at Mantua in Italy, where the sound is reverberated by a concave wall. A reason of which Blancanus in his Echometria gives, and mathematically demonstrates so that the hearing is as frequently deluded as the sight, from the same causes almost, as he that hears bells, will make them sound what he list. As the fool thinketh, so the bell clinketh. Theophilus in Galen thought he heard music, from vapors which made his ears sound, and some are deceived by echoes, some by roaring of waters, or concaves and reverberation of air in the ground, hollow places and walls. At Cadercum, in Aquitaine, words and sentences are repeated by a strange echo to the full, or whatsoever you shall play upon a musical instrument, more distinctly and louder, than they are spoken at first. Some echoes repeat a thing spoken 7 times, as at Olympus, in Macedonia, as Pliny relates, lib. 36, cap. 15, some 12 times, as at Charenton, a village near Paris, in France. At Delphos, in Greece, heretofore was a miraculous echo, and so in many other places. Cardan, subtle. L. 18, hath wonderful stories of such as have been deluded by these echoes. Blancanus the Jesuit, in his Echometria, hath variety of examples, and gives his reader full satisfaction of all such sounds by way of demonstration. At Bari, an isle in the Severn mouth, they seem to hear a smith's forge. So at Lipari, and those sulphureous isles, and many such like, which Olaus speaks of in the continent of Scandia, and those northern countries. Cardan de rerum var. L. 15, c. 84, mentioneth a woman, that still supposed she heard the devil call her, and speaking to her, she was a painter's wife in Milan, and many such illusions and voices, which proceed most part from a corrupt imagination. Whence it comes to pass, that they prophesy, speak several languages, talk of astronomy, and other unknown sciences to them, of which they have been ever ignorant. I have in brief touched, only this I will here add, that Arculanus, Bodin. Lib. 3, cap. 6, Demon. And some others, hold as a manifest token that such persons are possessed with the devil, so doth Hercules de Saxonia, and Aponensis, and fit only to be cured by a priest. But Guianerius, Montaltus, Pomporiatius of Padua, and Lemnius lib 2, cap. 2, refer it wholly to the ill disposition of the humor, and that out of the authority of Aristotle Prob 30, 1, because such symptoms are cured by purging. And as by the striking of a flint fire is enforced, so by the vehement motion of spirits, they do elicere voces inauditas, compel strange speeches to be spoken, another argument he hath from Plato's Reminiscentia. Which all out as likely as that which Marsilius Ficinus speaks of his friend Pyrleonis. By a divine kind of infusion he understood the secrets of nature, and tenets of Grecian and barbarian philosophers, before ever he heard of, saw, or read their works, but in this I should rather hold with Avicenna and his associates. That such symptoms proceed from evil spirits, which take all opportunities of humours decayed, or otherwise to pervert the soul of man, and besides, the humour itself is balneum diaboli, the devil's bath. And as Agrippa proves, doth entice him to seize upon them. Sect. 4 MEMB. I. Prognostics of Melancholy. Prognostics, or signs of things to come, are either good or bad. If this malady be not hereditary, and taken at the beginning, there is good hope of cure, recens curationem non habet difficilem, saith Avicenna, L. 3, Fun. 1, Tract. 4, c. 18. That which is with laughter, of all others is most secure, gentle, and remiss, Hercules de Saxonia. If that evacuation of hemorrhoids, or varices, which they call the water between the skin, shall happen to a melancholy man, his misery is ended, Hippocrates A4. 6, 11. Galen L. 6, De Morbis Vulgar. Com. 8, confirms the same. And to this aphorism of Hippocrates, all the Arabians, New and Old Latin subscribe, Montaltus c. 25, Hercules de Saxonia, Mercurialis, Vittorius Faventinus, and Skenkius, L. 1, observat. Med c. Domania, illustrates this aphorism, with an example of one Daniel Federer, a coppersmith that was long melancholy, and in the end mad about the 27th year of his age, these varices or water began to arise in his thighs. And he was freed from his madness. Marius the Roman was so cured, some say, though with great pain. Skenkius hath some other instances of women that have been helped by flowing of their mouths, which before were stopped. That the opening of the hemorrhoids will do as much for men, all physicians jointly signify, so they be voluntary, some say, and not by compulsion. All melancholy are better after a quartan, Jobertus saith, scarce any man hath that ague twice. But whether it free him from this malady, 'tis a question, for many physicians ascribe all long agues for especial causes, and a quartan ague amongst the rest. Rhasis Cont. Lib 1, Tract. 9. When melancholy gets out at the superficies of the skin, or settles breaking out in scabs, leprosy, morphew, or is purged by stools, or by the urine, or that the spleen is enlarged, and those varices appear, the disease is dissolved. Guianerius, cap. 5, Tract. 15, adds dropsy, jaundice, dysentery, leprosy, as good signs, to these scabs, morphews, and breaking out, and proves it out of the 6th of Hippocrates' aphorisms, evil prognostics on the other part. Inveterata melancholia incurabilis, if it be inveterate, it is incurable, a common axiom, aut difficulter curabilis as they say that make the best, hardly cured. This Galen witnesseth, L. 3, the Locke effect. Cap. 6, be it in whom it will, or from what cause soever, it is ever long, wayward, tedious, and hard to be cured, if once it be habituated. As Lucian said of the gout, she was the queen of diseases, and inexorable, may we say of melancholy. Yet Paracelsus will have all diseases whatsoever curable, and laughs at them which think otherwise, as T. Erastus Par. 3. Objects to him, although in another place, hereditary diseases he accounts incurable, and by no art to be removed. Hildesheim Spissel. 2. De Mel. Holds it less dangerous if only imagination be hurt, and not reason, the gentlest is from blood. Worse from cholera dust, but the worst of all from melancholy putrefied. Bruhl esteems hypochondriacal least dangerous, and the other two species, opposite to Galen, hardest to be cured. The cure is hard in man, but much more difficult in women. And both men and women must take notice of that saying of Montanus Consul. 230, pro abeta tallo, this malady doth commonly accompany them to their grave. Physicians may ease, and it may lie hid for a time, but they cannot quite cure it, but it will return again more violent and sharp than at first, and that upon every small occasion or error, as in Mercury's weather-beaten statue. That was once all over gilt, the open parts were clean, yet there was in Fimbrius aurum, in the chinks a remnant of gold. There will be some relics of melancholy left in the purest bodies, if once tainted, not so easily to be rooted out. Oftentimes it degenerates into epilepsy, apoplexy, convulsions, and blindness. By the authority of Hippocrates and Galen, all aver, if once it possessed the ventricles of the brain, Frambeserius, and Sallust. Salvianus adds, if it get into the optic nerves, blindness. Mercurialis, Consul. 20, had a woman to his patient, that from melancholy became epileptic and blind. If it come from a cold cause, or so continue cold, or increase, epilepsy. Convulsions follow, and blindness, or else in the end they are moped, sottish, and in all their actions, speeches, and gestures, ridiculous. If it come from a hot cause, they are more furious, and boisterous, and in conclusion mad. Calicentum melancholium sepius sequitur mania. If it heat and increase, that is the common event, per circuitus, aut semper insanit, he is mad by fits, or altogether. For as Sennertus contends out of Crato, there is seminarius ignis in this humour, the very seeds of fire. If it come from melancholy natural adust, and in excess, they are often demoniacal, Montanus. Seldom this malady procures death, except, which is the greatest, most grievous calamity, and the misery of all miseries, they make away themselves, which is a frequent thing, and familiar amongst them. 'Tis Hippocrates' observation, Galen's sentence, etsi mortem timent, tamen plurunc sibi ipsis mortem consiscent, L. 3. De locis affect. Cap. 7. The doom of all physicians. 'Tis Rabbi Moses' aphorism, the prognosticon of Avicenna, Rhasis, Aetius, Gordonius, Valescus, Altamaris, Sallust. Salvianus, Capivaccius, Mercatus, Hercules de Saxonia, Piso, Bruhl, Fuchsius, all, and E. Sep usque adio mortis formidine vitae. Percipit infelix odium lucisque videndi. Ut sibi consiscat merenti pector let hum. And so far forth death's terror doth affright. He makes away himself, and hates the light. To make an end of fear and grief of heart. He voluntary dies to ease his smart. In such sort doth the torture and extremity of his misery torment him, that he can take no pleasure in his life, but is in a manner enforced to offer violence unto himself, to be freed from his present insufferable pains. So some, saith Fracastorius, in fury, but most in despair, sorrow, fear, and out of the anguish and vexation of their souls, offer violence to themselves, for their life is unhappy and miserable. They can take no rest in the night, nor sleep, or if they do slumber, fearful dreams astonish them. In the daytime they are affrighted still by some terrible object, and torn in pieces with suspicion, fear, sorrow, discontents, cares, shame, anguish, and as so many wild horses, that they cannot be quiet an hour, a minute of time, but even against their wills they are intent, and still thinking of it, they cannot forget it, it grinds their souls day and night, they are perpetually tormented. A burden to themselves, as Job was, they can neither eat, drink or sleep. Sol. Kphi, 18. Their soul abhorreth all meat, and they are brought to death's door, being bound in misery in iron they curse their stars with Job, and day of their birth, and wish for death, for as Pineda and most interpreters hold. Job was even melancholy to despair, and almost madness itself. They murmur many times against the world, friends, allies, all mankind, even against God himself in the bitterness of their passion, vivere nolunt, mori nescient, live they will not, die they cannot. And in the midst of these squalid, ugly, and such irksome days, they seek at last, finding no comfort, no remedy in this wretched life, to be eased of all by death. Omnia appetunt bonum, all creatures seek the best, and for their good as they hope, sub specie, in show at least, vel quia mori pulchrum putant, saith Hippocrates, vel quia putant in esse majoribus malus liberari, to be freed as they wish. Though many times, as Aesop's fishes, they leap from the frying pan into the fire itself, yet they hope to be eased by this means, and therefore, saith Felix Platerus, after many tedious days at last, either by drowning, hanging, or some such fearful end, they precipitate or make away themselves. Many lamentable examples are daily seen amongst us, alias ante, fors esse laccio suspendit, as Seneca notes, alias esse precipitavit attecto, any dominum stomacentum audiret. Alias any reducerator a fuga ferrum redegit in viscera, one hangs himself before his own door, another throws himself from the housetop, to avoid his master's anger, a third, to escape expulsion, plunges a dagger into his heart. So many causes there are, his amor exitio est, furor his, love, grief, anger, madness, and shame, and 'tis a common calamity, a fatal end to this disease, they are condemned to a violent death, by a jury of physicians, furiously disposed, carried headlong by their tyrannizing wills, enforced by miseries, and there remains no more to such persons. If that heavenly physician, by his assisting grace and mercy alone do not prevent, for no human persuasion or art can help, but to be their own butchers, and execute themselves. Socrates his cicuta, Lucretia's dagger, Timon's halter, are yet to be had. Cato's knife, and Nero's sword are left behind them, as so many fatal engines, bequeathed to posterity, and will be used to the world's end, by such distressed souls, so intolerable, insufferable, grievous, and violent is their pain. So unspeakable and continuate. One day of grief is 100 years, as Cardan observes, 'tis carnificina hominum, angor animi, as well saith Aretius, a plague of the soul, the cramp and convulsion of the soul, an epitome of hell. And if there be a hell upon earth, it is to be found in a melancholy man's heart. For that deep torture may be called an hell. When more is felt, than one hath power to tell. Yea, that which scoffing Lucian said of the gout in jest, I may truly affirm of melancholy in earnest. O triste nomen! O dies audible! Melancholia lacrimosa, cositae filia. Tu tartari specubus opacis edita. Eranis, utero quam megara sua tolit. Edia buberibus aluit, quique parvidi. Amariolentum in os lac electo dedit. Omnes abominabilem te demons. Produxera in lusum. Exitio mortalium. Edi Paulo post. Non Jupiter feric tail telum fulminis. Non ola sic procella savidi quoris. Non impetuosi tanta vis est turbinis. An asperos sustinio morsus cerberi. Number virus echidni membra mea depacitor. Aut tunica sani tincta nessi sanguinis. Illacrimable et immedicable malum hoc. O sad and odious name! A name so fell. Is this of melancholy, brat of hell? There born in hellish darkness doth it dwell. The Furies brought it up, Megaris teat. Alecto gave it bitter milk to eat. And all conspurred a bane to mortal men. To bring this devil out of that black den. Jupiter's thunderbolt, not storm at sea. Nor whirlwind doth our hearts so much dismay. What? Am I bit by that fierce Cerberus? Or stung by serpent so pestiferous? Or put on shirt that's dipped in Nessus blood? My pains past cure, physic can do no good. No torture of body like unto it, siculi non invenir tyranni magis. Tormentum, no strapados, hot irons, valorous bulls. Nec ira deum tantum, nec tela, nec hostes. Quantum sola nosas animes elapsa. Jove's wrath, nor devils can do so much harm to th soul of man. All fears, griefs, suspicions, discontents, imbenites, insuavities are swallowed up, and drowned in this Euripus, this Irish sea, this ocean of misery, as so many small brooks. 'Tis coagulum omnium arum which Ammianus applied to his distressed paladins. I say of our melancholy man, he is the cream of human adversity, the quintessence, and upshot. All other diseases whatsoever, are but flea-bitings to melancholy in extent, 'tis the pith of them all. Hospitium est calamitatis, quid verbis opus est. Quam cunc malum rem quiris, illic reparis. What need more words? 'Tis calamities in where seek for any mischief, 'tis within. And a melancholy man is that true Prometheus, which is bound to Caucasus. The true Tydeus, whose bowels are still by a vulture devoured, as poets feign, for so doth Lilius Geraldus interpret it, of anxieties, and those griping cares, and so ought it to be understood. In all other maladies, we seek for help, if a leg or an arm ache, through any distemperature or wound, or that we have an ordinary disease, above all things whatsoever, we desire help and health, a present recovery. If by any means possible it may be procured, we will freely part with all our other fortunes, substance, endure any misery, drink bitter potions, swallow those distasteful pills, suffer our joints to be seared, to be cut off, anything for future health, so sweet, so dear, so precious above all other things in this world is life, 'tis that we chiefly desire, long life and happy days. Multos de Jupiter annos, increase of years all men wish. But to a melancholy man, nothing so tedious, nothing so odious, that which they so carefully seek to preserve he abhors, he alone, so intolerable are his pains. Some make a question, graviors morbi corporis and anemi. Whether the diseases of the body or mind be more grievous, but there is no comparison, no doubt to be made of it, multo enim severe longec est. Atrocior anemi, quam corporis cruciatus, lem. L. 1. C. 12. The diseases of the mind are far more grievous. Totem hic pro vulnere corpus, body and soul is misaffected here, but the soul especially. So Cardan testifies. De rerum var. Lib 8. 40. Maximus Tyrius a Platonist, and Plutarch, have made just volumes to prove it. Dies adamit. Egratudinem hominibus, in other diseases there is some hope likely, but these unhappy men are born to misery, past all hope of recovery, incurably sick, the longer they live the worse they are, and death alone must ease them. Another doubt is made by some philosophers, whether it be lawful for a man in such extremity of pain and grief, to make away himself, and how these men that so do are to be censured. The Platonists approve of it, that it is lawful in such cases, and upon a necessity. Plotinus L. de Beatitud. C. 7. And Socrates himself defends it, in Plato's Phaedon, if any man labor of an incurable disease, he may dispatch himself, if it be to his good. Epicurus and his followers, the Cynics and Stoics in general affirm it, Epictetus and Seneca amongst the rest, quam cunc verum esse viam ad libertatem, any way is allowable that leads to liberty, let us give God thanks. That no man is compelled to live against his will. Quid ad hominem claustra, career, custodia. Liberum ostium habet, death is always ready and at hand. Vides illum precipitum locum, illud flumen, dost thou see that steep place, that river, that pit, that tree, there's liberty at hand, effugia servitudis eti doloris sunt. As that Laconian lad cast himself headlong, non serviam ibat puer, to be freed of his misery, every vein in thy body, if these be nemes operosi exodus, will set thee free, quid tua refert finem facias and excipias? There's no necessity for a man to live in misery. Malum est necessitatae vivere, sed in necessitate vivere, necessitas nulla est ignavus ca sine causa moritur, stultus ca cum dolor vivit. Idem ap. 58. Wherefore hath our mother the earth brought out poisons, saith Pliny, in so great a quantity, but that men in distress might make away themselves. Which kings of old had ever in a readiness, ad incerta fortuni venenum sub custode promptum, Livy writes, and executioners always at hand. Speusippus being sick was met by Diogenes, and carried on his slave's shoulders, he made his moan to the philosopher, but I pity thee not, quoth Diogenes, ca cum talus vivere sustines, thou mayst be freed when thou wilt, meaning by death. Seneca therefore commends Cato, Dido, and Lucretia, for their generous courage in so doing, and others that voluntarily die, to avoid a greater mischief, to free themselves from misery, to save their honor, or vindicate their good name. As Cleopatra did, as Sophonisba, Syphax's wife did, Hannibal did, as Junius Brutus, as Vibius Virus, and those Campanian senators in Livy, December 3, Lib 6. To escape the Roman tyranny, that poisoned themselves. Themistocles drank bull's blood, rather than he would fight against his country, and Demosthenes chose rather to drink poison, Publius Crassi Filius, Censorius and Plancus, those heroical Romans to make away themselves, than to fall into their enemies' hands. How many myriads besides in all ages might I remember, ca sibi let hum incendies peperir manu, and Rhasis in the Maccabees is magnified for it, Samson's death approved. So did Saul and Jonas sin, and many worthy men and women, quorum memoria celebrator in Ecclesia, saith Lamincus, for killing themselves to save their chastity and honor, when Rome was taken, as Austin instances, L. 1. De Civit. De, Cap. 16. Jerome vindicateth the same in Ionum and Ambrose, L. 3. De Virginitate commendeth Pelagia for so doing. Eusebius, Lib 8. Cap. 15. Admires a Roman matron for the same fact to save herself from the lust of Maxentius the tyrant. Adelhelmus, abbot of Malmesbury, calls them beatas virgins quae sic, and Titus Pomponius Atticus, that wise, discreet, renowned Roman senator, Tully's dear friend, when he had been long sick, as he supposed, of an incurable disease, betamque produceret ad agendos doloris, sine spe salutis, was resolved voluntarily by famine to dispatch himself to be rid of his pain. And when as Agrippa, and the rest of his weeping friends earnestly besought him, osculantes obsecrerent need quod natura cogeret, ipsi accelereret, not to offer violence to himself. With a settled resolution he desired again they would approve of his good intent, and not seek to dehort him from it, and so constantly died, praesesciarum taciturna sua obstination depressit. Even so did Corellius Rufus, another grave senator, by the relation of Plinius Secundus, Epist. Lib 1. Epist. 12. Famish himself to death, pedibus correptus cum incredibles cruciatus et indignissima tormenta pateriter, accibis omnino abstinut. Neither he nor his Spilla his wife could divert him, but destinatus mori obstinate magus, and die he would, and die he did. So did Lycurgus, Aristotle, Zeno, Chrysippus, Empedocles, with myriads, and in wars for a man to run rashly upon imminent danger, and present death, is accounted valor and magnanimity, to be the cause of his own, and many a thousand's ruin besides, to commit wilful murder in a manner, of himself and others, is a glorious thing, and he shall be crowned for it. The Masegeti in former times, Barbicians, and I know not what nations besides, did stifle their old men, after 70 years, to free them from those grievances incident to that age. So did the inhabitants of the island of Choa, because their air was pure and good, and the people generally long lived, antivertebant fatum sum, priusquam mansi forent, aut imbecilitas accederet, papavera vel secuta. With poppy or hemlock they prevented death. Sir Thomas More in his Utopia commends voluntary death, if he be sibi aut aliis molestus, troublesome to himself or others, especially if to live be a torment to him, let him free himself with his own hands from this tedious life, as from a prison, or suffer himself to be freed by others. And 'tis the same tenet which Laertius relates of Zeno, of old, just sapiens sibi mortem consistit, si in acerbis doloribus versitor, membrorum mutilation aut morbis eager curandis, and which Plato 9. De legibus approves, if old age, poverty, ignominy, and oppress, and which Fabius expresseth in effect. Prefat. 7. Institute. Nemo nisi sua culpa dio dolit. It is an ordinary thing in China, saith Mat. Riccius the Jesuit, if they be in despair of better fortunes, or tired and tortured with misery, to bereave themselves of life, and many times, to spite their enemies the more, to hang at their door. Tacitus the historian, Plutarch the philosopher, much approve a voluntary departure, and Australian de Civ. Dei, L. 1. c. 29. Defends a violent death, so that it be undertaken in a good cause, nemo sic mortis, ca non fuerat aliquando moriturus. Quid autem interest, quo mortis genere vita ista finiatur, quando al cui finiter, iterum mori non cogitur. And no man so voluntarily dies, but volens nolens, he must die at last, and our life is subject to innumerable casualties, who knows when they may happen, utrum satius est unam perpeti moriendo, and omnes timere vivendo, rather suffer one, than fear all. Death is better than a bitter life, Eccle, XXX. 17, and a harder choice to live in fear, than by once dying, to be freed from all. Theombrotus Ambratiotes persuaded I know not how many hundreds of his auditors, by a luculent oration he made of the miseries of this, and happiness of that other life, to precipitate themselves. And having read Plato's divine tract De Anima, for example's sake led the way first. That neat epigram of Callimachus will tell you as much. Jamque veil soli cum diceret Ambratiotes. Instigios furter desiluis lacus. Mort nihil dignum passus, sed forte Platonis. Divini eximum Denis legit opus. Calenus and his Indians hated of old to die a natural death, the Circumcellions and Donatists, loathing life, compelled others to make them. Away, with many such, but these are false and pagan positions. Profane stoical paradoxes, wicked examples. It boots not what heathen philosophers determine in this kind, they are impious, abominable, and upon a wrong ground. No evil is to be done that good may come of it, reclamat Christus, reclamat Scriptura, God, and all good men are against it. He that stabs another, can kill his body, but he that stabs himself, kills his own soul. Male meritor, que dat mendico, quod dat, nam iti. Illid quod dat, perit, ideally producit vitam ad miseriam, he that gives a beggar an alms, as that comical poet said, doth ill, because he doth but prolong his miseries. But Lactantius L. 6. c. 7. De Vero Cultu, calls it a detestable opinion, and fully confutes it, lib 3. De Sap. Cap. 18, and S. Austin, Epist. 52, ad Macedonium, cap. 61, ad Dulcitium Tribunum, so doth Hiram to Marcella of Blasilla's death, non Recipio Tails Onimus, and he calls such men martyrs stulti. Philosophiae, so doth Cyprian de Duplici Martyrio, c. Sic. Morianter, aut infirmitas, aut ambitio, aut dementia cogit eos, 'tis mere madness so to do, furor est any moriar mori. To this effect writes Arist. 3. Ethic. Lipsius Manuduc. Ad Stoicam Philosophiam. Lib 3. Dissertat. 23, but it needs no confutation. This only let me add, that in some cases, those hard censures of such as offer violence to their own persons, or in some desperate fit to others, which sometimes they do, by stabbing, slashing, and are to be mitigated, as in such as are mad, beside themselves for the time, or found to have been long melancholy, and that in extremity, they know not what they do, deprived of reason, judgment, all, as a ship that is void of a pilot must needs impinge upon the next rock or sands, and suffer shipwreck. P. Forestus hath a story of two melancholy brethren, that made away themselves, and for so foul a fact, were accordingly censured to be infamously buried, as in such cases they use, to terrify others, as it did the Milesian virgins of old. But upon farther examination of their misery and madness, the censure was revoked, and they were solemnly interred, as Saul was by David, 2 Sam 2. 4, and Seneca well adviseth. Irascere interfectori, sed miserere interfecti. Be justly offended with him as he was a murderer, but pity him now as a dead man. Thus of their goods and bodies we can dispose, but what shall become of their souls, God alone can tell. His mercy may come inter pontum ed fontem, inter gladium et jugulum, betwixt the bridge and the brook, the knife and the throat. Quod quicum contingit, cavis potest, who knows how he may be tempted? It is his case, it may be thine, quae sua sors hodi est, iras for vestra potest. We ought not to be so rash and rigorous in our censures, as some are. Charity will judge and hope the best, God be merciful unto us all. The synopsis of the second partition. Cure of melancholy is either general to all, which contains unlawful means forbidden from the devil, magicians, witches, and by charms, spells, incantations, and quest. 1. Whether they can cure this, or other such like diseases. Quest. 2. Whether, if they can so cure, it be lawful to seek to them for help. Or lawful means, which are immediately from God, a Jove principium by prayer and quest. 1. Whether saints and their relics can help this infirmity. Quest. 2. Whether it be lawful to sue to them for aid. Or immediately by nature which concerns and works by physician, in whom is required science, confidence, honesty, and patient, in whom is required obedience, constancy, willingness, patience, confidence, bounty, and not to practice on himself. Physic, which consists of dietetical, pharmaceutical, chirurgical, or particular to the three distinct species. Dietetical, which consists in reforming those 6 non-natural things, as in diet rectified, matter and quality. Such meats as are easy of digestion, well-dressed, hot, sod, and young, moist, of good nourishment, and bread of pure wheat, well-baked, water clear from the fountain, wine and drink not too strong, and flesh, mountain birds, partridge, pheasant, quails, and hen, capon, mutton, veal, kid, rabbit, and fish, that live in gravelly waters, as pike, perch, trout, sea fish, solid, white, and herbs, borage, bugloss, balm, succory, endive, violets, in broth, not raw, and fruits and roots. Raisins of the sun, apples corrected for wind, oranges, and parsnips, potatoes, and or quantity. At seasonable and unusual times of repast, in good order, not before the first be concocted, sparing, not overmuch of one dish. Rectification of retention and evacuation, as costiveness, venery, bleeding at nose, month stopped, baths, and air rectified, with a digression of the air. Naturally in the choice and site of our country, dwelling place, to be hot and moist, light, wholesome, pleasant and artificially, by often change of air, avoiding winds, fogs, tempests, opening windows, perfumes, and exercise of body and mind, but moderate, as hawking, hunting, riding, shooting, bowling, fishing, fowling, walking in fair fields, galleries, tennis, bar. Of mind, as chess, cards, tables and to see plays, masks, and serious studies, business, all honest recreations. Rectification of waking and terrible dreams, and rectification of passions and perturbations of the mind. Passions and perturbations of the mind rectified from himself. By using all good means of help, confessing to a friend, and avoiding all occasions of his infirmity. Not giving way to passions, but resisting to his utmost. Or from his friends. By fair and foul means, counsel, comfort, good persuasion, witty devices, fictions, and, if it be possible, to satisfy his mind. Music of all sorts aptly applied. Mirth and merry company. A consolatory digression, containing remedies to all discontents and passions of the mind. General discontents and grievances satisfied. Particular discontents, as deformity of body, sickness, baseness of birth, and poverty and want, such calamities and adversities. Against servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment, banishment, and against vain fears, sorrows for death of friends, or otherwise. Against envy, liver, hatred, malice, emulation, ambition, and self-love, and against repulses, abuses, injuries, contempts, disgraces, contumelies, slanders, and scoffs, and against all other grievous and ordinary symptoms of this disease of melancholy. Pharmaceutics, or physic which cureth with medicines, with a digression of this kind of physic, is either general to all. Alterative. Simples altering melancholy, with a digression of exotic simples. Herbs. To the heart. Borage, bugloss, scorzonera, and to the head, balm, hops, nennuphar, and liver, eupatory, artemisia, and stomach, wormwood, centaury, pennyroyal. Spleen, cetericaceae, ash, tamarisk. To purify the blood, endive, succory, and against wind. Oregon, fennel, aniseed, and precious stones, as smaragds, chelidonies, and minerals. Or compounds altering melancholy, with a digression of compounds. Inwardly taken. Liquid. Fluid. Wines. As of hellebore, bugloss, tamarisk, and syrups of borage, bugloss, hops, epithyme, endive, succory, and or consisting. Conserves of violets, maidenhair, borage, bugloss, roses, and confections, treacle, mithridate, eclems or linctures. Or solid, as those aromatical confections. Hot. Diambra, dianthos. Diamargaritum calidum. Diamoscum dulce. Electuarium de gemmis. Laetificans galeni et racis. Or cold. Diamargaritum frigidum. Diaridon abatis. Diacorali, diacodium with their tables. Condits of all sorts, and or outwardly used, as oils of chamomile, violets, roses, and ointments, alablastratum, populium, and liniments, plasters, cerotes, cataplasms, frontals, fomentations, epithymes, sacks, bags, odoraments, posies, and or purging, or particular to 3 distinct species. Medicines purging melancholy are either simples purging melancholy, upward, as vomits, asrabecca, laurel, white hellebore, scilla, or sea onion, antimony, tobacco, or downward, more gentle, as senna, epithyme, polypody, myrobalans, fumitory, and stronger, aloes, lapis armenus, lapis lazuli, black hellebore, or compounds purging melancholy. Superior parts: mouth, swallowed, liquid, as potions, juleps, syrups, wine of hellebore, bugloss, and solid, as lapis armenus, and lazuli, pills of indi, pills of fumitory, and electuaries, diasenna, confection of hammock, hierologladium, and or not swallowed, as gargarisms, masticatories, and or nostrils, sneezing powders, odoraments, perfumes, and or inferior parts, as clysters strong and weak, and suppositories of Castilian soap, honey boiled, and chirurgical physic, which consists of phlebotomy, to all parts almost, and all the distinct species. With knife, horseleeches, cupping glasses, cauteries, and searing with hot irons, boring, dropax and sinapismus. Issues to several parts, and upon several occasions. Cure of head melancholy. Moderate diet, meat of good juice, moistening, easy of digestion. Good air. Sleep more than ordinary. Excrements daily to be voided by art or nature. Exercise of body and mind not too violent, or too remiss, passions of the mind, and perturbations to be avoided. Bloodletting, if there be need, or that the blood be corrupt, in the arm, forehead, and or with cupping glasses. Preparatives and purgers. Preparatives, as syrup of borage, bugloss, epithyme, hops, with their distilled waters, and purgers, as montanus, and mathilus helleborismus, quercetanus, syrup of hellebore, extract of hellebore, pulvis halli, antimony prepared, rolandi aqua mirabilis. Which are used, if gentler medicines will not take place, with Arnoldus, vinum buglosatum, senna, cassia, myrobalans, aurum potable, or before hammock, pill. Indi, hiera, pill. De lap. Armino, lazuli. Averters. Cardans nettles, frictions, clysters, suppositories, sneezings, masticatories, nasals, cupping glasses. To open the hemorrhoids with horseleeches, to apply horseleeches to the forehead without scarification, to the shoulders, thighs. Issues, boring, cauteries, hot irons in the suture of the crown. Cordials, resolvers, hinderers. A cup of wine or strong drink. Bizarre's stone, amber, spice. Conserves of borage, bugloss, roses, fumitory. Confection of alkermes. Electuarium laetificans galeni et racis, and diamargaritum frig. Diaboraginatum, and correctors of accidents, as odoraments of roses, violets. Irrigations of the head, with the decoctions of nymphea, lettuce, mallows, and epithymes, ointments, bags to the heart. Fomentations of oil for the belly. Baths of sweet water, in which were sod mallows, violets, roses, water lilies, borage flowers, ram's heads, and to procure sleep, and are inwardly taken. Simples. Poppy, nymphea, lettuce, roses, purslane, henbane, mandrake, nightshade, opium, and or compounds. Liquid, as syrups of poppy, verbasco, violets, roses. Solid, as requise Nicolai, phelonium, rhamanum, laudanum paracelsi. Or outwardly used, as oil of nymphea, poppy, violets, roses, mandrake, nutmegs. Odoraments of vinegar, rosewater, opium. Frontals of rose cake, rose vinegar, nutmeg. Ointments, alablastratum, unguentum populeum, simple or mixed with opium. Irrigations of the head, feet, sponges, music, murmur and noise of waters. Frictions of the head and outward parts, saculae of henbane, wormwood at his pillow, and against terrible dreams, not to sup late, or eat peas, cabbage, venison, meats heavy of digestion, use balm, heart stung, and against ruddiness and blushing, inward and outward remedies. Cure of melancholy over the body. Diet, preparatives, purges, averters, cordials, correctors, as before. Phlebotomy in this kind more necessary, and more frequent. To correct and cleanse the blood with fumitory, senna, succory, dandelion, endive, and cure of hypochondriacal or windy melancholy. Phlebotomy, if need require. Diet, preparatives, averters, cordials, purgers, as before, saving that they must not be so vehement. Use of pennyroyal, wormwood, centauri sod, which alone hath cured many. To provoke urine with aniseed, daucus, asarum, and stools, if need be, by clysters and suppositories. To respect the spleen, stomach, liver, hypochondries. To use treacle now and then in winter. To vomit after meals sometimes, if it be inveterate. To expel wind. Inwardly taken. Simples. Roots. Gallinga, gentian, enula, angelica, calamus aromaticus, zedoary, china, condite ginger, and herbs. Pennyroyal, rue, calamint, bay leaves, and berries, scordium, bethany, lavender, chamomile, centauri, wormwood, cumin, broom, orange pills. Spices. Saffron, cinnamon, mace, nutmeg, pepper, musk, zedoary with wine, and seeds. Aniseed, fennel seed, ammi, carry, cumin, nettle, bays, parsley, grana paradisii. Or compounds, as dianisum, diagalanga, diaciminum, diacalamins, electuarium de Bacchis lori, benedicta laxativa, and pulvia carminativus, and pulvis descrip. Antidotario florentine, aromaticum, rosatum, mithridate. Or outwardly used, as cupping glasses to the hypochondries without. Scarification, oil of chamomile, rue, aniseed, their decoctions, and the second partition. The cure of melancholy. The first section, member, subsection. Unlawful cures rejected. Inveterate melancholy, howsoever it may seem to be a continuate, inexorable disease, hard to be cured, accompanying them to their graves, most part, as Montanus observes, yet many times it may be helped, even that which is most violent. Or at least, according to the same author, it may be mitigated and much eased. Nil desperandum. It may be hard to cure, but not impossible for him that is most grievously affected, if he but willing to be helped. Upon this good hope I will proceed, using the same method in the cure, which I have formerly used in the rehearsing of the causes, first general, then particular, and those according to their several species. Of these cures some be lawful, some again unlawful, which though frequent, familiar, and often used, yet justly censured, and to be controverted. As first, whether by these diabolical means, which are commonly practiced by the devil and his ministers, sorcerers, witches, magicians, and, by spells, cabalistical words, charms, characters, images, amulets, ligatures, philters, incantations, and this disease and the like may be cured. And if they may, whether it be lawful to make use of them, those magnetical cures, or for our good to seek after such means in any case. The first, whether they can do any such cures, is questioned amongst many writers, some affirming, some denying. Valesius, Kant. Med. lib. 5. Cap. 6, Malleus Maleficar, Heurnius, lib. 3. Pract. Med. Cap. 28, Celius lib. 16. C. 16. Del Rio Tom. 3. Virus lib 2. Deprestig. Dame. Libanius lavatur despect. Part 2, cap. 7. Holberner the Lutheran in Pistorium, Polydor Verg. L. 1. De prodig. Candlerus, Lemnius, Hippocrates and Avicenna amongst the rest, deny that spirits or devils have any power over us, and refer all with Pomponius of Padua to natural causes and humours. Of the other opinion are Botanus Demonomantia, lib 3, cap. 2. Arnoldus, Marcellus Empiricus, I. Pistorius, Paracelsus Apodix. Magic. Agrippa lib 2. De occult. Philos, cap. 36, 69. 71, 72. EL, 3, c. 23, et 10. Marsilius Ficinus de Vit. Colit. Comparative cap. 13, 15. 18, 21. Andc. Galeatus de Promiscua Doctor. Cap. 24, Jovianus Pontanus Tom. 2, Plin. Lib 28, c. 2. Strabo, lib 15. Geography, Leo Suavius, Goclenius de Ung. Armar. Oswaldus Craulius, Ernestus Burgravius, Dr. Flood, and Cardan de Sut. Brings many proofs out of Ars Notoria, and Solomon's decayed works, Old Hermes, Artephius, Costa ben Luca, Picatrix, and that such cures may be done. They can make fire it shall not burn, fetch back thieves or stolen goods, show their absent faces in a glass, make serpents lie still, stanch blood, salve gouts, epilepsies, biting of mad dogs, toothache, melancholy, edi omnia mundi mala. Make men immortal, young again as the Spanish Marquis is said to have done by one of his slaves, and some, which jugglers in China maintain still, as Tregaltius writes, that they can do by their extraordinary skill in physic. And some of our modern chemists by their strange limbecs, by their spells, philosophers' stones and charms. Many doubt, saith Nicholas Torellus, whether the devil can cure such diseases he hath not made, and some flatly deny it, howsoever common experience confirms to our astonishment, that magicians can work such feats. And that the devil without impediment can penetrate through all the parts of our bodies, and cure such maladies by means to us unknown. Danius in his tract De Sortiarius subscribes to this of Torellus. Erastus de Lamius maintaineth as much, and so do most divines, out of their excellent knowledge and long experience they can commit agents cum patientibus, colliger semina rerum, ec materii applicare, as Austin infers de Civ. De et detrinit. Lib 3. Cap. 7, et 8. They can work stupendous and admirable conclusions, we see the effects only, but not the causes of them. Nothing so familiar as to hear of such cures. Sorcerers are too common. Cunning men, wizards, and white witches, as they call them, in every village, which if they be sought unto, will help almost all infirmities of body and mind, servitors in Latin, and they have commonly st. Catharines will print it in the roof of their mouth, or in some other part about them, resistant incantatorum prestigious, Boissardus writes, morbasa sagis modos propulsant and that to doubt of it any longer, or not to believe, were to run into that other skeptical extreme of incredulity, saith Torellus. Leo Suavius in his comment upon Paracelsus seems to make it an art, which ought to be approved. Pistorius and others stiffly maintain the use of charms, words, characters, and ars vera est, sed posse artifices reperiunter. The art is true, but there be but a few that have skill in it. Marcellius Donatus lib 2. De hist, mir. Cap. 1. Proves out of Josephus' 8 books of antiquities, that Solomon so cured all the diseases of the mind by spells, charms, and drove away devils, and that Eleazar did as much before Vespasian. Langius in his Med Epist. Holds Jupiter Menecrates, that did so many stupendous cures in his time, to have used this art, and that he was no other than a magician. Many famous cures are daily done in this kind. The devil is an expert physician, as Godelman calls him, Lib 1. Cap. 18, and God permits oftentimes these witches and magicians to produce such effects, as Lavater Cap. 3, Lib 8. Part. 3, Cap. 1, Polit. Verb. Lib 1. De Prodigiis, Del Rio and others admit. Such cures may be done, and as Paracels. Tom. 4. De Morb. Ament. Stiffly maintains, they cannot otherwise be cured but by spells, seals, and spiritual physic. Arnoldus, Lib de Sigillis, sets down the making of them, so doth Rolandus and many others. Hoc posito, they can effect such cures. The main question is, whether it be lawful in a desperate case to crave their help, or ask a wizard's advice. 'Tis a common practice of some men to go first to a witch, and then to a physician. If one cannot the other shall, flectere esse nequient superos acuranta movebant. It matters not, saith Paracelsus, whether it be God or the devil, angels, or unclean spirits cure him, so that he be eased. If a man fall into a ditch, as he prosecutes it, what matter is it whether a friend or an enemy help him out? And if I be troubled with such a malady, what care I whether the devil himself, or any of his ministers by God's permission, redeem me? He calls a magician, God's minister and his vicar, applying that of vos estis Dei profanely to them, for which he is lashed by T. Erastus part. 1, folios 45. And elsewhere he encourageth his patients to have a good faith, a strong imagination, and they shall find the effects, let divines say to the contrary what they will. He proves and contends that many diseases cannot otherwise be cured. Incantation ordi incantation curari debent, if they be caused by incantation, they must be cured by incantation. Constantinus Lib 4. Approves of such remedies, Bartolus the lawyer, Peter Erodius rerum judic. Lib 3. Tit. 7. Salicitus Godefridus, with others of that sect, allow of them, modo sint ad sanitatem quae magus fiant, secus non, so they be for the party's good, or not at all. But these men are confuted by Remigius, Botanus, Dame. Lib 3. Cap 2. Godelmanus Lib 1. Cap. 8, Wyrus, Del Rio Lib 6. Quast. 2, Tom. 3, Mag Inquis. Erastus Delamius, all our divines, schoolmen, and such as write cases of conscience are against it, the scripture itself absolutely forbids it as a mortal sin, Levitt. Cap. 18, 19. XX Deuteronomy 18. Andk. Rom 8. 19. Evil is not to be done, that good may come of it. Much better it were for such patients that are so troubled, to endure a little misery in this life, than to hazard their soul's health for ever, and as Del Rio counselleth, much better die, than be so cured. Some take upon them to expel devils by natural remedies, and magical exorcisms, which they seem to approve out of the practice of the primitive church, as that above cited of Josephus, Eleazar, Irenaeus, Tertullian, Austin. Eusebius makes mention of such, and magic itself hath been publicly professed in some universities, as of old in Salamanca in Spain, and Krakow in Poland, but condemned anno 1318, by the Chancellor and University of Paris. Our pontifical writers retain many of these adjurations and forms of exorcism still in the Church. Besides those in baptism used, they exorcise meats, and such as are possessed, as they hold, in Christ's name. Read Hieron. Mengus Cap. 3, Pet. Tyrius, Part. 3, Cap. 8. What exorcisms they prescribe, besides those ordinary means of fire suffumigations, lights, cutting the air with swords, Cap. 57. Herbs, odors, of which Tostatus treats, 2, Reg. Cap. 16, Quast. 43. Ye shall find many vain and frivolous superstitious forms of exorcisms among them, not to be tolerated, or endured. MEMB. 2. Lawful cures, first from God. Being so clearly evinced, as it is, all unlawful cures are to be refused, it remains to treat of such as are to be admitted, and those are commonly such which God hath appointed, by virtue of stones, herbs, plants, meats, and the like. Which are prepared and applied to our use, by art and industry of physicians, who are the dispensers of such treasures for our good, and to be honored for necessity's sake, God's intermediate ministers. To whom in our infirmities we are to seek for help. Yet not so that we rely too much, or wholly upon them, a Jove principium, we must first begin with prayer, and then use physic, not one without the other, but both together. To pray alone, and reject ordinary means, is to do like him in Aesop, that when his cart was stalled, lay flat on his back, and cried aloud help Hercules, but that was to little purpose, except as his friend advised him, rotes tut ipsi anataris. He whipped his horses withal, and put his shoulder to the wheel. God works by means, as Christ cured the blind man with clay and spittle, orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano. As we must pray for health of body and mind, so we must use our utmost endeavors to preserve and continue it. Some kind of devils are not cast out but by fasting and prayer, and both necessarily required, not one without the other. For all the physic we can use, art, excellent industry, is to no purpose without calling upon God, nil juvat immensos critero promittere montes, it is in vain to seek for help, run, ride, except God bless us. Non siculi dapes. Dulcem elaborabunt saporum. Non animum cythereve cantus. Non domus id fundus, non aries a servus id iori. Igrodo passant domino dedusera febra. With house, with land, with money, and with gold. The master's fever will not be controlled. We must use our prayer and physic both together, and so no doubt but our prayers will be available, and our physic take effect. 'Tis that Hezekiah practiced, 2 King. XX Luke the Evangelist, and which we are enjoined. Coloss. 4. Not the patient only, but the physician himself. Hippocrates, A. Heathen, required this in a good practitioner, and so did Galen, lib de. Plat. Eti hip. Dog. Lib 9. Cap. 15, and in that tract of his, and mores. Sequanter temp. Cor ca 11. 'Tis a rule which he doth inculcate. And many others. Hyperius in his first book de Sacre. Script. Lect. Speaking of that happiness and good success which all physicians desire and hope for in their cures, tells them that it is not to be expected. Except with a true faith they call upon God, and teach their patients to do the like. The Council of Lateran, Canon 22. Decreed they should do so. The Fathers of the Church have still advised as much, whatsoever thou takest in hand, saith Gregory, let God be of thy counsel, consult with him. That healeth those that are broken in heart, Sol. Xlviii, 3. And bindeth up their sores. Otherwise as the prophet Jeremiah, cap. 46, 11. Denounced to Egypt, in vain shalt thou use many medicines, for thou shalt have no health. It is the same counsel which Comenius that politic historiographer gives to all Christian princes, upon occasion of that unhappy overthrow of Charles Duke of Burgundy, by means of which he was extremely melancholy and sick to death, insomuch that neither physic nor persuasion could do him any good, perceiving his preposterous error belike. Adviseth all great men in such cases, to pray first to God with all submission and penitency, to confess their sins, and then to use physic. The very same fault it was, which the prophet reprehends in Asa king of Judah, that he relied more on physic than on God, and by all means would have him to amend it. And 'tis a fit caution to be observed of all other sorts of men. The prophet David was so observant of this precept, that in his greatest misery and vexation of mind, he put this rule first in practice. Psalm 77, 3. When I am in heaviness, I will think on God. Psalm 86, 4. Comfort the soul of thy servant, for unto thee I lift up my soul. And verse 7. In the day of trouble will I call upon thee, for thou hearest me. Psalm Live, 1. Save me, O God, by thy name, and Psalm 82, Psalm XX. And 'tis the common practice of all good men, Psalm Kvi 13, when their heart was humbled with heaviness, they cried to the Lord in their troubles, and he delivered them from their distress. And they have found good success in so doing, as David confesseth, Psalm XXX 12. Thou hast turned my mourning into joy, thou hast loosed my sackcloth, and girded me with gladness. Therefore he adviseth all others to do the like, Psalm 31, 24. All ye that trust in the Lord, be strong, and he shall establish your heart. It is reported by Suedas, speaking of Hezekiah, that there was a great book of old, of King Solomon's writing, which contained medicines for all manner of diseases, and lay open still as they came into the temple, but Hezekiah king of Jerusalem caused it to be taken away, because it made the people secure, to neglect their duty in calling and relying upon God, out of a confidence on those remedies. Minucius, that worthy consul of Rome, in an oration he made to his soldiers, was much offended with them, and taxed their ignorance, that in their misery called more on him than upon God. A general fault it is all over the world, and Minucius's speech concerns us all. We rely more on physic, and seek oftener to physicians, than to God himself. As much faulty are they that prescribe, as they that ask, respecting wholly their gain, and trusting more to their ordinary receipts and medicines many times, than to him that made them. I would wish all patients in this behalf, in the midst of their melancholy, to remember that of Siricides, etc. I. 11. And 12. The fear of the Lord is glory and gladness, and rejoicing. The fear of the Lord mocketh a merry heart, and giveth gladness, and joy, and long life, and all such as prescribe physic, to begin in nomine Dei, as Measure did, to imitate Laelius a font Eugubinus, that in all his consultations still concludes with a prayer for the good success of his business, and to remember that of Credo, one of their predecessors, Fugue avaricium, a sign oration et. Invocations de nihil facias, avoid covetousness, and do nothing without invocation upon God. MEMB 3. Whether it be lawful to seek to saints for aid in this disease. That we must pray to God, no man doubts, but whether we should pray to saints in such cases, or whether they can do us any good, it may be lawfully controverted. Whether their images, shrines, relics, consecrated things, holy water, medals, benedictions, those divine amulets, holy exorcisms, and the sign of the cross, be available in this disease. The papists on the one side stiffly maintain how many melancholy, mad, demoniacal persons are daily cured at St. Anthony's Church in Padua, St. Vitus in Germany, by Our Lady of Loreto in Italy, Our Lady of Sikhem in the Low Countries, quae edicasis lumen, egris salutum, mortuus vitam, claudus gressum reddit, omnes morbos corporis, anemi, curat, etian ipsos demons imperium exercit. She cures halt, lame, blind, all diseases of body and mind, and commands the devil himself, saith Lipsius. 25,000 in a day come thither, cas nisi numen in illum locum sic induxit, who brought them. In oribus, in oculis omnium gesta, novi novitia, new news lately done, our eyes and ears are full of her cures, and who can relate them all? They have a proper saint almost for every peculiar infirmity, for poison, gouts, agues, Petronella, St. Romanus for such as are possessed, Valentine for the falling sickness, Saint Vitus for madmen, and as of old Pliny reckons up gods for all diseases, Febri fanum dicalum est, Lilius Geraldus repeats many of her ceremonies, all affections of the mind were heretofore accounted gods, love, and sorrow, virtue, honor, liberty, contumely, impudency, had their temples, tempests, seasons, crepitus ventris, dea vacuna, dea cloacina, there was a goddess of idleness, a goddess of the draught, or jakes, prema, premunda, priapus, body gods, and gods for all offices. Varro reckons up 30,000 gods, Lucian makes Podagra the gout a goddess, and assigns her priests and ministers, and melancholy comes not behind, for as Austin mentioneth, lib 4. De Civit. De, cap. 9. There was of old Angerona Dea, and she had her chapel and feasts, to whom, saith Macrobius, they did offer sacrifice yearly, that she might be pacified as well as the rest. 'Tis no new thing, you see this of papists. And in my judgment, that old doting Lipsius might have fitter dedicated his pen after all his labors, to this our goddess of melancholy, than to his Virgo Halensis, and been her chaplain, it would have become him better, but he, poor man, thought no harm in that which he did, and will not be persuaded but that he doth well, he hath so many patrons, and honorable precedents in the like kind, that justify as much, as eagerly. And more than he there saith of his lady and mistress, read but superstitious Coster and Gretzer's tract de Cruz, lor. Arcturus Fantius de Invoc. Sanct. Bellarmine, del Rio dis. Mag Tom. 3, L. 6. Quast. 2, Sect. 3, Greg. Tolosinus Tom. 2, Lib 8. Cap. 24, Syntax. Strosia Sicogna Lib 4. Cap. 9. Tyrius, Hieronymus Mengus, and you shall find infinite examples of cures done in this kind, by holy waters, relics, crosses, exorcisms, amulets, images, consecrated beads, and Barradius the Jesuit boldly gives it out, that Christ's countenance, and the Virgin Mary's, would cure melancholy, if one had looked steadfastly on them. P. Morales the Spaniard in his book de Pulch. Jess. E. March. Confirms the same out of Carthusianus, and I know not whom, that it was a common proverb in those days, for such as were troubled in mind to say, Emus ad videndum filium Mariae, let us see the Son of Mary, as they now do post St. Anthony's in Padua, or to St. Hilary's at Poitiers in France. In a closet of that church, there is at this day St. Hilary's bed to be seen, to which they bring all the madmen in the country, and after some prayers and other ceremonies, they lay them down there to sleep, and so they recover. It is an ordinary thing in those parts, to send all their madmen to St. Hilary's cradle. They say the like of St. Tubery in another place. Giraldus Cambrensis Iten, Cam. C. 1. Tells strange stories of St. Seritia's staff, that would cure this and all other diseases. Others say as much, as Hospinian observes, of the 3 kings of Cologne. Their names written in parchment, and hung about a patient's neck, with the sign of the cross, will produce like effects. Read Lepomenus, or that golden legend of Jacobus de Voragine, you shall have infinite stories, or those new relations of our Jesuits in Japan and China, of Mat. Riccius, Acosta, Loyola, Xaverius's life, and Jasper Belga, a Jesuit, cured a mad woman by hanging St. John's Gospel about her neck, and many such. Holy water did as much in Japan, and nothing so familiar in their works, as such examples, but we on the other side seek to God alone. We say with David, Saul. 46, 1. God is our hope and strength, and help in trouble, ready to be found. For their catalogue of examples, we make no other answer, but that they are false fictions, or diabolical illusions, counterfeit miracles. We cannot deny but that it is an ordinary thing honesty. Anthony's day in Padua, to bring diverse madmen and demoniacal persons to be cured, yet we make a doubt whether such parties be so affected indeed, but prepared by their priests, by certain ointments and drams, to cozen the commonalty. As Hildesheim well saith, the like is commonly practiced in Bohemia, as Matthias gives us to understand in his preface to his comment upon Dioscorides. But we need not run so far for examples in this kind. We have a just volume published at home to this purpose. A declaration of egregious popish impostures, to withdraw the hearts of religious men under the pretence of casting out of devils, practiced by Father Edmonds, alias Weston, a Jesuit, and divers Romish priests, his wicked associates. With the several parties' names, confessions, examinations, and which were pretended to be possessed. But these are ordinary tricks only to get opinion and money, mere impostures. Aesculapius of old, that counterfeit god, did as many famous cures. His temple, as Strabo relates, was daily full of patients, and as many several tables, inscriptions, pendants, donaries, and to be seen in his church, as at this day Our Lady of Loretto's in Italy. It was a custom long since. Suspendis potenti. Vestimenta maris Deo. Hor, od. 1, lib 5. Od. To do the like, in former times they were seduced and deluded as they are now. 'Tis the same devil still, called heretofore Apollo, Mars, Neptune, Venus, Aesculapius, and as Lactantius lib 2. De originali erroris. C. 17. Observes. The same Jupiter and those bad angels are now worshipped and adored by the name of St. Sebastian, Barbara, and Christopher and George are come in their places. Our Lady succeeds Venus, as they use her. In many offices, the rest are otherwise supplied, as Lavater writes, and so they are deluded. And God often winks at these impostures, because they forsake his word, and betake themselves to the devil, as they do that seek after holy water, crosses, and Wyrus, lib 4, cap 3. What can these men plead for themselves more than those heathen gods, the same cures done by both, the same spirit that seduceth? But read more of the pagan gods' effects in Austin de Civitate Dei, L. 10, cap 6. And of Aesculapius especially in Cicogna L. 3. Cap 8. Or, put case they could help, why should we rather seek to them, than to Christ himself, since that he so kindly invites us unto him, Come unto me all ye that are heavy laden, and I will ease you, Matt. 11. And we know that there is one God, one mediator between God and man, Jesus Christ, 1 Tim. 2. 5. Who gave himself a ransom for all men. We know that, we have an advocate with the Father, Jesus Christ, 1 Joe. 2, 1. That there is no other name under heaven, by which we can be saved, but by his, who is always ready to hear us, and sits at the right hand of God, and from whom we can have no repulse, solus vult, solus potest, curat universos. Tanquam singulos. Et unumquem nostrum et solum, we are all as one to him, he cares for us all as one, and why should we then seek to any other but to him? MEMB. 4. Subsect. I. Physician, patient, physic. Of those diverse gifts which our Apostle Paul saith God hath bestowed on man, this of physic is not the least, but most necessary, and especially conducing to the good of mankind. Next therefore to God in all our extremities, for of the Most High cometh healing, Eccles. 38, 2. We must seek to, and rely upon the physician, who is Manus Dei, saith Hierophilus, and to whom he hath given knowledge, that he might be glorified in his wondrous works. With such doth he heal men, and take away their pains, Eccles. 38, 6. 7. When thou hast need of him, let him not go from thee. The hour may come that their enterprises may have good success, ver. 13. It is not therefore to be doubted, that if we seek a physician as we ought, we may be eased of our infirmities, such a one I mean as is sufficient, and worthily so called. For there be many mountebanks, quacksalvers, empirics, in every street almost, and in every village, that take upon them this name, make this noble and profitable art to be evil spoken of and contemned. By reason of these base and illiterate artificers, but such a physician I speak of, as is approved, learned, skilful, honest, and of whose duty Wecker, Antid. Cap. 2, and syntax. Med Crato, Julius Alexandrinus Medic. Heurnius Prax. Medlib 3. Cap. 1, and treat at large. For this particular disease, him that shall take upon him to cure it, Paracelsus will have to be a magician, a chemist, a philosopher, an astrologer. Thurnesirus, Severinus the Dane, and some other of his followers, require as much, many of them cannot be cured but by magic. Paracelsus is so stiff for those chemical medicines, that in his cures he will admit almost of no other physic, deriding in the meantime Hippocrates, Galen, and all their followers, but magic, and all such remedies I have already censured. And shall speak of chemistry elsewhere. Astrology is required by many famous physicians, by Ficinus, Crato, Fernelius. Doubted of, and exploded by others, I will not take upon me to decide the controversy myself. Johannes Hacertus, Thomas Boderius, and Maginus in the preface to his Mathematical Physic, shall determine for me. Many physicians explode astrology in physic, saith he, there is no use of it, unam artem ac quasi temerarium insectanter, ac gloriam sibi ab aegis imperitia, occupari, but I will reprove physicians by physicians, that defend and profess it. Hippocrates, Galen, Avicen. And, that count them butchers without it, homicidas medicos astrologii ignaros, and Paracelsus goes farther, and will have his physician predestinated to this man's cure, this malady. And time of cure, the scheme of each geniture inspected, gathering of herbs, of administering astrologically observed, in which Thurnesirus and some iatromathematical professors, are too superstitious in my judgment. Hellebore will help, but not alway, not given by every physician, but these men are too peremptory and self-conceited as I think. But what do I do, interposing in that which is beyond my reach? A blind man cannot judge of colors, nor I peradventure of these things. Only thus much I would require, honesty in every physician, that he be not over careless or covetous, harpy-like to make a prey of his patient. Carnificus namque est, as Wecker notes, inter ipsos cruciatus ingens pretium exposcura, as a hungry chirurgeon often produces and wire-draws his cure, so long as there is any hope of pay, non misura cutum, nisi plena cruoris hirudo. Many of them, to get a fee, will give physic to every one that comes, when there is no cause, and they do so irritare silentem morbum, as Heurnius complains, stir up a silent disease, as it often falleth out, which by good counsel, good advice alone, might have been happily composed, or by rectification of those 6 non-natural things otherwise cured. This is naturi bellum infer, to oppugn nature, and to make a strong body weak. Arnoldus in his 8 and 11 aphorisms gives cautions against, and expressly forbiddeth it. A wise physician will not give physic, but upon necessity, and first try medicinal diet, before he proceed to medicinal cure. In another place he laughs those men to scorn, that think longes serupes expugner demons etiam nemi phantasmata, they can purge fantastical imaginations and the devil by physic. Another caution is, that they proceed upon good grounds, if so be there be need of physic, and not mistake the disease. They are often deceived by the similitude of symptoms, saith Heurnius, and I could give instance in many consultations, wherein they have prescribed opposite physic. Sometimes they go too perfunctorily to work, in not prescribing a just course of physic, to stir up the humour, and not to purge it, doth often more harm than good. Montanus Consul. 30. Inveighs against such perturbations, that purge to the halves, tire nature, and molest the body to no purpose. 'Tis a crabbed humour to purge, and as Laurentius calls this disease, the reproach of physicians, Basardus, flagellum medicorum, their lash, and for that cause, more carefully to be respected. Though the patient be averse, saith Laurentius, desire help, and refuse it again, though he neglect his own health, it behoves a good physician not to leave him helpless. But most part they offend in that other extreme, they prescribe too much physic, and tire out their bodies with continual potions, to no purpose. Aetius Tetrabib. 2. Ser. Cap. 90. Will have them by all means therefore, to give some respite to nature, to leave off now and then. And Laelius of Font Eugubinus in his Consultations, found it, as he there witnesseth, often verified by experience, that after a deal of physic to no purpose, left to themselves, they have recovered. 'Tis that which Nic. Piso, Donatus Altimeris, still inculcate, dare requiem naturi, to give nature rest. Subsect. 2. Concerning the patient. When these precedent cautions are accurately kept, and that we have now got a skilful, an honest physician to our mind, if his patient will not be conformable, and content to be ruled by him, all his endeavours will come to no good end. Many things are necessarily to be observed and continued on the patient's behalf. First, that he be not too niggardly miserable of his purse, or think it too much he bestows upon himself, and to save charges endanger his health. The Abderites, when they sent for Hippocrates, promised him what reward he would, all the gold they had, if all the city were gold he should have it. Naaman the Syrian, when he went into Israel to Elisha to be cured of his leprosy, took with him 10 talents of silver, 6,000 pieces of gold, and 10 changes of raiment, 2 Kings v. 5. Another thing is, that out of bashfulness he do not conceal his grief. If aught trouble his mind, let him freely disclose it, stultorum incurrata puter malus ulcera selit, by that means he procures to himself much mischief, and runs into a greater inconvenience. He must be willing to be cured, and earnestly desire it. Pars sanitatis vel sanar fuit, Seneca. 'Tis a part of his cure to wish his own health, and not to defer it too long. Ca blandiendo dulce nutrivit malum. Sorrow recusat fore quat subiat jugum. He that by cherishing a mischief doth provoke, too late at last refuseth to cast off his yoke. Helebrum frustra cum jam cutis agra tumbit. Pascentis videas, venientia currite morbo. When the skin swells, to seek it to appease. With hellebore, is vain, meet your disease. By this means many times, or through their ignorance in not taking notice of their grievance and danger of it, contempt, supine negligence, extenuation, wretchedness and peevishness, they undo themselves. The citizens, I know not of what city now, when rumour was brought there. Enemies were coming, could not abide to hear it, and when the plague begins. In many places and they certainly know it, they command silence and hush it up. But after they see their foes now marching to their gates, and ready to surprise them, they begin to fortify and resist when 'tis too late. When the sickness breaks out and can be no longer concealed, then they lament their supine negligence. 'Tis no otherwise with these men. And often out of prejudice, a loathing, and distaste of physic, they had rather die, or do worse, than take any of it. Barbarous immanity, Melanchthon terms it, and folly to be deplored, so to contemn the precepts of health, good remedies, and voluntarily to pull death, and many maladies upon their own heads. Though many again are in that other extreme too profuse, suspicious, and jealous of their health, too apt to take physic on every small occasion, to aggravate every slender passion, imperfection, impediment, if their finger do but ache, run, ride, send for a physician. As many gentlewomen do, that are sick, without a cause, even when they will themselves, upon every toy or small discontent, and when he comes, they make it worse than it is, by amplifying that which is not. Here, Capivaccius sets it down as a common fault of all melancholy persons to say their symptoms are greater than they are, to help themselves. And which Mercurialis notes, Consul 53. To be more troublesome to their physicians, than other ordinary patients, that they may have change of physic. A third thing to be required in a patient, is confidence, to be of good cheer, and have sure hope that his physician can help him. Damascene the Arabian requires likewise in the physician himself, that he be confident he can cure him, otherwise his physic will not be effectual, and promise withal that he will certainly help him, make him believe so at least. Galeatus gives this reason, because the form of health is contained in the physician's mind, and as Galen holds confidence and hope to be more good than physic, he cures most in whom most are confident. Axiochus sick almost to death, at the very sight of Socrates recovered his former health. Paracelsus assigns it for an only cause, why Hippocrates was so fortunate in his cures, not for any extraordinary skill he had, but because the common people had a most strong conceit of his worth. To this of confidence we may add perseverance, obedience, and constancy, not to change his physician, or dislike him upon every toy. For he that so doth, saith Janus Damascene, or consults with many, falls into many errors, or that useth many medicines. It was a chief caveat of Seneca to his friend Lucilius, that he should not alter his physician, or prescribed physic. Nothing hinders health more, a wound can never be cured, that hath several plasters. Crato Consul 186. Taxeth all melancholy persons of this fault, 'tis proper to them, if things fall not out to their mind, and that they have not present ease, to seek another and another. As they do commonly that have sore eyes, 21 after another, and they still promise all to cure them, try 1,000 remedies, and by this means they increase their malady, make it most dangerous and difficult to be cured. They try many, saith Montanus, and profit by none, and for this cause, Consul 24. He enjoins his patient before he take him in hand, perseverance and sufferance, for in such a small time no great matter can be effected, and upon that condition he will administer physic. Otherwise all his endeavor and counsel would be to small purpose. And in his 31. Counsel for a notable matron, he tells her, if she will be cured, she must be of a most abiding patience, faithful obedience, and singular perseverance. If she remit, or despair, she can expect or hope for no good success. Consul 230. For an Italian abbot, he makes it one of the greatest reasons why this disease is so incurable, because the parties are so restless, and impatient, and will therefore have him that intends to be eased, to take physic, not for a month, a year, but to apply himself to their prescriptions all the days of his life. Last of all, it is required that the patient be not too bold to practice upon himself, without an approved physician's consent, or to try conclusions, if he read a receipt in a book. For so, many grossly mistake, and do themselves more harm than good. That which is conducing to one man, in one case, the same time is opposite to another. An ass and a mule went laden over a brook, the one with salt, the other with wool. The mule's pack was wet by chance, the salt melted, his burden the lighter, and he thereby much eased. He told the ass, who, thinking to speed as well, wet his pack likewise at the next water, but it was much the heavier, he quite tired. So one thing may be good and bad to several parties, upon diverse occasions. Many things, saith Panatus, are written in our books, which seem to the reader to be excellent remedies, but they that make use of them are often deceived, and take for physic poison. I remember in Valeriola's Observations, a story of one John Baptist a Neapolitan, that finding by chance a pamphlet in Italian, written in praise of Hellebore, would needs adventure on himself, and took 1 dram for 1 scruple. And had not he been sent for, the poor fellow had poisoned himself. From whence he concludes out of Damascenus 2 et 3. Aphoris. That without exquisite knowledge, to work out of books is most dangerous, how unsavory a thing it is to believe writers, and take upon trust, as this patient perceived by his own peril. I could recite such another example of mine own knowledge, of a friend of mine, that finding a receipt in Priscilla, would needs take hellebore in substance, and try it on his own person. But had not some of his familiars come to visit him by chance, he had by his indiscretion hazarded himself. Many such I have observed. These are those ordinary cautions, which I should think fit to be noted, and he that shall keep them, as Montanus saith, shall surely be much eased, if not thoroughly cured. Subsect. 3. Concerning Physic. Physic itself in the last place is to be considered, for the Lord hath created medicines of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them. Eccles. 38, 4. Ver. 8. Of such doth the apothecary make a confection, and of these medicines there be diverse and infinite kinds, plants, metals, animals, and those of several natures, some good for one, hurtful to another, some noxious in themselves, corrected by art, very wholesome and good, simples, mixed, and therefore left to be managed by discreet and skilful physicians, and thence applied to man's use. To this purpose they have invented method, and several rules of art, to put these remedies in order, for their particular ends. Physic, as Hippocrates defines it, is not else but addition and subtraction. And as it is required in all other diseases, so in this of melancholy it ought to be most accurate, it being, as Mercurialis acknowledgeth, so common an affection in these our times, and therefore fit to be understood. Several prescripts and methods I find in several men, some take upon them to cure all maladies with one medicine, severally applied, as that panacea, aurum potable, so much controverted in these days, herba solis, and Paracelsus reduceth all diseases to 4 principal heads, to whom Severinus, Ravelascus, Leo Suavius, and others adhere and imitate, those are leprosy, gout, dropsy, falling sickness. To which they reduce the rest. As to leprosy, ulcers, itches, furfurs, scabs, and to gout, stone, colic, toothache, headache, and to dropsy, agues, jaundice, cachexia, and to the falling sickness, belong palsy, vertigo, cramps, convulsions, incubus, apoplexy, and if any of these 4 principal be cured, saith Ravelascus, all the inferior are cured, and the same remedies commonly serve, but this is too general, and by some contradicted, for this peculiar disease of melancholy, of which I am now to speak. I find several cures, several methods and prescripts. They that intend the practic cure of melancholy, saith Duretus in his notes to Hilarius, set down 9 peculiar scopes or ends. Savonarola prescribes 7 especial canons. Aelianus Montaltus cap. 26. Faventinus in his Empirics, Hercules de Saxonia, and have their several injunctions and rules, all tending to one end. The ordinary is threefold, which I mean to follow. Delta iota alpha iota tau iota kappa, pharmaceutica, and chirurgica, diet, or living, apothecary, chirurgery, which Wecker, Crato, Guianerius, and most, prescribe, of which I will insist, and speak in their order. Sect. 2. MEMB. I. Subsect. I. Diet rectified in substance. Diet, delta iota alpha iota tau iota kappa, victus, or living, according to Fuchsius and others, comprehends those 6 non-natural things, which I have before specified, are especial causes, and being rectified, a sole or chief part of the cure. Johannes Arculanus, cap. 16, in 9. Rhasis, accounts the rectifying of these 6 a sufficient cure. Guianerius, tract. 15, cap. 9, calls them, proprium et primum curum, the principal cure, so doth Montanus, Crato, Mercurialis, Altomarus, and first to be tried, Lemnius, instit. Cap. 22, names them the hinges of our health, no hope of recovery without them. Reinerus Solnander, in his 7th consultation for a Spanish young gentlewoman, that was so melancholy she abhorred all company, and would not sit at table with her familiar friends, prescribes this physic above the rest. No good to be done without it. Aretus, Lib 1. Cap. 7. An old physician, is of opinion, that this is enough of itself, if the party be not too far gone in sickness. Crado, in a consultation of his for a noble patient, tells him plainly, that if his highness will keep but a good diet, he will warrant him his former health. Montanus, Consul. 27. For a nobleman of France, admonisheth his lordship to be most circumspect in his diet, or else all his other physic will be to small purpose. The same injunction I find verbatim in J. Caesar Claudinus, Respon. 34, Scoltzii, Consul. 183. Trallianus, Cap. 16, Lib 1. Laelius of Fontugubinus often brags, that he hath done more cures in this kind by rectification of diet, than all other physic besides. So that in a word I may say to most melancholy men, as the fox said to the weasel, that could not get out of the garner, macra cavum repetes, quem macra subisti, the 6 non-natural things caused it, and they must cure it. Which howsoever I treat of, as proper to the meridian of melancholy, yet nevertheless, that which is here said with him in Tully, though writ especially for the good of his friends at Tarentum and Sicily. Yet it will generally serve most other diseases, and help them likewise, if it be observed. Of these 6 non-natural things, the first is diet, properly so called, which consists in meat and drink, in which we must consider substance, quantity, quality, and that opposite to the precedent. In substance, such meats are generally commended, which are moist, easy of digestion, and not apt to engender wind, not fried, nor roasted, but sod, Cephalescus, Altimeris, Piso, and hot and moist, and of good nourishment, Crado, Consul. 21. Lib 2. Admits roast meat, if the burned and scorched superficies, the brown we call it, be pared off. Salvianus, Lib 2. Cap. 1. Cries out on cold and dry meats. Young flesh and tender is approved, as of kid, rabbits, chickens, veal, mutton, capons, hens, partridge, pheasant, quails, and all mountain birds, which are so familiar in some parts of Africa, and in Italy, and as Dublinius reports. The common food of boors and clowns in Palestine. Galen takes exception at mutton, but without question he means that rammy mutton, which is in Turkey and Asia Minor, which have those great fleshy tails, of 48 pounds weight, as Vertimanus witnesseth, Navig. Lib 2. Cap. 5. The lean of fat meat is best, and all manner of broths, and pottage, with borage, lettuce, and such wholesome herbs are excellent good, especially of a cock boiled, all spoon meat. Arabians commend brains, but Laurentius, c. 8. Excepts against them, and so do many others. Eggs are justified as a nutritive wholesome meat, butter and oil may pass, but with some limitation. So Crado confines it, and to some men sparingly at set times, or in sauce, and so sugar and honey are approved. All sharp and sour sauces must be avoided, and spices, or at least seldom used, and so saffron sometimes in broth may be tolerated. But these things may be more freely used, as the temperature of the party is hot or cold, or as he shall find inconvenience by them. The thinnest, whitest, smallest wine is best, not thick, nor strong. And so of beer, the middling is fittest. Bread of good wheat, pure, well purged from the bran is preferred, Laurentius, cap. 8. Would have it kneaded with rain water, if it may be gotten, water. Pure, thin, light water by all means use, of good smell and taste, like to the air in sight, such as is soon hot, soon cold, and which Hippocrates so much approves, if at least it may be had. Rain water is purest, so that it fall not down in great drops, and be used forthwith, for it quickly putrefies. Next to it fountain water that riseth in the east, and runneth eastward, from a quick running spring, from flinty, chalky, gravelly grounds, and the longer a river runneth, it is commonly the purest. Though many springs do yield the best water at their fountains. The waters in hotter countries, as in Turkey, Persia, India, within the tropics, are frequently purer than ours in the north, more subtle, thin, and lighter, as our merchants observe, by 4 ounces in a pound, pleasanter to drink. As good as our beer, and some of them, as Coaspis in Persia, preferred by the Persian kings, before wine itself. Clitorio quicunc sidem de font leveret. Vina fugit gadetque maris abstemius undis. Many rivers I deny not are muddy still, white, thick, like those in China. Nile in Egypt, Tiber at Rome, but after they be settled 2 or 3 days. Defecate and clear, very commodious, useful and good. Many make use of deep wells, as of old in the Holy Land, lakes, cisterns, when they cannot be better provided. To fetch it in carts or gondolas, as in Venice, or camels. Backs, as at Cairo in Egypt, Radzivillius observed 8,000 camels daily. There, employed about that business. Some keep it in trunks, as in the East. Indies, made 4 square with descending steps, and 'tis not amiss, for I would not have any one so nice as that Grecian Callis, sister to Nicephorus, Emperor of Constantinople, and married to Dominitus Silvius, Duke of Venice, that out of incredible wantonness, communi aqua uta nobat, would use no vulgar water. But she died tanta, saith mine author. Foetidissimi puris copia, of so fulsome a disease, that no water could wash her clean. Plato would not have a traveller lodge in a city that is not governed by laws, or hath not a quick stream running by it. Illud enim animum, hoc corrumpit valetudinem, one corrupts the body, the other the mind. But this is more than needs, too much curiosity is not. In time of necessity any water is allowed. Howsoever, pure water is best. And which, as Pindarus holds, is better than gold. An especial ornament it is, and very commodious to a city, according to Vegetius, when fresh springs are included within the walls, as at Corinth, in the midst of the town almost, there was arx altissimath scatens fontibus. A goodly mount full of fresh water springs, if nature afford them not they must be had by art. It is a wonder to read of those stupend aqueducts, and infinite cost hath been bestowed in Rome of old, Constantinople, Carthage, Alexandria, and such populous cities, to convey good and wholesome waters. Red Frontinus, Lipsius de Admir. Plinius, Lib 3. Cap. 11, Strabo in his Geogr. That aqueduct of Claudius was most eminent. Fetched upon arches 15 miles, every arch 109 feet high, they had 14 such other aqueducts, besides lakes and cisterns, 700 as I take it. Every house had private pipes and channels to serve them for their use. Peter Gillius, in his accurate description of Constantinople, speaks of an old cistern which he went down to see, 336 feet long, 180 feet broad, built of marble, covered over with archwork, and sustained by 336 pillars, 12 feet asunder, and in 11 rows, to contain sweet water. Infinite cost in channels and cisterns, from Nilus to Alexandria, hath been formerly bestowed, to the admiration of these times. Their cisterns, so curiously cemented and composed, that a beholder would take them to be all of one stone, when the foundation is laid, and cistern made, their house is half built. That Segovian aqueduct in Spain, is much wondered at. In these days, upon 3 rows of pillars, one above another, conveying sweet water to every house, but each city almost is full of such aqueducts. Amongst the rest he is eternally to be commended, that brought that new stream to the north side of London at his own charge, and Mr. Otho Nicholson, founder of our waterworks and elegant conduit in Oxford. So much have all times attributed to this element, to be conveniently provided of it, although Galen hath taken exceptions at such waters, which run through leaden pipes, ob serusum quae in iis generator. For that unctuous serose, which causeth dysenteries and fluxes. Yet, as Alcerius Crucius of Jena well answers, it is opposite to common experience. If that were true, most of our Italian cities, Montpellier in France, with infinite others, would find this inconvenience, but there is no such matter. For private families, in what sort they should furnish themselves, let them consult with P. Crescentius, de Agric. L. 1. C. 4. Pamphilius Harlacus, and the rest. Amongst fishes, those are most allowed of, that live in gravelly or sandy waters, pikes, perch, trout, gudgeon, smelts, flounders, and Hippolytus Salvianus takes exception at carp. But I dare boldly say with Dubravius, it is an excellent meat, if it come not from muddy pools, that it retain not an unsavory taste. Arenatius Marinus is much commended by Oribatius, Aetius, and most of our late writers, Crato, Consul 21, lib 2. Censures all manner of fruits, as subject to putrefaction, yet tolerable at sometimes, after meals, at second course, they keep down vapors, and have their use. Sweet fruits are best, as sweet cherries, plums, sweet apples, pearmains, and pippins, which Laurentius extols, as having a peculiar property against this disease, and Plater magnifies, omnibus modis appropriata convenient. But they must be corrected for their windiness. Ripe grapes are good, and raisins of the sun, musk melons well corrected, and sparingly used. Figs are allowed, and almonds blanched. Trallianus discommends figs, Salvianus olives and capers, which others especially like of, and so of pistic nuts. Montanus and Mercurialis out of Avenzoar, admit peaches, pears, and apples baked after meals, only corrected with sugar, and aniseed, or fennel seed, and so they may be profitably taken, because they strengthen the stomach, and keep down vapors. The like may be said of preserved cherries, plums, marmalade of plums, quinces, and, but not to drink after them. Pomegranates, lemons, oranges are tolerated, if they be not too sharp. Crato will admit of no herbs, but borage, bugloss, endive, fennel, aniseed, baum. Calenius and Arnoldus tolerate lettuce, spinach, beets, and the same Crato will allow no roots at all to be eaten. Some approve of potatoes, parsnips, but all corrected for wind. No raw salads, but as Laurentius prescribes, in broths, and so Crato commends many of them, or to use borage, hops, baum, steeped in their ordinary drink. Avenzoar magnifies the juice of a pomegranate, if it be sweet, and especially rose water, which he would have to be used in every dish, which they put in practice in those hot countries, about Damascus. Where, if we may believe the relations of Vertomannus, many hogsheads of rose water are to be sold in the market at once, it is in so great request with them. Subsect 2. Diet rectified in quantity. Man alone, saith Cardan, eats and drinks without appetite, and useth all his pleasure without necessity, anime vicio, and thence come many inconveniences unto him. For there is no meat whatsoever, though otherwise wholesome and good, but if unseasonably taken, or immoderately used, more than the stomach can well bear, it will engender crudity, and do much harm. Therefore Crato adviseth his patient to eat but twice a day, and that at his set meals, by no means to eat without an appetite, or upon a full stomach, and to put 7 hours difference between dinner and supper. Which rule if we did observe in our colleges, it would be much better for our healths, but custom, that tyrant, so prevails, that contrary to all good order and rules of physic, we scarce admit of 5. If after 7 hours tarrying he shall have no stomach, let him defer his meal, or eat very little at his ordinary time of repast. This very counsel was given by Prosper Calenus to Cardinal Caesius, laboring of this disease. And Platerus prescribes it to a patient of his, to be most severely kept. Guianerius admits of 3 meals a day, but Montanus, Consul. 23, Pro. Up. Italo, ties him precisely to 2. And as he must not eat overmuch, so he may not absolutely fast. For as Celsus contends, Lib 1. Jacanus 15. In 9. Rhasis, repletion and inanition may both do harm in 2 contrary extremes. Moreover, that which he doth eat, must be well chewed, and not hastily gobbled, for that causeth crudity in wind. And by all means to eat no more than he can well digest. Some think, saith Trincavelius, Lib 11, cap. 29, decurrend. Part. The more they eat the more they nourish themselves, eat and live, as the proverb is, not knowing that only repairs man, which is well concocted, not that which is devoured. Melancholy men most part have good appetites, but ill digestion, and for that cause they must be sure to rise with an appetite, and that which Socrates and Dicerius the physicians in Macrobius so much require, st. Hiram enjoins Rusticus to eat and drink no more than, will satisfy hunger and thirst. Lessius, the Jesuit, holds 12, 13, or 14 ounces, or in our northern countries, 16 at most, for all students, weaklings, and such as lead an idle sedentary life, of meat, bread, and a fit proportion for a whole day, and as much or little more of drink. Nothing pesters the body and mind sooner than to be still fed, to eat and ingurgitate beyond all measure, as many do. By overmuch eating and continual feasts they stifle nature, and choke up themselves, which, had they lived coarsely, or like galley slaves been tied to an oar, might have happily prolonged many fair years. A great inconvenience comes by variety of dishes, which causeth the precedent distemperature, than which, saith Avicenna, nothing is worse. To feed on diversity of meats, or overmuch, Sertorius like, in lusum cinere, and as commonly they do in Muscovy in Iceland, to prolong their meals all day long, or all night. Our northern countries offend especially in this, and we in this island, ampliter viventis in prandius et canis, as Polydor notes, are most liberal feeders, but to our own hurt. Persicos odii puer apparatus, excess of meat breedeth sickness, and gluttony causeth choleric diseases, by surfeiting many perish, but he that dieteth himself prolongeth his life, Eccles. 37, 29, 30. We account it a great glory for a man to have his table daily furnished with variety of meats, but hear the physician, he pulls thee by the ear as thou sittest, and telleth thee that nothing can be more noxious to thy health than such variety and plenty. Temperance is a bridle of gold, and he that can use it aright, ego non sum is viris comparo, said simillimum Deo judico, is liker a god than a man, for as it will transform a beast to a man again, so will it make a man a god. To preserve thine honor, health, and to avoid therefore all those inflations, torments, obstructions, crudities, and diseases that come by a full diet, the best way is to feed sparingly of 1 or 2 dishes at most, to have ventrem bene meretum. As Seneca calls it, to choose one of many, and to feed on that alone, as Crato adviseth his patient. The same counsel Prosper Calenus gives to Cardinal Caesius, to use a moderate and simple diet, and though his table be jovially furnished by reason of his state and guests, yet for his own part to single out some one savory dish and feed on it. The same is inculcated by Crato, Consul. 9, L. 2. To a noble personage affected with this grievance, he would have his highness to dine or sup alone, without all his honorable attendants and courtly company, with a private friend or so, a dish or 2, a cup of Rhenish wine, and Montanus, Consul. 24, for a noble matron enjoins her one dish, and by no means to drink between meals. The like, Consul. 229, or not to eat till he be an hungry, which rule Berengarius did most strictly observe, as Hilbertus, Cenomacensis Episc. writes in his life. Cui non fut unquam. Anticidem potus, nec cibus antifamum. And which all temperate men do constantly keep. It is a frequent solemnity. Still used with us, when friends meet, to go to the alehouse or tavern. They are not sociable otherwise, and if they visit one another's houses, they must both eat and drink. I reprehend it not moderately used. But to some men nothing can be more offensive, they had better, I speak it with Saint Ambrose, pour so much water in their shoes. It much avails likewise to keep good order in our diet, to eat liquid things first, broths, fish, and such meats as are sooner corrupted in the stomach, harder meats of digestion must come last. Crato would have the supper less than the dinner, which Cardan contradict. Lib 1. Tract 5, contradict. 18, disallows, and that by the authority of Galen. 7, art. Curate. Cap. 6. And for 4 reasons he will have the supper biggest. I have read many treatises to this purpose. I know not how it may concern some few sick men, but for my part generally for all, I should subscribe to that custom of the Romans. To make a sparing dinner, and a liberal supper. All their preparation and invitation was still at supper, no mention of dinner. Many reasons I could give, but when all is said pro and con, Cardan's rule is best, to keep that we are accustomed unto, though it be not, and to follow our disposition and appetite in some things is not amiss. To eat sometimes of a dish which is hurtful, if we have an extraordinary liking to it. Alexander Severus loved hares and apples above all other meats, as Lampridius relates in his life, one poke pork, another peacock, and what harm came of it? I conclude our own experience is the best physician, that diet which is most propitious to one, is often pernicious to another, such is the variety of palates, humors, and temperatures, let every man observe, and be a law unto himself. Tiberius, in Tacitus, did laugh at all such, that 30 years of age would ask counsel of others concerning matters of diet. I say the same, these few rules of diet he that keeps, shall surely find great ease and speedy remedy by it. It is a wonder to relate that prodigious temperance of some hermits, anchorites, and fathers of the church, he that shall but read their lives, written by Hiram, Athanasius, and how abstemious heathens have been in this kind, those Curii and Fabricii, those old philosophers, as Pliny records, Lib 11. Xenophon, Lib 1. De Vit. Socrate. Emperors and kings, as Nicephorus relates, Ecclesiastes Hist. Lib 18. Cap. 8. Of Mauritius, Lodovicus Pius, and that admirable example of Lodovicus Cornarus, a patrician of Venice, cannot but admire them. This have they done voluntarily and in health. What shall these private men do that are visited with sickness, and necessarily enjoined to recover, and continue their health? It is a hard thing to observe a strict diet, e comedis vivit, misere vivit, as the saying is, quaeli hoc ipsum erit vivere, his esse privatus furis. As good be buried, as so much debarred of his appetite. Excessit medicina malum, the physic is more troublesome than the disease, so he complained in the poet, so thou thinkest, yet he that loves himself will easily endure this little misery, to avoid a greater inconvenience. E malus minimum better do this than do worse. And as Tully holds, better be a temperate old man than a lascivious youth. 'Tis the only sweet thing, which he adviseth, so to moderate ourselves, that we may have senectutem in juventut, et in juventut senectutem, be youthful in our old age, staid in our youth, discreet and temperate in both. MEMB. 2. Retention and evacuation rectified. I have declared in the causes what harm costiveness hath done in procuring this disease. If it be so noxious, the opposite must needs be good, or mean at least, as indeed it is, and to this cure necessarily required, Maxime conducit, Seth Montaltus, cap. 27, it very much avails. Altamaris, cap. 7, commends walking in a morning, into some fair green pleasant fields, but by all means first, by art or nature, he will have these ordinary excrements evacuated. Piso calls it, beneficium ventris, the benefit, help or pleasure of the belly, for it doth much ease it. Laurentius, cap. 8, Crato, consul. 21, L. 2. Prescribes it once a day at least, where nature is defective, art must supply, by those lenitive electuaries, suppositories, condite prunes, turpentine, clysters, as shall be shown. Prosper Calenus, lib. De Atrobile, commends clysters in hypochondriacal melancholy, still to be used as occasion serves. Peter Nimander in a consultation of his pro hypochondriaco, will have his patient continually loose, and to that end sets down their many forms of potions and clysters. Mercurialis, consul. 88. If this benefit come not of its own accord, prescribes clysters in the first place, so doth Montanus, consul. 24, consul. 31 et 229. He commends turpentine to that purpose, the same he ingeminates, consul. 230, for an Italian abbot. 'Tis very good to wash his hands and face often, to shift his clothes, to have fair linen about him, to be decently and comely attired, for swords viciant, nastiness defile and dejects any man that is so voluntarily, or compelled by want. It dulleth the spirits. Baths are either artificial or natural, both have their special uses in this malady, and as Alexander supposeth, lib 1. Cap. 16, yield as speedy a remedy as any other physic whatsoever. Aetius would have them daily used, assidua balnea, tetra. 2. Sect. 2, c. 9. Galen cracks how many several cures he hath performed in this kind by use of baths alone, and Rufus pills, moistening them which are otherwise dry. Rhasis makes it a principal cure, tota cura sit in humectando, to bathe and afterwards anoint with oil. Jason Pratensis, Laurentius, cap. 8, and Montanus set down their peculiar forms of artificial baths. Crato, consul. 17, lib 2. Commends mallows, chamomile, violets, borage to be boiled in it, and sometimes fair water alone, and in his following counsel, balneum aquae dulcis solum sapicium profuus compertum habemus. So doth Fuchsius, lib 1. Cap. 33, Frisomelica, 2. Consul. 42, in Trincavelius. Some beside herbs prescribe a ram's head and other things to be boiled. Fernelius, consul. 44, will have them used 10 or 12 days together. To which he must enter fasting, and so continue in a temperate heat, and after that frictions all over the body. Lelius Egubinus, consul. 142, and Christoph. Araris, in a consultation of his, hold once or twice a week sufficient to bathe, the water to be warm, not hot, for fear of sweating. Felix Plater, observe. Lib 1. For a melancholy lawyer, will have lotions of the head still joined to these baths, with a lay wherein capital herbs have been boiled. Laurentius speaks of baths of milk, which I find approved by many others. And still after bath, the body to be anointed with oil of bitter almonds, of violets, new or fresh butter, capon's grease, especially the backbone, and then lotions of the head, embrocations, and these kinds of baths have been in former times much frequented, and diversely varied, and are still in general use in those eastern countries. The Romans had their public baths very sumptuous and stupend, as those of Antoninus and Diocletian. Plin. 36, saith there were an infinite number of them in Rome, and mightily frequented, some bathed 7 times a day, as Commodus the emperor is reported to have done. Usually twice a day, and they were after anointed with most costly ointments. Rich women bathed themselves in milk, some in the milk of 500 she-asses at once. We have many ruins of such baths found in this island. Amongst those parietines and rubbish of old Roman towns. Lipsius, de mag. Herb. Rom L. 3, c. 8, Rosinus, Scott of Antwerp, and other antiquaries, tell strange stories of their baths. Gillius, L4. Cap. Ultimate topographer. Constant. Reckons up 155 public baths in Constantinople, of fair building. They are still frequented in that city by the Turks of all sorts, men and women, and all over Greece, and those hot countries, to absterge belike that fulsomeness of sweat, to which they are their subject. Busbequius, in his epistles, is very copious in describing the manner of them, how their women go covered, a maid following with a box of ointment to rub them. The richer sort have private baths in their houses. The poorer go to the common, and are generally so curious in this behalf, that they will not eat nor drink until they have bathed, before and after meals some, and will not make water, but they will wash their hands, or go to stool. Leo Afer. L. 3. Makes mention of 100 several baths at Fez in Africa, most sumptuous, and such as have great revenues belonging to them. Buxtorf. Cap. 14. Synagogue. Judd. Speaks of many ceremonies amongst the Jews in this kind. They are very superstitious in their baths, especially women. Natural baths are praised by some, discommended by others, but it is in a diverse respect. Marcus, de Audis in Hip. Affect. Consulted about baths, condemns them for the heat of the liver, because they dry too fast. And yet by and by, in another counsel for the same disease, he approves them because they cleanse by reason of the sulfur, and would have their water to be drunk. Aretius, c. 7. Commends alum baths above the rest, and Mercurialis, consul. 88. Those of Luca in that hypochondriacal passion. He would have his patient tarry there 15 days together, and drink the water of them, and to be bucket, or have the water poured on his head. John Baptista, Sylvaticus Cont. 64. Commends all the baths in Italy, and drinking of their water, whether they be iron, alum, sulfur, so doth Hercules de Saxonia. But in that they cause sweat and dry so much, he confines himself to hypochondriacal melancholy alone, excepting that of the head and the other. Trincavelius, consul. 14, lib 1. Refers those Perectin baths before the rest, because of the mixture of brass, iron, alum, and consul. 35, L. 3. For a melancholy lawyer, and consul. 36, in that hypochondriacal passion, the baths of Aquaria, and 36. Consul. The drinking of them. Frisimelica, consulted amongst the rest in Trincavelius, consul. 42, lib 2. Prefers the waters of Apona before all artificial baths whatsoever in this disease, and would have one 9 years affected with hypochondriacal passions fly to them as to a holy anchor. Of the same mind is Trincavelius himself there, and yet both put a hot liver in the same party for a cause, and send him to the waters of St. Helen, which are much hotter. Montanus, consul. 230, magnifies the Calderinian baths, and consul 237. Et 239. He exhorteth to the same, but with this caution, that the liver be outwardly anointed with some coolers that it be not overheated. But these baths must be warily frequented by melancholy persons, or if used, to such as are very cold of themselves, for as Gabelius concludes of all Dutch baths, and especially of those of Baden, they are good for all cold diseases. Not for choleric, hot and dry, and all infirmities proceeding of choler, inflammations of the spleen and liver. Our English baths, as they are hot, must needs incur the same censure, but D. Turner of old, and D. Jones have written at large of them. Of cold baths I find little or no mention in any physician, some speak against them. Cardan alone out of Agathenus commends bathing in fresh rivers, and cold waters, and adviseth all such as mean to live long to use it. For it agrees with all ages and complexions, and is most profitable for hot temperatures. As for sweating, urine, bloodletting by haemorrhoids, or otherwise, I shall elsewhere more opportunely speak of them. Immoderate venous in excess, as it is a cause, or in defect, so moderately used to some parties and only help, a present remedy. Peter Forestus calls it aptissimum remedium, a most apposite remedy, remitting anger, and reason, that was otherwise bound. Avicenna fun. 3, 20. Oribasius med collect. Lib 6. Cap. 37. Contend out of Rufus and others, that many madmen, melancholy, and laboring of the falling sickness, have been cured by this alone. Montaltus cap.